So happy. That was his first word. He knew you were.
That's funny.
He would just be thrilled.
That's funny. That's
Big
like
listener.
Haugh.
That's Haugh.
Yes! Yes! Hell yes!
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 104.3 The Score.
Yeah, Ruthie, it's great to hear your voice. I'm telling you, Mully and Ruthie sounds a lot better than Mully and Haugh.
Oh, no.
David Haugh, this might be his Wally Pipp moment.
Let's go!
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. I think it might be my Wally Pipp moment. Ruthie Polinsky in again for David. And bless you, Ruthie. Thank you for getting up. It's great to see you. Bright and early, you're here, ready to go. Got here before me, which is a little embarrassing. But Caroline, the fine woman downstairs who mans the desk, was kind enough to hold you up so we could come up together, and it's great to see you.
Good morning, Mully. It is great to see you. Thank you for having me. Had fun with you guys for an hour yesterday.
Yeah,
it was just
fun.
a little teaser for 4.5 hours of Mully and Ruthie today.
Yeah, it was fun to talk a little Bears, and it's like we are winding down. I've got two older brothers, and my middle older brother lives in England and was following the World Cup very closely. And England, of course, lost yesterday. And he texted me, and my other brother were on a little text chat. What do you call it? A
Group text.
Group text. He said that he's kind of done with sports now for a while. He's taking a break. But if anything happens, to make sure I contact him, if anything happens with the Sox or the Bears. But he's taking a break.
Yeah.
I think he got a little over the top with the World Cup. I think it limited some of his travel. When you get into it, the way they get into it over there, it's a lot different than the way things are here. And I don't know that we have – some people get into the Olympics, but I don't know that we have an event where everybody kind of aims for it and the whole country goes nuts about it.
Yeah, it's been fun I'm sure for you to have that connection, overseas where it really means so much to them. And it is disappointing that the U.S. gets bumped because I do think more people would sort of get on the bandwagon here if they would have, played longer. But yesterday, what a game. Wow.
It was really something. The finish was absolutely miraculous. Argentina, if people didn't see the game and didn't watch the game or care about it, I apologize for even talking about it. So close your ears real quick. But basically, England took a lead. They then kind of stopped playing. They decided they were going to just defend. They no longer were as aggressive as they started the game at, and they just absorbed pressure right up to the point where where Argentina gets two late goals to set up their meeting with Spain. England, I think, mentally had been making a World Cup final for the first time since 1966, 60 years ago, and unfortunately lost it at the end. It was just an incredible, crazy turnaround. Lionel Messi at the tender age of 39 assisted on both goals, and pretty extraordinary that he is still able to play as well as he does at his age.
So my little connection to now the World Cup final is that when I was in South Florida covering all the Miami teams, South Florida teams, I left Miami to come to Chicago really just sort of as the Messi coming to Inter Miami story was starting to become well known, that was really going to happen. So I've sort of always, just because of his connection to South Florida, my connection to South Florida, having worked there, just was excited to see Messi play on this stage. And it's been nothing but spectacular. Because, I'm not watching Inter Miami games in Chicago necessarily, but to see him on this stage do what he's doing late in games, he's the GOAT. It's simple.
Oh, he's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And I mean, all the Ronaldo fans out there that argue over who's better, Messi or Ronaldo. I mean, Messi has now won a World Cup and made it to the final. They're going for back-to-back World Cups come Sunday at, I believe, 2 p.m. that will be the final. So if he could pull that off, and I think Spain looks like a really dominant team, but it's going to be really something because Messi, as I'm sure you know, spent the majority of his life in Spain. He had an issue. He was very small. We know he's very short, and he needed like a growth hormone or something. He needed some surgery to ensure that he could grow to kind of proper size, and so they did not have that available in Argentina, and he was already this phenomenal talent, even as a child. And so at the age of 11, he ended up moving to Spain in order to get these surgeries and started playing professionally in Spain. And as a matter of fact, not that anyone cares, but initially he did not do very well in World Cups. This is his 6th World Cup, and he has really become this incredible star on the international stage. But when he was a young man, he was so used to playing in Spain with all the guys at Barcelona. They were all really good friends. He didn't really have the connection to Argentina. I mean, he was Argentine, and he knew all his teammates and everything, but he didn't really start scoring in World Cups. Initially, he wasn't doing that. He's really grown into, as he has become this world superstar, he has become a better player with the national team of Argentina than he was as a younger man, because I think he grew up so much in the Spanish system.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah. He is, if nothing else, just spectacular to watch. That's really sort of my bandwagon take of being a World Cup fan and soccer fan.
Unbelievable. Listen, the only thing you need to know is the guy is 39 years old.
Yeah.
And he still has these close dribbling skills where you can't, it's really hard to dispossess him, and you got to kind of try to muscle him up. And his whole career, people have been doing that. He just kind of bounces off him. He is an incredible talent. And, he hasn't slowed down. It's just, he slowed down. He's not nearly as fast as he once was or prolific, but he's still their leading goal scorer. He still could be the leading goal scorer of the tournament. He has the most World Cup goals of all time. That helps to be in 6 of them with a power nation where you're going to get a lot of games. But still, absolutely incredible career.
His life, his age, and where he is in his career was really interesting early on, sort of the contrast between Ronaldo and his age and what he was able to do and just sort of waited for the ball to come to him. Whereas Messi still, you watch him and you still think of him as this incredible athlete.
Yeah, it's in great shape. There's a couple times where he's running for the ball and he's not able to win it because he's not able to get there like he would have as a younger man. But when he does get the ball, he can create the 2 goals like he did yesterday. There's no way that England would have lost that game if Messi hadn't been on the field. Mm-hmm. He's that good a player, and his will is that strong. And, the English, I think it was, I can't even tell you. They famously lost in the 86 World Cup? They lost to Argentina and to Diego Maradona, where he had the hand of God goal, very famous goal, where he punched the ball in. Another little guy with the most unbelievable ability with the ball than you could ever imagine. But before he did that, he dribbled through their entire team. I think he dribbled like 6 guys and scored a goal earlier in the game. And they won the game 2-1, and the English go nuts because they're so mad about he handed the ball and it wasn't called. The joke was that the official was the only guy in the stadium who didn't see it. And they lost that game, and they always blame that particular moment. But he also went through your entire team, and he was a great player.
Yeah.
But it's pretty wild. It's fun to see them create like a talent like that once every 20 years, where you're like, is that the greatest player of all time? Well, Diego was pretty good.
Right.
It's wild. Pele was good.
Yeah.
There were some great players that a lot of people never saw.
So here we go, 4.5 hours World Cup.
No, we're done. We're done. We got to get in. We got baseball coming back.
Lots of stuff.
We got the Cubs on the precipice, and I will get into it in the pick six, but I'm curious to hear from Dustin about it because he's been away. We saw
so happy Dustin's
everything
back.
that went on over the All-Star weekend and then the last few days. It is good to see Dustin. He's a little too sunned up. Is that fair to say? Did you just stand in the pool with your...
I could have gotten more. We had a little bit of rain down in Orlando as the girls competed in the national championships down there. And
how'd they do?
They did pretty well. The final, the big dance, they do all these dances and then they have a big show on the last day. 5 of my daughter's dances made it to the big show, and the final production, Let's Rock, is a proud prop. We build this big guitar, it's all lit up, and it won the final event.
Wow!
The overall final big production. This is like a dance with like 85 young ladies in this dance.
Wow!
It's like a combination of jazz and tap.
Cool.
Ages from like 6 to 16 doing the dance. Really cool dance, yeah.
Wow.
So they won it all. Yeah.
I have a lot of respect for that. I was a dancer growing up as well. Jazz, tap, ballet, hip hop, all the things. But my focus was very musical theater forward. It was never like competitive dance forward. So I have a lot of respect for the competition. And being a girl dad that goes and sits through those and deals with the hair and the makeup and the glitz and the glam and it's very impressive, Dustin. You deserve a lot of credit.
Yeah, luckily now my daughter's, believe it or not, going to be a freshman next year at York, and so I don't have to do I just have to drag the big bag down, and that's it. You know, they can now take care of their makeup, and press on those big eyelashes and all that.
Oh yeah, we love the eyelashes.
I have so many fond memories of endless hours at dance competitions. I've got 2 daughters, but one of my favorite memories is just the look on my son's face. We would always make him go to all of these competitions when it got down to, because we went, and he would sit there at various points where like his head would be in his hands. It's like one of my favorite ever was not even with the girls performing, but it was with we went and saw Swan Lake for one Christmas, and he was there. He looked like it looked like a contemplative older gentleman, like kind of waiting for bad news about his wife's surgery at the hospital.
Right. And unfortunately for him, he's just old enough to really have missed like the good tablet days, right? Like he couldn't bring like a device with him.
That's interesting.
To kind of fill up some of the gaps.
That's interesting because he might have been okay with the tablet days. The problem is my wife wasn't. I don't think she ever wanted to just give the kids a tablet and let it. No, she did.
Yeah.
But God bless him. He was at all those shows.
God bless him is right.
I mean, being down in Orlando, there's plenty of things to do in between and all that jazz.
Did you go to Disney?
We did Hollywood Studios
and
Disney World, Magic Kingdom.
Fun.
Same day, did that like park hopper type thing.
Are you a roller coaster guy?
Oh, yeah. So 15 hours, like 26,000 steps.
Wow. Oh, I'm jealous. I haven't been to Disney.
We did not get on Tron this time, which was disappointing.
Oh. Space Mountain?
That's a great ride.
Space Mountain? Okay, I remember Space Mountain.
Tron's a great ride.
I've
never been on Tron. I too have not been to Disney in a long time.
They redid Rock and Roller Coaster. It used to be Aerosmith themed, and now it's Muppet themed. Same ride, just different music.
What was the roller coaster, like something mountain where there's like some
Thunder Mountain Railroad?
That's
still there. Still a good one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's a good one.
Yeah, and they've
especially at night. There's kind of like it blows up.
They've got this Star Wars land now. It's completely full blown open at Hollywood Studios, and even if you're not, you don't have to be the biggest Star Wars nerd to enjoy it. It's
cool.
But a 10-year-old Dustin would have been out of his mind over that.
You guys want to know a secret that I'm telling now on the airwaves? Back in the day when my background is in musical theater, I went to Disney. My parents took us to Disney, and I learned about princess school. And all the women that are princesses at Disney that
They go to
dress in
princess
character,
school?
they go to a 2-year program. This was at the time. They go to a 2-year program where they learn how to walk, talk, and interact like Belle or Sleeping Beauty or Cinderella. And I told my parents, I was like, I'm going to go to Belle school. Like, I want to be Belle at Disney World. They entertained me for about 5 minutes. They said, you're actually going to go to college, but nice try.
Going to Belle school.
But anyways, I was Belle in 8th grade in Beauty and the Beast and our, middle school musical. And it was one of my favorite roles that I was in. Anyways, I love Disney. I can't wait to have kids and go to Disney. That's going to be cool.
Start saving up.
Oh, it is.
Start saving.
I must say, it is cool. But as your family grows, I remember going there and we bought a stroller because just one of the kids would be tired from walking the park, as you're talking about your steps. So they would take turns in the stroller, even as they were getting older, because it was like the longest day. And I would be like, where is the adult stroller? Mm-hmm. Can someone push me around? God, Disney can be difficult.
Every 4 or 5 years, though, we were there 3 years ago.
Yes.
And we did Magic Kingdom.
Yeah.
And so it was good.
Well, there are people who go there every year.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's
every
incredible.
3 or 4 years. Hopefully we'll go one more time before my daughter graduates high school. And then it'll be a while till I go back.
I went to the single best party that I've ever been to at Disney with the NBA All-Star Game. The NBA All-Star Game was in Orlando, and we were staying at Disney hotels and got invited to this party at Disney. And I had never been to, what's the one you went to? The MGM?
Hollywood Studios?
Hollywood Studios. Yeah. So you go to Hollywood Studios, you go there. I never went to Disney as a kid. We never had that opportunity. So I was in my 20s covering the NBA and go down there. They took you got on a bus, and as you got off the bus, there was like all of these photographers, like all of this, people yelling out questions, fans screaming. It was designed not for the stars, but for anybody going into the park. So you walk down this like red carpet, and people be like, there he is. Oh my God. And they were just treating you like you were in Hollywood at one of these. And my girlfriend at the time, she doubled back to do it a second time because it was just so great. And you go into the park, everything absolutely free. They had people holding drinks, trays of appetizers. Everything was free. No lines at any of the rides. You just walk right in. You go everywhere. You go in, you want to get something out of a restaurant. You go in, everything comped. Absolutely free.
Wow.
It was one of the most wild parties I've ever been to that ended with the fireworks display at the end of the night. And it was unbelievable. I mean, I don't know anyone that didn't find it to be like the greatest experience they ever had. It's totally free. Disney. And Disney can be it can get a little expensive, but man, it was a good time, good party, if you like that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. I walk in to this Italian restaurant or whatever, and we get seated, and like Chuck Daly and a bunch of coaches are at the table next to us. It was like, what? And they were having the free meal too. Pretty good.
Everyone loves a free meal.
Yeah. But Disney is it's a good deal. It's really, it's kind of an amazing Americana thing. And I think that park might be my favorite one. Although Epcot, is that still there?
Epcot's still there. I've not been in a while. I did mention to my wife at the end of the trip, I said, that's like the reason I want to go back is because I've not been to Epcot in forever.
Oh,
and
man.
that's where you can do the eat around the world, right?
Correct.
Yes.
And you can do all the drinks and food.
Drink around the world.
That's cool.
Drink around the world.
But you now can, there's a couple since the last time I was there's a couple new experiences at both Hollywood Studios and at the Magic Kingdom.
Oh, wow.
So at Hollywood Studios, they have, remember like the cantina in Empire Strikes Back with all the characters? Like
the bar.
They redid that bar.
Oh, wow.
And you can go in, and you're allowed 2 drinks. Mm-hmm. in and out. It's like a 45-minute, so we did that. And then they have one at Disney World for Pirates of the Caribbean. Same idea, different bar, but it's, like a pirate-themed bar, 2 drinks, get out.
Pirates of the Caribbean was one of the best rides.
Great ride, yeah.
It was just a great ride. And then Johnny Depp all of a sudden shows up and he's in all the scenes and everything. Did you notice that as well? But I remember going to that in the old days. It was still really good.
I think that one's called like Jack Squires, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. But that's something new that you can kind of get a drink at Disney World. That's their thing. No alcohol except in like sit-down restaurants.
I once went to the Harry Potter place. That's not Disney. What is that one? That's
Harry
Universal.
Potter World is like its own thing.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
That's cool.
Yeah. Did you ever read those books?
You know what? Wasn't a Harry Potter gal.
See, you're lucky.
But I married a Harry. How was that?
I read the books to the kids. So I used to do my different voice. I was no Jim Dale, but I did a lot of work reading those books. The other thing I read that to my kids that I had never read was Little House on the Prairie, and it was fantastic.
I read those.
Those were fantastic books. They were really good. I was surprised by it.
Didn't one of the streaming services just launch like a new spin on that?
There is
right?
Yes.
I don't.
Yes.
Is it Netflix? One of the streaming services has a new, Little House on the Prairie show.
The streaming services do a great job, but I stopped doing sports because of the toggling issue. That's my problem.
Well, the home run derby, which I did feel delivered.
Yes.
I know you guys were talking about it yesterday, and I texted you guys in as I was waiting at the airport. But I can't say that I loved that it was on Netflix.
No.
So I was in a hotel room and I'm watching on my phone.
Right.
Yeah, that's a bit much.
It was a little difficult. You guys were using the word toggle. It's difficult to toggle between because the Bulls were playing.
Exactly. Summer league's on, and you gotta like get your other remote. You gotta go back to the apps, and then you gotta. It's just too much.
That's the way it's going, I think.
I know.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't like that. I just want it. You gotta. I don't mind it. I suppose if they figure out a way to make it simpler for adults. Not adults.
For adults.
DOLTS.
Yeah.
People like me that can't.
What'd you think of the home run derby, Dustin?
Technology.
I was also booing from my hotel room in Orlando, the Cardinals outfielder. But the drama was fantastic. I mean, as a guy who still wonders out loud constantly on this program and off the air, how in the world did they Cubs let Kyle Schwarber go? He was just pounding the baseball. I did like the new format.
Format.
I like the format, but again,
the drama, the theater. It was
the kid from the Cardinals, who's really not a kid anymore, and his parents
24.
His parents sitting there. It was really cool, and the fact that he was on his last ball, but if you keep hitting that ball out of the park, you keep getting the pitch.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
It was amazing.
He made more money that night than he made in his.
Yeah, how about that? He's a $740,000 a year guy, made $1 million. Yeah, that's happened a couple times, I think, in home run derby.
He's a big boy. You know,
he's 6'6", and he's a grown man.
Yeah,
I mean, you call him a kid.
First Cardinal to win the home run derby, which was
Yeah.
kind of hard to believe when you think about.
And wasn't Pujols there?
Pujols was there.
Yeah, not necessarily a huge fan of that whole setup either.
Barry Bonds and Pujols.
It was interesting. It
Rizzo?
felt like there was not a ton of, and this is, I think, what we're seeing as things go streaming, and you're having new people come together, and you're just trying to get names and people. There's not a ton of on-set chemistry yet.
Exactly right.
Like there isn't really a flow to it. And Albert Pujols, relatively new to TV. Barry Bonds, you don't see him on TV very much. Like there was a lot of green TV people there. Elle Duncan did a fabulous job of sort of navigating, but that's a tough job when you're gig. With a lot of people that don't do a ton of TV.
I did not even know she had left ESPN.
Right.
I mean,
I did, but yeah.
Yeah, that's just how out of it I am, unfortunately. All right, we've got the pick six. We're gonna pick apart all the top stories of the day. We're gonna have a couple of laughs about it. We'll hear from Dustin. Dustin is Brandon did so well. There's been a push to have him continue.
Have I been Wally pipped? Have I been Wally pipped as you were talking earlier?
I do love Brandon on the pick six.
It's so good.
Very fun.
All right,
you can do mine if you want, Brandon.
They like to hand it off. We'll be right back with the pick six. It's Mully and Haugh, Ruthie Polinsky in the Sporting 104.3 The Score.
Hey, it's Layla Rahimi from the Rahimi Harrison Grote Show. Middays 10 a.m. to 2. We are your connection to Chicago sports throughout your workday.
If you're listening from work, make us your companion by listening on your smart speaker or the free Odyssey app.
If you want to watch us do the show live, check us out on YouTube and Twitch, talking Bears, Cubs, Sox, Bulls, all of Chicago's teams.
And of course, when you're driving around on your lunch break, listen to us in crystal clear quality on 104.3 FM.
There's no one way to listen or watch Rahimi Harrison Grote. Middays 10 a.m. to 2. So listen and watch your way today.
This segment of the program brought to you by Jewel Osco.
Shop Jewel Osco for great meat values like 16-ounce Open Nature.
We have the awareness and sort of the field generalship that he showcased this past season in Eugene playing safety for the Ducks. But he's going to continue getting better as a guy who's 3 years removed from high school, and the testing numbers being off the charts. It just ended up assuring everybody that what they were seeing on film is really legit for what it can project to at the NFL level.
Yeah, and you talk about the combine numbers, and we've heard a lot throughout the offseason that one of the main priority on the defensive side of the ball was adding some speed. This guy ran a 4.35 40 at the combine, and he definitely brings that speed that Dennis Allen and the Bears want on the defensive side of the ball.
And even when you're comparing him, whether you're talking Emmanuel McNeil Warren or even Caleb Downs, these safeties who are projected as first-round picks, none of them throughout their career have shown as a playmaker the sideline-to-sideline range that Dylan Thieneman has shown he can do. He can be a guy. If you just want to line him up deep as a center fielder, as a single high guy, as a free safety, and just let him stay back there and look for passes to pick off. He can do that at a really high level. He plays with anticipation, and the ball skills are what are really off the charts.
The Cubs are going to perform for Dustin, is what I've learned.
That's pretty cool you're going. I hope the weather's nice. I hope it agrees with you. Maybe you could give us a report. If you get out there before 11, give us a report on Inside the Clubhouse.
Did you happen to see what the giveaway is tomorrow?
Oh, my gosh. Is it Pat Hughes Sweater Day?
Almost. It should be Dustin Rhodes Vest Day.
It
is a Cubs puffer vest.
Is that why you're going?
Well, part of it. I mean, if anybody needs to have that Cubs giveaway, it's I wear a vest if it's 20 below out or if it's 79 degrees. I wear a vest.
We call you Puffer Rhodes.
Dork thinks he's going to drown.
That was his selling point. I saw him look at that vest like all week.
All week, he probably got tickets right after the promotions came out in the calendar in January at Cub Fest.
Yeah,
Cub convention.
What you saw is just fantasy. Yeah. He's getting ready for the vest. That's all. Appreciation of his purchase.
Is that what he was talking to Crane about at the Cub convention?
I don't know.
Lining up the
puffer vest,
the promotional items. That's good. So So the first 10,000. You better get there.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah. Ballet better go quick.
That
over
would be
the
awesome.
Forest Dance.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rhodes. You're 10,001.
Oh,
wah, wah, wah.
We just ran out.
Would that be something?
Here's those Alex Bregman bobblehead.
I would ask Bruce, but I know I'm going to beat Bruce there because he's going to be working with you tomorrow, right?
Yeah, Bruce is 9-11. We got guys.
Now,
we're set up.
Will he do it from here or will he do it from Wrigley?
No. Come on, technology. He's doing it from Wrigley.
Okay. So he'll beat me to Wrigley then.
He'll beat you to Wrigley. He'll be there 8:30 in the morning.
Nice.
Yeah, he's ready.
When do they start giving out those?
Does that count as one of the first? If he's there at 8:30, he'll be one of the first 10,000.
He should nab you one.
But he's not. He's going in the media. He's not. He's not at the.
That's true. He's going in the media entrance, and they frown upon that stuff. They don't even give you towels anymore when you walk through, like at the Bears games or whatever. If you go through the media entrance,
no rally towels.
No rally towels. No give outs. I couldn't walk out of there with a vest.
You got to pay for that.
You got to pay for that stuff. Well, that's exciting. Then you're going to get a vest. Kate Horton's going to deliver. And the Cubs will be 500 again.
Fingers crossed on the vest.
Fingers crossed.
Really? You think it's going to be that close? You're really going to be delayed that much?
To get the vest?
Yes.
Well, my daughter, it's just my daughter and I. It's a dad-daughter day, and she's got to do ballet. So we got ballet finishes, and we're going to come right down.
It's not a competition.
No.
It's
just class, but
you
can't miss class.
Okay.
What time does class get over?
I want to say 10:30.
Oh, you're going to be cutting it close,
right? Yeah.
You're going to be cutting it close. Yeah. Maybe.
And Av Noon, the famous ballet instructor, likes to keep them a little bit late.
The tension in that car driving downtown is going to be just thick enough to cut with a knife.
And for Lent, I gave up road rage. So when I get in a pickle, I say a Hail Mary or an Our Father.
He gave up a road rage. How do you have road rage when you're driving 35 miles an hour in a 50
Because
zone?
people are giving me a look as they pass me and cut me off.
And everyone in a car right now just heard you say that and say, no, that's cute. How do you give up road rage? Come on.
How do you get road rage when you drive as slow as you're driving? I don't understand.
Well, road rage isn't necessarily speed of driving. It's the decisions that are made that put you in a spot like I can just imagine Dustin flipping off somebody who happens to not give him the right of way on when he's turning left.
Yeah, but he could never catch up to him.
Have you driven next to me before?
Oh, that would be fun.
Weren't you going to kind of have to watch a few starts before you determined if he was back as the same guy or if he
no
was,
doubt about it, Mully.
You know
would be
what I mean?
cautious. There would be trepidation.
Yes.
There'd be all kinds of things. You'd be looking for cues and holding your breath, start to start.
And now it's going to be worse.
But now it's like, oh, God, exhale. Give me some of that Malort that Craig Counsell was drinking.
He did a shot of Malort, huh?
Yes, he did.
Is that
he celebrated his 900th victory with a shot of Malort, according to Taylor McGregor on Twitter.
Why would that be a celebratory shot?
The Chicago thing.
No, but Malort is meant to. It's supposedly like it tastes awful. I've never had a shot of Malort.
Well, I know you haven't.
And I'm from
proudly
Chicago.
You say. I know.
And I never heard of it.
It's not for everybody.
Until I was well beyond my shot drinking days. So we didn't have Malort when I was in college. So I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know the context. I don't know where they got it. I don't know why he in San Diego had a bottle of Malort handy. It might have been all that was handy.
It's funny because I was at a wedding and there were gift bags for everyone going to the wedding, and the gift bag included a little bottle of Malort.
Yes.
And I looked at it and I thought, that stuff's meant to be especially nasty. Like
It's supposed to be a Chicago thing, right? I know you guys.
I don't know.
Chicago handshake. It's a shot of Malort and
so
an
that's
old style.
probably why somebody may have brought it. Okay, so light them up. 312-644-6767. If you were going to celebrate a milestone, what would you do a shot of?
Maybe champagne, something classy.
A shot of champagne?
No, like maybe.
What would you do a shot? But you're doing a shot. Not a glass of you're not like toasting. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my family.
It's a really
good.
No,
you're just doing a shot.
It's a very good question. Like
I know what I would do.
If you were having a shot, what would you want a shot of?
I know what I would do.
Give it to me.
Peanut butter whiskey.
Yeah. Okay. Now you lost me. I mean, a shot of whiskey. I suppose.
A peanut butter whiskey. A shot of peanut butter whiskey is excellent right now.
The screwball peanut butter whiskey.
What about a little bit of whiskey in a glass that you could sip it and enjoy it, as opposed to.
I would do that, but that's not the question.
Shooter, not a sipper.
That's not the question.
So if I was doing a shot.
Yes.
Sports fans, call us at 312-644-6767. Or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
What did you make of Argentina's last gasp comeback from behind? They win it 2-1 over England to set up a World Cup final versus Spain on Sunday afternoon. Argentina scored twice in 6:34 minutes to eliminate England, fueled by 2 assists from Lionel Messi at the tender age of 39. First goal came in the 85th minute of the 90-minute game, and the second game came 2 minutes into stoppage time. Was that the most heartbreaking loss for a nation rife with them over the years. That, of course, is England.
Yeah. I mean, you had to feel bad for England. The English people, they got that coming home thing. They feel like they invented the game and they want the trophy to be in England. And, it's England, they just have this history of kind of arrogance regarding the world's game. They never even took part in the World Cup until 1950 because they felt that they were of a higher standard than the rest of the world. So the World Cup, I think, began in 1930, something like that, and they didn't join in for the first group of World Cup trophies. So maybe they would have won more had they done so. But they came in 1950. It was in Brazil, and they traveled over, and they lost 1-0. Among other games, they lost 1-0 to a U.S. team that was like apparently a bunch of workmen from around St. Louis, a couple of Scottish guys. The guy who scored the goal was a Haitian guy. The legend has it the ball was crossed, and he was going to kind of run a dummy, and he put his head down to try to miss the ball so it would fall to the guy behind him, and he accidentally headed the ball in goal. And that was the one goal that was scored in the game. And then England hit the post, hit the bar, did everything but score. They sent the result back to England. The Times of London, there are 3 reporters here and a gentleman from the Times. The Times printed the score as 10-0 to England. They thought that it must have been a mistake, 1-0 to the U.S. So they've had this horrible background of all these moments where they were eliminated. We mentioned the hand of God goal, and that's just, they go nuts over that. Now they have this German manager who decides to start playing defense to drop into a shell way too early, and Argentina came back. England wasn't really attempting to play, and it's a fun story, but it's hard luck for England.
Hard luck for sure. I know you guys yesterday were talking about the teams you selected. If you remember when we were talking about this before it even kicked off on Kalshi, I had mentioned that's who I was investing in. So I had my fingers crossed that I had touted that one correctly, even though you warned me.
I warned you.
You warned me, and I still went with England and Harry Kane. Interesting that winning goal came in that extra time. It's the one thing I'm still trying to...
It's not extra time. It's stoppage time.
It's
like the referee.
Stoppage time.
Yeah. We're a bandwagon, Mully. You got it.
I'm trying to wrap my mind around that exact timing. It's hard at the end, especially when the game is tight.
Because you want the game to end.
Trying to figure out,
think how much time you have?
Yes. And they don't necessarily show that to you.
It's on his watch.
Right.
He will, if there is stoppage, in other words, if the game stops, he adds it mentally so there's like an extra minute. Well, they celebrated too long. I'll give them 2 more minutes. Yeah, you're right.
And I'll take the rest of this time really quick. And I wanted to text you, Mully, but I sometimes don't know if you're live in the game necessarily, right, because of scheduling. The first semifinal game. Now, again, Spain won, deserved to win.
Right.
But that, in my opinion, I was dying to know your opinion. I thought that first penalty that resulted in the first goal was absolutely outrageous. He was clearly trying to kick the ball, had no idea that the Spain defender had come from up in the air down into his level of kicking. I thought that was ridiculous. And the amount, the flopping still, I mean, they got to do something about the flopping.
Mully, do the players have an awareness of how much stoppage time is remaining?
Yes.
They know. Is it on a screen somewhere?
They hold up a number.
Okay.
So there are going to be 6 extra minutes in the game.
Okay.
But then what happens is the stoppages continue while you're playing. So for instance, once they scored the goal and they had the celebration, he had stopped the game. So they added I think 2 minutes onto the stoppage.
It's very confusing.
Yeah, it is.
I will say that I think what makes this so heartbreaking of a loss for England is just sort of the way that it happened, right? Like the fact that England dominated the entire game, really, for the most part, until they decided to sort of drop back and play prevent defense. And there was just a strategy error there that I think is probably upsetting a lot of England fans today.
They're very upset.
I wasn't on this program when you guys made your picks, but I would like to say that I announced to my people in my close circle that I am picking Argentina to win as of last week. So I would like to just have a moment to brag on that for,
pretty good.
Even though I could be lying to you, you would never know. But I have been, as I mentioned, following Messi. Obviously, when working in South Florida, his transition to Inter Miami, it's been fun to see him play on this stage and still be playing at the elite level that he is.
Who did you take, Brandon? Because you took someone, right?
I had Spain, and I think I went the opposite. I think I went England once France got knocked out, so I just went reverse on all my picks after that.
I made 2 wagers before the tournament began. Do you remember who I bet on?
Spain and Argentina.
Come on.
Mully,
Come on.
Soccer fan.
I'm just saying, I'm going to cash a ticket. And I don't even care who wins.
At the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
That's all that matters.
100%.
Yeah, to answer that first question.
How long into his rookie NBA season will it take before the Bulls' 4th overall pick, Caleb Wilson, will emerge as the best overall player on the Bulls? Is it inevitable or is it unrealistic given the presence of new signing Norman Powell, who was an all-star last year with the Heat? Where do you rank Josh Giddey, Matas Buzelis, in contrast to Wilson?
So I think Caleb Wilson, there's a difference between being the best overall player and the most exciting player. And I think Caleb Wilson is going to be the exciting player. He already is the most exciting player on the Bulls. That's very clear. I think when you feel the excitement from the fan base, when you hear what people are saying nationally about the Bulls landing a guy like Caleb Wilson and how maybe he could be the best player coming out of this draft long term, that's really exciting. And I think you're going to see the splash plays from Caleb Wilson pretty regularly. We're seeing it in Summer League, and I know you can only take so much from Summer League, but that I think is what can be Bulls fans can get really excited about. I think the Norman Powell signing is very underrated. So I'm glad that was brought up here because, again, an all-star with the Heat. The Heat had ups and downs throughout the course of their season last year, but I think that's somebody that's going to have a really important role to kind of be the glue of a young team kind of trying to figure it out. We can't forget Josh Giddey, Mr. Triple-Double, who is just kind of does it all, right? And I think that's what's really exciting about him still being here. You kind of forget about Josh Giddey still being here because of all the new additions and turnover, new coaching staff, etc. Matas Buzelis is going to be very, very interesting this year because I think he loves being sort of the face of the future for the Bulls. And if he kind of takes a step back, or a step back away from the spotlight, how will he handle that? How will he take the being second in command to an exciting player like Caleb Wilson? Because last year, Matas Buzelis was the most exciting player on the Bulls in terms of thinking about them long term. So I'm excited to see what maybe stepping out of the spotlight. Will Matas maybe thrive in a role where not all eyes are on him? That I think is really interesting to me. I didn't really rank them, Mully, but I think that kind of gives you, if we're going exciting player, it's going in my opinion.
It's a great comment. I agree with
Caleb Wilson, Matas Buzelis, Josh Giddey, and Norman Powell being the glue guy.
Glue guy is a good way, I think, to say what they expect and are hoping from Powell. I think that's why he's here, plus the guy that can knock down a three. But I got it from a distance. Boy, that was special what Caleb Wilson did out in Summer League. I know it's Summer League. I get that, and I'll be the one who's going to overreact in the prisoner of the moment. If you can get the Bulls under 30 wins for their win total, I would run to the window and do that. I think this is a bunch of try hard people. I really do. And I think Josh Giddey's going to be motivated by everybody being like, ugh, Josh Giddey, why would you even want him around? If they can find the open guy, all these guys want to score. They're all going to want to score. And the one thing for sure is that Caleb Wilson's going to be the most exciting guy. I mean, he loves to play basketball. Clearly, he wants to play. I'm sure the Bulls were like, take the night. No, I want to do the back-to-back. I got to get ready. I love this blank, as he said.
I got to be honest with you. I've gone back and forth on this issue because you understand the difference between a young, exciting talent versus an experienced, excellent player. And I think that Norman Powell is a good player, and he will be, he made the All-Star game for a reason. He's also a veteran guy. He's also, is he not like 33 years old? I think, I think any thought of Matas Buzelis being the future of the Bulls, that can be erased now because you watch this guy in one summer league performance. If you watched all 3 games, good for you. But that's what the future looks like. You're talking about a player who is so dynamic, who is so athletic, who is so good at basketball, if he can indeed continue to develop a three-pointer, if he can do some things away from the basket, which I believe he will. He is an incredibly exciting player that you look at and you think, my God, the Bulls have a guy that could be top 10 player in the league. They have a guy who might be the top player in this really good draft class. They have a guy who may someday grow into the best player in the NBA. And I know that's way over the top, and I'm Walter Payton at the goal line with all of this. But the reality is this guy is a different kind of player. That's what an NBA star looks like. There isn't a ton of time that you need to develop. If you are still waiting on Patrick Williams, he's probably going to break through. Maybe we give him the contract. This is totally different. This is a bona fide NBA player, and I think it's inevitable he will be the best player on the Bulls, be it this year, next year, whenever. It might be when they start the season.
I'm not going to take any questions.
What did you make of Jesse Rogers' Inside the White Sox draft story regarding the decision with the number 1 overall pick between Rock Chalowski and Grady Emerson? I did say Chalowski right, didn't I? Did you enjoy scouting director Mike Shirley comparing Chalowski coming in to what the Astros got from Bean and Alex Bregman? Quote, didn't that push something forward? He helped them build out what they did. These college players at the top of the scale are different, end quote. Is that ultimately what you were expecting from Chalowski?
I got to tell you, I love that quote so much. First of all, Jesse, incredible job. It's a fantastic story. It tells you a lot about the White Sox that they let someone come in and just chronicle them having an argument, having a final kind of say as to who the two guys are that we're thinking about and why are we going in this direction. That is total transparency, and we haven't really seen that a lot. There's no Chris Getz telling you to keep your nose out of White Sox business. They're welcoming in a journalist, and they're hey, you want to write that? Yeah, go ahead. Here's what we're thinking. You listen to the meeting. It was a fantastic story. If you like a draft, no matter what draft you like, if you like the White Sox, if you like baseball, I thought it was just a phenomenal job. Jesse does a great job covering the Chicago Cubs. He's excellent at what he does, and that story was phenomenal. As far as the decision they made, I wanted them to make that decision. I want them to be as good as they can be as soon as they can be. And I love the idea that bringing him in is like when the Astros got Bregman, you're bringing in a guy because, like Bregman, he could very well be playing a different position than shortstop. We'll see how all this works out. But he is the kind of player that is going to add something. He has got this ability that's going to raise their game. And I think we're going to be talking, this is the first overall pick in a draft, and it's a perfect time for a team on the come like the Chicago White Sox to be able to get a guy that aids them in wherever it is they're going to finally wind up.
Good for the White Sox, as you had said, Mully, for letting a reporter into their war room, if you will. And
he even listed the food they were eating.
I'm excited. I mean, this is where I will say, as a Chicago sports fan, even though I don't believe you can cheer for both the Cubs and the White Sox, that's just me, pick a side. This is really good for them. This is exciting for them, and he's going to fit in nicely. I just wonder where he ends up playing, right? Where does he play? They're spoiled for riches at that position at the moment.
Again, have to give props to Jesse, to the White Sox for giving the access. This was really cool, and I think it's emblematic of the White Sox being really comfortable with where they are in the process of their, rebuild. The narrative around the team is so positive right now. This was a great opportunity to give White Sox fans an inside look at, hey, we're doing things. We got a system. Everything's organized. Chris Getz is the leader in the clubhouse, literally. Like, he is leading the voice. And I think it was just a really cool sort of peek behind the curtain of how things are operating in a really organized, professional manner for the White Sox as a club. I love the quotes talking about, the parallel to Alex Bregman. But something that I wrote down that was interesting, it was under the section where they're talking about Grady Emerson and, sort of weighing the pros and cons of the two players. And in the Grady Emerson section, Jesse wrote, it was perhaps the first hint of where Getz was leaning with the pick. And Getz had said, it's an interesting point. I think we've all felt it, where there's something about that college competition that you enter into professional baseball, get to the big leagues, and it's a little bit more ingrained into the player, where oftentimes the high school player, the international player, they just never really had to play in those environments. And that, to me, spoke to, it was also in the context of this feeling like a college season for the current White Sox. So Rock Chalowski is going to blend right in. He's doing it. He's playing college baseball at a really high level, and it's going to be a really easy transition for him. And I think that was the moment where it was really cool to hear. We've been saying that, and yes. I know Brooke Fletcher says it a lot. Like, this feels like a college team. So to hear Chris Getz say it was cool, and for that kind of to maybe be a little bit of a tipping point for the pick was really exciting.
I understand the question.
Who is the crucial player for the Cubs that will impact their playoff push in the second half of the season? Is it a player currently on the roster? Depending on trade possibilities, could the most impactful contributor be someone yet to be added to the roster? Is that a starter or a bullpen piece?
Wow. Great question. I think the Cub that is going to be the most crucial is the Cub that is in the MVP race. And his name is Pete Crow Armstrong. And I know there's probably going to be some additions, whether it be a starter or the bullpen. But what I think we need to understand here is that Pete Crow Armstrong is not only the best player on the Cubs, but he is arguably one of the best players in baseball right now. And so I think you need to lean on your best player being your best player, and that is going to be crucial for him to continue to keep up the second half of the season the way he was in the first half of the season, for them to continue on this streak, potentially catch the Brewers, and make their way into a deep playoff run.
I think it's the name of the player we just talked about in the last question. No, not Rock Chalowski. He's on the south side, but it's Alex Bregman. If they're actually going to do something, he needs to continue. He was the one guy that probably didn't want the All-Star break to happen when it happened. He finally seemed like he had found his groove a bit. So I just hope that what everybody else is saying, like, don't worry about catching the Brewers. You focus on improving your team, staying as healthy as possible. You're going to make the postseason, but it will be hard to win in Milwaukee if that plays out like it did last year.
Yeah, I think PCA is a great answer, because it was him that carried this team for a long stretch. I think Bregman's a great answer, because if he can get hot, and he did hit a couple homers at the end of the break there, right before the break, I think that would be absolutely huge. I also think it might be the player to be named later. In other words, this is a team that really needs pitching help. And I mean in the bullpen, in the starting rotation. See, the Brewers picked up Lance McCullers, made a trade for him. That was interesting, just to see the Brewers We know that the Miz couldn't pitch at the All-Star game. He was there, but he's got a fatigue going on with his arm. That's very interesting. They've had different issues with their pitching staff. So the fact that they realize they've got to do something and made a move is also kind of eye-opening. I just think when I look at the Cubs, what they've done, the ups and downs of the season, the bizarre roller coaster that they've been on, they can even that out. I think that they have enough hit tool. I don't know if it's Seiya or Michael Busch or who's going to really be the power guy that adds to this that you haven't seen yet. But they got to get a pitcher, don't they? They got to get like a pretty good pitcher that can win in the playoffs. And I don't know that getting all the veteran guys back when you don't have a Cade Horton or, I guess Cabrera maybe, if he ends up coming back, could be the internal solution to some issues. But I really think they're going to need to get someone from outside the organization to be the team they want to be. Yeah. All right, we're going to continue. We're in the midst of the Pick Six. It only gets better from here, for God's sake. It's Mully and Haugh, Ruthie Polinsky in 104.3 The Score.
Cubs fans, Saturday at 10 a.m. Be a part of history when the Cubs unveil the all-new Champions Gate at Gallagher Way outside Wrigley Field, honoring the 2016 World Series team during their 10th anniversary celebration.
And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series!
Featuring live appearances from Tom Ricketts, Joe Madden, and members from that historic championship team.
I wish all of you could be right here at this moment.
Plus, join inside the clubhouse as David Haugh and Bruce Levine broadcast live from Gallagher Way from 9 a.m. to 12:45.
And the celebration begins.
Don't miss the unveiling of Champions Gate at Gallagher Way, Saturday at 10 a.m. Heard live on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, official radio home of the Cubs.
This segment of the program brought to you by Buy you a shot when we were out at Jared Payton's place for a Bears remote. I thought, didn't they bring over 3 shots for you, Olin, and Pat Manley?
Yes.
Was it JMO? I think it was shots of Jameson.
Yes.
That would be a fine choice. So you'd go with Jameson?
I had a shot of Jameson.
I'd go peanut butter whiskey screwball.
I wouldn't.
Halftime.
I would if I were going to do a shot, I'd probably do a shot of tequila.
Okay.
Because it's get a little.
It's a good answer. Yeah.
Get a little lime and a little.
I need the training wheels for the tequila.
What would you have?
Oh, that's like rocket fuel. That
your
gets you
900th
fired
successful
up.
show with The Score.
Oh boy.
I guess successful is the key word.
Yeah, still working on it.
I mean, my typical shots are either Fireball or a Southern Comfort and lime chilled.
Wow, that sounds fancy.
What is Fireball? Is that
like a cinnamon whiskey?
Cinnamon.
It's like a hot.
It's
good.
got
a little. It's like that gum. Remember the gum? Like what was the name of that gum? Like the cinnamon gum.
Big Red.
Big Red.
Big Red.
It's like imagine that.
How did you forget Big Red?
I don't know. It just didn't come to me. Too many shots of.
Brandon?
I will go with Hennessy. Love me
nice.
some Hennessy. It's smooth.
I'm here for
Smooth.
you, buddy. I'm here for you.
Craig Counsell chose Malort, or somebody chose it for him, and he celebrated 900th victory. A little odd choice.
I wonder if he said, "Oh, where's the peanut butter whiskey?"
I caught you off guard there, didn't I?
Peanut butter whiskey.
It's really good. Screwball, I think it's called.
A screwball, I thought.
Yeah, screwball peanut butter whiskey. Yep.
Yeah.
It's newer. It's newer to the market.
It's newish.
A screwball is a drink, though. It's isn't it like vodka and orange juice or something? It's
That's
not
a
a screwdriver.
That's a screwdriver.
Screwdriver.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All these screws are getting to me.
Screw loose.
Yeah.
Screws falling all the time. The world's an imperfect place. Name the movie.
That's a good one. I don't know the movie.
Classic line from a classic movie. Filmed in Chicago.
Tell me.
Breakfast Club.
Oh, Breakfast Club, of course. Yeah. You didn't strike me as a Breakfast Club guy, Dustin. Even though we're part of the 5 a.m. club. I love it every morning when Dustin refers to the 5 a.m. club on the pregame show.
And the way the lineup is right now,
yeah.
Ballesteros, I don't know if you caught Craig Counsell yesterday all of it with the afternoon show with Spiegel and Holmes, but I think Craig Counsell might be with me on the over-under 1.5 more times. He was like, it would have to be a very, very unique situation, or we would have to have an issue with one of the catchers being hurt.
I heard that. It didn't sound like they were planning on Mo Ball or getting behind the plate again.
Yeah, I'll take 2 shots of Malort on the air if he goes over 2 games as a starting catcher. Okay, 2 shots of Malort on the air.
We got that on tape.
Yep.
So that means if he catches 3 games this year, If he starts in 3 games catcher,
big key to that.
You're doing 2 shots of Malort before 10 o'clock.
I mean, honestly, this sounds like you're just desperate to get permission to drink on the job.
Well, how many times did I talk about Michael Bush, and then all of a sudden we had a 6-pack of
Well, can you talk about him some more?
David Haugh was like rifling down like it was a fraternity party back at IU or something.
I didn't go to IU.
I know, but you
I never went to a frat party at IU.
You never went to a frat party at IU? Okay.
No, come on.
It was for the out-of-staters.
I was at Ball State. We were the #1 party school in America.
Do they have frats?
Yes, they do.
I just asked the question. I'm wondering how many frat parties you've been to.
Why is Ball State taking strays?
Ball State's not taking a stray.
School?
Ball State's huge, back in the day, it was a big party school. It was known as a big party school. I think the year that I went there, it came out, and whoever was ranking party schools, we are #1. We were #1.
Sure.
I was surprised to find out how big of a party school Dayton was. I was surprised. They're big St. Patrick's Day at Dayton.
Yeah.
How's your daughter handling the big party school that Dayton has become?
Pretty good so far. No, pretty good so far.
Getting to the end of the year. Finals coming up.
Yeah. A week from Friday, you won't have to deal with me. I'll be going to Dayton to pick her up.
Oh, wow. Good for you.
She ready for finals? Let's hope
so.
Let's hope it's not too big of a party school the next week and a half.
Let's hope you're not drinking Malort that morning.
I won't be here for that one.
I'm saying as you drive 5 hours.
I'll drink a whole bottle if he catches 3 games. If he catches 3 games by next Friday.
Don't say that stuff.
Yeah, don't say that stuff.
You never know.
First of all, don't drink a whole bottle of anything, okay? Just
like a Mick
lighten
Ultra.
up there,
I
Francis.
could do a Mick Ultra, whole bottle.
Yeah,
of Mick
okay,
Ultra.
great. A bottle of beer.
You don't want to make these proclamations because they end up coming back and biting you. I know I have done that
Who
in the
are you
past.
speaking for?
I've done that.
All
before.
humans.
Yes.
All humans.
Rosarena then pivoted to English, this according to ESPN, and said that Raleigh should shove his, quote, good to see you in his big dumper. That, it does not seem.
This is one of those stories that I wish that Les was still here to talk about.
Or in the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, it's a good question.
That's a good question. That's from Scott Merkin. He's our guest coming up at 8:25 to talk about those first-place White Sox. And what about the White Sox and their chances in making the postseason? Ozzie Guillen telling us yesterday their improvement chances could rely upon the combination of Mune Murakami, who is just returning after missing 35 games to a hamstring injury. Catcher Kyle Teal, he missed the majority of the first half. Are the White Sox chances less reliant on acquisitions than the Cubs' chances, in your opinion?
Well, in my opinion, the Cubs need to make a move and they need pitching help. And, I think that anybody would draw that conclusion given the amount of injuries they have. I also worry that there's a lot of age on the pitching staff. So there are guys that you're reliant upon coming back that are still pretty long in the tooth, whether it's Jameson Taillon, whether it's Shota holding up, whether it's Matthew Boyd. I just don't think – I think they could use a young pitcher, an influx, and I think they know that because I just saw their draft, and it was very pitcher-heavy as it should have been. And I think that it's going to take a while for that to come to fruition, but – eventually they will get there. I just worry that when we talked about it at the beginning of the year, like, wow, 2016 wasn't that amazing. You can't compare this collection of players to that one really because of the pitching as much as anything else. But Jake Arrieta was as dominant and as good a pitcher as there was in all of baseball over whatever that was, a year and a half, 2 years of his career. And that is how you win. You have to have guys like that to win. I would say beware of teams with good pitching as much as I would teams that have great position players. And I think the reason that the ups and downs have been there is in large part because there have been issues. So you want to go bullpen. You want to go to the starting rotation, do that. But I really think that the White Sox, when you compare them to where the Cubs are at, they probably, and this is just my own feeling, they probably need help in the pitching staff because they got a lot of guys that are going deep for the first time. But they probably have people like Shane Smith will indeed be back. I don't know how good Mason Adams is, but he's down in AAA. He might come back. David Sandlin, it did pretty well when he was here. He might be able to buy you some starts. I don't know that they definitely have to make a move to get into the playoffs. And I think that between, a couple of other guys, McDougal, whomever, they're going to get help out of the bullpen. So I just don't want to lose any young players. That's all it is. You want to make a trade or two, go ahead and then get better. But you better make sure you do it right.
Got to do it the right way. What I think is interesting, I think the White Sox and Cubs, assuming that they're both buyers as we move forward, are probably buying the same type of player, which is a starting pitcher or a bullpen piece.
But
I think they're
aren't the Sox shopping in a different aisle? You know what I mean? Aren't they more in the maybe even a different store? They're not going to Marshall Fields, right?
What is Marshall Fields right now? In the trade,
you're right.
Tariq Skubal, and Tariq Skubal, according to our friend Bob Nightingale, has supposedly told friends and family and the Tigers that he doesn't want to leave. That he thinks that there's still a chance for the Tigers to get their what in order and make a little bit of a run for themselves. Because what five teams today, 5 American League teams, 500 or better.
Right.
So I just don't know who the Marshall Fields is in this trade deadline acquisition period.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I think the Cubs are more reliant on being big buyers than the White Sox are. And we talked about this yesterday, Mully, just because the path for the White Sox seems to be a little easier with how bad the American League is right now. And with the fact that they're, pretty much in first place and will probably toggle back and forth with the Guardians as needed here as throughout the remainder of the season. We really haven't seen, we saw Mooney come back right before the All-Star break, but we haven't seen him really get his groove back quite yet. So to see him get his groove back, playing with Kyle Teal, that's going to be a huge boost. Not to mention, I think Bruce talked about this on your program before the All-Star break, that having a week to sort of regroup for some of those starting pitchers, like a Davis Martin, who was pitching really well at the beginning of the season, sort of has struggled a bit, maybe even a regroup for Noah Schultz. Those guys are going to be able to have a reset this week and maybe can figure things out for the second half of the season. I agree. I think the Cubs are maybe in more dire need to make a big swing because of, again, their pathway is more challenging than that of the White Sox. And also, I think, they've had very, high highs and low lows. So they just kind of need a stabilizer, it feels like at times. And so I think, But again, to Dustin's point, what is that big swing, right? The market isn't necessarily, as people are saying, it isn't really a buyer's market right now. That's a good question. Kind of caught me off guard.
That is Ruthie. Did you appreciate Kevin Fishbane's fan survey story in The Athletic yesterday? Any surprise that for the third time in the last 4 years, edge rusher, top concern for the Bears fans, with defensive tackle second and earning 4 times as many votes as the offensive line, a traditional obsessive concern? Why, in the name of Ben Johnson, are all the defensive positions more of a concern than the fans than anybody on offense?
Love Kevin Fishbane. Love the fan survey. I think there is not a surprise that fans are concerned about edge rusher. That doesn't surprise me because, again, in the name of Ben Johnson, there is a lot of faith and hope in what Ben Johnson sees in the offense. But what I don't understand, and I hope I can convey to Bears fans in this moment is that the reason Ben Johnson is really good at offense is because he's really good at figuring out defenses. So he's really good at identifying talent on both sides of the football. So I think that's something that gets lost in, he's an offensive mastermind. The reason he's an offensive mastermind is because he watches a lot of tape of his opposition and can figure out ways to expose them. So I want people to feel more confident in what they have. And if they didn't make a big move, it isn't because Ben Johnson feels differently than Ryan Poles. Like there is an alignment here. Now, when you look at this team and their roster, it does feel like edge rusher is a position of weakness. So I do understand, just sort of, it's all relative. And that's certainly part of it. Want to make sure I hit all parts of this question here. But yeah, I think it's because people have faith in Ben Johnson. I was surprised at how people are not nervous about, not surprised necessarily, but pleased to hear that people are not really concerned with the quarterback position. Caleb Williams has won over a lot of fans because heading into last year, it was quite split. Feels like he's won over a lot of fans. And I think it just shows you again how fragile and how quickly things can change.
It's list season for the NFL right now, right? This is this month gap between the last mandatory camps and the break until mid-July when teams are reporting to camp. I understand why the fans feel that way, but if you do feel that way, the position that then I would then be concerned about is, can the cornerbacks and the brand new safeties hold up if the quarterback and the wide receiver are getting an extra 70 seconds because the pass rush isn't good enough, right? Because they're the ones who are going to have to hold up. If the pass rush is not up to where everybody wants it to be, the defensive backs, the secondary have to do their job a little bit longer and maintain their position on the wide receiver. So if anything, I'm more concerned with this new look defensive backfield than I am about the pass rush, because I don't see the pass rush improving over the next 4 weeks.
I find it interesting. I love stuff like this because it just lets you know what the fans are thinking and how they look at the game. And, what is the great John Fox line? Everything's a problem. Everything is an issue. Everything's a concern. The thing is, you got the quarterback and the coach, and you got the coach and you got the quarterback. And I think that has relieved a lot of concern fan-wise from all elements of the offense, because mainly Ben Johnson. He is, a football god. He is a guy that knows what the heck he's doing, that can put together an offense, that can also solve a problem if it comes up. I think we saw some of the same ability on the defensive side of the ball last year. They were really, really beaten up in the secondary. There were real major concerns about what they were going to be able to do, and they somehow got through it. You had basically one defensive end that you liked, and I'm talking about the team. There were people in the fan base that seemed to be worried that he wasn't good enough, that you'd brought in a guy that wasn't getting the job done as well as he should have. So I think that I felt surprised that they didn't go after the defensive end position, just because not only was it an issue last year, it was certainly an issue in the offseason. You were interested in trying to land the big fish if you could have done so, and you don't do that unless you think you have a need. So it was just really interesting the way the draft turned out and how they chose to go. But I kind of like the secondary. I kind of like the fact that you got three really solid players. I think the rookie's going to be good. I think they brought in a great player from Seattle, and if Jalen's back, then you really got something. The big question is what's going on with Kyler Gordon, and how are you going to be able to manage that position? But you look at what they did last year; it was like unbelievable what they managed to get done. All right, we will be right back with the extra point. Mully and Haugh, Ruthie Polinsky in on 104.3 The Score.
As the Cubs have
Manning.
a field day.
It's just Daniel Manning and Brian Urlacher all over again, isn't it?
Do not congratulate the opponent. I don't care if it's a ex-teammate during a game. That's bull. Do it after the game. I totally agree with that. Before the game, you want to say hi, whatever. During the game, you're congratulating a guy for picking off your quarterback's pass? Complete garbage. Sorry. What the hell's gotten into athletes in this day and age?
They just realize that it's not life and death.
You're trying to beat this team's brains in and trying to beat them. You don't congratulate them for doing it. They're taking money out of your pocket. They're trying to do something that could end up keeping you either out of the playoffs or get you a lower seed or cost you the division title.
I disagree. I think it's okay.
Then you're full of crap, too. You're all full
Wow.
of crap.
Cupcake, my guy. Not Adam Pac-Man Harris.
Good for Adam. The pause. And they're like, yeah, I disagree.
The crazy thing about Adam is like, he is literally the nicest person
Sweetest.
in the world.
He could not be kinder.
Sweetheart of a man. And you can see his eyes rolling, even though you didn't see him and have his eyes rolling. Like, you could see it, even if just hearing it.
That is our friend and former overnight host, the late Les Grobstein, going off about Daniel Manning, then of the Texans, and Brian Urlacher dapping each other up after Daniel Manning had a pick. I wish Les was alive and here for the Green Bay Packers season that just was. Les really would have enjoyed that.
Oh, he would have enjoyed it. He really would have.
Oh my God, he would have loved that Ben Johnson is totally okay with Matt LaFleur not being happy.
Can you imagine the 2 overnight shows that Les does after the Bears-Packers games?
Man, just the joy.
Just leaning
coming in. Thank you to the texter for pointing out that was Kesha in the background for Les.
Oh, yeah. Wait,
and Adam
what?
Harris. Left for Les and Adam Harris, the music. It was Kesha.
Oh, yeah.
It's absolutely killing.
Didn't he have thoughts on Kesha, too? Isn't there some Les and Kesha thoughts or some back and forth between him and Adam Pac-Man Harris?
Have you ever seen the video where Kesha tries to hug Jerry Seinfeld on the red carpet at an awards show, and he's just like, no, thank you.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Because he didn't know who she was.
Yeah.
And
he would like to protect his personal space.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have to hug everybody or anybody.
In that case, he was being like Cal Raleigh. Except
dapper up.
Kesha didn't come from Spiegel. Like, think about Speaks. Think about this from Randy's point of view.
If it was Julia Louis-Dreyfus and he said, no, thank you. No, thank you.
Right. Like, think about Randy's like, man, I was just hanging out with your cool-ass parents.
Yeah.
I gave a big old hug, and we were talking about how great you are.
Yeah.
Wait, we not cool now because I have on a different jersey?
That's why I said F off and go to hell. That's right. Shove that up your big dumper.
I think we actually have to dump that.
Do we?
Yeah. I you did it the can't- first time. I was like, I'll just be cool and just not mention it, and hopefully Speaks doesn't say it again. Oh, no. Yeah, because you can't.
sorry
you can't
about
do
that.
the thing where it's.
We have wanted, hoped, prayed, and dreamed for some of the things that have ended up happening. This is the 6th best offense in the NFL in terms of yardage. Forget since the bye, whatever. Season's done. Let's look at it.
And you would have been happy had it been 12th.
Yes! You're the 6th best. You have the 3rd best running game in the NFL.
And you would have been happy had that been 15th.
Yes. You are 9th best in scoring. You are a top 10 offense no matter how you slice it. How about this? How many times did Caleb Williams get sacked last year?
68.
They have the 3rd best sack percentage in the entire NFL.
He also doesn't turn the ball over very often.
They have the number 1 best interception rate in the NFL. They do not turn the ball over. And this quarterback, who you feared might be another Justin Fields in terms of holding the ball too long and causing sacks to happen, has become what he's become, the 3rd best sack rate in the NFL. With all the investment on the offensive line and his development and the change in the offense is something to celebrate massively.
And then you add in the magical stuff. You add in the games that you felt like they were going to lose, the games that you were used to them losing.
Yes.
As a Bears fan, you're sitting there going, I've seen this movie before. I know exactly. I did
no.
not know how this movie ended because it ended with Caleb putting on a cape and making some incredible throw, and the Bears won it.
They had 6 comebacks in the final 2 minutes, which is insane. And guess what? There's 3 others that they could have won in the final 2 minutes, including yesterday. 3 others. And that hurts.
Read the score.
How about Shelley telling us yesterday that Patrick Kane is picking between his hometown Sabres and the Blackhawks?
Well, I am not going to lie to you guys. It is down to Buffalo and Chicago. I know that, obviously, because I spoke to him. But it's a tough decision for him. It really is. Whether to go home, make it easy on his parents and his family and his friends and finish like he did, or kind of like Taser tried to do, or he comes back, and in my opinion, he's a Blackhawk. And, the Blackhawks, you see how tough it is to make the playoffs. It's hit or miss. There's no guarantees. With the absence of Connor, in the beginning of the season, no telling when he's going to be back yet.
Is Kane the perfect cover for Connor Bedard? And are you more interested in Kaner's decision or LeBron's?
Listen, this is huge. And what I love right now is that Chicago sports are on fire, and even the bad teams are making headlines, including the Bulls with Caleb Wilson in Summer League, as well as the Blackhawks. Patrick Kane potentially coming here would be just a huge spark for that organization, and I think it would just be a really nice blanket. As I mentioned yesterday, Mully, I think it would be really nice for when Connor Bedard does return from this shoulder injury, that he has sort of the spotlight isn't on him. He has someone to sort of help him get his legs back under him. I think it's a beautiful story for Patrick Kane. If he does decide to come back to Chicago and sort of end his career here, that would be really special for the city. I'm more interested in Kane's decision, but LeBron's is also intriguing. But I also just kind of want it out there. Like, I'm over it now. Just tell us.
Yeah, any time now, LeBron. Any time now. I don't know what is he the Aaron Rodgers of the NBA that he has to wait and drag it on. I would love Kane to come back. He may want to come back, but was it about a year ago or 2 years ago now? Didn't the Blackhawks basically slam the door on Kane or Taves coming back to town, that they shut the door on that era and we're moving forward? But he is good cover based on what's going on with Bedard. I heard you guys talking about that yesterday about, what's up. He had surgery, which shoulder, what part of the shoulder, how long till it's done, what's going on with his contract. So a lot of unknowns there.
I hope that Patrick Kane comes back. It would be a perfect move to get you through. And then it would help you with Connor Bedard playing with him, frankly. I think you got a really good player that wants to be here, that has been here. I understand they tried to change and they tried to move on, and it wasn't his fault that any of that stuff went on. Was he a party to it? No, he didn't create the situation. So the right people have been dealt with the right way, and move on in life. And don't be embarrassed about your past in any fashion. In fact, I would embrace it and try to relive it a little bit, because, man, those were some glorious years when the Blackhawks were good. And I think it would be really nice to the fans. And we will find out their whole schedule today. But the 4 games we did look at were pretty tough games. So, and they also, I believe Buffalo's the 4th, right? And that's not going to be easy. So I would concentrate on building the best team I could for what we have gathered right at this moment. And that does not include Connor Bedard initially. All right, we will be right back. We'll open up the phone lines, 312-644-6767. Mully and Haugh. Ruthie Polinsky in this morning, 104.3 The Score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
We also see at least Vargas come through like we have all season long. Here he is again, but he's not the MVP. Instead, it's Bellinger. And I think it should be Miguel Vargas. I'm still not quite sure why it's not. He had the home run.
I hear you. I hear you.
If you're going to give it to somebody who isn't Vargas, I still think it's probably the pitching, given that it dominated this game.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
We've all been there.
They kind of left the 1 seed sitting there on the table if they get that touchdown to end in San Fran.
Yeah.
And then yesterday, and they probably approach it differently and all of that. But anyway, how about this? Caleb was finally right about Torrey Taylor. He punted 60 times, 3.53 times per game. That is the lowest figure in Bears history. Remember when he said you're not going to be punting that much? It's the least amount of time you have seen a punter in your entire history of watching the Bears. That's pretty funny to me. Then these numbers. What did Ben say was the most important number?
EPA.
EPA per play, they are 7th in the NFL. EPA per pass, they are 9th of the 8 teams ahead of them in that all-important number, according to Ben Johnson. 6 of them are playoff teams, and the other 2 are Detroit and Dallas. So they are a top 10 offense by EPA per pass, top 10 for scoring, top 6 in yardage, top 3 in rushing. That's the year that you just saw.
Can I just, for a second, I want to talk about the EPA thing because I like that something that he kind of dismissed while talking about EPA ended up playing a huge role in them being good.
Turnovers?
Yes.
So true.
Yes, like he
So
kind of
true.
dismissed that as a thing, but look at the takeaway margin that the Bears have defensively, and it's played a significant role.
They are plus 22. They are number 1 in turnover differential in the NFL, ahead of the Texans and the Jaguars and the Steelers and the Rams. So all of the top 5 are playoff teams.
It's been a wonderful year. Kyle Monungai, I still owe you a steak, by the way. Kyle Monungai coming in and doing what he's done. DeAndre Swift being the player that he's been.
And having a career year on the ground.
The improvement of Darnell Wright, even though he didn't make the Pro Bowl and you understood why.
Mm-hmm.
The improvement of the offensive line all the way through it. Even with the left tackle situation being in flux yet again yesterday.
2 more quickies. Phil Thompson wrote a great piece in the Trib yesterday.
What's up, Phil?
The Bears, going into yesterday, have run 496 plays under center. That's the second most behind the Rams in the entire NFL. Remember when Caleb was told that he couldn't do anything under center? Second most in the NFL under center.
Well, he worked his ass off. And
Yeah,
we
he
talked
did.
about it before the season began that I had heard that he was out there doing reps every day, taking snaps from center, and then that plays out where he gets – and I think a lot of people are like, man, if this guy can get that concept, he could be a really dangerous passer, and he has been.
And average depth of target, just to show you stylistically what they do, okay? This is how far the receivers go down the field before they are targeted. 9.31 yards, 5th in the NFL, behind the Eagles, the Patriots, the Rams, and the Packers. Playoff teams all. So Ben Johnson has given you a playoff caliber scheme, and Caleb Williams has executed it to a playoff caliber offense.
So there should be rejoicing in the fact that the Bears have won the division. They are the 2 seed in the NFC, and the playoffs start on Saturday for them over at Soldier Field.
Get yourself an Ethernet hookup.
It's a good radio gimmick. It's the guy who does the show from a car. Yeah.
Well,
because he lives his whole life there.
Well, guess what, Tanny?
Build a toilet in?
I produced that segment here on The Score when Les drove back from the Eastern Conference Finals in 1999.
And he did the show from the car?
He did. He had to do the first segment from the car.
I think Sears told me that he did what from like a drive-through one time.
I'm not surprised.
Wait a minute. Les was covering like a post-Jordan era Eastern Conference Finals.
He went down
felt compelled to do that.
The Pacers Knicks, right? So he went Pacers Knicks, and he went down to Indianapolis. And by then, I'm what, a year into my tenure here at The Score.
They should have just let you host the segment until he got back.
Well, I'm getting to that part of it. So Les tells me, he says, I think I'm going to make it back before. And so I'm like, what? Because that was when the show started at 1. Remember, Tommy Williams was on.
Yes.
So Zampillo was producing
I
that.
love you, big partner.
Exactly. So he says, I'm going to have to start the show on the phone. And I'm like, that's
not a thing.
Terrible idea.
That is not a thing.
So he's like, can you load up that last break between Tommy going off the air and us starting? I'm like, I can ask Tommy. And he's like, no. I'm on 9094 now. I'm not far from the station. I'm like, okay. Les gets in. Let's call it 112, 117.
All right, you guys ready? Let's do it. 112, 117.
Somewhere in there, he gets there. And he's wired because he just drove 3 hours and there's the adrenaline rush of being on the air and all that stuff. Then
Patrick Ewing was traveling all night long. Like mad about the Knicks.
He definitely did that. And then at about 3:30, the crash happened.
Oh, no.
And for those of you on Twitch, I'm going to show you what happened, okay? And I'm going to try to explain it. Les is sitting there doing the segment, takes his glasses up.
Oh, the head just falls directly into the microphone.
Now, he falls asleep while talking to a caller.
Oh, man. So the caller ends and there's no host.
No, that was my first moment on the air.
Really? Your first moment ever on the score?
I jumped on the air.
Good job.
And asked the caller about what he said. And I was like, Les, what do you think about that? And he's like, well, what do you think about it? Lawrence, what do you think about it?
Oh, wow.
And then I gave my thoughts on it. And then he woke up and he was like,
and that was that.
And he was back in. And
he got the shock that lasted him the rest of the show.
And then he told me I can open my mic whenever I want.
Oh.
That is the origin story of me on the air at the score.
Folks, and from there to the Blackmobile.
Right.
So you owe everything to Les.
100%.
Now, someone who I owe nothing to. I also have a similar story. This happened with. This is not as good of a story.
Into the second deck. Vargas, the first-time All-Star, one of the biggest surprises on the biggest surprise in the sport. And the Chicago White Sox tees off and makes it 4-0.
Mully and Haugh 104.3, the score. That, of course, was the only extra base hit in the entire All-Star game. And that was that worthy of being the MVP of the All-Star game? They gave it to Cody Bellinger. Dustin, you were not here. That's PCA that you hear and mic'd up. PCA was a very good mic'd up guy and had good things to say about Chicago, and he was on the call there with Miguel Vargas.
Maybe if he had gotten more than one at bat, the National League could have done something. 3 total hits for the National League on the Midsummer Classic? It was not a classic. It was not a good game. It was.
Well, I thought the game worked out perfectly.
It was a snooze fest compared to the Home Run Derby.
Were you mad that your team was part of the losers? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Hold on.
The league?
When is the All-Star game ever a thrill? I think the cool thing about the All-Star game is seeing your favorite players be out there, mingling with each other, going up against each other, being on the same team, like rivals being on the same team. Like the game itself, I feel like is never the main attraction of the All-Star game.
I'm almost to the point like changing the structure. I know obviously the NHL and the NBA have done different versions of the All-Star game. I'm almost to the point like, okay, after the fans and the players and the coaches pick who should be representing, who's had the best, hopefully, first half of the season, then let's have like a schoolyard pick. Let's shake things up. Interleague play happens on day one of Major League Baseball season. Right? The fact that there even is an American League and a National League anymore, kind of silly. But like my point is, there's nothing on the line. Like I just like to see it. It needs a kick in the pants. That game. It needs a kick in the pants. Maybe you do it next year at Wrigley.
The Home Run Derby stole the show of the weekend.
The Home Run Derby was spectacular.
It was really fun.
And the rule changes in the Home Run Derby were very good.
To my point, like let's just that's had multiple versions of the Home Run Derby contest, right? Let's do something. Let's have a redo on the All-Star game, considering it's not American League, National League as much as it used to be.
What did you think of kind of Mooney's role in that All-Star Home Run Derby? I just thought it was super neat that there were 3 different Sox players at the thing. I was very surprised that Tristan Peters got the call. Very pleased, but surprised.
What a great story.
Mm-hmm.
What an incredible story. and we went over what everybody was wearing and walking the red carpet and all that stuff. But I thought the best moment for me was Paul Skeens walking up to him, introducing himself, telling him, I'm friends with Grant Taylor. He tells me good things, and slapping him on the shoulder. It was like, I just thought that was super neat. Did you see that one?
I did, and I also saw the whole, when we found out his favorite song. That was very funny. That was very funny. That was very funny.
It was great.
I'm glad that he got in, but I'm also glad, and you and I talked about this, I think, right before I took off for vacation, maybe off the air, that I thought, okay, being in the All-Star game is good for Mune Murakami.
Yes.
And that is also then good for the White Sox.
Yes.
But Mune first. But I'm glad that he took part in the series against the Athletics ahead of. It would have been not a good look if
you just brought him back for the All-Star game.
That would not have been a good look.
I am glad. I'm glad he's on the White Sox. I'm really glad that he said he wanted to stick around. I really hope that they go to him and try to figure out the contract situation. I think they need to get him signed for more years immediately. I don't know why you would ever. If you get to this point next year, they may well have to trade. I don't know what's going to happen. That is not ideal. I really want him to be with this team for a while, and I think that he kind of is emblematic of the change that the White Sox have gone through. I also think that in a weird way, and this is a dumb thing to say, maybe taking part in the Home Run Derby, maybe playing on the All-Star circuit will improve him in the second half. He didn't look great in that series against the A's. I almost called them Oakland. They're in Sacramento and soon to be in Vegas. But it was really important for him. He still doesn't seem like he's found his stroke. He doesn't feel like he's back where he needs to be. Like, I want to get him in action where you feel like, boom goes the dynamite. He's up again. Here we go.
I was really happy to see in the Home Run Derby. I know he didn't advance to the semifinals, but even just to be right there, he was one home run away from being in that group of four.
Right.
To me, that was very significant just in terms of, okay, he's got it. It's still there. He looks healthy. He looks strong. It's just about getting his groove back. So that's why I think participating in the Home Run Derby sort of maybe helped him get his groove back. And I think that'll be part of, when they get back and start playing games. And hopefully that's part of the confidence. The one thing I wanted to say, I know we're all praising the Home Run Derby format and the adjustments they made. The last pitch with the different ball.
Yes.
The whole time I'm thinking, this is so silly. No one can hit it. Like, what's going on here? This isn't fun. And then when Jordan Walker, obviously at the end, it made it all worth it. I thought that was sort of cool because at first I'm like, I don't know if I like this last pitch being because you can't make a run.
Going. Yeah.
You can't make a run, and it being the different ball. Then Jordan Walker being able to kind of keep it going was really cool.
All right, let's get to the phone lines. 312-644-6767. Jeff is listening on the Odyssey app. Jeff, how's the kitchen, buddy?
Hey, we're baking gluten-free focaccia for you today. So if you like Italy, you get a little taste of it. Ruthie, one thing real quick. You're definitely not an OG because all of us older people, the All-Star game, whoever won, you had bragging rights for a day, and I know Dustin would like that. But my reason to call, a couple things. The White Sox, they've got a schedule coming up that's going to be like the gauntlet they had at the beginning of June. So what are we looking at that they need to do over the next 3 weeks to maintain, and they could actually, if you think about it, knock the Tigers down to where they have to trade Skubal when they play them later. And also, Dustin mentioned that goal in the penalty kick in the France game.
Yeah.
Mully, what would you think? I'd like your opinion. What would you think if they actually changed that rule that unless you were dribbling the ball or actually shooting the ball in the box, that it is not a penalty kick but a free kick instead? Because it just seems like that outweighs giving a penalty kick on something where the guy doesn't even have control of the ball seems like a bad look. But I'd like your opinion on that. But let's go. Sox, second half.
Oh, all right. We'll get to that in a second. I'll just give you I thought it was a peno. I thought that it was a weird bounce that the ball took. The defender was only trying to clear it. I understand that. But the player who came in, he had if his body could control that ball, and there's different ways to trap a ball, and it fell in front of him, that's a scoring chance very close to goal. And I think when there's a foul in the box, go with the peno. It's just a traditional nature of the game. I wouldn't want to see that change or move it outside the box or try. So I thought it was unfortunate. I think that because we saw an American player thrown out of the World Cup while committing a foul that was not intentional, we now think intention has something to do with it. It's really goal-scoring chance. And the player came up and hit the ball, and the French player turned and, it wasn't the dangerous kick. It was the fact that he knocked him down so he couldn't stand up and shoot, and that was a scoring opportunity. So I had no problem with that being called a peno, and the guy took a hell of a penalty kick, that's for sure. As far as the Sox are concerned, you're right about that. Like, I'm a little nervous about them starting in Toronto. The Sox haven't been very good on the road. And the other element is, if you look at their schedule in the so-called second half of the season, post All-Star break, it's a little bit less than the second half. I believe they have the 10th easiest schedule in baseball. So I think their schedules is not the problem. It's the fact that they are tied for first place, and you got to stay there, and they gotta be good right away. I think for me, it's going to be really interesting to see their batting order, to see their lineup. If they can actually use the lineup that they were using in that last game against the A's, I think that looks like a really good lineup, and it looks like they can score runs from any part of it. So I'm very hopeful for the second half of the season. I just want them to get to it. I'm looking forward to tomorrow night for sure.
And I still think that we haven't seen this White Sox team whole yet.
Yeah.
So in an event where, like we saw against the A's in that beautiful lineup that worked so well, that's one of those situations where, okay, well, maybe they can now find some consistency in the second half of the season, and we can see they're in first place, and we haven't seen the best version of that team yet, which is great. And I think that's something that Sox fans can have a little bit more optimism about facing that tougher schedule.
The key to the whole season is going to be, can they win on the road? Good teams win at home, and then they can get, split a series on the road, let's say. They lose series on the road. So we're going to find out right away. They're playing a pretty good team that's kind of found its way back. I think that this is a really important series, and it'll give us a hint of what's going to happen moving forward. That's why I'm looking forward to it. But, I am all in on the Sox getting better. I just haven't seen the group that I always thought I was going to see. So I think that having Butte back with Kyle Teal back you should see the White Sox better at a lot of different spots in the lineup. In other words, they will be able to score runs at the bottom of the lineup as easily as they do at the top. That's the dream.
Yeah, that's the dream. That's what you hope. And then you also hope that some of your pitchers can have a nice reset this week, including a Davis Martin, Noah Schultz, guys that have, we haven't seen their best leading up right before the All-Star break. So hopefully this is a time for them to reset and figure it out.
Davis Martin was excellent earlier in the year, and he did seem like he wore out a little bit. And he hasn't... he's been injured. He hasn't had these long seasons. And I think that's one of the elements of the White Sox that will be important to monitor and to really keep your eye on, watch out for, is whether some of their guys that are hitting more innings than they've pitched before are going to wear out or are going to kind of not be as good as they were, and that's a distinct possibility. So we'll find out. And that's why I'm kind of hopeful that if they can solve whatever was really hampering Shane Smith, the guy opened the season. He was the opening day starter, and didn't look like the same pitcher he was a year ago. But I think Brian Bannister does an unbelievable job with the pitching development. I'm hoping he's seen something and he's helping him, and then he can come up and be more like the entity he was a year ago, which wasn't perfect, but was pretty good. Mm-hmm. If you get pretty good back, that's pretty good.
Yeah, agreed. I think there's a lot of reason to look at the White Sox second half of the season glass half full for maybe the first time in years.
Forever.
So that's encouraging. I think Brian Bannister obviously is a reason why. And we've given Will Venable a lot of credit this year, and he deserves it. This is somebody that I think you should give the benefit of the doubt to in the way that he's navigated a season that I think even he maybe would have told you before the season started that it was a developmental, just another year in the process of rebuilding. And now look at them. I mean, they're in a pennant race. Yeah,
that's the thing that I think is going to be most interesting. I'm not so sure that you can keep this season going if you are trying to serve two masters. I think they're going to have to choose a lane. Yeah. Are they a playoff team? Are they going for the playoffs? Are they trying to win? Or are they worried about player development and how you're going to get different guys better? And if you use someone here or move them over there, maybe that'll help. At some point, you got to figure out, okay, we got a chance to be in the playoffs. Let's try. Let's see how we do that.
I think that
they haven't done that yet.
Right.
They've been experimenting with a lot of different stuff, including the lineup. There's been some wacky stuff because they're serving two masters. They're trying to develop guys and get them better and put innings on them. They're not just trying to win games. And that's a totally different mentality.
It'll be very disappointing if they choose to go the developmental route and not go all in on trying to win.
Well, I don't think they have a choice.
They don't.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think it's been too long and they're too close that, like, as much as you could say, well, give us another year or two and you're not going to believe how good this is going to be. No one wants to hear that.
Right.
No one. And I'm sure the players feel the same way. They want to kind of go for it a little bit.
100%.
Yeah. But it's going to be different, and you could wear some people out, and you might lose some fans along the way. But I just want to see what happens. I'm very curious about it. I don't know. I'm not because I like them. I'm not as certain that it's all going to work out for them. Do you know what I mean by that? Like, I think you do get
cautious optimism. You protect yourself a little.
You protect yourself.
Yeah.
I've been hurt. No, you're scarred. You want to see that happen, but you worry. Like, to me, if you want to do, if you're worried about development, how about this? Develop your payroll. Get Mooney under contract, lock him up, make him feel he already feels welcome. He already is having fun. The vibe of the clubhouse is excellent. But what would be really good is if you started giving some guys a little taste and making them feel like that their hard work is paid off. In terms of the Mooney contract, and I know we can ask Scott Merkin this later, but I'm just curious, do you have an idea of what that timeline looks like of when they can start having those contract conversations? They could do it whenever.
But realistically, do we think it'll happen?
I personally wouldn't want to see him wait till next year. The man has an agent. You go to his agent, you just say, hey, we're thinking about giving you X, Y, and Z. And, to me, the White Sox have never – they're one of two teams in baseball. And I want to – can someone double-check that? Because I don't know what the A's have done of late. But the White Sox are one of two teams that have never given out a $100 million contract. Right. The most they've ever given out is I think, Benintendi's deal. Mooney had a 2-year deal, right? So, half of the first year, 60% of the first year of that deal is over. Why not go to him now and just say, hey, here's $100 million. Stay here for 4 more years after this, or whatever it might be.
I'm in.
Yeah. Who wouldn't be? Is there anybody that would argue that? I think it's fairly obvious. So I'm very hopeful that they will
the A's is
do
correct.
something like that?
The White Sox and the A's.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the A's never gave one out. But, again, there's a reason they're going to Vegas. They're going to try to find a new home. It's just, the other thing that's going on is obviously the whole issue with the baseball looking for a salary cap, looking for, the owners trying to get better control of labor costs, the players wanting nothing to do with that, the contract being up. And it feels like there's far too many hawks involved in this thing, and maybe they don't want to do anything because of the labor uncertainty. I would have a separation of church and state, and I would say that the business of right now with baseball is different than the business of building our team, especially since we have let down the entire city by losing 100 games for 3 straight years. Let's see some investment. Let's do it.
Love it.
I'm all over.
Run through a wall, Mully. I love it.
I know. I'm into it. All right. We will be right back. We're going to bring in Mike DeCourcy. We'll get a chance to talk to Mike about all the happenings in the World Cup. He does a wonderful job covering, he covers it all. He covers college sports. We can ask a question if we're interested in that, but it'll be best to talk to Mike about now we have a World Cup final. What does it mean? And would anyone give a plug nickel? Would you even spend 20 minutes watching the third place game? We'll ask that question of Mike next, too. It's Mully and Haugh, Ruthie Polinsky on 104.3 The Score.
Congratulations to Mark Grote and Dan Wiederer on the 500th episode of the Take the North podcast.
For the people that are watching and listening, we know that you appreciate credible Bears information and opinions, which we try to give you on a weekly basis.
500 episodes into the Take the North, milestones everywhere.
500 episodes and still going strong. Mark Grote and Dan Wiederer bring the insight, analysis, and conversations that Bears fans count on every episode. Listen to the Take the North podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This segment is sponsored by Toyotas on Edens.
Hey, Ranji. This happened before a Sox pregame one time, where we were sending him out to God knows where, and all of a sudden it was like 2 minutes before the pregame opening billboard, which is like has to be precise timed. And he calls. He's like, "Hey, buddy, I'm not gonna make it." And he was lost on top of it. So it's like, and this was before GPS was readily available on cell phones. So it's like looking at MapQuest. Well, did you turn in 0.3 miles? Where are you? So he did the first segment of pregame on the phone.
Oh, wow.
Les was, I got to say, for a guy who was driving 90 miles an hour and holding a brick phone, it's 1999, y'all. And holding a brick phone.
It was a pretty good segment.
Did a pretty good job.
You do not want that at that time.
But what if it was Robot Bigsy?
Yeah. I think Robot Bigsy would be fine. I think Robot from the press box. I could see
Brad,
him.
What do we do here? Brad, what do we do?
Morning, boys. What's going on?
No,
we don't have time for hello.
I would take advice from Robot Bigsy because Robot Bigsy on a Sunday is somebody you'd want to take advice from. They allowed maybe the Bears defense to get their best personnel on the field, perhaps, but there wasn't a situation.
Oh, what the heck was that?
What was that?
Holy cow!
Something just.
Did you see me jump?
Yeah, I did see you jump.
Like, what? I immediately got into like a Karate Man pose.
What happened there?
I don't know, but someone could have gotten hurt. Honestly, something just collapsed somewhere.
I don't know what collapsed.
Did you guys hear that?
I heard it and I looked up. I mean. Is there anything laying around you right now?
There's a body. Does that count? No. I don't know. I don't know what that
Something
was.
fell out below me, I think it was.
It was the banging.
That's
what happened. He was pounding the table.
I barely pounded the table.
You pounded it with your shoe.
Maybe it had something to do with your read.
All right. That's it.
We digress.
That I literally, I'm sure that will sound funny because I did let out kind of a surprised yell.
And
go ahead.
You're overstating how much I pounded the desk. I was just kind of.
No, you're like gently touching.
I don't want to touch anything else. I'm going to fix the desk.
David is going to repair whatever damage he's done. I'm gonna yell. As a texter said, I yelled like Homer Simpson.
No.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Mike, who do you have healthy sports hate for? Who do you let yourself feel it for, either a person or a team?
Definitely KU. Lawrence, I ever tell you I know I haven't told you. Have I ever told you my Bill Self story?
No. Go on.
Please, because Bill Self's got an opportunity here with Darren Peterson and a very talented team, and Duke looked vulnerable yesterday, so we were just talking about them off the air.
So this is a story of, again, how you can have inappropriate hatred towards someone who really doesn't deserve it. So John Anderson and I, in like 05 or 06 or 07, something like that, he goes, let's do a road trip to a Mizzou game. And I was like, yes, mentor. Like, such is done. And he said, we'll go. There was back when ABC used to have a 2:30 game on like a Saturday or a Sunday. And so we flew into Columbia. I was in Charlotte at the time. He was in Bristol. And he, like a week before, goes, hey, by the way, they're playing Kansas, the game we're going to. Remember last year they lost to Bradley in the first round, and the year before they lost to Bucknell. And I was like, yeah, of course I remember. Those are two of the greatest days of my life. And he goes, someone sent me a Bucknell t-shirt. So instead of us wearing gold at the game, I'm going to wear the Bucknell t-shirt. You got to get a Bradley t-shirt. And I was like, oh, classic, perfect.
Oh, God.
And so shockingly, I couldn't find a Bradley t-shirt, but I found a buddy's girlfriend who knew how to iron and print a decal. So I had a Bradley t-shirt with a lame, cheap decal on it. And it's like a 2:30 tip, and 11 o'clock, John's like, meet me in the lobby at our hotel. We'll walk to the game, and we'll just go to the student section and party. They're going to love that we're there and we're, crazed fans, even though we're on SportsCenter and what have you. And I was like, great. So we get down and meet in the lobby at 11 o'clock, and we're walking over, and all of a sudden we hear this, hey, is that you, John? And we turn over, and it's Bill Self. The Jayhawks are staying in our hotel, and John, before he got to ESPN, worked in Tulsa, where Bill Self was the coach. So they knew each other and had a friendly relationship. So John goes, oh, hey, yeah. And so we walk over like morons wearing these basically middle finger t-shirts to the man we're going to talk to. He couldn't have been friendlier. Couldn't have been nicer. We have like an 8-9 minute conversation. He's so charming and likable. And at one point he was like, hey, John, are you wearing a Bucknell? And John like sheepishly just kind of like lowers his head and goes, yeah, I am. Oh, man, are you wearing a Bradley t-shirt? I was like, yeah, sorry about that, Bill. Sorry about that. And he's such a nice guy. He goes, okay, well, you want to come in and say hi to the guys and meet our staff? And so we walk in to the dining room, and I'm shaking Danny Manning's hand because he was a coach at the time while I'm wearing this ridiculous shirt. And like it was such a great sports hatred moment.
I would just like to say for the record, John Anderson's title right now is Endowed Chair of Radio and Television Journalism Professionals at the University of Missouri.
Oh, that man has found a perfect post-Sports Center gig, huh?
Correct.
Oh. But what they have is they're teaching guys, as you say, to throw so hard so that guy comes in the 5th or the 6th and he throws hard, and it's your starters aren't necessarily the best guys anymore. Like, the strategy has changed. I don't think it's the best.
Sporting News college hoops columnist, Big Ten Network studio analyst. He's a Liverpool supporter, but we let him on anyways. Mike DeCourcy with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Always great to catch up with our guy, Mike DeCourcy of the Sporting News. He joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. We've got Ruthie Polinsky in this morning filling in for Mr. David. And I want to give a shout out to everyone on CHSN. We appreciate your viewership. Michael, good morning. How are you?
I am well, Molly. How are you?
You know, living the dream, buddy. I mean, anytime I can watch England have a heartbreaker, it just reminds me of the old days. No, I feel so bad for England, but that was, I don't know what Thomas Tuchel was thinking. He kind of parked the bus maybe a little too early, but man, they kind of stopped playing offense. They started taking guys out, and they loaded up the box, and the next thing you know, they lost the game.
Here's why you don't ever park the bus totally against Messi. I mean, like, if they get the ball and they're in possession, and you have to be back, no doubt. But if you park the bus against Messi, you shrink the field. He's 39 years old. You shrink the field so that he doesn't have to run. There's nothing that he likes better than not having to run in a soccer game, and that's not an insult. He's 39 years old, and he's always been a guy who's been creative in tight spaces. So give him a tight space, and what are the odds you're going to win that competition? I haven't liked anything about what he's done with England in this World Cup. Starting with the roster selections, I thought they were abysmal, leaving out Trent Alexander-Arnold and Cole Palmer, multiple others. Really foolish, I thought. Alexander-Arnold has so much ability to change a game. If you're late behind, he's the best free kick taker in the world, not named Messi. And he left him off because he wanted to show who was boss. And we saw who was boss. And he tried to roll the players under the bus very subtly after yesterday's game. It was really instructive. We got too passive, he said, after they scored the goal. And then he sent out multiple defenders. And at what point did he ever tell Jordan Pickford, hey, when you're taking the goal kicks, maybe don't automatically kick it out over the left sideline every single time? It was quite clear that was coming from the bench. That's what they wanted him to do. He wasn't kicking it into play where it could be fielded. He wasn't starting it out by, okay, let's play out of the back. It was kick it to the left sideline, let it go over the sideline, and then we'll reset and we'll get bunkered in. It was all coming from the bench, and then he tried to blame the players. An abysmal performance by Thomas Tuchel from beginning to end.
Mike, great to chat with you. Obviously, from the other side of things, a really impressive win for Argentina, regardless of what England did on the other side of it. What has impressed you the most about watching Messi in this World Cup run, and just sort of how his game continues to evolve over the years?
Well, I think that he's always understood how to be great at whatever age, and he's never lost that feel, even as he has aged. And I think it's helped him in terms of his aging. Is it probably by the time he was late 20s, early 30s, his ability to cover ground had been diminished. And so he said, okay, well, I'm still the best ball handler, passer, shooter that there is as long as I have the space. And so he's looked for those spaces, and he doesn't have to run to find them. He just has to be alert and aware and move. And there are quick bursts he can still do, as he did just before the winning goal yesterday, when he won a ball right in the area and then eventually took it down to the baseline, to the end line, and threw in a cross that should have been managed. But again, he knew where the defenders weren't, and he dropped the ball right in there. He's just amazing. And one of the interesting stories about this World Cup, it being here in the U.S., is he's going now Sunday to play at what we used to call MetLife Stadium, and will again in a month or so. But 10 years ago, I was there. I was standing a few feet away from him when he declared that he was never going to play for Argentina again because he had lost 4 consecutive finals and said he was done. He just couldn't take the heartbreak anymore. He came back 3 months later and really just never missed any time. But that night, he just couldn't take it anymore. He came back, and now he's won 3 consecutive finals, 2 Copa Americas, 1 World Cup in 22, and now has a chance to win 4 in a row on his way out.
Well, it's funny in a way because whatever conversation was going on about who's the better player, Ronaldo or Messi, and that was, Ballon d'Or stuff. But he's putting that if they were to somehow repeat, he'd go, winning a Copa America, winning a World Cup, another Copa America, another World Cup. I mean, that would end any of that speculation forever, I would imagine. Not that there's many people talking about it now.
I think he kind of ended it when he won the World Cup in 22.
Yeah.
And now he's just putting that bar out there really far for anybody comes along. Maybe, let's say, Lamine Yamal or still Mbappe maybe could do that. The problem with Mbappe in that conversation is that his club record, I mean, Messi was at the right club in FC Barcelona at the time he was, but he won 4 Champions Leagues.
Right.
Mbappe still hasn't won any. So his club record combined with his national team record is going to be very hard to catch or beat. But that's when you're someone with Lamine Yamal's gifts. I mean, I think that's what your target is.
When you look at the final between Argentina and Spain, where do you think this match will likely be won?
I think that the interesting thing is that what Spain has done really well throughout this World Cup is they have controlled midfield. They have a tremendous midfield. Olmo has been fantastic in moving the ball forward. And what will be interesting is if Spain can get a relatively early goal, a first half goal, then can they protect or enlarge? I think what we've seen from this tournament is that if you get ahead of Argentina, that's not really that big a deal. You've got to get really ahead of Argentina. We can use Egypt as an example. I mean, they were 2-0 up, and it still didn't matter. They still got caught and passed. But Spain's a different team than Egypt. Egypt's a really fine team, but Spain's a great team. So I think if Spain gets ahead early, watch for them to go for as many as possible. I don't think they're going to know how to constrict the field, but when you get into that 20-yard game with Messi, you're just at a disadvantage, no matter who you put out there.
It's really interesting, Mike, because I was watching Zlatan talking about England, and that was after the game, and he said, who did they play? They didn't play anybody. Being able to beat Norway, what is that? That's nothing. And I wasn't arguing with it, but the fact is that Argentina had not played a top 15 team throughout the World Cup, and then they get England. And it is super weird because I thought France looked like the best team I had seen in the tournament. Yeah. Their depth, they just were scoring goals like mad. Then they play Spain, and Spain, they hold on to the ball, and they just hold on to the ball, and then guess what? You can't get the ball. It's hard to score. To see France trying to counterattack, and Michael Olise, that might have been the worst game I've ever seen him play, and he's an unbelievable distributor of the ball and a great player, but it was like they couldn't handle not being able to hold the ball, and that's the thing that Spain does that just that confounds everyone they play.
Right, and that's what Argentina doesn't need the ball to control the ball for the game, so that won't bother them.
Right.
So the key for them is, can they keep it close? Can they keep Spain out of the goal? That will mean some terrific performances on the left side against Lamine Yamal. Let's not forget, Spain won their game against France because Lucas Digne, for 2 seconds, thought, there's no way, I'm all by myself. The ball came across the goal on a Cucurella cross. The ball comes to him. He thinks he's in acres of space. He thinks there's no one around. And Yamal is so quick, so sudden, so dynamic. There he is, and Digne thinks he can just turn around and clear it, and he kicks Lamine Yamal right in the thigh. And that's and I think, and I can't prove this because I wasn't at the game, didn't get the chance to ask him. But I think that he executed the run where he did, so that if he were struck, it would be a penalty. I think because his natural path would have taken him outside the area, and instead he brought it inside so that he could make himself more of a nuisance. And there you go. It becomes a penalty. Spain's up 1-0, and now France is in huge trouble.
We were kind of joking about it this morning. There is a video out there. Not video, there's all sorts of still shots. Apparently, Messi, when he was 20 years old, and Messi spent the majority of his adult life in Spain. Moved to Spain when he was 11. He's effectively. You could argue that in the early World Cups that Messi had, he didn't fit in with the Argentina team because he didn't know a lot of Argentines. He was an outsider. He was a Spanish player playing kind of Spanish style with Argentina. And then as his career has gone on, he's become unbeatable in World Cups. But initially he struggled with it. But there's a couple of photos of him giving a bath to Lamine Yamal. 5-month-old baby Lamine Yamal it was his mom got him in this charity thing, and there is Messi at age 20 holding the little baby, and then there's a thing of him like rubbing his hair with shampoo and his mom sitting there. It's the weirdest thing that these two guys are going to face off in a World Cup. One really guy's now crazy. 19 and the other guy is 39. How is that? I thought, I saw it mercifully at the last World Cup, but I think when you look at it, it looks like AI.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people think it is, but it is real. It's a wild thing that happened. But it's interesting, the points you were making about Messi and his the nature of his citizenship or nationality, so to speak. There were a lot of Argentines during the time when they were losing, when they lost 1-0 in extra time of the 2014 World Cup, when they lost those 2 consecutive Copa Americas, and he missed his penalty kick in the shootout against Chile in 2016 at MetLife. A lot of Argentines who were saying that he wasn't really one of them. And I think that played into why he decided that on that night, temporarily, that he didn't want to play international soccer anymore. I think they fully embrace him now. They'll never let go of Messi now. You could see it yesterday in Atlanta, the unbelievable scenes inside and outside of the stadium. They are absolutely 100%. And I'm looking forward to being there in New York and New Jersey this weekend to see how the Argentines comport themselves and how they fill up Times Square and all that. Can't wait to be a part of that.
Great stuff. Mike, thank you. Really appreciate it. It's been so much fun.
Oh, it's lovely. Thank you.
All right, buddy. That is Michael DeCourcy. He does a great job at the Sporting News.
Great stuff.
Been around forever.
Yeah.
The only problem is he is a Liverpool fan, so it's hard to really enjoy any time we talk to him. Did you see that the Germans have hired Klopp, the former Liverpool manager, as their new manager?
Okay.
So maybe Germany makes a comeback. Who knows? All right, we're done with that. Let's move on. We'll get back into regular sports talk. 312-644-6767. The Cubs have a lot going on. We should talk a little Cubs next. Mully and Haugh with Ruthie Polinsky here on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Right now, you're listening to Mully and Haugh on your way to work. And once you're at the office, tune into Mully and Haugh on your smart speaker or the Odyssey app.
Good morning, guys. You guys crack me up. A joy to listen to you guys.
Or watch the show on YouTube or Twitch. Then keep listening to Chicago's #1 sports station all day long. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Hey, if your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know, makes your entire garage look bad. A bad epoxy job, that looks even worse. With one easy call to Comer & Cross to 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, you can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. And believe me, you will absolutely love it. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And in one day, Comer & Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor, the one that you choose. They'll even move your stuff out for you. Several realtors now say that a Comer & Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by 5 to 10%. With over 2,000 five-star reviews and 50% off installation right now. Why would you wait? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Do it now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or schedule them at Comer, Comer, Cross.com.
The Evans Scholars Invitational returns to the Glen Club July 23rd through 26th. Come watch golf's rising stars compete for a coveted spot on the PGA Tour. Complimentary admission is free this year thanks to BCU. Visit esinvitational.com to claim your tickets and get all the event details.
This portion of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence, it should never cost a fortune.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Fans? Tell you that much. Like, the game has changed in a way that makes it not as entertaining, but there's got to be some things that you see that make some strategic sense at this point.
Not anything I see up there. I think that's just ridiculous, and it's increasing injuries, and it's not maximizing on your best guys. And you guys, and just listening to what you just said, you're being dominated by the fake technology again. You think that all these guys throw 10 miles an hour faster than we did back in the day? Just watch the videos. Watch videos of guys back in our day who were the hard throwing guys compared to now. They are measuring fastballs and balls right out of the hand now, okay? The Jugs gun and the ray gun back in the day measured it as it crossed home plate.
Uh-huh.
So there ain't no difference. These guys, I've been there. I've been with these guys that they say are throwing 100 and sitting there watching them going, they ain't no different than anything I saw, hitting against guys in spring training. This is not... But they're just trying to pump it up like they're doing such a great job. And you look at this. Fake technology like everything else in the world. Here's the next thing that I laugh about, and I actually have talked to a lot of the old umpires and a lot of the new umpires about this stuff too, about them wanting to do the technological robot umpire stuff too. And I'm like, okay, I understand that, but if you've actually seen the Atlantic League funny posts that people made about strikes being called at balls that are like 3 feet outside and this and that, and when, watch the news today. Oh, they're telling us all about more, watch out because Russia's going to get into our technology and try to mess with our stuff. Wait a minute. They can get into our technology from Russia. Well, you don't think that the front office can get into the technology that's running the strike zone at the home stadium?
Oh, this is fun. I had never thought of that. I had never considered this either, that like another front office would override the robot umpire. Yeah.
That's a good point.
And it wouldn't be every pitch. It would be, okay, bases loaded. We got to get this pitch right here. Strike, go quick. That's the kind of stuff that I know would happen.
Somebody's going to do it now. You just gave them the idea, Jack. So thank you for that.
They think they don't have the idea? Come on. That's metrics and that's technology.
Do you have a smartphone?
It's ruining our kids' lives. It's ruining our sports. It's ruining our countries all around the world. It's crazy.
Do you have a smartphone?
I'm on it right now, dude. So I'm sure that hey, maybe Putin's listening to us. You never know.
It's not that interesting. I mean, it's good, but it's not that.
It was tremendous. And then telling stories. Mully, before the game, I think I could tell this. We're in the back of the green room, and he's talking with people, and it came up with something about mascots. He says, "Did I ever tell you about the time when in 1982 when I wore a mask? He was a mascot for NBC in one of his early assignments, and he pulled up this video, and he was showing it to the group in the room and then he unveiled the like he was dressed up as a mascot.
Oh my God.
And it was Bob Costas underneath the mascot uniform because his point was how hot it was in there.
Oh yeah.
How difficult it could be to be the mascot. And he was showing this story from 1982 when he was a young lad working for NBC.
When my eldest daughter turned 1 year old, she was a huge fan of Elmo. So I went to a costume shop, and apparently if you rent an Elmo costume, it costs a lot of money.
Never done that.
They got to pay money for the name and everything.
Yeah.
This was called Big Red Monster. So I rented.
I think what we went through in the first half as a team only sets us up to succeed in the second half because we'll have some guys coming back. And yeah, I mean we've done so well with what we've been with the cards we've been dealt.
Mully and Haugh, Ruthie Polinsky, in on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is PCA, of course, at the All-Star game, talking about his season, about the Cubs season. And he's right. They've done very well considering the hand they've been dealt. And that is the thing that it is extraordinary, really, that the Cubs are only 5 games back, that the Cubs are I got to tell you, it feels like they've got a decent shot at catching Milwaukee. And I think that's because as bad as the pitching has been, the hitting has carried them of late. And it's almost as if their hitting has improved because they understand that they've got to carry the load because the pitching isn't there.
The big question, I think, is that sustainable? Because we all know what gets you really big wins and big moments down the stretch, and that's starting pitching.
Yes.
So obviously the hitting is great, but it's hard to rely on that, I think, when you don't have the consistency with your pitching. So that's sort of where my concern lies, but I agree with you. I think this has sort of helped them stay afloat, their hitting, and especially as they got out of that 10-game skid and seeing the resurgence of PCA and everything that he's brought to this team. Now you need to see it kind of all come together, and I think that's where the trade deadline comes into play.
And I think Dustin made a great point earlier, which is there are so many teams that have a shot, that feel they have a shot. Like the entire American League, everybody looks at it and they don't say, wow, this is we've got to start dealing because we're not having the year. They're saying there's an opportunity here.
For sure.
Other than, Tampa, is there any team that really puts the fear of God in you? Do you worry about them? I don't think so. And I think that as a result, there's going to be a lot of teams reluctant to actually pull the trigger when the moment comes, unless their fortunes continue to go the wrong way or things. You mentioned Detroit, Dustino. If you're not going to trade Skubal if you believe you've got an opportunity.
Sure.
And so that's a big deal to keep an eye on. And
that's a huge piece, right?
Yes.
I think he's going to have to say, I want out in order for them to actually move him.
Yeah, and he's not saying that.
He's going
the other way.
Nightingale said the complete opposite, right? He wants to stay put.
Are we still giving Bob credit for his reports after the whole Rock-Chalowski thing? Excuse me. Rock-Chalowski thing?
Boy, that was embarrassing.
The commissioner embarrassed.
Oh, we didn't get your reaction to that, Dustin.
Wow. I mean,
that was hugely embarrassing.
There were 2, maybe if something crazy happened, 3 guys that could go number 1. 3.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right? There's 3 guys. You got to get that right.
Here's what is mind-boggling to me about it. You just exposed yourself, and people probably know this, but once again, you exposed yourself that you do not like baseball. Like, everyone who likes baseball knows that Rock-Chalowski was the name until other guys kind of trickled in. But it was Rock or nobody for a long time. And that, to me, is what shows it exposes the commissioner of the league to not follow the sport. Like, that's
Chalowski.
Like, what are we talking about?
It's hugely embarrassing.
Although Roger Goodell did futter Tua Tagovailoa's name at the draft. I'll never forget that.
I mean, that's almost forgivable.
I mean,
you got to get names right, but I'm saying.
But Chalowski sounds like how it's spelled. That's the crazy thing to me,
right.
too. Like, it's not hard.
I am an ethnic. Mulligan is an Irish name originally, just so you know. A lot of people don't understand that. When I was a little kid, there were different kids on the block. People thought it was cute who could only say like Muggalin, couldn't say Mulligan. And let me tell you, I wasn't necessarily forgiving about that. So if I'm a Rock-Chalowski and this is my big moment that I've been waiting for, and then that guy, that to the manor born country club figure who in charge of baseball walks out and, who cares about a piece of metal? That guy is the one who butchers my name. I would really not like it. I think it's just, You ruined that guy's moment forever. When we even played it this morning, I was like, oh, no, he's going to mispronounce that. Like, it's not like he sent out a correction. There was no apology. It was just typical of Rob Manfred. He's not a man, and he's not named Fred. He's a Manfred. I mean, give me a break.
Was that maybe why Rock had broken down the way he did upon hearing?
Do you think that's why he cried? So you're not buying the idea that he wept because he wanted to be a White Sox player?
No, but there was a lot of that I did find interesting.
That was great.
There was, he didn't want to be, he said he wasn't sure he wanted to be a White Sox.
Right.
Until he came here, then went out with Getz and somebody else.
And Fuller.
Dropped him off, and he walked the city till 2 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty awesome. But he also was there for the Braden Montgomery moment, and that was a huge moment. And he was in the clubhouse and apparently celebrating with them when that happened. You know, anybody in the clubhouse, what else are you going to do?
I can't believe that was kept so tight.
Quiet? It is very good.
That he was around.
Yeah, I think some people may have found out after the fact,
Sure.
but they didn't spill for whatever reason. I would love to have known that. I would have felt a lot less stress going into the draft had I known that. All right, it is Mully and Haugh. It is 104.3 The Score on Chicago Sports Radio.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
So I think the Cubs can catch the Brewers. Milwaukee has all sorts of pitching trouble. I think the Brewers are catchable. PCA has to remain a superstar.
Can he continue to have the run that he had? I think this has been a better first half this year than the first half last year.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio. 104.3 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Big Red Monster, which was absolutely Elmo. And I had this giant costume that fit me. And I was covering the Bears. I was at Hallis Hall. I'm in the parking lot. And I'm in this, I was showing John Mullen, Moon Mullen, the costume. And I had the big head and I put it on. And I was kind of dancing around the parking lot. All the players were coming out of practice, honking their horns. They thought it was hysterical. So anyway, I end up at this party, and I'm Elmo, and I'm dressed up, and I'm dancing around. I lived in a townhouse at the time. My nephew tripped me. I went like arse over tea kettle down the stairs. The only thing that saved me was this big outfit I had on. That I got to tell you,
almost saved your life.
Almost saved me when I finally took the helmet off. About a bucket of water of sweat poured out of it. I was just like, how do you ever wear one of these things?
That was kind of his point.
Oh, he's so right.
I don't think he was ever Elmo.
Oh,
That's
my
quite
God.
a story.
Thank you, buddy. I'm here for you.
I mean,
you know, when you love your kids, you do all sorts of dumb things.
Yeah, that's not a dumb thing.
You're not coming to Sesame Street anymore.
They threatened, did you see that thing? When Elmo said he hopes both teams have fun, he tweeted that out about the Knicks and the Spurs. All these New Yorkers went after him. Pick a side. And then they had
Elmo loves everybody.
The street thing, they showed the sign, they named a street Sesame Street, and they told him this comes down if you don't take the Knicks.
Oh, come on. He loves everybody.
It's hysterical.
Little touchy there.
Don't mess with Elmo.
For prostate cancer, unveiling a new way to test for it without having to,
Was that where they're showing the butt close-ups?
Yes.
The butt's clenching,
Yes.
literally, right?
It
Clenching
starts out
butts.
with like a bunch of tight ends. Like you had.
I don't know what we need that for, that audio, but we need to get it. And get it, we did. Thank you, Tyler Buterbaugh. Thank you, Ray Diaz. Thanks, Brandon Fryer. Thanks to Connor O'Donnell. Thanks, Jacob Stutz. Thanks, Max Curtis. Thanks to everybody who joined us as listeners, as viewers. Thanks to Anthony Herron and Dan Wiederer. I'm Dolores Rahimi, signing off to Marshall Harris, Mark Grote,
Thank you,
Lawrence
Dolores.
Holmes, and Matt Spiegel.
Thank you for your
I
contribution.
thought when you said thanks, Max Curtis, you were really going to say thanks, Max Crosby, and I was there for it. I was like, yeah.
Why are you Dolores?
Oh. Because I accidentally called Dan Adam because I was reading an Adam Schefter tweet at the time. I'm checking the news.
He said, it's okay, Dolores.
And yeah, he said Dolores. And I was like, okay, I'm good with Dolores.
And we were trying to think of like the top Doloreses, and the best one I came up with some help from the textures, quite frankly, Lawrence, was Dolores O'Riordan, who was the lead singer of the Cranberries. Unfortunately, we lost her in the year 2018. So I don't know who's our best and most important Dolores.
How about Dolores Claiborne, the Stephen King character from a book and a film,
and the character from Seinfeld.
That's right. It rhymes with.
So then everybody sent us that, and I was howling laughing because if you look at our text line, it's pretty amusing right now.
I don't know if I want to look.
Yes,
That's
a lot
funny.
of people were reminding us of the female body part that they were describing.
Proud of you all.
Especially me, right? I didn't say it. I didn't do it.
Well, hold on, Grote.
Yeah.
So the butts that you're talking about,
Yeah.
they were not clenching, they were unclenching.
You're right.
I mean,
I thought
this
about
is-
that. I used the wrong word.
This is the entire point of the commercial.
You say that, Speaks, but it's okay to think that because to get clenched or to get unclenched, you have to be clenched. And at the beginning of the commercial, they were already relaxed tight ends.
Well, yeah, but at the end, they show the butts unclenching because
You're
the
right.
relaxed tight end is the entire bit of the joke.
Relax your ass.
Yes,
Right.
relax
Bit
your
of the
tight
joke?
end.
You
the
are
butt
correct.
of the joke.
My God,
You're
like,
right.
you know, has advertising taught you nothing, Mark?
To declench. You're right. I now know to
Wait,
declench.
declench? I thought it was unclench.
Unclench?
Is declench even a word?
Either way,
Unclench.
they got me.
Unclench.
I laughed when Vernon
Reclench.
Davis was painting. When I saw, like, they went to the lengths to go get Vernon Davis and have him painting. I'm like, you win. You win. All tight ends
Wait till
are
you get me,
relaxed.
and wait until I get you in my clenches.
I
Especially
can't
seen as
believe
what-
that they got away with the William Shatner stuff. I can't believe that wasn't an FCC fine.
I think I missed that one.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, they shortened his name to the first syllable, and that's all he was calling himself. And I'm like, I don't think you can.
I think you can. It's the past
They ran it
tense.
by somebody.
I wouldn't.
It's the past tense.
I truly wouldn't.
I understand. But how about the one time when I'll tell you this is unrelated that I'm thinking of it, but one time Eddie O at Olczyk referred to a high heavy shart that it wasn't a shot. He accidentally called it a high heavy shart on a hockey floor. And that it's unrelated to anything, but that can be said.
I'm gonna let you hold on to that one, Speaks.
I'm right here. I got you. See, look, anybody hit a button over there? Mitch is on vacation. We're safe. Oh, did you hit a button?
I did.
Damn you, Ray.
He brings the button with him, by the way, on
Scared-
vacation. Mitch has got a
scaredy cat.
big red button on the beach.
You are a scaredy cat.
Ray, that is the proper move.
No, it is not.
Notice
Yes,
how
it
We
is.
used to play Eddie O saying it because he said it.
You guys bleeped me for saying words that I could say on cable.
I don't remember that.
It was the Reddit users who broke
Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. -5 through 16. That's where American Alex Smalley finds himself in first place at Royal Birkdale Golf Club. The Open Championship underway. A pair of golfers, -4. They are in the clubhouse. And then there is a large group of golfers tied for fourth. They are -3. That group includes Bryson DeChambeau and Scotty Scheffler. Those golfers are through 13 holes. Meanwhile, the World Cup final is now set after Argentina came back and beat England 2-1. They will play Spain on Sunday, 2 o'clock. That game will be seen on Fox. The game is going to be played down in Miami. Tonight at Soldier Field, the Fire are taking on the Vancouver Whitecaps, but legend Robert Lewandowski, officially signing with the Fire a couple weeks ago, will make his debut tonight with the team. Cubs and White Sox back on the field Friday. Cubs, 6:30 pregame right here on 104.3. The Score. Colin Race starts. The Twins are in town, so an odd Friday night game on the north side. The White Sox, they take their game north of the border. They're taking on the Blue Jays in Toronto. White Sox and Guardians are tied for the top spot in the AL Central. This hour of the program brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
for Jonas Adu. Here is Wilson back on the ball, defended by Matt Cleveland. Wilson, explosive! Whoa!
I actually think his floor is Kevin Garnett. So if you look at upside, someone's potential, not right now, but 2-3 years from now, he has the greatest upside of all these rookies.
I'm drunk off of Caleb Wilson right now.
We're all drunk.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3. The Score. Ruthie Polinsky in for Mr. David this morning, and Mr. Davidson. Very interesting that everyone is sort of drinking the juice on one Caleb Wilson. I covered the NBA years ago, and I became addicted to summer league basketball, which is a very strange thing to admit. Brandon, you have the same affliction. It's just I think you get to see younger upcoming players in an environment where they're not playing against real NBA players, they're playing against other kind of up and coming players. You get a sense of there's a lot of G League guys that are hanging on, but they're big-bodied guys. They've got traits. I've always enjoyed the summer league for some reason. This has been a phenomenal summer league. The Bulls are, 1-2, but they have a player, man. They've got someone, and we haven't talked about that in a while, where you draft someone and he comes in and you're like, oh my gosh, that guy's a real player.
100%. I think what's fun about Summer League is that after March Madness or after the college basketball season comes to an end, you fall in love with some of these guys that maybe you didn't follow during the regular college basketball season. You kind of follow the draft process, and then you get to watch them play in sort of a different stage with different stakes. But it's sort of like watching college basketball because you're watching your favorite college players, which I think is always really fun. And obviously here locally, watching Caleb Wilson, and nationally, you hear everyone talking about him with the highest of praise. Caleb Wilson is a star in the making, if not already. And I think that's what's really exciting. Obviously, there are parts of his game we've seen to pick apart, and certainly that will have its fair share once he starts playing against real NBA players, the experienced NBA players.
Yes.
But he's showing all signs of all the excitement and all the energy that he came with, out of college.
I mean, again, just everyone you talk to, it's a 4-player draft, and the Bulls are going to get one of the 4, and it looks like Caleb Wilson will fall to them. And I started getting nervous about that a couple weeks before the draft. Like, what if the order shifted? What if things changed? What if he wasn't the guy that fell to you? My fear was that it would be Boozer that fell to them, which is, he's a really good, solid, he's going to be a rank and file, excellent NBA player. I don't think he's going to be a big star. And there was something about his game that you got to see a lot more of Cam Boozer maybe than other players, because he's on Duke, and Duke is on television all the time. And every time I watched him, you felt like he was a really well-coached, solid, big guy that would get the ball, take someone low, turn around and score. And you can do that. Definitely do that. If you can do that in high school, you can win a state title. If you do that in college, you're going to be a good player. If you do that in the NBA, they're going to block your shot. So I think he's going to have to change his game quite a bit. The NBA is just a different animal. But what's extraordinary is some of the dunks that we've seen from Caleb Wilson, some of the skyboy antics that you knew about. He is such a raw, excellent athlete. It's hard not to understand all the people that were making comparisons to Kevin Garnett back when we were first talking about him as a possibility for the Bulls.
How about the fact that he matched his college 3-point total in one game, when that was the big concern about, he didn't take a lot of threes at UNC. Now all of a sudden he makes 7 and the world is on fire because he's a well-rounded player. He wasn't asked to do that at UNC. And now all of a sudden he's everything you want him to be and more. I'll never forget at the combine I'm standing next to Casey Johnson, and he's asked him something about how do you explain sort of your lack of 3-point shots made, and he was like, I wasn't really asked to do that. I'll never forget it. And then sure enough, in summer league right away, he's like, look, I can shoot the 3. Like we're gonna be fine.
You know what's funny is like even after he hit the 7 threes, which were as many as he hit in 24 games in college. He said, well, if I had been asked to take threes, I wouldn't be here. In other words, the only reason he fell in the draft, there were concerns about whether or not he could hit a 3, and he could always do it. He knew he could. I love that kind of confidence. Mm-hmm. I love 2 things about him. One is he's got a chip on his shoulder. He wants to prove something. He feels he should have gone ahead of all these guys. And he's ready to prove that, which is just an awesome way to be. But the idea that he has that kind of confidence just in his game is pretty outstanding.
I love the confidence. And I think what I've learned more, I think we knew he had the confidence coming out of college.
Yeah.
What we've learned through summer league is how much he loves to play basketball.
That's it.
And that's been what's been so fun about, I don't want to sit. I love this blank. Like, I want to play.
Yes.
I'm not like the other guys that are sitting and resting and not playing in summer league. So that's been sort of a personality discovery that we've made of Caleb Wilson, and that sort of hungry, just savage, like sicko basketball guy that I think you want your superstar to be.
And, everybody knows that Michael Jordan had a love of the game clause in his contract. In other words, like if he sees a basketball game that is broken out, he gets to go play in it because he loves the game so much. They want to keep you away from harm. They want you to not do this or not do that. But if you have a love of the game clause, if he feels like the kind of guy that needs a love of the game clause, like he could see 2 men play basketball and then immediately say, I get next, I love that about the guy.
Yeah.
The other thing is like, you can't coach size. We've seen a lot of different players that aren't ginormous guys, and that sometimes catches up to you. But this guy is not only 6'10", he plays like he's about 6'3". I mean, he can sky, he can get up. He's an unbelievable athlete. He's way over the rim. Did you see that dunk he did there? I mean, the guy looks like he's jumping out of the gym. He is just an incredible athlete for that size. And there is something balletic about basketball when somebody is as great an athlete as he is. God, it is just so attractive to
and
see.
He's 19.
He's a young lad.
Like, he could keep growing.
Yeah.
So and he's going to fit, like, certainly bulk up and get into, NBA shape as the time goes on. But he's young, man. And shows you, I mean, we don't even know what the ceiling is yet.
Who was it? Was it Tim Legler? Was he the one who was, listen to this, he had to say about Caleb Wilson.
He turned into a combination of KD and KG. All right, so
it would be unreal.
And here's what I mean by that. For the Kevin Durant part, it's what you just said. His ability to run your offense through him on the perimeter from 30 feet, give him the basketball, let him handle, create, get into his own, put pressure on defenses, draw multiple defenders as a face-up offensive player. The KG part is, because for me, Kevin Garnett is the greatest 4 defender I've ever seen. His ability and his intensity, his communication skills, his want to defensively at that position at 7 feet tall was as good as anything I saw in person. So that if he can have that level of commitment, intensity, and desire to be that great defensively, combined with the versatile offensive skill set of Kevin Durant, now you're talking about one of the all-time greats.
Okay, so I really respect Tim Legler, and I like him. I do not understand that comparison. I get the KG part of it, but Durant is a guy, from the minute you saw him, you were like, oh my God, that guy is such a great offensive player. You felt like he was made to play a game of horse. He could go anywhere on the court and knock down any shot at whatever distance. And that's why he's still a viable NBA player. I don't know that I see that yet in Caleb Wilson. I love the idea of it, but I see the KG thing because of his, the immediacy, the quick hops, and the way that he can compete and be so physically dominant. But if you could be both Kevin Durant and KG, that's absurd.
I wonder if the Kevin Durant thing is more of a build thing, Brandon. I don't know. I wonder where that comes from. Are they similar? When Kevin Durant came into the league, was there a similarity physically between the two of them? I don't know. That was just sort of my...
I think it's because he's a little skinny, but
yeah.
I think they really going off that first game because he was the way he was dribbling, he was off the dribble and attacking. Yeah. I think it's more with that. I mean, you see the KC.
Listen, I'm not mad about the comparison.
The KG comparison, I like that.
Yeah.
But the Kevin Durant, he's not Kevin Durant, and I mean, that's not an insult to him. Kevin Durant is kind of one of one. He's one of the better offensive players I've ever seen. I'm not kidding. I think, he's just an unbelievable scorer. But do you see, and Kevin Durant doesn't really play great defense. He doesn't really seem to be interested in that side of the ball. I get why he would combine that, because he's trying to tell you that he's got the defensive want to, which a lot of times what is great defense is pretty much want to. And he's got the athletic ability. But, man, come on. He's not just a guy that can stand outside and knock down any shot from anywhere. I don't believe that. Do you?
Not at all. I don't see that. I mean, could it develop into that? Maybe. But right now, for what I see, I mean, his help defense, I mean, he got potential to me. He could be a defensive player of the year. He could be in that, he had 5 blocks one summer league game. Yeah. I know it's the summer league, but still, just his help defense, his will, his mentality, the way his shooting is getting better and better. He needs to work on his free throws. That's the only thing I would knock right now.
I think defensive player of the year is locked down for about 10 years with Wemby. I don't see any, as long as he survives, as long as he's on the floor, how is anyone going to win that award over a guy that, how many blocks did he average this year? That guy is a human block.
Weird things happen, Mully.
They said when I was covering the league, Manute Bol played, and they used to call him the greatest defensive player of all time because he could stop 2 offenses at once, his own and the opponent's. I used to love that. It's such a wonderful insult to a guy who was a great defensive player and another guy that was 7'5" and I believe killed a lion when he was a kid growing up.
Though I will say the Dalen Swain experience has been
underwhelming. Dalen Swain, man. Swain, I'm worried about. Who was it who said yesterday he's playing like he has no confidence? I think you're right when you said that after the first game. You were worried they were going to ruin him by having him run the point. That's what Brandon's comment was. And I thought, he can't do that. And the fact that they're trying to make him do that has him so uncomfortable. Has he hit a shot yet in Summer League? I mean, I didn't
Last
even
two
look
games,
at that.
he's 0 for 16.
That's not as good as you'd hope.
However, I would say his Summer League teammate, Jalen Sellers, did say this about Swain.
Just take the punches that come with it, man. It's basketball. You played your worst basketball, bro. Just be Dalen Swain. I think when Dalen Swain is being Dalen Swain, I think he's a top 5 rookie. I don't always give guys those types of props, but I feel that way. I worked out with him before, throughout the draft process, and I practiced again. I've guarded him. And, like I said, I feel like I'm an elite defender, and he has shown up every practice against me. So I feel like he's a top 5 rookie, in my opinion, when he was being Dalen Swain.
Now that guy is going to make the roster.
Mm-hmm.
Is that am I aligned there saying that? He is the second best player on that team. Whether I don't know what's going on with Swain, but he can hit a 3 and he can defend. I don't understand what the holdup would be getting him into the league.
I think with him, they got one roster spot, I think, open left. I don't know if that's going to be because he's like a two-way probably
yes,
player.
He's a two-way player. Yes.
He's going to be back and forth with Windy City Bulls and them, and time will tell with him. With Swain, like I said to stand back earlier, I really think him playing the point guard, and I really thought they needed a point guard. And the fact that Tiago and maybe they didn't implement a system already, so they're just kind of playing just out there just playing regular basketball. I just think it's all in his head. I think he can play some point guard, but just having him man the whole duty of the whole thing, I don't think that's the right move for Swain.
No chance. All right, we've got Scott Merkin is going to join us next. We'll get a chance to talk to Scott about many of the good things that have happened thus far for the White Sox and how it looks going into the second part of the season. I'm very curious if he feels that the White Sox would make a deal. If indeed, do you owe it to your team to make a deal, might be the question, given how they've exceeded performance, or do you owe it to your development to not make a deal because you don't want to give up any of your young players? We'll ask that of Scott Merkin next. It is Mully and Haugh, Ruthie Polinsky, 104.3 The Score.
Hey, Chicago. It's Pete Crow Armstrong.
Now the 0-2 on the way to Crow Armstrong. Hit in the air to right field. It's deep. It's back toward the wall. Beavers at the wall. That ball is gone. It's a home run for Pete Crow Armstrong.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show. Mornings 5:30 to 10 on 104.3 The Score.
This segment of the program sponsored by PackyWeb Ford.
It's Maggie Webb at PackyWeb Ford. All Ford dealers are not the same. Our PackyWeb True Price Pledge is your assurance the price you see is the price you'll pay with no hidden fees. Check us out at PackyWebFord.com.
This segment sponsored by Grand Appliance. The red, white, and cool sale is on at Grand Appliance. Right now, get free professional installation on premium Bosch benchmark appliances by Grand's team of highly trained installers. Shop in-store or at grandappliance.com. Grand Appliance, appliance expert since 1930.
Get the best quality paints from Dutch Boy for all your projects at Menards. Max Bond Plus Exterior Paint and Primer in One is designed to stand strong against...
Sonnetrade.
Right.
That's right.
I didn't bleep you. Don't look at me. I would never bleep anything.
You all had to score.
Was the word wet in it?
No.
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 But Katy Perry
yes, it was. Apparently, that was the issue. Dan explained it to me, but I don't remember why it happened.
It's the possessive.
Wet Bud 23 and Katy Perry's booty.
Unbelievable. I was like, wait,
now
I have enough
done.
street cred to get bleeped on the score.
Broke a lot of news.
Is that the right part of that to bleep?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Don't worry about that.
You could leave that word and bleep booty if you wanted to.
Yeah, what's the
Same
updated list?
way, right?
I need an updated list of words and phrases we can't use in 2026. Seriously,
Well,
it's tough.
if Ray's in charge, everything is bleepable.
I mean, they're told to be very careful. I assume, right? You're told to over communicate and over be careful with your buttons.
I'd rather Ray be safe with.
It's because you're the mayor of Worrytown.
Yeah, I like my job too, so I'd like to keep it.
Hey, Ray, why don't you tell everybody how you led me in to getting dumped a couple of weeks ago when there was a certain Limp Bizkit lyric
That's right.
that you just led me right into. Yeah.
That's right.
Maybe we just leave it at that.
Just leave it there. Yeah. Sorry, Grote. I led you down that path.
You did.
Our listener, Kurt, from the Finer Line. You can go to finerline.com. They will brand all sorts of things for your company image. Was listening and has prepared this nameplate for you that says Boog Shambi.
Just stopping by, everybody.
So you've got that.
Which camera am I on? Am I on that camera?
Yes, Mr. TV man. He knows well.
Just stopping by.
Just stopping by.
So now you've got a nameplate.
That is incredible. This is going on my desk.
Awesome.
Yes.
Well, I think
Thank you.
we need it for
Kurt, thank you.
whenever we get a chance to have. We
So
can't
you're
make
saying
another
when
one.
I come on, I have to bring this if I'm in person?
No.
Yes. Yes. If we're going to be together, you need to bring that.
No. Boo, let that sit on your desk, and thank you very much for playing with the bid. Quit putting labor on people.
But there's going to be a time, Lawrence, in the future where he's going to have it at home. It's going to be at home. He's going to be with us, and nobody's going to know who he is.
Who are you? Just stopping by.
We have one more item for you, sir. Could you retell the story quickly about your mother and Pat Murphy, please? You shared it with us then, but if you could, it's a wonderful story, if you would, please.
My mom was, as she would watch the Cubs last year, and then towards the end of the year and then into the playoffs, I called her before one of the playoff games, and she said, ooh, that manager on the other team, that Pat Murphy, I don't like him at all. It looks like every time they score, he's sitting there saying to Craig Counsell, up yours. And I don't like it. So I told Murph in one of the pregame meetings, and we immediately made a video that we sent to my mom where he was basically like, look, I'm a good guy. I really like Craig. I'm sorry if I'm rubbing you the wrong way. I'm not trying to rub anybody's nose in it. Really apologize. And that's...
Okay. Well, the listener was listening, and he made this for your mom.
Oh, my God.
He made it for your mom.
Spelling's right?
Did he get the name right?
Well, mom's the best. What it makes it even better, and what's great is now my mom's going to hate this show because my parents got divorced, and my mom's been going by Suzanne Wolf since I was 3.
Oh no!
So so calling her Suzanne Shambi,
it's not going to go well.
It's going to be like bees stinging her face. So the idea, yeah.
Oh well,
we can just take that back.
Kurt from the finer line.
Kurt.
What if
tell people it says Suzanne Shambi doesn't like Pat Murphy?
Hates Pat
Murphy. Well, maybe you could give it to Murphy.
I think that Getsy is always doing whatever he can to make our team better, and I think we'll see where we're at during the break. But this team continues to win and play good baseball, and I know that everyone wants to continue to support that in whatever way we can.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Ruthie Polinsky kind enough to sit in, and we're delighted to welcome in the greatest. I'm trying to read this. He wrote it. The greatest of all the Merkins, the smart Merkin, the handsome Merkin. It's Scott Merkin, and he joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Scott, welcome to the program. I better be careful because Randy's around here now. He may come after me. My long-term joke isn't working as well as it used to.
I heard that, but I think my mom probably gets the greatest of all, though. She still earns that award. And let me add, it's always great to talk with a fellow Michigan graduate and you, Mully.
Go Blue, Scott.
Go Blue.
Yeah, I married into it. I don't know if that matters, Scott. If that
counts.
If that raises my profile.
You don't get the original membership, but you get one anyway.
Yeah, right.
So help us out. We just were talking about the Sox and asking the question, will they make a deal before the deadline? And, I am very protective of the young players that they have and the guys that they've brought in. And I couldn't help but wonder if they were really going to make a deal. Wouldn't Jacob Gonzalez been a part of that? But at the same time, they've got a lot of players that other teams would envy. Do you imagine them? Does this year's White Sox deserve to get some kind of a deal done to help them, or are they getting enough help?
Yeah, I think they will make some sort of move, but in the same sense, Chris and the front office and Will Venable and the players themselves, have built this up so well over the last few years, and they went through some, as we all know, and I was there, and you've been watching some lean times to get to this point. Now, I don't think they're going to tear it down or take a big dent into it just for a shot to jump up this year. Although the AL is there for the taking. I mean, aside from Tampa, depending on what Aaron Judge looks like when he comes back, because he's so essential to the Yankees, I mean, the AL is pretty wide open right now. Even teams that you thought were going to be great in the AL West are barely over 500. So it's kind of there for the taking. But in the same sense, I don't think Chris is going to trade Caleb Bonner. I don't think Chris is going to trade Braden Montgomery to jump up, especially, don't look for rentals and that kind of thing. I could see him making maybe a little more significant of a move if it's a guy who can help him this year and help him in the future. But, yes, they absolutely have earned whatever they're getting to help them go forward. They have a very interesting out-of-the-break schedule with 3 in Toronto, 3 in Boston. 3 in Texas, 3 at home against Houston, and then 4 against the Yankees. So we've said this before, though, and they got through it, and they just keep going. So they have definitely earned the right to be considered, a first-place team, considered a contender with 67 games left, and it's up to Chris and the front office to kind of mold that team for the best chance to keep going forward.
Scott, speaking of moves that the White Sox could potentially make in the coming weeks, if not months, Munetaka Murakami telling reporters at the All-Star Week events, festivities, that he wants to be here and wants to be a White Sox, and said it was the greatest decision to be a White Sox. How soon can those conversations start? How soon do you expect them to start for the White Sox to keep Munetaka Murakami here long term?
Yeah, I'm the ultimate skeptic, and I yell at kids to get off my lawn, even though I don't even have a lawn. And so I think, he 100% is enjoying his time here. How could you not enjoy being part of that clubhouse? How could you not enjoy being part of maybe the best story in baseball this year, right, in the last couple of years? But I think ultimately, he's got great representation. The Sox have a great idea of what they want to do. I think they certainly can check in. I mean, I think it would have been even more startling if he would have said, I've told my representatives to get something going right now. I think he has talked about this before, maybe not as strong and not on as much of a national stage as the All-Star game. So I think it did catch people's attention. But I understand that he likes it here. I think he also, he did not get what he thought coming out of Japan, right? Mm-hmm. So this ended up being a perfect fit for him. A perfect fit in terms of what they thought would be kind of a low pressure situation. Because let's be honest, coming into the season, no one really expected much out of this White Sox team, right? They're coming off the 60 and 102 season. They still had a lot of young players. They were moving into the system, or from the system into the major leagues. So people thought, maybe they'll, if things go really well, they'll push towards 500. And now they're at the All-Star break with 67 games left, tied for first place, and a playoff team. So, but he has been a huge point. I mean, I've written this a number of times. He's kind of turned that franchise around. So, yeah, it would be great to check in and see what happens. I always kind of equate it to, if you go to one of those silent auctions where they have, like, on the list, you can, bid up by $20, $30, and at the top there's a line that says, if you want to buy this item, you can spend this amount right now. And I think that's what it'd be for the White Sox. I think that if they want him, they're going to have to pay. It's not going to be 2 years, $34 million again. They're going to have to pay to get him. And it's a question of, is that the time right now to do it, or kind of let the season go and then approach it more at the end of the year?
Are they waiting for any kind of resolution to the labor dispute? Is that an absurd idea? Or, they know that they're going to have some money coming off the books. I mean, wouldn't
Absolutely.
it make sense? Yeah.
I mean, they're definitely going to have some money coming off the books. There's no question about that. I also think everyone associated with baseball, right, from the owners to the players to the managers to the front office to the fans to the casual observers, are waiting for some resolution, right, to see what's going on. But yeah, I think there's interest. I mean, the Sox love Murakami. He has been everything they thought he could be, and 20 times more. I mean, it's funny because he even in not so much. No, he wasn't there at Sox. At spring training, he already was talking about, didn't really want to entertain much about this rebuild notion. He thought this team could contend, and they have. And they believe that really since Sox Fest is what I was trying to say to begin with. So, I think he's changed the franchise. I do think, though, he's going to be paid as a guy who has changed the franchise and who has 40 home run potential and could be a game changer on pretty much any team that he goes to.
Scott, how much can this team get a boost of Mully being healthy, playing with Kyle Teal? You know, we saw a little bit of Mully before the All-Star break, but it didn't feel like he really was fully himself quite yet. Do you think we'll start to see that, and is the best White Sox baseball still to come?
Yeah, I think he was, 1 for 11 with 7 strikeouts. But the good side of that is they won all 3 games pretty convincingly, right, with him back in the lineup. So I agree with you, Ruthie. I mean, Friday was the first time that really the whole lineup was together this year, which is kind of crazy to think that, they've had injuries to deal with like every other team does. But they were 50 and 45 even with those injuries. Kyle was out since the World Baseball Classic, basically. Mooney was out for 35 games, and they hung tough in there. They were 17 and 18. They have Braden up there now. They have some more young guys coming in the pitching area. So, yeah, I think I don't even think you could say the best is yet to come. I think they're going to consistently be good. I think they really believe. Colson told me this before they went to the break, that he feels they're going to come out just as strong as they did last year. Last year is when it kind of turned.
Right.
They were 32 and 65 at the break. Came out of that break, went 6-1, killed the baseball. I think outscored them at the opponent 61-18 during that run, and that kind of set the tone for going into this year. So I think good baseball is ahead. I think everyone keeps waiting for the other shoe to drop, and there is no other shoe. They are the only team in baseball who doesn't have a losing streak more than 3 games this year, which says a lot about the consistency they've played with and the focus and the belief they have in each other.
Scott, as you look at Will Venable, we talked a lot about this idea that he's kind of been serving 2 masters. He's been trying to win games, but also concerned with developing players. And they're doing different things that, you keep trying to remind yourself that there is player development going on, and it's not the finished product yet. But I wonder, do they now focus only on winning? How do you transition from serving 2 masters to making a playoff run?
Well, I think he was always focused on winning. I think even last year when they were 32 and 65, he was focused on winning. But you kind of let the young guys develop and kind of help them on that way, too. I mean, he talked about an interesting scenario he brought up was Tristan Peters, who at the beginning of the year they didn't know a ton about, right? I mean, Will liked him. Will was one of the guys. Matter of fact, I was asked by Connor Onion during spring training near the end that I think he was going to make the team. He's an SIU guy, so people were interested. And I said, yeah, I don't think he's going to break camp with the team. So I was straight on the money with that one, right? But he wasn't sure either. And the story I did with him, he talked about he had told his wife, who I think was like 2 months away from delivering their first child, that he thought they were going to Charlotte. Anyways, he started the season, and they didn't know what he had, and he was a great bunter, so they used him bunting a lot. Well, once he kind of earned their confidence and showed what he had offensively, not only is he not platooning, he's starting every day, but, he's swinging away. So I think that's kind of how it goes. Now, granted, it's a little more sped up now because there's 67 games to the finish. They're right there, tied with Cleveland. Minnesota's close. Detroit, even though they're 8 games under, is 6.5 back. So I don't think he's going to change the focus. I think he's going to keep doing what he's doing. But I think he was focused on winning every day, even when they weren't winning every day.
It's been a very interesting, positive, I guess, couple of days, if not weeks, for Chris Getz, including picking Rock Chalowski, number 1 overall. Wanted to get your thoughts on, obviously, the Grady Emerson conversation creeped in there a couple weeks leading up to the draft, but ultimately going with the guy that we thought it would be when the Sox earned that number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, I think he was the guy. I said this 25 times, but I'll say it 26. I covered Chris when he was a player, too. And I was there when Ozzie Guillen named him the starting second baseman out of spring training. I don't think Chris was excited at that point as he was when he got the number 1 pick in the draft lottery. I was there in the winter meetings, and he was beyond thrilled. And he knows, because he knows that this is a game changer. You can't miss on one. You shouldn't miss on any first-round draft pick. Easy for me to say, but, especially 1-1. And they love him. This is a guy they were after from the beginning. I think everything worked out, monetarily at the end. And I think they had a really – I mean, again, there's a difference between saying the process is great and then the results are great. You really won't know about the draft results for 2-3 years, right, until guys start filtering up to the majors and producing. But the process they followed and what they got with the biggest draft pool of all time seemed excellent. So it's greater depth eventually to move from for Chris. And he brought that up with the Jacob Gonzalez explanation, the trade, the deal and what was behind that. And I think, Cholowski is a guy who you don't want to put any extra pressure, although he seems like he can handle pressure without a problem. His dad, has gone through this. His dad was a first-round pick. So they kind of understand the whole idea. But this is a guy who, all things go well, could be up in, at some point in 2027. So, it's always shortstops are considered the best athletes, and the Sox have a system full of them now, but they can be moved around and play other positions too. So you see how it goes and where the fit is as they begin to develop.
Yeah, I think in retrospect with the Landon Tomei, them wanting him so much, another guy, we were talking about it after the draft, and we felt there was more certainty they were going to take Landon Tomei than Rock Cholowski, and they had the first pick in the draft. Just because there seemed to be discussion about that one, but they wanted Landon Tomei. So I understood the Jacob Gonzalez move, but they didn't save him for a pitching move or anything, right? I mean, I just
no, they did not, and there is a certain kind of line of demarcation, right, of who Chris will trade or won't trade, and that's not diminishing Jacob Gonzalez. He did a very nice job filling in for Mooney when Mooney was hurt, and he isn't a first baseman by trade. I mean, he's played all over, and he told me a couple times that when you're a kid, you play all over, so you just know how to play all over. But there's nuances, and we saw a couple of those nuances slip past him a few times, right? And it wasn't any fault of the fact that he just probably wasn't experienced over there and, was learning on the fly as he was going. So, yeah, I understand what you're saying. But, not only Landon, but I believe the second round pick, Cole Prosick, was another huge high school kid they were after. So they really liked. I mean, no one comes out of the draft. I've covered 24 drafts, and I've never seen a scouting director come out and say, man, we did okay. We missed, I think, but we got a couple guys in there. Everyone loves who they got after the draft, right? That's a standardized rule. But you could tell the Sox were really happy with the process, the work that went into it, including 1-1 all the way down, and what they obtained. And now it's, on to the next step. They have a draft camp starting today in Charlotte, and the development kind of begins.
Yeah, Scott, and we'll let you go. We talked to Jim Callis right after the draft, and he loved their draft. Great guy. And he said he thought there were 8 players added to the White Sox that he could move into the top 30 prospects. That is quite a haul.
Yeah, that's amazing. That is, but again, it's what you should have when you have that kind of pool, right? But credit to the Sox for making it happen and not just kind of resting on their laurels and saying, well, we have this. Let's see what we can get. They knew what they wanted in kind of each round.
Thanks a ton, Scott. Great catching up with you, bud.
Thanks, Scott.
Okay, anytime. Take care, guys.
That is Scott Merkin. Always fun to talk to Scott.
Michigan man.
Yeah, there you go.
Love him. Chris Getz, also a Michigan man.
Oh, I know. I'm following. I got a scorecard. All right. We'll be right back. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh. Ruthie Polinsky, kind enough to sit in this morning. We're having some fun on Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh, the most trusted morning show in Chicago sports. Get the latest Bears news with Brad Biggs. Ron Coomer breaks down the Cubs every Friday.
There's a chance that we're going to see Pete in the very near future win an MVP, and I don't disagree with that.
Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy joins the show twice a month. White Sox legend Ozzie Guillen checks in Wednesday mornings at 8 to talk Sox.
The starters, they're not going to pitch 6-7 innings every night. No way. We've seen it before. They need those guys to step it up.
From Hallis Hall to Wrigley Field, the United Center to the South Side, Mully and Haugh cover it all. Start your day with Chicago's most complete sports conversation. Weekday mornings from 5:30 to 10 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Hey, if your garage floor has exposed concrete and stains and cracks, it makes your entire garage look bad. If your garage has a bad epoxy job or chipping paint, your garage may look even worse. Call Comer and Cross right now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. In just one day, they're going to transform your garage, and they make it all so easy. I had them come over to the house. You talk to the guy. You tell him what you want. You pick it out. They come over one day, get it all done. They move all your stuff out of your garage, clean it all up. They fix all the cracks and pits perfectly, and then they apply your gleaming new Comer and Cross floor. Wait until you see the difference. It's incredible. I love my garage floor. It really has, it's been one of the real positives in my life, and that sounds crazy, but it's true. A Comer and Cross garage floor, it's the gold standard. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, show tire, lift, or epoxy or paint ever, and their installers are all uniform pros, no freelancers. There's a huge difference there. Right now, you can take $750 off their already low price. Operator standing by. For your quick and easy estimate, call right now, Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Check them out at Comer, C-O-M-E-R, cross.com.
At Pella Windows and Doors, our window and door experts help you find the right windows and doors for your home. Installed and backed by the Pella Promise. Right now, buy one, get one 50% off. Visit Pella.com/radio today. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeam.com because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Step into a world of flavor at the new Hollywood Casino and Hotel in Aurora, where Giada brings a modern California twist to classic Italian dishes at Sorella. Experience world-renowned sushi at Tabo Sushi and dig into Korean fusion comfort at Urban Belly. Sink your teeth into Stephanie Iser's iconic burger at Lucky Goat. Savor fresh seasonal tacos from Antique Taco. Then chill with a scoop from Pretty Cool Ice Cream. New location, new ways to dine. Hollywood Casino and Hotel in Aurora. Must be 21 to consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or text GAMB to 833-234.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on gas, groceries, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first grocery trip.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back.
Look at what you want with that.
Wouldn't
it be hilarious
if he wanted another shot at it? My take would be Suzanne Wolf, WOLF.
Yeah.
Not a Pat Murphy fan.
Got it. Okay. All right.
Now, the miracle would be if you actually had a Suzanne Wolf nameplate in the box speaks. You're like, we didn't anticipated that.
And here we go. That's right.
Here it is.
I just keep pulling nameplates out of the
until
box.
we get it right.
I'm going to text that to both Murph and my mom.
Oh, there
Maybe
we
I'll
go.
put them on the same thread. No,
there
I'm
you
not
go.
doing that.
You could do it.
Are you actually going to send it to your mom?
I am
Because
going to send it to my mom.
we are sorry.
No.
To your mom.
Look.
Here's a couple of pens from the
The other
They gave me a lot of guidance from the beginning.
thing I would say, I love my mom, but it's the old idea, like in comedy, somebody's got to get hurt. In this case, it might be my mom because she's not going to be loved being called Mrs. Shambi. Oh,
there is always a victim in comedy.
Yeah.
It's very true. He is John Boog Shambi. He is the Cubs play-by-play man for the Marquee Sports Network.
You look at the Seahawks opponents, and it's the type of thing. Oh man, they're calling me with my room service.
Is that Robbie? Robbie's got your food.
Yeah. Robbie, iron my shirt. Robbie. Just leave it. Thank you.
Oh my God, they were calling you? That wasn't an excuse.
They're at the door. They're at the door. He can't get him from his interview to go get the door.
With my food. I apologize for that. It's so unprofessional. What were we saying? Oh no, and we have Chiefs. Chiefs have been knocked up.
Right.
You can just leave it outside, please. Thank you. 1 second.
Don't skimp on the dessert now.
It's going to
Make
be
sure the tiramisu is
Danny,
there.
let's be honest. It's either going to be the Patriots, it's going to be the Bears, and I'm thinking it's going to be the Bears. Because does the NFL want that smoke? Vrabel front and center off just from the tip.
That's the other thing. Can you promote Vrabel?
That's what I'm saying. Point. It's going to be the Bears. I'm convinced. I'll be shocked if it's anybody but the Bears.
It probably will be. I have a very angry room service person at my door. Can you guys hold on for 30 seconds?
Go. You got.
We are listening to Danny Parkins go get his room service here on 104.3 The Score. You know, they say people get promoted, and you don't really understand the lifestyle. But then he starts talking about Robbie getting his bagel, and then next thing you know, the guy who's hosting your segment just abandons us.
Golazo Argentino! Oh my God. Holy guacamole. That is the voice of Andres Cantar, who does the goal scream whenever you get a goal. He is, I believe, Argentine by his background, but I think Messi broke him. I think his voice, throughout the tournament, he has been struggling to call all these goals, but that one, that would go. Honestly, I was worried for the man. Is that possible?
It's great. It's incredible. There's no other sport that announces like that. Like it's one of a kind.
That is so funny when the moment to commit comes and you just get that screaming goal. And he's held those for incredibly long. But that his voice is breaking. I'm telling you, it must be hard to do that as consistently as he has over the years. And that one, that kind of reached a point where his voice was breaking pretty badly. It's Mully and Haugh, Ruthie Polinsky, and this morning, 104.3 The Score. We got a phone caller that wants to check in about, I guess it's tentatively soccer related. Wayne is in Oswego. Hey, Wayne.
The city of Chicago has just allotted $400 million of infrastructure money to the Chicago Fire Stadium. I find it hard to believe that they would give that much money for 20 soccer games a year. Does this open the door for the new White Sox Stadium in the South Loop?
It's a good question, but I don't think so. I think that's a soccer-specific building that the Fire is building in the 708. What is the name of the neighborhood?
78.
78 neighborhood. Is that right? I forget. Anyway, that's where the Sox wanted to build, and then the Fire jumped in. And the Fire, by the way, have signed a new forward who will make his debut with the team. I did see that. I thought I saw $425 million that the city council approved to help them with infrastructure for the new building. That is a building that they are building privately from their own funds, although the taxpayers throwing in more than $400 million is definitely a bit of an eye raiser.
I'm very excited about the Fire Stadium, unrelated to what that means for government. It's going to be spectacular.
Yeah, it looks unbelievable.
It's going to be like a luxury sport viewing experience. I'm very, very excited about that. And the future is bright for the Fire, which is cool.
But the White Sox stadium would be on the other side of the river, right? Didn't we just learn that Justin Ishbia had bought up property from a rail yard on the other side of the Chicago River from where the 78 is? I don't know how long that area extends, but I think that if you were to build a new stadium for the White Sox, that would be the place where it would go in.
Interesting. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And then does the Rate Field turn into the new Soldier Field?
That's a good question. I am guessing not.
Yeah.
But I don't know. What happens to the Raid is a really interesting question that pertains to the various stadia issues. Multiple stadiums. Stadia. But I don't know. Didn't the governor just say something about the Bears? He did not say something pleasant about the Bears staying in Illinois. He said something about the Bears maybe messing things up a little bit. And we haven't heard any more about any complaints about what's going on in Indiana. There were complaints from people in Porter County, which is just a little bit further away. There was some tax issues that have come up, but it sounds like they're moving forward with that idea. Mm-hmm. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see.
The latest for Pritzker is that Bears owners fumbled the ball when it comes to the new stadium.
If you're going to talk stadia, then you need to use football metaphor. even for soccer stadiums, in my opinion.
Fumbles the ball.
The Bears did not do a great job of talking to legislators. They were not very communicative. I think they fumbled the ball, to use that euphemism.
He knew he was using it.
Yes, he did.
Euphemism for football.
Yeah, he knows ball.
All right, we will be right back. We're going to talk to Cam Smith about the newest superstar in town, not Rock Chalowski. It is Mully and Haugh, Ruthie Polinsky, 104.3 The Score.
This is 104.3 The Score, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen live on the free Odyssey app, AUDACY. We are 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules. And good luck.
Joint pain is awful, and when you're the person who's fighting through it, you really struggle. But I'm betting you aren't the only one impacted by it. Maybe you love someone who's struggling with joint pain. Maybe they don't say it, but you see.
The room service.
Robbie, butter my bread. That's right.
That's actually hilarious.
Why do you think he's listening?
Maybe there's like an issue with the room
Robbie
service.
is not in the room next to you.
Is Robbie's listening right
so
now?
So sorry.
Oh,
and he's back.
I called when I called for room service. I said, if this is going to come up really quickly, I'm going to be on a work call. Can you leave it outside? And I pre-charged it to the menu. They clearly did not relay that message. And so she was just banging on the door, yelling, I need a signature. I need a signature.
Oh, did you give her a little cash?
You're listening to Danny Parkins complain about the best room service ever on 104.3 The Score.
No, again, this is
I think it's bad room service, actually.
I'm thrilled that my food got here fast and will be piping hot for me to eat as soon as this call's over. I'm just saying I try to avoid the situation.
What is under the lid? What is room service?
Yeah, because our food's probably better than yours. So what we're feasting on right now.
Definitely, just a chicken Caesar with a side of fries. Nothing crazy.
Love a
little
good
girl
chicken
dinner.
Caesar.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, girl dinner. Exactly.
I like it.
Well,
Hell yeah, Danny.
I got a big meeting coming up in a couple hours, and so I need to have a light lunch. Got to keep the stomach under control before any nerves set in, that sort of thing. So I'm going out big for Mexican food tonight in LA. So light lunch, big dinner is the plan.
They got the Raptors at home. They got the Pistons at home. They got the Knicks at home. They got They got a bunch of games coming up at home. They are on a long homestand coming up. I mean, do they beat Charlotte on Feb 24 or the Trailblazers on Feb 26? I'm looking for the next win, and it doesn't just scream. Of course you're going to. They've got Sacramento, but that's a road game. Every time the Bulls go west. That's usually not a great. That's never been a great thing for them when they head west. Memphis back at home, March the 16th. Could it be from now to March the 16th until the Bulls win their next game?
Wow, you think the Bulls are not going to win for a month?
I'm just fine the game.
He says 5 wins.
I say the over under is 5.5.
I would take the over, but I don't think that they're going to. I think 10 is probably realistic. I think 10.
I want you to look through that schedule and find me 10 wins.
I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and extol the virtues of the Bulls.
I understand that.
I don't think things do not look very promising tonight against the Celtics in Boston for Chicago's AAU team. I don't think it looks very good at all for the collection of individual talents they have put together. Collectively, they can't play a lick of defense. They're not stopping anybody.
Here's how I feel about Cubs pitching right now. Mixed. There's been some really good performances, and there's been some really bad. Jackson Wiggins yesterday, Caleb Thielbar the day before, bad.
Wait, hold on. I'm writing this down because I'm going
Zach,
to shred you during the regular season when you bring up spring training numbers.
Are you going to? Okay, then that would be rightfully so. But that's all I can deal with right now. But don't be the guy that it's only game 4, when they're 4 games in and they're 1-3, and I'm jumping up and down. Don't worry, it's only 4 games. They all count.
But they
all count the same, whether it's September or March.
You were freaking out last year. During the points where they weren't hitting, they still ended up winning 92 games and had a pretty deep postseason run. And had they not had some starting pitching injuries, who knows where they would have ended up.
Zach, it's my job to freak out over these games.
No,
I'm a Cubs
you choose
fan.
to.
I'm a Cubs fan.
You
I
choose
treat
to.
every game. I treat every game like a Bears game. They all matter. They all count. Please enlighten me. What in the world was Shota Imanaga working on yesterday? I'd love to know. Can we have Shota and the interpreter take some questions and let us all know what in the wide world of sports he was working on, allowing 3 home runs to the White Sox yesterday?
Neck exercises.
Neck exercises. Very good. You know, the World Baseball Classic's about to start. So yesterday when the lineups came out, I was curious, and so I retweeted it. And it was basically, arguably, an opening day lineup for the Cubs.
Yeah.
It was that was the opening, potentially the opening day
lineup. It was
lineup.
a significantly more impressive one than the White Sox.
Right. And so I was like looking forward to it. It's been a little bit since the Cubs have been on television. I had the DVR set up. We'll get to why I had the DVR set up in a couple of minutes. That's a tease. But yeah, what are we working on here?
Exciting.
What are we working on here? Okay, sorry, David. I'll stop.
No, I'm glad.
See, he took while you were gone, Mully. He took over your role.
No, just
what did I? How
I'm sorry. I just was. Continue. I'm sorry.
No, I'm curious. What exactly was Shota working on? And as you told me, neck exercises. Well done. Good. Go. Is he going to the WBC? No. Too bad.
I don't believe so.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but on Saturday, March the 28th, we are going to have the earliest must-win statement game by the Cubs. David's guy, Cade Horton, is going to throw. I already have to adjust my prediction from yesterday already on day 2 at 6:07 in the morning.
Put away the broom.
So no sweep. And now it's 94 wins. So it's not 95 wins. So it's 94 and 68.
Not necessarily.
94 and 68. That was absolutely awful way to get the season started. I can't believe that the two teams combined for a 24-6 deficit. That's how. Imagine if the wind hadn't been blowing in like it was. The Nationals might have scored 20 yesterday. That was horrifically bad, making the third out at third base to kill a rally in the early in the game by the
1043 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. 3-way tie atop the Open Championship at Royal Birkdale Golf Club out in Southport, England. And American Ryan Gerard is still on the course, -4 through 14 holes. He and 2 other golfers are leading the tournament. Then there is a large group tied for 4th place at 3 under par. This includes Bryson DeChambeau and the number 1 player in the world, Scotty Scheffler. Those 2 golfers are on the 16th hole. Meanwhile, the finals for the World Cup are set. That will be on Sunday in Miami. It'll kick on 2 on Fox. It's Argentina and Spain playing for the championship. Tonight at Soldier Field, the Chicago Fire are hosting the Vancouver Whitecaps, and it will be the debut of Robert Lewandowski for the Fire over at Soldier Field. The Sky topped the Storm from Seattle, 95-90 Wednesday afternoon. The White Sox, they're back in action in Toronto on Friday night. Anthony Kay will throw, and the Cubs, they'll be right here on 104.3 The Score. 6:30 pregame Friday night baseball over at Wrigley. The Twins are in town. Colin Ray starts for your Northside baseball team. Score Update Studio, it's brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Confidence, it should never cost a fortune.
Cam Smith, Chicago Bulls pre- and post-host.
It's an improvement for a guy that needs to add that layer to his game just to make the Bulls a tougher team to compete against.
Chicago native.
And so looking at this team, it's going to, of course, pace. They were one of the higher-paced teams in the NBA last year with Josh Giddey, Matas Buzelis. This is a group that can get up and down and have some exciting play.
Cam Smith with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
Mully and Haugh. Ruthie Polinsky sitting in this morning. 104.3 The Score. Always a delight to get a chance to talk to Cam Smith, and he's kind enough to join us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911. Local 130 plumbers get the job done right the first time. Cam, good morning. How are you, buddy?
Morning, Cam.
Good morning, Mully. Good morning, Ruthie. Great to be back on with you guys for sure. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Excited to always get this conversation going when we talk about Bulls, especially coming off what we saw in Vegas with Caleb Wilson.
Ooh. Well, that's where we're headed, obviously. I mean, he's not just good. He is special. He is a really excellent player. With a young guy, you kind of know right away when a guy is as good as he has been through 3 games in Vegas. You see the athleticism. You see he's a better shooter than you thought. We were already asking, how good is he? Is he the best player on the team? They haven't even put the team together fully, and we're already fantasizing about what he may become.
Yeah, no doubt, Mully. And these are good thoughts to have, great thoughts to have when it comes to Caleb Wilson. And when I say some players' names throughout this conversation when describing Caleb Wilson and his game and the impact that he's making early on, and I get it, everyone, it's Summer League, but it's certain guys that he reminds you of in terms of across the board when it comes to either NBA players, NBA coaches, or NBA front office people that are in alignment with how they feel about a certain player, right? So you can't name one person that has said that, I'm not sure on Caleb Wilson, I'm not sure on his skill level, I'm not sure on his shot, I'm not sure if he'll be able to translate to the NBA and really be a franchise guy. It's the opposite, complete opposite, and we know this because across the board, from players to analysts to coaches to front office people, everyone is saying that Caleb Wilson has either the highest upside in the draft or is going to be a franchise player, and we see it early on for it. I mean, when I think about over time of guys where everyone was in alignment in the NBA on one player, I think about guys like Derrick Rose, of Kevin Durant, right? Those type of names, LeBron James. And again, I'm not saying that Caleb Wilson is those players, but when it comes to the alignment of everyone in the NBA on one particular player, on how they're excited to see him play, Caleb Wilson has that draw. And you saw it in Vegas. You saw it on social media. He has the personality that fits it as well. It's a fun, youthful, exuberant personality, and you should expect that because he's 19 years old. But this is a young man that wants to be the next greatest of all time. We heard him say that in his introductory press conference. And we know this, guys. You can tell me something. It's great to hear it, but it's another thing to actually show it. And we're seeing that early on. And, again, this is Summer League, so I'm not trying to get too excited about this thing. But there is excitement, and I'm not trying to fight myself on this. But what he showed not only in the first game but across his 3 games that he's played, and I believe that I doubt that he's going to play tonight against the Los Angeles Lakers, but this is a young man that from day one in Vegas with the 35 points was out to prove a point that he can back up what he says in the media.
Cam, it's been so fun to sort of get to know him a little bit in his personality. And as you mentioned, from right away, you felt the confidence. But what I don't think you really felt until we've gotten to talk to him a little bit more, hear other people talk to him, is this love of the game, this sicko basketball mentality. You know, he's talking about, I'm not like the other guys that want to sit. Like, I want to play. I love this blank. You know, like, this is what I think has been so fun to get to know about him, is that he is obsessed with basketball. And I think that's the mentality that Tiago Splitter is sort of looking to build his new culture around as well.
100%, Ruthie. And I say this with the highest respect to these players that have had that gene inside of them. There's something a little off about iconic or great players, right? We all know this. It doesn't matter what sport it is. Like, when you think about Michael Jordan, you think about Tom Brady, like, you think about all these greats, these icons. And again, I'm not saying that Caleb Wilson will be that, but to be great, you have to have something a little off about yourself, again, in the most respectful way. And it's that obsession that you mentioned, Ruthie, when it comes to the game. It's the obsession of wanting to be better, of wanting to be great. And if he falls short of that, then that's okay, because at least he'll just fall on just being a really good player. That's fine, you know? Mm-hmm. So that's the next level underneath great, but he wants that. He expects that of himself. And it's not like, oh, you know, I'm just going to work really hard and try to be great. He's like, no, this is what I want to do. This is who I want to be. This is the franchise that I want to represent. This is the city that I want to put on my shoulders and carry them to the promised land. And when Bulls fans and Bulls Nation hear that and they see that, they rally behind a guy like that. And it's been early on we've seen Bulls fans rally behind Caleb Wilson. be a leader. So with someone that really showcases what they can bring, and I'm excited with Thiago Splitter of how he really is going to ingratiate Caleb Wilson within the offense, and where he's going to plug him, where he's going to put him with certain lineups to make it work. But it's all great problems to have for Thiago Splitter, because I'm sure the wheels have been turning since he left Vegas.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And, I just have to ask, given how great Caleb Wilson has been, how disappointing has it been to see Dalen Swain struggle trying to run a team? Like, I worry that because they have no stated offense, because it's kind of a strange pickup game format, he looks like he's actually losing confidence. You don't see him hitting shots anymore. He might have done that very briefly in the first game, but the last two, nothing there. You don't want to ruin a guy in the summer league, but he's had a rough start to his summer league.
Yeah, Mully, and Dalen would agree with that. And I love with his maturity. He just turned 21 yesterday. And the same thing with Caleb as well. These young men are very mature, and that's why you hear Bryson Graham, the EVP of the Bulls, and also Thiago Splitter wanting to put these two young men in leadership positions because of their maturity level, right? Forget age. Like, these guys they've been here before. They've lived this life before, like those kind of old souls. So with that being said, there's a maturity and understanding with Dalen of just the challenges that he has ahead of him. And you're right on. As I was watching the game, Mully, it felt like, especially the previous game against the Washington Wizards, where he had some early turnovers, you can just kind of see him start to sulk a little bit, right? Because, one, this is a new situation for Dalen Swain. Let's just kind of give him a little grace on this, because highest level of basketball, you have the expectations. You're a guy that wants to prove that you belong, and Dalen Swain does belong, but also you're playing primarily on the basketball as a point guard within this new offense that you're learning, that you just probably picked up. And it's not the full offense that he's going to learn, but he just picked this up maybe about a week and a half ago. And so as a former point guard myself that played at Southern Illinois, it's very, very difficult to really be thrust into a position where you're the point guard and you have to run an NBA team, especially just a team in general at a higher level of basketball. So with Dalen in that position, you saw some of the careless turnovers or the careless passes. And then also what really stood out to me about Dalen and his confidence and lack thereof was more so of when he would attack the rim. He had moments where at 6'7", and the athleticism that he brings, he could have tried to catch a body and dunk on a couple of guys, but he second-guessed himself in the air, which for whatever reason, the basketball guys are really cruel to him in Vegas. The ball would rim in and then rim out. So that just adds to just him and this experience in Vegas. And you hope that the young man doesn't get to a point where he's doubting himself. I'm not going to say that. But also I do believe in speaking with Dalen on camera and then off camera, just our personal conversations, that he's a young man that's going to get in the gym and get himself back right. So I see him continuing on and playing all 5 Summer League games with this Bulls team, because you do not want him to leave Vegas with this mind state of, I don't know if I belong, I don't know if I can be a point guard, I don't know if this is for me. But he's going to be a young man that will be able to bounce back, and I'm looking forward to tonight. Hopefully he can play against the Lakers in Vegas before things are all said and done in the next couple of games.
Cam, speaking of the Lakers, just a quick one for you. Obviously, maybe the Lakers, maybe not. What do you think happens with LeBron James?
Oh.
You know what, Ruthie? We were having this conversation last week a little bit, right? And I was on the side of him just finishing it up in Cleveland and bringing it home, right? And going back home and being the guy that wraps it up there. Obviously, with LeBron James on your roster, you're in contention for a championship. And I think with the pieces in Cleveland and what they have and how he can slot in with James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley, and Jared Allen, he can really not have to be the LeBron we've seen before, where he can be a guy that can really attack some of these wings that are losing focus on other guys like Donovan Mitchell and James Harden, because those guys are going to be a bigger draw on the defensive end than LeBron. But we have to keep this in mind. Last year, even though he's 41 years old, that he led the league in fast break points. Like, that is insane to think about with LeBron. So wherever he goes, they're going to be in championship contention. But I think Cleveland is the place for him, obviously, with the championship that he won for the Cavs, the first in franchise history, the first in Cleveland history for a long time. And so you have someone that understands narratives, of course, but also, from what I've heard, is going to have a documentary crew following him and documenting his final season, potentially in the NBA. So when I heard that, I'm like, okay, this is the swan song for LeBron. It would be fitting for him to go back to Cleveland and finish it there.
Who, along those lines, who's grinding the league to a halt more, LeBron or Kawhi?
You know what? If you factor in the off the court stuff, for sure it is Kawhi Leonard. So this is like and I always say this about the NBA. The NBA is the best sports reality TV show that you can get. There's always something going on the court or off the court. And so even when you think about, I don't want to bring this up because it was a little fisticuffs, a little altercation. Somebody got the chin check, but Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo, like that happening in Vegas. In that situation,
Real Housewives
had that on their bingo card, right? Yeah. Definitely Real Housewives, right?
That is so funny.
Yeah, it's Kawhi for me, Mully.
I saw Bam at the ESPYs, and the first thing that went through my head is he going to swing at anyone? I mean, I know that's awful, but I mean, goodness gracious, that was a bizarre story from Vegas.
Yeah.
Listen, Mully, we all know this. When you come across a guy that is as powerful and as athletic and is as big as Bam Adebayo, especially if you were his teammate for several seasons, and his nickname is Bam, you don't want any smoke with those guys. I don't care how tough you are, Tyler Hero, God bless you. You try to, stand 10 toes down. That's great. But at the end of the day, his nickname is Bam. His nickname was given by his mom because he was basically a super baby. They called him Bam Bam. So you don't mess with guys like that. And so you know what? He learned a tough lesson, and hopefully everybody else can learn a lesson as well, to not to bring any smoke to Bam Adebayo.
Listen, as somebody who covered Bam, I would love to see the Bam, Giannis, LeBron trio in Miami. That'd be pretty crazy.
Yeah,
that's my only. Yeah, and I will say, just so everyone knows, Bam Adebayo is like the nicest person on the planet. Like he is a big kid. Right. Like he is lovely. So Tyler Hero really must have made him mad.
Hey, Cam,
you guys know this well. With people that are really nice and kind of quiet, if you push them to the edge, then they just snap. And so you got to watch out. Be careful with that stuff.
I will now ascribe to the Bam theory. Any guy nicknamed Bam, stay the hell away from. I'm very curious. Cam, what do you think of Jalen Sellers? I think he's been their second best player on these teams. I don't know if there's a spot for him. I know he's got a 2-way contract, but he's a little bit better than I thought he was.
You know what, Mully? Second day of practice media session with Tiago Splitter, and we're in the scrum, and Tiago's speaking on Jalen Sellers, and immediately he said that I love Jalen Sellers' game. Like, I love that dude. And it caught me off guard a little bit, but I just made a mental note, like, okay, what is Jalen Sellers doing in these practices to get the respect on day 2 of Tiago Splitter? I'm sure he got it day 1 as well, but when you look at his game and how hard he plays, you understand it, because when you think of Tiago Splitter and his background as a player, and he was a rugged guy, center, physical, just got his job done, didn't need any glitz or glamour or kind of fame or accolades. He's a guy that just went in, did the work, and got the respect. It resulted in the championship with the Spurs with that starting 5 at center. So he can relate to a guy like Jalen Sellers that's trying to grind his way into the NBA. He's a 2-way guy. He's going to spend a lot of time with the Windy City Bulls, the Bulls G League team. But when you see him in Vegas, you see how hard he plays, but also how fluid he is offensively as a lefty. And look, I'm always jealous of left-handed basketball players because there's something smooth about left-handed basketball players. Their game, their shot, just how they move. You've never seen an awkward left-handed basketball player that can play basketball. Not talking about all lefties that just pick up the ball and just start playing. That doesn't hit to you guys. But when it comes to how this kid out of Providence really gets his buckets, the explosion that he plays with when he attacks the rim, how he can shoot from distance, and he's supremely confident because he's taken some Steph Curry, Damian Lillard type threes from almost half court, but you respect it because of how hard he's playing on the defensive end, and he makes things happen. I mean, you go back to the first win for the Bulls against the Washington Wizards on Tuesday night, and one of the first things that Caleb Wilson said in his post-game interview was, thank God for Jalen Sellers, because he saved his life in terms of what was going on in that game, knowing that Caleb wanted to get that win, and that was one of his goals, but also the goal of Sellers and that team. But Sellers is one of those dudes that's just a hooper, right? And so for the Bulls to be able to have him in their system, it's a nice pickup for a guy out of Providence that for sure knows that he's going to make his way in the NBA. One, on the defensive end, then everything additional will be a bonus for the franchise.
Cam, I know Thiago Splitter only coached those first 2 games, but what were your impressions of just his style of being the leader, the man on the court?
Yeah, just looking at kind of the culture and tone that he wanted to set. Obviously, for him, it was bigger with Noah Asenge and benching him and not having him start in the second half. He had Noah come off the bench, and also Noah in that third game against the Wizards came off the bench to start the game too. So he's one of those dudes where, and you hear the players say this, that he's a serious guy. Like, he's a no-nonsense dude. And that's something that we took from him when we sat down on the By the Horns podcast, myself and Casey Johnson, after Thiago's introductory press conference as Bulls head coach, where he has these non-negotiables where we're going to play hard, we're going to defend, we're going to be physical, and if you're not going to do that, well, you can come sit down and watch someone else try and get those minutes and execute what I'm trying to do for our team. So the early on impressions, Ruthie, are one where that tone and that culture is being set on the sidelines, and you, as a player, you have to live up to it. But also, one thing about Thiago that he said in our conversation with on By the Horns is that he values relationships with his players. And thinking about this, and as a former college player myself, my head coach my freshman year was Matt Painter, who's the head coach at Purdue.
Oh yeah.
That next year after Coach Painter left to go back to his alma mater to help Gene Katie and eventually take over the program, that next year was Chris Laurie, who was my coach for the next 3 years, who's an assistant under Chris Collins at Northwestern now. The relationships that I have with those guys, I would run through a wall for those dudes because not only did they value me, they valued my family. They knew my family members by name, and they had a vested interest in me personally, not just as a basketball player. And it's the same thing with Thiago, where he understands that those relationships matter, and you can't be demanding as a head coach if you don't have those relationships. He's continuing to build those relationships with these players, but also at the same time trying to balance setting the tone of how he wants his team to play. And it was great to see the veteran Bulls players on the sidelines at the games with Josh Giddey, Montas, Trey Jones there, Isaac Okoro, Norman Powell, the new Bull as well, so they can see how Thiago coaches from their standpoint as opposed to being an opposing head coach, but also get to have conversations with him in terms of scheme and what he wants. So 2 games, very, very small sample size out in Vegas, which is basically a glorified pickup game at the end of the day. No disrespect to the Vegas Summer League because it's really, really grown over the years. But you get a little small sample size of how Thiago wants to coach and more so the tone that he wants to set. So those are some of the impressions that I got defensively, just trying to be physical and really trying to hold down the pain in the glass.
Great stuff, Cam. Thanks a ton. Great catching up with you. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Cam.
Always appreciate it, guys. You guys have a great one.
That is Cam Smith. Does a wonderful job.
Really quick, guess where Jalen Sellers started his college career?
Oh, here it comes. Michigan?
Ball State.
Oh, Ball State.
Mr. David.
Yeah.
The home of the fighting Mr. Davids.
That's pretty good. Well, I mean, listen, everybody is going somewhere, right?
Right.
I mean, the portal is now open and everybody gets paid.
Ball State to UCF to Providence.
Chirp.
That's a double chirp. All right, we'll be right back. It's Mully and Haugh with Ruthie Walensky at 104.3 The Score.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Andrea Tomey, novelist, photographer, longtime baseball wife, mother of Landon Tomey.
When these scouts came to our house and they interviewed him, and when he launched into like his approach for left-handed versus right-handed, the scout left at the end of the first meeting and Jim just looked shell-shocked. And I said, I can't believe that. Like that just happened.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio. 104.3 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by It'sNotAGameIllinois.com.
All right, turning left at this light. Whoa, almost missed that motorcycle. Close call. They're easy to miss, so I better look twice for motorcycles or it could be game over. Start seeing motorcycles. It's not a game.
Save big money on everything you need when you shop at Menards. Prepare for the summer heat with a new air conditioner from Denali Air. They make a variety of sizes that can cool your space quickly. Plus, they're easy to set up and deliver reliable cooling all summer long. Save big on a new air conditioner from Denali Air. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com to find all our great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, it's David Haugh, and if anyone knows about diehard sports fans, it's me. I get to live and breathe the excitement of the season all year long.
Alex Bregman, not a great start. Looks really good. I'm glad he's got all the powder blue body armor and he looks all color coordinated and all that jazz. But come on, man, you can't take off for a second when you got legs that are shorter than mine. That was absolutely awful.
Saturday's game, thank you for bringing up the bright spot of the weekend for the Cubs.
Well, it was Dustin.
Cade Horton delivered.
He's wearing his Southwest.
Horton delivered. And thank you to Cubs Promotions for helping me out with the with the vest. We tried to do it the right way. Got there early enough, we thought, but we did not get in properly. I went up to the Cubs radio booth, said hello to the guys, and there was a bag waiting for me. Thanks to Cubs.
Hold on
Promotions.
a second.
Yes.
So you did Do you know who I am?
No, not at all. They listened.
Sounds like
to the show, David. They heard us talking about the fact that I had my eye on the puffer vest and was taking my daughter.
I love that.
I always wonder why he jumps in screaming about stuff like that, but now we get the answer.
Nicely done.
Where did you have your free meal?
Nicely done.
Look at this guy.
How was the booth experience?
The booth was hilarious. Zach right away said, wait a minute. Did you really say on the air on Friday that today, Saturday, is a must-win statement
That would offend
game?
Zach.
I said I did. And then Coomer said, wait a minute. Why didn't you say that when I came on at 9 o'clock? I'd have given you a ton of grief. I said, guys, if you predict on the air that they're going to win 95 games, you cannot lose 2 of 3 to the Nationals. And here they lost
I hear you.
2 of 3 to the Nationals.
I hear you. Plus, are they new listeners? Are they just joining us for the first time?
I mean,
of course that's what you're going to do.
Yeah,
that's what you do.
And when they did exactly what I asked them to do. With Cade Horton on the mound,
it
was a must-win statement game.
And he pitched
delivered.
like it.
He delivered.
He's a pretty good pitching staff.
So all that happened. It wasted some time. They had to go to commercial and all this, and they're like, what is going on with the base at second base? And finally, one of the umpires did explain it.
So we are ready for
the problem was the plug that sticks in the hole got stuck.
What?
Dig it out.
That's what she said.
There we go.
All right.
Bill Miller letting everybody know what's going on. The plug in the hole, the thing to that, and here we go.
The old plug in the hole.
No dry socket. Hey, so
a little bit of the
Grote,
old in and out.
You know when he knew it was like, oh, wait, this is all about me. When he had to clear his throat because he heard what he sounded like on the PA.
Yeah, let's hear that again. That was hilarious.
So we are ready for
the problem was the plug that sticks in the hole got stuck. Dig it out. That was the problem.
There we go.
All right.
Bill Miller letting everybody know what's going on.
Oh, man.
The plug in the hole, the thing to that, and here we go.
He's like your handyman at Menards or wherever. Now here's the problem. Here's the problem you got here is I see this right here, this spike, that goes in the hole. That's your problem right there.
So they need a whole commercial.
How much of an improvement we can make. End of the day, we're looking to affect the quarterback. It's a marriage of rush and coverage both, and we need to get better on both ends.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Always fun to hear from Ben Johnson. He could give a weather report, and I'd be glued to the radio listening. And Ruthie Polinsky filling in for Mr. David today. And Ruthie, you know the great pro football show that you do on a nightly basis. You know the Bears as well as anyone.
Thanks, Mully.
It is fun to read Kevin Fishbane's fan survey story, the one he did in The Athletic, because it kind of clues you into what the fans are most worried about. And I find it interesting that everybody seems to be good with the offense. And I mean, you know, we talked a little yesterday about they lost a really good receiver. Mm-hmm. Wow, look at their offensive line. There are changes that are going on that no one really seems to worry about because of one reason, because Ben Johnson is the head coach of the Bears, and everyone has faith in Ben Johnson. I was surprised that no one seems worried about special teams. I guess that stuff works out. Why would you care about it? But every defensive position was, and according to the survey of the fans, was the most concern for Bears fans, right down to a kind of dead tie between the defensive line and the defensive tackles. And that is understandable stuff.
Yeah.
But because the Bears didn't prioritize it in the draft, and a lot of people thought they would, and a lot of people wanted it prioritized. But hearing what Ben Johnson has to say there, do you look at it the same way? Do you think the fans are onto something, that maybe they've got more solutions for the offense because they have Ben Johnson than they do on the defense, even though everyone knows that Dennis Allen is a hell of a football coach?
Yeah, and we talked about this briefly yesterday, Mully, when I was here, just that there's a lot to say for, we're talking about Caleb Williams and Colston Loveland and this offensive line. They're all going into year 2 of Ben Johnson's system, and there's going to be a lot of comfort that comes with that. Let's not forget that the same applies to the defense of guys coming into year 2 of Dennis Allen's defense, and there's comfort and a lot of good things that I think come with that. Not to mention 2 pieces of that defense last year you're expecting to be healthy in 2026, and that is Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon, which almost feels like you're adding 2 more players, especially to that secondary. And now I understand the concern when it comes to the pass rush, and obviously they looked into beefing it up when we know that they were investigating on the Max Crosby situation. With that being said, I think there's a lot to say that Ben Johnson got up in front of a podium during the offseason program and said Montez Sweat just had the best year of his career, whether or not it showed up in the numbers. He feels like he can build on that. And Austin Booker continues to ascend. Not to mention, you may have Dayo Odengbo coming back, and Shamar Turner is somebody that you hope to have an impact at some point this season as well. So I understand the concern. We also forget, when you talk about the defensive line as a whole, Grady Jarrett was playing through an injury last season. Yeah. You expect him to have a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. Gervon Dexter in a really important year of his career, playing with something to prove. So there are a lot of parts of that defense, and in particular the defensive line and the pass rush, that I think will be new for that. It'll feel new and different for this defense because you have the comfort of Dennis Allen's system, not to mention a lot of guys that were maybe not at 100% last year or are playing with a different type of motivation.
It's a really interesting answer you have there, because I think that we looked at the offensive line and how they improved it in one year, and it made such a huge difference for the Bears. They actually put as many resources into improving the defensive line, and yet it didn't pay off in the same way because you had an injury and you had a guy playing with an injury. So now maybe those 2 guys, I'm still amazed that you could get a recovery period as quickly as it looks like you're getting from one of the 2. But I think that the fact that you've got 2 guys getting better, and I think anybody who has seen any of the footage of Austin Booker, he looks like a bigger dude.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the weight room and he's like all of a sudden, like, it looks like he's lifting more than weightlifters. He's like the biggest dude working out, and he's lifting a house over his head. Like, you got a lot of faith in him perhaps breaking through, and he kind of broke through last year.
He did, especially in the second half of the season.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot to like about what Austin Booker can bring, and if he does garner more attention on that side of the defensive line, that could open things up for Montez Sweat and vice versa.
Yes.
So there's a lot of unknown, but I think optimism when it comes to looking at the pieces. And I'm obviously looking at this with the glass half full because I'm, playing devil's advocate to the fans who in the Kevin Fishbain survey say they are concerned about the defensive line. So I don't know. I think there's room to be cautiously optimistic, especially, and as I mentioned sort of in our pick six opening segment, Ben Johnson's really good at offense because he's really good at reading defenses. He's scheming up offenses for the opposing defense. So he knows what a good defense is. Like, he knows what good defensive players look like. We give Ben Johnson so much credit for what he's done on the offensive side of the football, but he's also very much the head coach of this football team, looking at all three phases and able to identify what he wants his defense to look like as well. We know it's Dennis Allen. He's maybe the head coach of the defense, but Ben Johnson's very much involved in both sides of the football.
I also remember a few games last year where, some of the better the better people at analyzing a team were looking at what Dennis Allen was doing, and they were like, I don't know what he's doing. I don't know how they're doing this. Because he had these moments where he was confusing the Tom Bradys of the world whose lives are involved in breaking down tape and looking at
Think about Matthew Stafford in that Rams game.
It was a great example.
I mean, it was the last game of the year, and you're thinking, oh boy, here comes Matthew Stafford.
Right.
He's going to tear this defense apart. Sure enough, the Bears take him to overtime. I think they scored, 17 points before overtime. I mean, it was really impressive what Dennis Allen was able to scheme up with the pieces he had. Don't forget, they had to bring in C.J. Gardner-Johnson in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
You have Nahshon Wright, who's essentially a I almost said G League player. Like, he's essentially a two-way player in some way, shape, or he was a practice squad player for the Vikings the year before, and they turned him into,
a Pro Bowl player. And a guy who got paid. The thing is, though, they let him go and they didn't pay him that much.
I know that
was kind of weird. Me. I just wondered if, given all the takeaways, and that maybe that's the reason the fans are most concerned about the defense, because when the takeaways aren't as predictable as many people might imagine.
Sure.
Like they really
they don't necessarily carry over.
Yeah, because they were able to take the ball away and create all this disharmony with teams. Well, that is not something that, listen, I hope it happens again, but I don't know that you can count on it.
No, I think that's that's very well understood, I think, in like the analytics community and people who study, trends year to year. Like, the takeaways aren't necessarily predictable. And I think there was a lot of things, like, you don't want to say that it was lucky necessarily, because it certainly was a point of emphasis for Al Harris and the secondary. But I do think, like, you want to be able to make sure that you can cover defenses when you're not ripping the ball away. And again, I mean, I think you do have to look at the takeaways as a point of concern, and you want the defense to be a little bit more solid, because all those takeaways, a lot of them came at the end of the game, which gave the offense another opportunity to have all those 2-minute come from behind wins. So that you're giving the offense all these extra possessions when quarters 1 through 3, if you recall, they struggled to move the football at times.
Right.
But the defense giving you those extra possessions at the end of the game, I think, really helped sort of the development of the Ben Johnson offense. Now you want to be able to see quarters 1 through 3, Caleb Williams find efficiency, complete the football, put it in the right spot, find your receivers, move the chains, and then you have a lead and you don't have to panic at the end of the game.
It's so funny, because I think that the greatest topics of conversation among Bears fans are exactly the same as last year. It's about Caleb and Caleb and Caleb. It's about Ben's influence on Caleb, how they're getting along. It amuses me sometimes that we see something unfold in front of us, and your response isn't always like, okay, well, that's happened, so that will continue. Your response is like, do they get along? Are they working together? Are they both committed to it? Like, I think that question was kind of answered last year.
Yeah.
I don't worry about, maybe I don't worry about that relationship as much as I should.
Yeah.
But I don't worry about that relationship.
I don't think you should. I don't think there's anything to worry about. I think Ben Johnson is getting the most out of Caleb Williams. And I think Caleb Williams is challenging Ben Johnson in a way maybe he didn't expect. Because all of the things that make Caleb really talented and really good, and the reason that the Bears were so exciting last year, were because of things that Ben Johnson cannot teach.
Right.
He cannot coach Caleb Williams, Houdini, athleticism, escapability, the playmaking ability. He did not want Caleb Williams to run 50 yards backwards and then throw the ball up in the air and find Cole Kmet with the grace of God. That's not what Ben Johnson wants him to be doing, but it's what makes Caleb Williams special. Now you need to make him efficient and sort of more of your like prototypical, let's just move the chains, find the easy completions, and then when you need him to be special, you know that he can be.
There just wasn't a lot of sports on yesterday, and I probably watched way too much of the ESPYs. But that was one of the plays of the year. That was one of the.
I know.
That was up for the play
I'm glad
of the year.
it didn't win, Mully.
What I remember about that play is just, among other things, the sort of look that was on the face of the Rams.
Yeah.
The look that you saw from McVay. It was like that guy got hit by a train. He didn't know that he was even in a train station, and somehow it jumped. He had this look on his face. It was absolutely hilarious because what other look would you have on your face? That was one of the most shocking plays I've ever seen. It was beyond absurd. Ridiculous is the right word.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. And it was, it's fun to think about. And I loved what Cole Kmet said when we asked him about it, when we got back in the building and we were there for OTAs. And someone asked Cole, how many times have you watched that play? And Cole's like, yeah, and then I get frustrated because I have to remind everyone that we lost the game. Like, it took you to overtime, but they lost, which is why I'm sort of glad that they didn't win best play for that, because you didn't win the game.
That's probably why.
Right.
But last night was I like the ESPYs, everything except the awards. Like, I liked the presentation.
Yeah.
I thought the speeches were very well done. The stories. I don't know if you caught the Pat Tillman Award recipient.
Yes.
What an unbelievable story that is.
Yes.
But last night highlighted why people like me who call it the four-letter network or the East Coast Propaganda Network, because it was all Knicks. It was just a continuation of the Knicks. I mean, how about the men's and women's hockey teams in the Olympics? Neither one, like, you couldn't find a space for one of those two teams to have either been like the play of the year or the team of the year. It had to be the Knicks, and it had to be the Knicks, and then it had to be the Knicks, and then it had to be the Knicks. Enough. I mean, come on.
And it was in New York. The awards, usually it's in LA, I think.
New York.
And last night it was in New York.
Mm-hmm. East
It's a
Coast
recency.
Propaganda Network.
And it's a recency bias thing, too. I think, like, the Knicks that just happened. I think everyone that's not in New York is
They can't remember to February or March when the Olympics were going on.
Listen, I hear you. I agree with you. I'm just saying. I mean,
listen.
I know.
The greatest moment of the ESPYs was probably Jim Abbott's speech.
Unbelievable.
That was amazing. And he is not only was he excellent, but he does that. Public speaking is kind of his thing, and he said he's got his daughter getting married, and this is the most nervous he's getting. I didn't believe that for a second because of how good he was, and the element of his youngest daughter asking him if he liked his little hand, and he said that he wouldn't have been there on that moment without it, that he didn't always like it, but over the course of his life he liked it. And then they showed all these athletes that have overcome. I mean, that was wonderful television. It was a beautiful moment.
Really well done.
Yeah.
To be fair.
Yeah.
But the Nick, just another Knicks.
I know.
We already had
Yeah.
the parade.
Yeah.
I understand.
Did we need to have another parade?
I'm also a huge Marcelo Hernandez fan. When I was working at NBC6 in Miami in South Florida, he was like up and coming in comedy.
Yeah.
And we would have him on our like midday like entertainment
really?
show. Like every once in a while he'd come do appearances. This man has had such an incredible career arc, and I am so happy for him. And I find him absolutely hysterical. Thought he did a great job last night as well.
Okay, we've got something special waiting for us, Ruthie. Lou Malnati's announced today the debut of their new Maxwell Polish Sausage Deep Dish Pizza. This is inspired by the Chicago Maxwell Street Polish sausage tradition, and it's a limited time offering. Celebrates the partnership with the Chicago Fire as the official deep dish partner, and the excitement surrounding their newest player, who is Robert Lewandowski, a Polish phenomenal soccer player, great scorer. And it's something that he will be, I believe his debut is tonight. Am I not mistaken?
Soldier Field, yeah.
He'll be the man in red for the Chicago Fire, and that's at Soldier Field. And they've started this pizza, which we're going to get a chance to taste if Dustin left any. I saw him.
Brandon and I had some.
See what happens?
It is good. Now you might think, you're trying to like wrap your mind around it.
Yes.
It's it's Vienna beef Polish sausage, so you know it's good. It's got just a tiny drizzle of mustard, sport peppers, grilled onions, and the Lou Malnati classic crust is like the delivery instead of a bun.
Yes.
It's like imagine it that way. It's like a decomposed. Is that the right word for it? It's really good. It's worth a slice. It's really, really good.
Yeah, we're going to try to sample some next if there's any left from you and Brandon tearing into it. But I will just say I love Lou Malnati's. It's really good stuff, and it's close to us. We order it quite often. So I guess I'm going to have to go home and order a Polish sausage pizza because Dustin and Brandon have struck.
There you go.
We'll be right back. We've got, I believe, Marshall and Layla next. It's Mully and Haugh with Ruthie Polinsky. Great job, Ruthie.
Thanks,
Great
Mully.
to see you.
Thanks for having me.
104.3 The Score.
Hey, it's Layla Rahimi from the Rahimi Harrison Grote Show. Middays 10 a.m. to 2. We are your connection to Chicago sports throughout your workday.
If you're listening from work, make us your companion by listening on your smart speaker or the free Odyssey app.
If you want to watch us do the show live, check us out on YouTube and Twitch, talking Bears, Cubs, Sox, Bulls, all of thing back in the hole in the proper way.
Do you remember Little League Baseball, at least when I played baseball? Like, of course, they didn't have the professional bases with the big spike in it. They would have like two thinner spikes, and the bag was super loose. At least the one that I played in. They're just tiny little bags that they weren't the major league bags.
Wait, the bags didn't move? I thought you played in the olden days where the bags, like, actually, they just put the bags down, and home plate was the only one that was actually out there.
Just hope it's 90 feet. By the end of the game.
One step up from Sandlot baseball.
Yeah, not that old, but definitely the ones with the two thin spikes that would go in it. So I was sitting there watching that and laughing aloud as Bill Miller just felt very comfortable telling everybody where the spike must go in the hole.
It all felt very, to your point, Mark, minor league-ish.
Yeah.
Like the whole operation.
Yeah.
Because it's a minor league ballpark.
Right.
The Sacramento River Cats still play there. You know?
The plug that sticks in the hole got stuck.
The plug that sticks in the hole got stuck. I want to have Bill Miller on. Bill, tell us more about this. Well, it just got stuck. You saw what happened. The hole in the plug got stuck.
Did that require an explanation, though? Because it wasn't like something happened on the field. that throat clear is going to be a drop.
In all honesty, I appreciated that there was an explanation, because if you're watching the game, you're like, what the hell is going on? It was nice. It was nice to get like a very specific answer from Bill Miller right there.
Yeah, I agree. Like any delay in the action, I like the transparency, even if, and I mean, if it's going to be as entertaining as that, I guess Bill Miller should be doing them all.
It'd be nice if he it literally explained everything in reverse. What happened was you got your leg down here, and the glove went on top of the leg, and you weren't able to get under it, so the guy's out.
I need one strange incident every game that guy is a part of.
No doubt. I will say, like, you were talking about the NBA refs in those situations. They're pretty good. Maybe I don't watch enough NBA.
I think they have real media training, because I tell you, they pull up to that scores table. Like you said, they give a little lean, like, all right.
This is my time to
time for my close-up.
This is my one shot.
Time for my close-up. And then they go, and they let you know in a very succinct manner what has happened. Sometimes a little flair, sometimes just straight up. Like, they all have their different ways of doing things, and I appreciate an NBA official on a call that is confirmed, or a call that stands, or a call that is overturned.
Yeah, I mean, they really get that zeroed in like shot, you know. That's more NBA referees, NBA officials are more like a TV show host than any of the other officials. Yes, you're getting zeroed in on, but you got this wide shot. Like for the NBA guys, it's like they're looking right at you when they're explaining those rulings.
You guys saw the Walt Weiss tackle, right? And the whole melee. I was wondering, I don't know if an umpire came on much like an NBA official would after and explain, like, these are the players who are called out. Usually it's just like they just point and go, and there's no real, as you said,
they sort it out the next day or whatever to find out.
I wonder if they're doing that now in MLB. That's my next question. That's the next logical step, right?
I needed it to be Bill Miller. Reynaldo Lopez hit Jorge Soler in the face with a baseball.
He got him pretty good. There was one return hit that didn't necessarily land, but he got him in the hole.
Can you imagine?
Walt Weiss took him down.
So Acuna comes to the White Sox. I don't know where he is in terms of his development, how ready he is for the majors, but also Truman Pauly, a right-hander who was a
Pauly.
I love that.
Come on. Finally, we get to cheer it again.
Pauly.
How did he have that already? Brandon Fryer at the top of his game this morning. It's like he was up all night since the trade, working tirelessly to bring us the best in White Sox trade hype.
Truman Pauly is totally going to be nicknamed the Professor.
Can I tell you this, though?
Yes.
This guy, to me, is Will Venable's contribution to this trade. Saying, guys, Chris, I need an Ivy Leaguer.
That is exactly what he is.
The Princeton man gets the Harvard guy.
He's a Harvard
guy.
Can
you imagine those plane rides?
He pitched at Harvard.
Yes, I know.
I'm trying to get that through my head.
The spin rate conversation is going to be out of this world.
He's kind of anybody that goes to the Ivy League is called the Professor.
Yes.
That is just how it works.
This is, then when you say that,
yes,
you think that the White Sox just traded for a future Kyle Hendricks.
I mean, Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Had a great morning. Ruthie Polinsky filling in for David. Thank you so much, Ruthie.
Thank you for having me,
enjoyed it.
Mully. Always a pleasure.
Always a ton of fun. And we are lucky enough to broadcast live from the Scores Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them. Want to thank Jacob Stutz. He gets us twitching away in the morning. And thanks to everyone for messaging us, for emailing, for tweeting us, and most of all, thank you a ton for listening. It means a lot. Thanks to our executive producer, he's back, Dustin William Rhodes.
What about the soccer, about the football of it all made you want to be here and be with this club for the next 2 years?
Yeah, first of all, I have to learn the soccer now. I don't know why you call soccer not football. It's football, yeah? Not with the hand, but okay.
Well, I mean, it's blame the English. They caused all the problems. They they came up with association football, and soccer is a variation of the word association, so leave us alone. And that's Robert Lewandowski, the great new player who helped us get some Maxwell Polish sausage pizza from Lou Malnati, so he's forgiven. Thank you, Brandon Fryer, for your hard work. Argentino! God, we got to get Andres Cantor some tea with honey in it, and you got to help that man be able to scream that word come Sunday when the final is in New York. It's in New York. The third place game in Miami. Not that anyone cares. Welcome, Layla Rahimi in the studio.
I mean, I care. You know?
Well, yeah, I mean, it matters if you're thinking like, oh, I can travel to New York this weekend, and then dun dun dun.
Yeah, that's the challenge, right? Is being in New York during any of these games.
There you go. And Marshall Harris, Marshall,
jump on a flight right now to Miami. Check out some third place action.
Is that a Bam Adebayo T-shirt?
Yeah.
It's a Bam. It's a Blades of Steel
T-shirt. This is live footage of Bam and Tyler. Can't you tell?
Yeah.
If they were hockey players. No, it's one of my favorite games as a kid, Blades of Steel on the old NES. And the quirky thing about this game is if you get in a fight and you win the fight, you get the power play. That's how you determine who's on the power.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, that's how you get the man advantage, win the fight.
That's fun.
That would make hockey more interesting.
Right?
It would encourage tougher players. If that's
encourage something.
How are you guys holding up? Everything good?
I'm not holding up as well as Wemby, who just got the.
Yeah, we were admiring his contract on TV just now. Decided to go with the max as opposed to the super max, which I don't know that that's good for the league, but he's allowed to make his own choices.
I think that's good for players who want to play with other good players, good enough to win actual championships, because he takes $252 million instead of the $303 million over 5 years, and that allows the Spurs to not dip into that second apron when it's time to pay everybody else.
Wow. He's a good dude, huh?
Well, he's also got a lot of other sources of income.
But he's worried about his teammates, and he's a good dude.
He understands legacy, because we do count rings around here, and he doesn't have one yet.
Well, and it matters in San Antonio.
Billy will make that happen, don't you think?
Do you think Billy's going to be the head coach before the end of the season? That's my first question.
That's probably right.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, given all the coaching mishaps of the finals.
Well, that's true, too.
I have not met a person yet where I said this statement and they disagree with it. If Pop coaches that team, they win the series because they're not blowing double-digit leads every game.
No shadow of a doubt. No shadow of a doubt. How are you handling this, what do we call it?
Smoky Thursday?
Glorious Thursday.
Yeah, aside from the air quality, it seems pretty good. I think we got to start with the question. We've still got a day of no baseball. So teams on the field. If your team is on the field, what do you want to see out of both the Cubs and the White Sox to make the playoffs? Aside from trading, that I feel like we've covered a lot of trade deadline, and God knows we will. So we want to ask you the question too. We'll take your calls and texts 312-644-6767. This applies to both teams because both teams are in playoff races. Jamal Collier wrote an absolutely brilliant article involving more than 20 sources for ESPN on the mishaps of the Bulls front office previous regime. It clearly got us fired up, so we're talking to him about it at 11. Caleb Williams' discussion on the Athletic Football Show brought up some really good stats that I think fly in the face of what people assume about this not only Bears team, but what Caleb Williams' game is. 5 on it is at noon. Amy Trask on the board of directors for the Big Three, former CEO of the Raiders, joins us at 12:25. Thrilled to talk to her today. And our friend Clay Harbor, you may know him from the Big Pro Football Show, Ruthie, big if true, is in our studio at 1.
Love it.
Great stuff, guys. Talk to you soon.
Whoa! It's here, the 157th Kane County Fair, July 15 through 19 in St. Charles. Fun for everyone. Unlimited carnival rides, kid shows, bull riding, demo derby, 4-H, and more. Always free parking. Kane County Fair, July 15 through 19 in St. Charles at the Kane County Fairground. Visit kanecountyfair.com. Whoa, it's here.
I don't know much about Truman Paul Lee, other than he's got a chantable name.
Yes, he does.
We know that.
Yeah.
And he's a well-educated man. I think he left after 3 years, was it? I mean, he didn't get his degree from Harvard.
That we know of.
But he probably could just mail in and
correspondence courses.
Yes.
These days you can get a lot done via Zoom classes.
It's hard to get into Harvard.
It is. It's hard to finish Harvard.
It's hard.
So maybe
Congratulations.
he, in the off season, has been working toward that degree.
How do you play baseball and go to school at Harvard?
Well, it's difficult, but those guys can balance that. They're high achievers.
All right.
And I think
you've got very pleased with that piece of information.
A bright young man.
Yes, he will think it through.
He will think it through. He's 22 years old, was a 12th round pick by the Mets out of Harvard, where he struck out 91, walked 48 and 70 in third innings. He was a draft eligible sophomore.
That's what I mean. What does that mean?
He's a long way from the majors. Yeah. So he'll be cracking the books in places like Kannapolis, on the road.
And
in Birmingham.
I am appreciative of a man that has that kind of brain power. I'm not making fun of it. It's just a fact of the man's life.
Well, when you lead with the prospect they got is a Harvard product, I don't think we're talking about his fastball or his great breaking stuff.
Right.
And that's the most interesting thing about him. But Will Venable gets a smart guy for the clubhouse if he makes the Sox at some point. So he broke camp last year with the Mets. He has 175 major league at-bats, and he's a speedster.
You know, I'm not look. I hope he's
16 stolen bases. Wow.
Yeah, 16 out of 17.
16 stolen bases.
Out of 17.
Sox got faster. Little speedy
they got a
guy.
lot faster. But like in Major League Baseball, and I don't know any of this, but is there? I would always imagine that on draft day there's like a line on the wall, and it says, you know, must be this tall to ride.
That's a shot.
It's like a guy getting on a roller coaster.
The Mydroth meter. You just have it right there. If you can't be taller than Chase Mydroth.
See, that is so mean.
It is Luis Angel Acuna. Luis Angel Acuna. That's the way you say it.
Luis Unleash Hell Acuna.
There we go. That's a good nickname. Pass it along to Schriffen. Get him going on the nicknames early.
Paulie.
That's the other guy. That is
Paulie.
Truman
Paulie.
You go with Paulie. I'm going to go with the Truman Show.
Truman Show's good.
The Truman Show. And we'll find out when that will debut in Chicago.
He's going to suddenly realize that he's not at Harvard, that he's actually playing for the White Sox. That's the big surprise at the end of the show.
This is a move for the future.
Nothing about television.
Okay. Trying to keep focused here.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm making too many bad jokes.
Matt Snyder's with us from CBS Sports. Damn good hat wall behind you. Really impressive.
Yeah, we need to talk about that.
I've got the championship one right above my head, if you can see. Right there.
Folks are watching you on Twitch and on YouTube, so I've got some questions about this.
Good, me too.
Is this form or function? Like, do you actually pull caps from there, or is this your set for when you come on and hang out with people like us?
It's a great first question.
It's the set.
Okay.
It's just there. I don't really wear hats. So yeah, it's just the set. I pretty much you can see a bunch of the World Series ones.
Yes.
I buy them when I go to the World Series there. And I went to Indiana University. So this one is new and it's my pride and joy right now.
Yeah. For anybody who can't see, there's 8 rows of baseball caps and there's a lot of Cubs hats. The entire row on the left, other than a Twins hat for some reason.
Well, there's the White Sox Batterman.
The White Sox Batterman cap is my question, Lawrence.
The Homestead Grays.
Yeah, well, is beautiful.
Well, it was my wife actually at an insurance seminar, got it autographed.
SCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grote should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grote may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. 10-2 on 104.3 The Score.
If you read the story Jamal Collier wrote that came out yesterday, the headline is Inside the Hopeful Resurrection of the Chicago Bulls and What's Next. Now listen, he led with the hope. But after I read, absorbed, had a theory proven when I looked at the drafting process as to the decision made to get Patrick Williams, who I maintain this is not his fault. He seems like a very wonderful person who handles this all with grace and class, and he deserves all of that. But the fact of the matter is that they could have drafted and wanted to draft Tyrese Halliburton.
Oh, no!
And that not only did Arturas Karnisovas and Mark Eversley double down on their decision to go against the thought of many people in the building to take Halliburton, they decided to not do that and insist on Patrick Williams because his hand size was similar to Kawhi Leonard.
Big, masculine. My hands tell a story of greatness.
You can't bat 1,000. You can't hit on 100. But the fact that they not only drafted him, but they went out and they decided to pay this man in extension form. Again, I think I've said this, 100 times on the station?
Absolutely.
A restricted free agent did not make him go out and sign an offer sheet and see what other teams were willing to give him. They just said, here, take this 5-year, $90 million contract. Several staffers said they were blindsided by the terms.
I'm going to have a poker face.
It took probably 3 or 4 years for them to come off of the, well, he could be Kawhi statements.
Could be Kawhi.
What it do, baby? Yeah.
Why don't you and I just get on a basketball court and somebody could say we could be somebody?
Quote, those things continued to linger even after Patrick pretty demonstrably proved that he was not going to be Kawhi.
In the case of 10 months, Patrick Williams, you are not
Kawhi Leonard. Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grote. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Oh, no, you did not, Tyler Beaterbaugh. And we're not mad all over again. No, we are not. Blindsided.
You don't have to get mad all over again if you just stay mad.
Amen. Stay mad. If this show teaches you nothing, you don't have to get mad twice if you stay mad once. It's like Udonis Haslem on another level. Somebody asked for the smoke because we got it all outside today.
Oh, my goodness.
This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on 104.3 The Score. We are happy that you are joining us on this Thursday. If you want more on that, and I was surprised to see, I posted a video to my TikTok, to my Facebook, actually. Yeah, that's right. Do you know how to post videos to Facebook?
I do.
There was a lot of discussion. So if you want to get in on that discussion, 11 o'clock, Jamal Collier, who wrote that article, is going to join us. In the meantime, we got one more day of no baseball until the White Sox and the Cubs get it started on Friday in the proverbial second half of the season. And I'm asking the question, not just to my partner, Marshall Harris, not just to our team, Ray Diaz, Tyler Beaterbaugh, but also to you at 312-644-6767. Aside from the trades, aside from trade deadline stuff, we've talked about that. We will continue to track it. Aside from that, out of what you've seen out of these two teams, your teams on the field, what do you need to either have happen or continue to have the teams make the playoffs? I'm going to say playoffs. You can extend it to division if you want, but make the playoffs. Assuming that that is the goal for each team. And since they're both still in the playoff race very much, I figure pick up where you leave off. So I want to go with 3 things. I'm going to start with the Cubs, Marshall. How are you feeling like as we get the scene setter going? They're in a much better place now than they were even 2 weeks ago. The month of July went well for them. So well that I know they love a break, but I even think that the All-Star game may have come at a bad time for some of these guys.
I think that's a fair thing to say. Just want to remind everyone, the month of July is only halfway over, so I'm interested to see what happens the back half of the month to say it's doing. But yeah, their last month has been spectacular. Best record in baseball at 20-8 since June 11th. So yeah. I'm interested to hear your thoughts and to share mine as well.
I'm going to start with Alex Bregman because his rebound has been a part of the reason I think the Cubs have gotten better offensively. Sweeping the Mets also helped. But when you consider that Alex Bregman, for the month of June, only had 3 doubles to his name, only had 2 home runs for the month of June. That is not what you ask out of your highest paid free agent in the offseason, your big name acquisition. He knows that. And we've seen more production. Already in the small sample size we have of the month of July, he's got 4 doubles to his name. He already has 2 home runs. He's got 11 RBIs. He had 12 for the entire month of June. So I need Alex Bregman to continue to do what he's doing. Show the pop that we know you to have. We know that's not the main part of his game, but we know slug is a part of it. And right now he's slugging .463 for the month of July. Compare that to a mere 300 in June. The OPS is 746 this month already. It was 648 in June. If he can replicate for the entire month and then going into August, what he's doing right now so far in the first couple of weeks of July, that to me is going to help the Cubs offense immensely. So I want to start with that. I think additionally, you've got to get similar production out of your starting rotation when it comes to at least innings per game. You know, we've seen guys like Colin Ray, for example, have to pick up a lot of the load yet again. You know, he's been such a Band-Aid, a reliable Band-Aid for this team. So can Colin Ray continue to at least go 5 innings in each of his starts? If he can, that is going to take a lot of load off of the bullpen. I think it's going to ultimately help the starting rotation breathe a little easier. So Colin Ray, for me, I would like to see him go at least 5 innings in his outings each of the times. Now, he had a 7-inning outing against the Houston Astros. That was back in May. But he had a couple where he only went 4 2/3. You know, that was against the Giants and the Rockies last month in June. So can he at least go 5 innings? I'm not even asking for 6 out of him. I'm asking for 6 out of Jameson Taillon and Shota Imanaga. I think that's fair, even though I know our expectation for Shota has changed. The other metric for me is this. Can those 2 players, the pitchers who are known to give up home runs, can they lessen the home run numbers to solo shots and ideally, this is a big ideally, 2 a game? Like 2, if I just can build in 2 earned runs per game via a solo home run each for those 2, I think this thing is sustainable. And I didn't say like I needed magic to happen. But if I can get like tangible goals out of some of these guys, I think things look a lot different for this Cubs team moving into next month and into the rest of the season.
To be clear, when you say like the 2 earned runs off of solo home runs, you're also saying they're allowed to give up other runs in other situations as well, but you just need the home run damage to be lesser.
Correct.
Okay, so if they
like I don't have ducks on the pond when you're giving up the home runs.
Jameson Taillon, 6 innings. Shota Imanaga, 6 innings. Each of them gives up 4 earned runs. You good with that?
Yeah, if the offense produces, I'm even good with 4. Yes.
With 4 runs, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's because to me, there's this perfect convergence, right? I need more importantly than the starters to not give up a certain number of runs. I just need the starters to get to 15 to 18 outs, and whoever it may be, because otherwise the bullpen gets, whew.
That's it. That's an outgetter. And I'm not saying this is not like curb your enthusiasm, lower your expectations type of goals. I'm not saying people have to have those. But when I'm trying to give, if I put my managerial hat on, or if I put my Tommy Hotovy hat on, or I'm putting my John Maley hat on for the Cubs, and we're taking your calls and your opinions on this too. What 3 things do you need to see out of your team to say, this is, if you do this, you're going to make the playoffs? 312-644-6767 is our number. And it's Colin Ray needs to go at least 5. Lessen the home run hurt for both Jameson Taillon and Shota Imanaga. I'm giving you 2 solo shots each in your starts. And then it's Alex Bregman has to keep hitting like he has so far in the month of July. Those are my 3. They're very defined. They're very specific. And likely I think maybe a little unlikely because of my specificity in my request. But if I've got these known commodities and I know they can do these things, then I think it helps me breathe a lot easier. Trade deadline talk we're going to do. There's no doubt. We've talked about who might get traded, who might keep up. Pico Armstrong, keep doing your thing. But as far as the variables and the margins, I think those three things for me make my life a little bit easier if I'm watching the Cubs.
I think that's fair. I think when I look at this team, one thing that has been constant for this team
right.
is that they have been at the top of baseball when it comes to the opportunities they've had with runners in scoring position.
The opportunity amount, yes.
The opportunity, like when you talk about just opportunities, they're there. They're the team that is going to get a chance to do whatever because every game or almost every game, they have a chance to get the job done with runners in scoring position. And that is held true all season long. They have 906 at-bats this season with runners in scoring position, right? That's third best in baseball, trailing only, unfortunately, two teams in their division. The Pittsburgh Pirates with 932 at-bats with runners in scoring position, and the Milwaukee Brewers who have 921 at-bats with runners in scoring position.
The fact that Pittsburgh was up there a month and a half ago and remains up there is interesting to me.
What's even more...
That they're putting the ball in play enough to get runners in scoring position in Pittsburgh at that clip.
So it's great that you say that because here's the thing. Both of those teams have done a much better job on the season. 262 for the Pirates with runners in scoring position, 268 for the Brewers with runners in scoring position. OPS-wise, you look at where the Cubs are with runners in scoring position, it's a 737 OPS. They've hit 235, which the OPS ranks 20th in baseball.
And that's where it gets back.
20th
in baseball does not make you the playoffs.
But, and this is why, this is one of those three things that I'm talking about, and this is the first thing I'm leading with because this is the difference. When you look at what they've done since June 11th, where we know they have the best record in baseball at 20-8?
Yeah, I always think of the Stephen B. Smith, Lucas Giolito commercial. Best record in baseball. Worst pitcher in baseball.
In that time, they've come up. They've had the second most plate appearances with runners in scoring position. They also have an 897 OPS over that period. You see the correlation, the difference?
So you mean to tell me if guys are on base and then you bring them home that you might score runs and then therefore win games?
That
I mean, it's big if true. You know, it sounds like a great idea.
That 897 OPS ranks fifth in baseball behind the Rockies, the Pirates, the Phillies, and the Cardinals. That's who's doing that job. And then when you look at slugging percentage, which was something they've really struggled with runners in scoring position, in that span in which they've had the best record in baseball since June 11th, they slug .534, and their weighted runs created plus is at 141, which is also fifth best in baseball. If you are a top five producing team with runners in scoring position, I think they can be right there. They should make the playoffs. That's like the number one thing for me because the pitching is very here today, gone tomorrow.
Well, and that's why I say, like, I'm going to give guys some tangible goals, right? And I'm not even saying no home runs because that's a wild ask. We can't be doing that.
They don't have the pitching talent to be able to do that. You got to know your KYP, know your
personnel.
Yeah.
Now, see, texters, you guys are close, but no cigar.
On what?
815, both teams need bullpen. We know that. This is of the team existing. What
can you do in-house?
219 says Cub three things. Nico has to get back on track. Number one, yes, you are absolutely correct about that. Number two, Bregman, keep it up. I agree with you. Number three, bullpen help. Yeah, I think we all know bullpen help is paramount. We don't know if Phil Maton's going to be healthy either. I know we saw a couple games, but how does that stretch out?
I thought he was healthy.
I mean, he is supposedly.
With the way that bullpen is?
I like Phil Maton with a week of rest, man. Like, give me Phil Maton with a week of rest on top of coming back off the IL.
Friday night, who do you trust more? Phil Maton? Sir Anthony Dominguez, go.
Still Maton.
Okay.
Still Maton.
Okay. So you would put him in a higher leverage situation as a Cub manager than you would.
Sir Anthony Dominguez as a Sox.
Well, I think the White Sox have a superior bullpen right now, especially with Daniel Palencia out.
Yeah. I mean, but the order of it all is the key here.
So my number two thing, Layla, Craig Counsell has to continue to push the right buttons in that bullpen. That's my thing.
Like manage with pockets.
You got to be able to figure it out.
Yeah.
Like if your guy only goes 4 innings, or you determine after 4 2/3 he needs to come out of the game because of that pocket of guys coming up in the lineup. All right, Craig, that's cool. But do you have enough relievers available to you on that given night to get you through what amounts to 4 1/3 innings?
Okay, so that's your number 2. I think I may know your number 3 based on your number 2, but tell me.
So my number 3 thing is the Cubs just need the Brewers to fall back. They need the Brewers to fall back.
I can't ask for that. It's like me asking to lose weight in a day. It's just not going to happen for me.
Layla, all I want to do right now is open your eyes to the possibility of the Brewers falling back. You yourself started out this segment talking about how we don't know what Lance McCullers is going to be and when he's going to be, right?
Yeah, I said that in our meeting, actually. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Did I confuse the backstage with the onstage?
Let's let people in on it. Yeah, because, the Cubs traded for David Peterson, and we know that the Brewers traded for Lance McCullers, who had been on the injury list for a long time. But it's a rental, so he's coming off of it. It's just a matter of when.
Here's what we know about the Brewers. Kyle Harrison, unavailable. He's on the IL, 15-day. And Brandon Woodruff on the IL, 60-day IL. And there are doubts as to whether or not he will even come back this season, because once you're on the 60-day IL, I think he's not coming back until September.
Yeah, the 60 days basically it's how you feel about Justin Steele, essentially.
Okay, that's a fair comparison when you're talking about team to team. And the third thing is, if Jacob Mizorowski falls off, he doesn't have to be quote unquote be hurt. But if he can't replicate what he's been able to do every 5th to 6th day, because they've given him some extra time between starts at times. If he's not doing that, the Cubs have a chance to not only make the playoffs, because I think they're on a good track to make the playoffs, but to win the division.
Yeah, I feel like it's a real tangible thing, what you're asking for. And like we said, we'll take your texts and your calls. We'll do calls at 1045, 312-644-6767 is our number. What's going on, Ray Diaz?
I just want to add one, because I love all of the points that you guys made, all of the things that need to happen for the Cubs to make the playoffs. For me, one that I haven't heard that I need, that I've been thinking about all season, where's that power, Michael Busch? He had 34 home runs last year. He's got 11 so far this year. I'd love to see after the All-Star break is over if he comes out swinging with some power and does it the rest of the way and into the playoffs.
You know what? I feel like we're good parenting, even though none of us have kids yet, morning show or after midday show, because Marshall's knocking on wood. Tyler is giving me a wink and a smile. Attaboy, Tyler. We're happy
Get that
for
man
Tyler.
A cigar.
Yeah. But in the meantime, we're not asking for magic here. We're not even asking to change Nico Hoerner as a hitter. I stared in the direction of a building. All we're asking for is for the best versions of some of these guys' selves. That's what we're asking for. We haven't seen it yet. You're asking for the best version of Michael Busch. I'm not even asking for the best version of Shota and J-Mo. I'm just asking for them to be, a couple % better. And then Colin Ray, just give me 5.
Might be 10% better what you're asking.
10%,
just solo shots?
It's not the margins.
It's the 10-year anniversary of the Cubs winning the World Series in 2016. Joe Madden, the manager of that team, had a phrase, do simple better. Come on. That's all we need.
And I'm not even saying that. I'm just do you better. And I don't need you to be 100% better. I need you to be just a little better. I feel like that would help. 312-644-6767 is our number. I like the feedback on the text line. I'm not mad at you at asking for bullpen help. It's just not exactly in the parameters of the conversation that we set forth. Now, nobody's getting graded on this, just so you're aware. We broadcast live from our Score Hyundai studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Breaking news on the Score is sponsored by IDOT. Running late? Speeding won't save you time. No need to speed. It's not a game, especially on a day like today where the visibility is kind of rough. Ray Diaz, Tyler Buterbaugh are our producers. Brandon Fryer helps us out as well. We also have our video team, Cody Westerland, Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, and Max Curtis working for you. You can see us on Twitch, twitch.tv/TheScoreChicago. YouTube, we are at The Score Chicago as well. So join our conversation. What 3 things would you like to see, or even just a couple things, or your one thing, out of the existing versions of the Cubs and the White Sox for them to make the playoffs this season at the halfway point? We'll do it next on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 104.3 The Score. We're live and we're local. 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
This segment is sponsored by Packy Webb Ford.
You can see the autograph.
The White Sox hat?
Yes! Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's what we're wondering. You're an avowed Cub fan, an open and comfortable Cub fan with a White Sox hat on your wall. I was going to ask you to explain yourself.
I don't hate the White Sox.
Good for you.
Yeah. I hate the Cardinals. You won't see any Cardinals stuff anywhere.
See, this is where I feel like White Sox fans and Cubs fans can shake hands.
They can.
And be like, you know what? I don't like them neither.
What, the Cardinals?
Yeah. But the Cardinals Cardinals fans try to attach themselves to the White Sox, and they're like, hey, we don't like the Cubs either. And we're like, no, our neighbors are fine. Get out of here, hayseed.
We're all Bears fans, so we can just talk about football then, and that's
There's a Bears hat on the bottom of row 7, as a matter of fact. But
There's a couple behind me too.
I echo the fact I have a couple of those World Series destination hats,
You
or like
do?
certain rivalry. Yeah, I mean, there's the 2 that I've been to that in the stands. The Red Sox Dodgers in 20. What year was
18.
that? Yeah, 18, and the Cubs Cleveland one in 2016. But those are good commemorative hats. I have like Stanley Cup hats from like being able to be at Blackhawks Stanley Cup hats. Those are excellent buys.
So what's the bacon cap?
The Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs.
Yes.
Gosh, it would have been like 2013 or 2012. They had a promotion where they had bacon uniforms, and I wrote about how cool it was. And they just emailed me and said, do you want a hat? So I was like, hell yes, I do. I'll put it up here.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful cap. So now that you have opened the door, let's talk about the Bears. What was your favorite Caleb Williams moment this past year, Matt?
I think the fourth down to Rome. No, because, gosh, there were so many. It's tough to – maybe the playoff fourth down, but that came at a loss.
Yeah. Fourth down touchdown.
And then you think about the walk-off touchdown to DJ, but that was regular season.
Yeah.
Maybe the DJ touchdown against the Packers, because that would have been like
Saturday.
a playoff game, knocking the Packers out. We don't lose in the playoffs to the Packers. So maybe the Packers game clincher to DJ is probably that.
I think that's a great answer, and I think history will probably point towards that one on the top of the list. The only one I would add is the bootleg left touchdown to Cole Kmet in Philly.
I think that's my favorite.
Oh my
Black Friday.
God, the Black Friday. It was just like after managing the game all day and getting his Jalen Hurts on, he had to be special, and that throw was special. And they announced themselves as we can beat anybody.
Yeah.
There were just so many. That's why that season was so great.
Yeah. And that's why our Chris Tannehill decided to tune in to Green Bay Packers post-game radio.
That's right, folks. Sometimes you love sports so much you got to have more sports, even when your team's not playing. But I will check out because I like to know about the North. It's sometimes turn the page is not enough for me to learn about the North.
It's an old score move to like use the app.
Usually it's meant for bigger games than that last night, but I was in the mood to have to enjoy that a little bit because when you can check out our guy Mark Tauscher, who is I've been a fan of his for years. These Packers offensive linemen, like that's the thing that sucks. Like they have so many great former linemen that are great in media.
Bulaga's a great dude.
Exactly. Yeah. So I was checking them out and just enjoying the callers and people they're so over Matt LaFleur up there.
Oh, do tell.
Yeah. Well, I'll let the audio tell the tale here, but here's one caller's theory on what's going on with Matt LaFleur right now.
Jason, you're in Tosa. You're on with Mark Tauscher. Let her fly.
So I've been calling in since the Cleveland loss in Game 3 to say Matt LaFleur was not a coach who will ever get the Packers into a Super Bowl, and been asking Couch to tell me why I was wrong. Does Matt LaFleur even want to be the coach in Green Bay anymore? And I'm serious. He's giving off Mike Holmgren last season in Green Bay. I know I'm going to, and I want to be in Seattle vibes to me. I think Matt LaFleur, there's a phrase out there, quiet quitting. He doesn't look like he wants to be there. He's been the worst part of the entire team all year.
Wow.
Wow, that is.
The quiet quit is being accused of one Matt LaFleur.
Tanny, this is what happens when you don't like Halloween.
Yeah, what's that record? They're 0-2 since he said that.
When you're feeling the pressure of Ben Johnson, who calls you out, and it clearly triggered him. Remember all those times that he would bring it up? Yeah, I don't know.
It really bothered
Ben
him.
Johnson, like, I don't even know him. Like, why did he bring that up?
What's with that guy?
Yeah.
What's going on with him?
He's coming for you. The floor wants you to cram it up your cram hole.
This is the call that followed up very soon after, which I really enjoyed.
Let's go to Jeff in Milwaukee. Jeff.
Hey, guys. Unfortunately, I couldn't be less surprised by this performance.
Because?
And because I don't think Matt LaFleur is a good coach. LaFleur is so...
If you're mad about it, take your ass to go play, tennis.
We like sports and we don't care who knows. Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
Well, there's no doubt about it. Hopefully, the best stuff is still ahead of them. Try to win the division. And I think it's just kind of nice surprise. Not just in Chicago. I think Major League Baseball surprised the way they're playing. I just talked to Matt Katze, I think it was Friday, and he was very surprised with the way those guys handle it and put it together and living like that when nobody expects anything from them.
This is Rahimi Harrison Grote on 104.3 The Score. That is Ozzie Guillen talking about the White Sox. We continue with the question, with the team on the field. You're not making any trades yet. You're just asking for something from your teams on the field. Cubs and White Sox, 312-644-6767 is our number. What do you need to see out of the players you know and the team you know before you make any trades to help this team make the playoffs? We started with Cubs. Now we're moving to the White Sox. We'll take your calls and your texts in our next segment, 312-644-6767. And I started with Cubs, Marshall, so I feel like, round robin. Now you get to start with the White Sox. What do you think?
All right, let's go to it. The White Sox fully healthy as far as offense goes, or as healthy as they've been all season with the return of Munetaka Murakami. What I need, number one, I need Munetaka Murakami to be the hitter he was before he got hurt.
Yeah.
That power and that threat of power have to exist in the same way for the White Sox to be dynamic enough offensively to hold on to where they are.
No, I think that's fair. 20 home runs before he got hurt. Why not keep asking for that?
He had 20 home runs in 57 games, and even with the 3 games without a home run and only a double to show for it in the first series back in that sweep against the Athletics, if he can just go with a 54 home run pace the rest of the way. Well, I'm just saying based on what he's done, that should be possible. And when I say based on what he's done, not just in Chicago, but before when he was in Japan hitting home run balls, when he was in the World Baseball Classic hitting home run balls. They need Mune to be Mune. And you know what? He's extra motivated because there is proverbial cash on the line, because even though he's in the first year of a 2-year deal, if he wants an extension before he hits free agency, this is how you can earn money before you even get to the end of that contract. I think his power is the key to unlocking what could be a top 5, if not top 3 offense in baseball.
All right, so that's your number one. I completely agree. I think Mune's success is key to the White Sox success. It's been great that they've won without him, and it's been great that they went almost 500. 1 game under in the 35 games without him. They won 17 games. You can't ask for much more. But as we saw in that Red Sox series, when you don't have him, you can face a hot team, and maybe you take one of those 2 or 3, and not get swept if you've got him in the lineup.
When you look at him, it's important, right? And the second thing that I'm going to talk about.
Yes.
Davis Martin has had a great season so far. He didn't make the All-Star team, but he's still been the Sox best pitcher overall.
Yes.
When you look at the other starters that they have, and specifically I'm looking at Sean Burke, and I'm looking at Anthony Kay.
Yeah.
And I'm saying they need to be the guys that they have been the last month of the season.
Right.
When Davis Martin faulted, they were there to pick him up. Eric Fetty is what he is. His last 6 appearances, he only made 1 start because he's a bolt guy. He's your, I'm going to give you what I can give you. 4 innings, if that's it, because you used a starter and then another guy before you got to me. That's just the way it is.
My favorite was the opener and then another opener. Eric Fetty's like the music festival. He's not your opener and then the main event pitcher. He's the opener and then the opener and then the main event pitcher.
And I think it's important
he
that
was the headliner.
Those guys, as we talk about them, they continue to be guys who can make the starts. Davis Martin's got a 3.41 ERA. You know who else has a 3.41 ERA? Sean Burke.
Yeah.
And that means something.
Yeah.
That means something that even though Davis Martin has been great, 9-4 on the season, they've won the majority of his starts. They've only lost once when he's been on the mound at home. Sean Burke's development has been a revelation. So you look at Burke and Kay specifically. I expect them to get some help somewhat, but the guys that they have, they need to continue to do the job. And my last thing goes back to pitching because I have all the faith in the offense, especially if Mooney is healthy and doing what Mooney did in the first half.
This offense looks, he's the force multiplier. So now you're talking, it's not just they look better. They look, 30% better if he's there? Is that too much? Maybe 25%? I feel like he's worth 2 of him when it comes to helping the team offensively, just with the protection in the lineup, lengthening the lineup.
You might be right there. I think that he's just been really good when he's there. Like you can see the effect he has, pitchers having to either pitch around him or attack him in the zone. And when you attack him in the zone, you can get him sometimes because he strikes out a lot. But if you don't get him, he gonna get you.
Well, and then it's a problem for the rest of the inning when he's done something.
And so that's why this third thing is maybe just as important. We know how bad the White Sox were last year in 1-run games. We know how many late blown leads there were. The White Sox have to continue to get the production they've gotten from Grant Taylor, from Brian Hudson, and from the newest guy to kind of jump into the fray in that high leverage situation, Jordan Hicks. Mm-hmm. If Jordan Hicks continues to do what he's been doing, I have a really good feeling about where this White Sox team can go. I say that because in his last 8 outings, he's got 15 strikeouts. He's allowed 3 hits in 8 innings, and he's allowed 1 walk. Let me repeat that. He's allowed 3 hits over his last 8 appearances. He's walked 1 batter, and he struck out 15. That plays.
Yeah, that'll work. That dog will hunt.
So you look at him, you look at Sean Newcomb, another guy who's been important, but it feels like their 6, 7, 8, 9 has got some feeling in a game in which they have a lead of 3 runs or less.
312-644-6767 is our number. We're asking, what do you need to see out of the existing team you've got, Cubs and White Sox, in order for this team to make the playoffs? So you gave your 3 for the White Sox. I'm going to give my 3. Number 1, I think the natural observation, you talked about the Brewers coming down or the Brewers falling off. You are going to need the American League to stay filled with this type of parity. You're going to need that in order to make the playoffs if you've got the team you have on the field. Now, if you want to make some adjustments, if you want to add pieces, then that changes the discussion. But when it comes to just as it stands right now, obviously the White Sox, as it stands, are in the driver's seat first in the AL Central with a bye. But you can expect Cleveland to make a late push. Right now, they are 51-46. They are right there with the Sox. So something is going to happen there to affect their playoff hopes. You got to acknowledge that the American League is where it is. And so part of that is the fact that with everybody being fair to Midland, as we've pointed out, especially in the West, for example, where 49-47 is leading the division, then keep the parity as long as it stays like this, which I think it will, because I don't see a lot of teams moving off their rosters if they know they can make the playoffs. So that factors into my decision-making process. In the meantime, I'm going to look at Miguel Vargas since you looked at Munetaka Murakami. Miguel Vargas has steadily carried an over 800 OPS this season. And it's not just the way he's done it, but it's the fact that it's been evenly distributed. In the month of April, it dipped to 791. That's it. But otherwise, it has been high. It's been 813 for this month. It was 892 for the month of June, separated 866 for May. Like I said, the 791, and then 879 in what you could play in March. Given that number, I expect if Miguel Vargas stays above 800 OPS-wise, that, again, that offensive lineup gets lengthened. You like your chances of your runners in scoring position making it around and scoring. And then you also see what can happen with the offense as a whole. You're going to score enough runs. If you've got Mully hitting, like you said, and Miguel Vargas staying at that well above 800 OPS month by month, not even necessarily for the whole, but month by month, it just shows you how steady he has been. So Miguel Vargas, a big part of the equation for me. And like I said, not just the home run numbers, it's also the power, the extra base hits. And I still feel like, Miguel, I'm going to cheer for you in your home run in the Midsummer Classic, because you were the only one to hit for extra bases. So proud of you, Miguel Vargas. At least you pointed out what you do well this season and what your cause is. The other one is I'm going to look again in the Department of Improvement. I want to see Noah Schultz improve at a rate that is fair to him. Can Noah Schultz do what I asked Colin Ray to do? Can you go 5 innings and earn enough time in the game and enough leeway to be able to do so? And I think for him to do that, it's going to involve a lot more performances like we saw against the Athletics, where you're not walking anybody, as opposed to the 4 walks you gave up to the Baltimore Orioles in the start on July 1st, or the 3 walks you issued to the Boston Red Sox on the 7th. I'm not asking him to have a walk-free game. I am asking for him
I'm
to
glad
do.
you're not asking
no,
that.
That's silly. I am asking for him to do enough to earn himself at least 2 times through the order in full, and that would equate to 5 innings.
4 runs or less over 5 innings. Would you sign up for that?
I don't even know if the ERA at this point or the runs can be factored in. Will Venable knows when to pull back on Schultz or when he needs to exit the game. But if he can get you 5 innings, that's going to make this look a lot better.
So it's less about how many runs he's given up to you. It's just getting 15 outs at minimum.
Because that means he's done enough to stay in the game that long.
Okay.
And you're not always getting that. You know, it was 4 1/3 against Baltimore. It was only 4 against the Giants. It was 3 2/3 against the Angels. It was 4 1/3 against the Royals. So having that 5-inning goal for him, I think, is reasonable.
I think we're looking at a world where possibly Shane Smith comes back and there's a piggyback situation of some kind.
Which is fine, you know, and if they move him, if they do what they did with like Chris Sale, or even to start with, you know, they did that with Garrett Crochet, where they put those guys in the bullpen first. Now, different pitchers. But if he goes back to the pen, I'm even okay with that. But as far as a starter is concerned, I think the Sox chances are a lot better if he can end up going 5.
I could sign up for that as an expectation.
Again, I tried to like really put my I'm in the clubhouse. What are my reasonable expectations for some guys that would actually make a big difference? You know, the margins to add up for this team. So I feel like these are some goals that we can work with. 312-644-6767 is our number. We're going to read some of your messages. We'll get to your comments and we'll take your calls. What do you need to see out of the existing team, if nothing changes roster-wise, for the Sox and the Cubs to make the playoffs? Next.
The Cubs are now on 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
It's got a chance! Cubs win the ball game!
Northwestern Medicine, leading the way to better medicine. Learn more at nm.org.
This segment is brought to you by Grand Gen.
Some of these other coaches in terms of designing a game plan. When you look at some of these other teams, I'll tell you who's got a really good coach, you guys. The Bears. And you just better admit it. Because I'll tell you, Ben Johnson, the coach of the Lions, the coach of the Rams, the coach of the 49ers, these teams take on the personality of their coach. You can see it. They're aggressive, they're not afraid of anything, and they have this attitude like they're going to win. And the Packers lack all of that.
Wow. Folks, this is the dream.
They're afraid.
Hell yeah! I mean, it's been a long time. It's been a long time coming. And we've all dreamed, however that dream is supposed to look. You know, maybe John Fox will be the guy that takes us back over the top. I mean, Lovey did hit the ground running, and he wanted to beat Green Bay and said so.
He won a lot of games against the Packers.
He did. And there's been moments and flashes, but the idea that you might be passing them by and they're jealous of our coach, they're jealous of our offensive system and the way our team plays. Oh. So here's something that happened earlier, is that I was doing that interview, Grote.
Yeah, thanks for including me, too.
It was kind of a technical cluster bleep as it got a little rushed on us. It was earlier than expected, and then it was short, and we didn't have a chance to get you there technically in there. Apologies, but
and you bolted Grote out of the room.
I did. Wanted to make sure that Grote couldn't get in there, and then you still got in there, asked 4 questions, but I made sure that Tanny edited those out.
Right.
Made sure that he edited those out. No, do you know what happened to me at the end?
No.
They cut off Bilal Nichols, and I didn't realize they did.
Oh no!
So I just kept going.
Oh,
and then
what are the lost questions?
Oh yeah, here you go. Chris Tannehill decided that should see the light of day.
You've been playing this game since you was a child to have fun.
Yeah, well, you've been doing it so well and playing so well and being in a good headspace and a pleasure to watch. No doubt that's going to continue. Bilal Nichols, when you do sign that deal, where's the celebration dinner? If I told you downtown Chicago, money is no object, and you can go have a meal at a restaurant for you and all your family and all your friends, where are you going? What's your place?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Bilal, you there? All right, man. I drop an all right, man, even though he's definitely not there.
That's what I would have dropped.
Bilal, you there? All right, man.
Bilal. That's hilarious. That's what I would have done.
Yeah. You would have been going, it was Bilal.
Hey, no way Bilal Nichols would have hung up if I was involved in that.
Could be.
Interview.
I don't think it was his
All
choice.
your family and all your friends, where are you going? What's your place?
I'm a big Joe West fan.
Phew.
Olin, we had a great conversation with Matt Bowen this week, your buddy, our friend Matt Bowen, about coaching and about the bond that gets created between the coach and the players, especially at the high school level, and how one win in the playoff season can buy you 7 more days of just getting to hang out and bond and connect and watch these kids grow. And I just wanted to, see if that resonates with you like it resonated with us. We've been thinking about it all week long.
Yep, I knew we were getting to Spiegel's feelings corner at some point. So here we are. I'm at the feelings dinner table. I can at least use a Crown Royal shot before we get going here. But listen, Matt Bowen does a great job, man, coaching his kids. You help these guys through this, and you use football really to teach life, and that's it for my Spiegel's feeling corner.
Hey, man, give yourself a shot of Crown as soon as the segment is done. You earned it. You earned it yourself.
I'm going to need it.
Oh, we appreciate you, man. Have a great weekend, sir.
Lawrence, how do you deal with all those feelings every week, man? You know what I mean?
Question. Good
He's
question.
singing music, doing art, wants to talk to you about your feelings all day.
I know.
Listen, man, I know we're in this era now where that's all okay. I'm not the guy.
You said top of the line.
No. You know what? That's you got to let it flow. Our poor producer Ray spilled his coffee, so thanks for christening our studio over here.
No, it's okay.
Ray.
It's okay.
Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
312-644-6767 is the number. I'm asking you to put your manager hat on with the team you got on the field. If you know you're not getting anybody else, which you probably are, but don't worry about that right now. What adjustments, what are you asking for out of the Cubs and the White Sox to make the playoffs? 312-644-6767 is our number. We go to Ron on the South Side on this Thursday. Hi, Ron.
Hey, good morning. You all enjoying the show. Well, one of the things, I want the White Sox to play better on the road. The White Sox were like 10 games under 500. Can you imagine if they just played close? Because, see, this is the form of, for a real good team, certainly you have to win at home, and they've won at home. But for a real good team, the formula is to play over 500 at home and play close to 500. Not 10 games. Not 10 games. That's to me, that's not a formula of a good team. So that's my comment. Thank you all.
Ron, we appreciate it. My formula for baseball has always been very, very simple. You go 40 or 41 wins on the road. You win 2 out of 3 at home. That's 54 wins. You add that up. You either have a 94 or 95 win baseball team. You're going to the playoffs.
Yeah, the math will help you in this case. But he's right. If they play better on the road, which in theory good teams play better on the road, then that probably also nets you playoffs, especially when you know you've still got to play Cleveland a few times. You've still got to face a lot of your division, especially coming up. Marshall, you and I have talked about that aspect of their schedule. So I think that's a really good point. We can read some texts too. 312-644-6767. Our friend Corey in Whitewater, Wisconsin, checking in. Cubs bullpen needs to get people out. Man, they do. Cubs offense needs to consistently score at least 4 runs. Just 4. He's right. They've had so many times where the pitching has come through and a start has been wasted or at least not enjoyed because they can't always consistently score. I'm looking at you, month of May. He's right about that.
847 on the text line. First and foremost, I would like to see the Cubs pitchers avoid any more injuries. I think that's a very fair request.
It seems reasonable, but apparently the fates have deemed otherwise.
He goes on, I would like to see a consistent offense and hope that Alex Bregman stays hot and Nico Horner can get back to what he was before he started slumping. That's from Chuck in Round Lake. So, yeah, look, the pitcher, just for both teams, right? If you can minimize the injuries, that can go a long way to having a chance to winning the majority of the 60-plus games remaining on each schedule.
I just want to know, where does it end? Like, haven't I seen enough? Where does this injury streak for the Cubs end when it comes to pitching? This is good from 224. If it's strictly current live roster, it's all about PCA for the Cubs. Where he goes, they go. He's the vibe. I thought it was Nico. I think it's his team now. I don't think there's any doubt. Like they don't stand a chance if PCA doesn't hit the way he's hitting.
Yeah, I think that's the case to this point. What I will say is at some point, Pete Crow Armstrong is more than likely going to cool off. And that's the important thing for guys like Alex Bregman, Nico Horner, Michael Busch.
Who's picking him up when he hits an inevitable, like just baseball season, not as hot streak?
And you're saying like who's picking him up, but it's not like he even has to fall down for them to need other people to just do their part.
Yeah, that would be nice. Yes.
Shouldn't be PCA having to carry it. You can carry a team for a week. Like a good player can carry a team for a week. A great player can carry a team for a month. The most elite players can carry a team for a whole season. I don't think PCA is at that level yet, or at least the expectation shouldn't be, hey, PCA, why don't you OPS over 900 for an entire season?
I'm sure he would like that. But yeah, if we're doing this reasonably, if we're actually trying to role play the job, you know that that's not likely. Mike in Northbrook, you're on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote.
Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, I'm excited about the second half of the season for the Sox. Here's the formula. It just went 4-3 on the road. So you got 34 games, I think, left at home and 33 on the road. You're not gonna get to 500 on the road for the season, okay? But play 500 on the road the rest of the way and continue to do what you're doing at home, and you'll more than likely be in the playoffs.
I think it's great. Mike, very good point. Yeah, a lot of road votes for the White Sox, and it has been a point of discussion.
One of the things, and I considered that one, but I was so encouraged by going a winning road trip 4-3 their last time out, including the comeback split against the Guardians. I was like, I don't think that's as important as what 260 is telling us on the text line. Sox need to tighten up that defense. And I believe that is, if you can't tighten up the defense, and when I say tighten up, they've had good games, they've had bad games. My point is, it's got to be above average at all times if you want to stay where you are in the division right now.
815 says, no chance Maton pitches over Sir Anthony. And I like how he spelled Sir Anthony. It's Sir S-I-R Anthony. Maton has been awful. He's had more outings where it's not been as bad as you think. Like that, and I hate to describe it that way. It's not like I can say scoreless streaks or whatever. But he's had more outings where he hasn't given up runs than you may think, just because of how much they've had to use him. We go to Philip in Frankfurt. Philip, you're on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote.
Hey guys, thank you for taking my call. I think with kind of how mediocre the American League has been all year, I think what the Sox ultimately have to do in the last 67 games they have left, I think if they can just win like 9 out of 10 games, if they can go on a stretch like that, I think that's pretty much going to all but guarantee they get into the playoffs, assuming if they do go on that 9-1 stretch, they don't just fall apart. I think if they can do something like that, I think it's pretty much guaranteed they're going to get in the playoffs, either win in the division or in the wild card.
I like everybody's reasonable takes today. I feel like we've gotten some really good manager/GM hats that have been put on out of our crew.
I would like to see the White Sox get that one good hot streak, right, where they win.
Yeah, they haven't had a bad streak and they haven't had a hot streak. Record-wise, they've been opposite of the Cubs that way.
I'd like either an 8-1 stretch, a 15-5 stretch, just something where it's like, okay, they're on a roll and they're going to continue to roll.
312 with an excellent point. Our text line, 312-644-6767. Don't forget about Dansby. He's coming back to earth, but he was on a hell of a hot streak after basically sucking for the first 3 months of the season. Yeah, I agree. It was bad. But here's what I'm hoping. How often can he hit the same kind of offensive performances we've seen? Is it enough where his slumps become shorter, where he breaks them up with some of these key hits he's had? He's had some really timely hitting at his spot in the lineup and when he's been due. So can he keep that going? I don't need him to get multiple hits in a game even. If he's able to come through with one timely hit, if it's with runners in scoring position, how much better does that look?
Yeah, for him specifically, just find a way to get on base, and then because he has a good enough speed where that can be a weapon, but also the pop. When he does get hits, make the ball go far.
260 is shouting out weekday Ron. We love to see it, don't we? We need some regulars in our weekdays. It's just the right thing. And then people are asking valid questions about just the Cubs coming off of breaks. That history hasn't always been kind to them. So a lot of people with a really good list when it comes to just what is your expectation out of the guys you got. 224, Reed bullpen. If they can get anything out of Palencia, it would be like getting a trade piece. When you get a healthy reliever back, especially when it's your closer, it is absolutely like making a trade. Except the beauty of it is you just got your own guy back.
No, I think that's necessary and something we could see from the Cubs too if they get guys back. Also, 317. I don't think PCA is going to cool off. He's finally at the point of showing patience at the plate, and he's not swinging at anything close to the plate anymore. I hope you're right. I just know, watching a lot of baseball for many, many years, players tend to cool off from time to time, even if they are great hitters.
Especially when they're younger. And they're still trying to figure out who they are as a hitter. He's still trying to solidify the adjustments the league made to him. Why are you looking scared at the screen?
The top text, Layla. I just try to be realistic with my expectations.
312, Ben Brown's return would be a huge boost.
No, it doesn't say would. It said will. And that's
it says will be a huge boost. Here's hoping. You can get Ben Brown back. That would make things look a lot better. But I think it's still very, very tenuous when it comes to trying to figure out how much rest Ben Brown is going to need, especially if this is a physiological issue where it's something that might be recurring for the rest of his career. You got to figure out how to manage that. We want to thank Lou Malnati's today, the proud deep dish pizza of Chicago Fire FC. Lou Malnati's announced the debut of its new Maxwell Polish Sausage Deep Dish Pizza. The idea is good because I'm like, wait, they haven't done this already? Inspired by Chicago's Maxwell Street Polish sausage tradition, the limited time offering celebrates the brand's partnership with Chicago Fire FC as the club's official deep dish partner and the excitement surrounding the club's newest player in red and the historic match tonight. We do welcome Robert Lewandowski. This is exciting, isn't it?
I think so, because you get a star, and even if he's not in his quote unquote prime, it's something that nudges the entire league closer to being thought of as more legitimate.
Well, and it's fun when he's celebrating it too. His press conference was great. He had fun with us talking about football. And Mully's right, by the way. It does go back to the British association of football that is abbreviated enough to be called ASOC, and that's why we ended up calling it soccer. So, blame history for once in your lives. Speaking of history,
Or just no history.
that would be great. But in the meantime, to blame it is to learn how to know it. So you see what I'm doing here. I'm letting your hate fuel you. Jamal Collier, who wrote an absolutely excellent article, well-sourced as it can be, regarding the Bulls front office struggles previously to hiring Bryson Graham and what they look ahead to. I highly recommend you reading it. Jamal's been spending so much time on this. He joins us next to talk about it here on Rahimi Harrison Grote on 104.3 The Score.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Andrea Tomey, novelist, photographer, longtime baseball wife, mother of Landon Tomey.
When these scouts came to our house and they interviewed him, and when he launched into like his approach for left-handed versus right-handed, the scout left at the end of the first meeting and Jim just looked shell-shocked. And I said, I can't believe that. Like that just happened.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio. 104.3 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Grand Appliance. The red, white, and cool sale is on at Grand Appliance. Right now, get free professional...
Noted. I'll never put Olin in a Felix corner again.
No, we have to do it. You got to be you, Steve. We got to do it, man.
That's
Every
right.
time
You
I
gotta
come on,
be you.
Spiegel's feeling corner.
Hey, man, you get to critique my center technique, you know? And then you got to come into the Felix corner. It's like it's a little give, a little take.
One day we'll do karaoke too, and I'll sing La Bamba for you. That's my karaoke
Yeah,
song.
let's go.
That's a great.
Let's
That's
go.
a great one.
Now we're getting
Oh
somewhere.
yeah, La Bamba. You just scream it, man. You don't even got to sing it well.
Now we're
Garza
getting
shocked. That's my song. Roberto Garza. We used to be shocked. That was my song.
But Warren Sapp would have probably guessed it was your song, right?
Way to tie the room
This
together.
is good stuff.
Man.
All right, we'll talk to you, man.
Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, Olin, you've referenced it a couple times. 2 weeks ago, you called me out for putting you in a corner, for putting you in Spiegel's Feelings corner. And then last week, you said...
I didn't call you out. I just named it. I just named what you do to everybody.
Thank you. All right, that's noted. Noted, sir. And guilty.
Also, I'd like to say, Lawrence said something earlier. I thought about this. Wildfire is good, man. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, it's delightful.
Wildfire is excellent.
Yeah. But last week, you asked for a song. You said, Speaks,
I can't wait.
Speaks, do we have a song for the Feelings Corner? Because, yeah, if you're going to...
By the way, Speaks,
yes.
I saw you on Twitter singing with your band. You're awesome, man.
Oh,
like, for real.
you.
I enjoyed that.
It's very kind of you.
Yeah,
Very
you got
kind.
your moves and singing way better than your stance.
I'll take that. But Olin, we were talking about it. Me and the band, me and Tributosaurus were talking about it. And Kurt Morrison, my guy, said, I can do a little something for Spiegel's Feelings Corner. Here you go.
Feelings. Spiegel's having feelings. Trying to make people feel feelings too.
This is awesome. Corner.
Spiegel's Feelings Corner. Wanting even athletes to feel the way we do.
I do want you to feel the way we do, O.
Feelings. Whoa, feelings. Whoa, feelings.
Go ahead.
Sing along, everybody.
Spiegel's Feelings Corner. Feeling.
Come on, O, sing along.
This is really, really good.
Oh, it's awesome, man.
Is a little Spanish guitar going on there?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Spiegel's Feelings Corner.
I thought it was Santana.
The great Kurt Morrison. The great Kurt
That's
Morrison.
awesome, man. That really is awesome, Speaks. I appreciate that.
Hey, man, thanks for branding a segment. Now we can
Yeah,
just,
for sure.
we can just do it there, and Lawrence can leave if he needs to. You know?
Well, now we just got to get a
no,
sponsor.
no.
We got to get some sponsorship. And I think maybe Wildfire might be the perfect opportunity for Spiegel's Feelings Corner with Olin. Get our guy paid, get him fed, all of that good stuff.
Bring it
Kevin, I have some bad news. Unfortunately, Marshall did not run onto the field in advance of the last game that we talked to you about.
I'm sorry, Kevin. I just didn't want to spend a night in jail. That was really
classic Marshall.
Yeah, my bad.
You know, I just pulled through the Taco Bell drive-through, and I've got a couple of big, nasty Supreme burritos right here waiting to be eaten. And I know.
For your local Hyundai dealers, this is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
We are in the rebuilding phase, and we're extremely young too. So that's how I'll define, what the rebuilding phase, what a rebuilding team looks like. And I think that's where we are right now. I'm not going to be up here and mince words and say like we're further along.
That is Bryson Graham letting you know what time it is in the Bulls organizational timeline. This is Rahimi Harrison Grote on 104.3 The Score. We strongly recommend you check out the work that our next guest has done. It is Jamal Collier, who has been working on this story for what I can think is months. It is the headline on ESPN.com, Good at the Cost of Great, how one of the NBA's most iconic franchises was lost to mediocrity. And if that headline isn't powerful enough, we've brought him on to talk about it. He joins us via our hotline. He is also on Twitch, twitch.tv/The Score Chicago. Jamal, first of all, congratulations. We know you had been working on this for a while.
Thanks, guys. I mean, it feels good to get it out there, get it seen, have it well received. To hear you guys ranting, Layla, I really enjoyed your Tyrese Halliburton rant yesterday as well. So I appreciate you having me on and appreciate the plug for the story. You said it's months in the making and honestly, really kind of years in the making.
The truth will set you free, but first it will tick you off.
No, but Jamal, seriously, when did you first have this idea of this type of story? And when did you start interviewing the 20 sources that you have that it take a lot of research to put this thing together?
Yeah. And you guys know that, I think at some point in the last few months, I had to, I wasn't able to join you guys kind of in the weeds of this. I think this particular story really, as far as a look at the Bulls organization, I mean, at least last summer, for sure, going into last year, last December, I thought about it. So at least there had been some idea percolating for about a year that, I was telling my editors and bosses at ESPN of we need to sort of do a deeper look into the Bulls. And then this particular version really, once the season ended and Arturas and Mark got fired and they were hiring a new front office, there was the urgency of it sort of really picked up in my head. And really, I think as I outlined in the piece, when the parallels became so just eerie to me of where they were 6 years ago.
Yeah.
New front office coming in. And again, Arturas and Mark, say what you want about how that turned out. But at the time, the hiring wasn't people weren't questioning the hiring. This was guys who came in from strong backgrounds that were respected around the league, still are respected around the league. They had the strong background. You had a new coach, Billy Donovan, Thiago, guys who were respected and came with a good pedigree. And then you had this jump from lower in the lottery to number 4. And just seeing that exact parallel and really asking the question of why should anybody trust this team to get it right? What should fans be actually optimistic and encouraged by 6 years later, that was really the big driving forward for me in the past few months, really since, middle of April, to really like try to figure out how to answer that question, try to figure out what went wrong and what anybody learned from the way the past 6 years went.
Well, and I think it's inevitable to do that whenever you see, oh, look, yet again, they got the 4th overall pick. Oh, look, yet again, they're hiring somebody into a position they hadn't had before. Bryson Graham gets promoted, from EVP. His position was higher than Arturas. Arturas was assistant in Denver, and Bryson Graham had a higher position. But the idea of this person has a lot of upside, they have a lot of potential. AK got credited, as for discovering Jokic. How does that turn into Bryson Graham, who wants to develop players? We talk about Jose Alvarado a lot. So it's reasonable to see the parallels. Already we've seen some difference, and I think that's probably what makes the story easier for a lot of people to understand, is that the Bulls this time around did the obvious thing in selecting Caleb Wilson. The rant on Patrick Williams, just to see the in-depth nature that you went into it when it came to the reasons that they didn't want to take him, Tyrese Haliburton, as opposed to Patrick Williams. You can't look back at it now and not say how inexcusable it was, Jamal.
Yeah, and it again, like, it was a miss, right? It was a big misevaluation. Haliburton, obviously, pretty much from the jump, had been the better player, and obviously what he's done. I think, as I tried to talk about in the piece, like, there's something with Haliburton, I think, also. Look, 8 other teams, right? Haliburton goes into the 12th pick. 8 other teams end up passing on him as well. He doesn't go sort of right away, and it wasn't like he was some can't miss prospect. So there does seem to just be like a blind spot that maybe kind of old school basketball people just keep missing on Haliburton. He gets these votes even a couple years ago of this overrated player, even in some smattering of some votes as well in that overrated player poll, which I know doesn't have a huge sample size, but. I think it was as I outlined, the process that really frustrated staffers of not really feeling like they were being heard. It's a doubling down, of course, that really to then 3 or 4 years later to sign Patrick to an extension, give him a player option, like all of those things that I think were the most, because people have draft misses all the time, but sort of not being willing to acknowledge and admit and pivot off that mistake. And really sort of, handing out a contract that just doesn't really make sense. And that, win against, like, the Bulls have, analytics teams and people that sort of produce projections for what a player value and worth would be in it. And that contract, as we saw some other ones, like, went against what the own internal team was sort of crafting. But I would also point people on the Haliburton miss, to a story that I wrote, I want to say around December as well of this past season, November, December, about the Bulls. And you guys may remember it. I wrote a story about the Bulls sort of mirroring the Indiana Pacers and how that was sort of their roadmap of playing fast. And, they were talking about maybe we can get our Siakam. And I would, encourage people to read that and read the sentiments of this current, that regime and how they felt. Essentially, that Tyrese Haliburton, even after going to the finals, was not an A1 star, and that you could sort of replicate with a bunch of, kind of ensemble cast and B+ pieces and such. I just would, you could read the sentiment of Haliburton there and see that.
I know they're excusing their behavior there is what it sounds like.
Jamal,
like they're trying to justify it even then, but still want to be the team who drafted him, which is why this is
too thick. It's too thick, Jamal. Like what you said, I remember that story well. We referenced it yesterday when we were talking about it, how that's the team that you said you want to emulate, led by Tyrese Haliburton, the guy that you not only passed up, but when the guy that you took it for was a bust, when he was not good, you didn't even, and this is my cardinal sin with the former front office of the Bulls. How do you re-sign Patrick Williams, who at the time of the re-signing, the extension that they gave him, the 5 years, $90 million, how do you not even make him go sign an offer sheet? It's bad business. And that's when I was like, I don't trust anything that they do because of this.
Yeah, and again, not at the risk of sort of piling on onto these guys or sort of one misevaluation, because again, that happens. You maybe can draft the wrong guy, have a pick there. But I think as this piece showed, really there was a disconnect from the staff to the higher ups there, and that like people didn't feel their voices were being heard. They didn't feel like that the entire group opinion was being taken into account. And it's such a fine line. I was talking to a friend in the NBA about this as well, where like, if this had worked out, right? Like maybe my story is like, wow, against everybody told him one thing and he went with his gut and it worked out, and and we'd be praising Sam Presti, who like, this is the next genius. And like, it didn't, right? And it failed pretty demonstrably, and it feels like the other way. So, I think the encouraging thing, as you guys highlighted with sort of the Bryson experience, is that, and I asked him pretty directly of like, how do you know when everybody is saying one thing and you think another, that, that you're not wrong? Like, everybody else is wrong and you're right, versus the other way around. And his process on that, where he was like, that's sort of what the entire process is for, is that I'm bringing my staff in early, hearing arguments, from the jump, from the beginning stages here, to sort of avoid being at the end of the process and it feeling like one, me versus everybody or everybody versus me. That just sort of more collaborative style, I think is again, how Bryson's going to run this. And as we noted earlier, like, early signs have been good, but there is sort of no guarantees still kind of with this new regime that they're going to get it right. And I think that Bulls fans have some earned skepticism just to see exactly where this goes.
We're talking to Jamal Collier. He is the reporter for ESPN who wrote Inside the Hopeful Resurrection of the Chicago Bulls, What's Next? It's got multiple headlines, but it reads as a cautionary tale, Jamal, is how I saw it. And what stood out to you when it comes to either the dangers of the Bulls picking somebody similar to run their front office, or similar enough, or just how you ended up putting this together? Was it to be a cautionary tale? Was it to illustrate the sins of the past? Like, what was your thought process when you put it all in?
Yeah, I think cautionary tale is right. You hit it right on the head, right? It was just sort of like, again, the parallels were so eerily similar. And the team felt like they were almost set up for success, a half decade ago. And then it went wrong, right? And there's even a line from Michael Reinsdorf that I was really like excited to find from his 2020 press conference, when he was like, if we picked the wrong person, it could take, set the franchise back years. And the idea that even now, like, 6 years later, they are going to be in some sort of rebuild for a couple of years here, right? Probably a multi-year process to try to figure out how this team could get turned back into something. So you're talking about now like a decade, essentially, that is going to be, before this team could be reasonably, if things go super well, like at the top of the Eastern Conference, or even in some potential to contend. So it was a cautionary tale. It was to show what things went wrong, besides just like, Lonzo getting hurt, or the players, maybe not all the way, what went wrong in the process, what went wrong inside the walls of the organization, and how this sort of the new regime is going to have to go about correcting that, as much as getting new players in. I think just having alignment with the team is really important to know, like, are we rebuilding? Are we going for the play-in? Are we making win now moves? Just like there was sort of never that general direction that everybody was pulling on the same rope. And look, Caleb Wilson makes things easy because, he is the direction now. He is the sort of center of it all. And it sort of makes it an easier answer for Bryson to have, and for the staff now. But still, I think from, ownership to front office to coaching to play, like, everybody in these past few years have not necessarily had the same goals. And I think the encouraging thing so far is that everybody does seem to be much more in lockstep. And even the 2 or 3 months that we've seen, since Bryson took over.
Jamal, I'll tell you this, the goal seems to be much more uniform, not just within the Bulls, but around the NBA. Don't finish in the bottom 3. So like tanking's kind of off the table because of that. I'm looking at what you wrote, And the first thing that comes to my mind is what Michael Reinsdorf talked about, because he went in, you talk about piling on. He kind of piled on his former front office for being bad communicators, right? And at first I thought when he had that press conference, Michael Reinsdorf, that he was talking about their inability to communicate with him. But after reading your piece, it sounds like there were just communication gaps all the way down the chain. Is that what you learned in gathering the information for your story?
Yeah, and as you said, the communication gaps really ran pretty much the gamut, right? It was communicating, outward into the media. I think was always sort of an issue there, and you guys have illustrated the frustrations there. Other media members have illustrated some of the frustrations of some of how those press conferences and such went, like after trade deadlines or after drafts. It was the communication. Actually, the communication with ownership to front office was, mostly fine, and relationship there was strong. But it's again, what I highlighted, the people inside the building, the staff, that they sort of never really had a good through line of the vision of why they were making moves. They were finding out. They would sort of discuss general ideas or concepts of things and then find out the exact details, often from ESPN alerts or Shams tweets or Woj tweets or Woj bombs. Like that was just a big disconnect. Is like, again, as I highlighted with Patrick Williams, they would sort of outline one thing or one way of thinking or what maybe makes sense from whatever models and things that they had. And then it did feel like to the staff that people were going rogue and doing something completely different. And just that disconnect, I think, is why you saw collaboration and communication be so emphasized in Bryson Graham and Michael Reinsdorf's, in those press conferences, because as much as it was outward and for the public and fans knowing the plan, I think it also was about really trying to get the Advocate Center, United Center, everybody there on the same page and knowing what's going on.
Well, I think too, Jamal, is that we saw how the one decision to draft Patrick Williams and then how it just kept defeating the Bulls. They don't trade for 3 years in a row at the deadline. They were the only team in the league to have done that during that stretch. They decide out of almost spite to come up with a number that made them feel better when they re-signed him. And then they don't even give Josh Giddey an offer sheet either. They don't even try. At these points, they're just deciding on their own what they thought they should do to justify their decisions.
Well, I actually think that the Josh Giddey, I think they did learn some sort of lesson on Patrick, where Patrick gets signed, like you said, before he even hits restricted free agency. They did allow Josh, to sort of linger out there on the restricted free agent market, see if there was, any offer that was going to blow it away. And that, obviously didn't come, and they signed him to a much more reasonable contract, I think, team-friendly contract, at least compared to maybe the initial numbers that, Skitty side or even were projected at the start of when they traded for him. So, they did, there was hints of them learning a lesson in some ways. And, again, like they do make a pivot this past trade deadline, and even dating back to trading Alex Caruso in 2024, where they're sort of targeting these like younger players on second contracts, the Josh Giddeys, Rob Dillingham's, didn't go well, but Jaden Ivey, like that, that is, I think, the defense of the previous regime and the people sort of around there that did defend them, is to say, like, look, this idea that they didn't pivot, didn't have a direction. It was like, we did have a direction, and people may disagree with it, may not have thought it was going to work, but like they were trying to do something and thread a needle that wasn't a complete tank versus, trying to rebuild almost kind of on the fly. I think the big difference in why people were clamoring for the Bulls to tank, is that you didn't have a star. You didn't have a as I said, kind of a guiding light and principle and North Star. And it was so clear that Josh Giddey, who's a good player and a solid player, like was not going to sort of be that foundational, build everything around him. And Midas Buzelis has had some upside, but doesn't feel like he's already there in that place either. And that again is the difference. Like the tanking rules are different now, but the the Bulls do have that guiding sort of principle in Caleb Wilson, and I think that's why the tanking conversation is not the same, or in the same way at least, is because through lottery luck they've got a guy that they are going to build around, and I think that also next year I don't believe that we're going to see this team chasing sort of short-term goals and success. It's going to be about the development of Caleb Wilson, the development of Modest, the development of, Dalen Swain, Noah Assingay, to see what these young guys can continue to grow and turn into. That's sort of also part of hiring Tiago, who had a lot of success in that area in Portland, and they made the playoffs, and they were, a really good team early, last year as well, exceeded expectations. But their main goal there was developing Denny Avila, Kamara, Scoot, those guys who really popped, and the results kind of came later. I think that when you talk about the process being better, that is what I would point to, is that they signed some vets and Norm Powell and Claxton and guys who will maybe help them get some wins, but it's really all in service of how can we put Caleb in the best position to continue to grow over the next couple of years.
This has been great, Jamal Collier. Thank you again for joining us. Bravo. 20 sources on your story, Jamal. Great work. Thanks for coming on.
See you on the court, big fella.
Appreciate you, Marshall. Let me know you want that smoke this weekend.
Oh, my goodness. See, there you go.
I'm going to need you guys to chronicle this via video.
No chronicle. Look, he got the better of me last time we were on the court. That was my first time on the court for 8 months, but he got the better of me. He not only blocked my shot, but I left him open for a three at the top of the key because I didn't think he could make it. He was like, bottoms.
Game.
Wet.
Blouses.
Splash.
Thank you to Jamal Collier. Next on Rahimi Harrison Grote, we are going to discuss what was brought up by the Athletic Football Show. There are some stats that I think might surprise even the most observant Bears fans when it comes to Caleb Williams and the plays that you thought worked. Apparently, they didn't work as well as we thought they did. That's next.
Chicago wakes up with Mully and Haugh, the most trusted morning show in Chicago sports. Get the latest Bears news with Brad Biggs. Ron Coomer breaks down the Cubs every Friday.
There's a chance that we're going to see Pete win an MVP, and I don't disagree with that.
Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy joins the show twice a month. White Sox legend Ozzie Guillen checks in Wednesday mornings at 8 to talk Sox.
The starters, they're not going to pitch 6-7 innings every night. No way. We've seen it before. They need those guys to step it up.
From Hallis Hall to Wrigley Field, the United Center to the South Side, Mully and Haugh cover it all. Start your day with Chicago's most complete sports conversation. Weekday mornings from 5:30 to 10 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
This segment is sponsored by Toyota on Edens.
Hey, Chicagoland, your new favorite service team should
go down a little bit more difficultly now because Marshall is not going to be in that scenario. Now, that doesn't mean we can't create it out of thin air, but in my mind, I might be able to digest my food a little bit easier, not picturing that in my mind.
Maybe
it might help.
Maybe this will help. Our friend and yours, our boss actually, Mitch Rosen, would like us to say hello to you, Kevin. I've taken care of the boss.
Hey, are you guys going to an FM station beginning in early February?
Yes, sir.
That's us. February 2nd.
Congratulations.
You would sound great on that FM station, Kevin, if you ever want to join us for some more talk there.
Let's bring it, Layla. Let's bring it home, baby. Let's get this thing on. Let's put it on the books, and let's ramrod our way right into it.
Kevin, please tell me that your Taco Bell, did you go through the drive-thru? You said you were driving.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, but, the first thing they ask you now, are you using the app? The app? No, I just want my burrito. I don't want to use an app. I want
Cheers,
the burrito.
Brother. Cheers.
I would love
bring a lot of mild sauce because I'm going to squirt it all over the place. It's going to be right there.
Just be careful of that witch. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
She'll be rearing her ugly head on Sunday night. Let me tell you.
I just can't. I know somebody has probably gotten your drive-thru order, and they're like, "Why does that voice sound so familiar?"
You're the best, man.
Is that the default order? Is the burrito, Kevin? I have to know.
What's that?
Is that the default order? Is the burrito for you? Everybody has a default Taco Bell.
I'm getting it for the boss. I'm getting it for the boss, and she'll have a couple bites, and then I get 1.5. So it's easier because sometimes you give the order and they mess it up. You get home and you open it and go, what? They got the wrong thing in it. So it's on the menu. It's right there. It's easily understood, and you get a couple of those in you, and you're set for the day. And you just kind of wonder where the wind's going to blow.
I know one direction it's going to blow.
Yeah, it's going to blow right in our booth on Sunday night.
Seriously.
Steve, what type of ball player were you?
I played in college, Division III basketball. I was pretty good.
Wow.
I could play. I played in the Garden my senior year. Then I lived in Vegas for many years, so I played with all those guys, Larry Johnson, and I know Greg Anthony since he was in high school, and Ricky Sobers, and there was one place to play in town, which is, I'm not joking, it was called the Sporting House. It is now Sapphire's Strip Club. That is where everyone played, and you had everybody there, all the UNLV Rebels, all the guys, if they would come to town, they would play, and it was some great runs there. Yeah.
Who's the best famous actor ball player that you've played with?
Woody Harrelson thinks he's good, but he was no good. He played with us. No good at all. He thinks he's good. I think Adam Sandler's okay when he was younger. I think David Duchovny could play a little bit.
Did you ever play at Larry Sanders' house? Larry Sanders used to have those.
Yeah, they used to have a game, but I don't know I don't know if they were any good. I mean, Sarah Silverman was in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, she could be good. I mean, I don't know. I like Sarah. I like them all, but they used to play on Sundays there. Yeah, I don't know. Woody Harrelson really thought he could play. He's a way better actor than he is ball player.
And of course, I meant Gary Shandling, who played Larry Sanders. But yeah, those were legendary games. So we're going to Vegas in a couple of weeks. Our good friends at Circa are bringing us to Vegas, and I didn't realize you were the talent booker at the Riviera for a long time. Is that true? That's insane. Who's some of the big acts that you booked at the Riviera at the time?
Dennis Leary, Bill Maher, Richard Belzer, Rosie O'Donnell. That piece of garbage, Ellen DeGeneres, David Spade, Rob Schneider, George Lopez. We could go down the line. Ray Romano, Kevin James, Drew Carey.
Wow. You've had
on and on and on, you know.
You've had a few different lives there.
Yeah. Well, that's how I started acting. You know, I was booking the comics, and then Bruce Baum, Kevin Pollak put me in a couple of their HBO special and Fox special, and kind of got the acting bug, took some lessons, started auditioning, and that's kind of how it all started, you know, like that. But it was those guys. I worked with comic Bruce Baum, and he was very helpful for me at the beginning. And, then I just started taking it from there, and then I came to New York for a wedding, and I auditioned for The Sopranos.
When you're in Sopranos, while it's going on, not looking back, did you know that you guys had struck gold with the cultural importance of the show? Like, it just seems like the acting was so good on every level that it would have been hard to not believe that it was going to be a success.
Harris and Grote.
AJ, how are you?
Good. I can't believe how fancy y'all are now. I mean, it used to just be a radio call-in show. Now I got to put clothes on to do this thing. I can't peak too early. I got to kind of try to control my peaking. So, it's a little early to already put a shirt and a hat on.
Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
If we want to be elite, we want to be that 70% marker. And so we fell short of that. And, we don't shy away from that. I think when you look at it, for us to get to 65% completion, even cut that in half, we need to find 40 more completions over the course of the season. Well, let me tell you something. When you watch the self-scout, there's 80, 90, 100 completions we left out on the table. And I'm not just talking about passes dropped. I know that's the first thing that probably comes to mind, but every team's going to have some passes that are dropped on the ground by their route runners and catchers. So that's going to happen.
That is Ben Johnson. That's when he was on with CHGO at the owners' meetings, talking about what he wants to see out of his team. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on 104.3 The Score. And as we head toward training camp, there's been not just discussion from us, whether it's quarterback play, whether we want to see more out of the Bears, etc. It's also been out of the national pundits. And look no further than our friends at the Athletic Football Show. They had a really good podcast that just dropped this week regarding not just Caleb Williams. They went into the Bengals offense as well, but the majority of it was talking about what to expect and what are the reasonable expectations out of Caleb Williams this season. And Marshall, I think they hit on some stuff that we've all talked about, the completion percentage, but it's how you get from point A to B. Ben Johnson's right. It's not just drops, as we've seen. There's more to it than that. First was avoid the sacks. Now it's complete more passes.
Well, one of the ways that Caleb Williams cut down from 68 to 24 sacks over the course of year 1 to year 2 was the fact that he just get rid of the ball. Not necessarily to a person, but just get rid of the ball.
Yes. Yeah, actually, to not a person is sometimes the best option, as we have seen. So we knew, and you and I have talked about it a lot. One of the first things Ben Johnson said was, I need the receivers to catch the ball more often and better. That is something that he brought up at the end of season press conference. It was very much top of mind. And I don't think you guys need the coach to say that. We all saw the same thing. But what's interesting is the reputation that the Bears have built, the highlight reel plays that Caleb Williams can make, the scramble drill when it works has been very effective. But apparently, the devil is not in those details. Listen to what Robert Mays had to say regarding Caleb Williams' completion percentage last season and the contrast between him and the rest of the league.
Obviously, completing 58% of your passes when your coach explicitly before this season asked you to complete 70 is not a good thing. Derek's point about the type of offense, I do think has merit. I think it's a little bit less aggressive. It's not so aggressive that it excuses completing 58% of your passes. I think that's where I land with it. But there are a lot of reasons for this. Like we talked about, he is not making, or until the playoffs, when I think he was a little bit more aggressive, he just wasn't making very many negative plays. Like that just wasn't happening. The only quarterbacks in the NFL last year who had at least 500 snaps that had less combined EPA lost on sacks and interceptions last year than Caleb Williams were Jordan Love and Bo Nix. Those are the only two guys. He's just not making a lot of negative plays. And some of that is driven by the fact that he's missing big on some of these throws to avoid negative plays. And he's threw the ball away a ton last year. He had 42 throwaways last year per next gen. That's the most in the league. League average was 25. The Bears had 29 drops last year. That was third in the NFL. League average was 19. So let's just get those numbers to league average. That's 27 additional completions that go into that. Now you're up near like 60%. And I think then we're talking about that's where the ball placement starts to creep in. So I think the number is depressed for a lot of reasons on top of the fact that he needs to get better here. And the thing that really jumped out to me, and this is where I think if you're trying to make an argument for areas of this offense that can get a ton better this year that were actually very bad last year, we think about and talk about Caleb Williams as this kind of schoolyard, creative, out of structure player. The Bears were terrible in those situations last year. They were terrible in those situations last year. It's kind of shocking when you look at the numbers.
So first, I know that was a long time to kind of get to the stat, but first and foremost, before Robert Mays gets into the scramble numbers, is what we hear him say about the throwaways. That's practically twice the number of the average. If it's 41 compared to 25, twice. And he's right. If you take those back, then look what happens. If you just meet the rest of the league where they are in the throwaway balls.
For Caleb specifically, I think it has a lot to do with the fire hose treatment that he got at the beginning of last season in training camp and how we did see a very slow progression and the slope of him improving in real time. We got to watch it like game to game, segment of season to segment of season. Because remember, they broke it up into 4-game chunks. That's how they kind of measured the progress in-house of Caleb Williams, 4 games at a time. And by the end, we saw, even though he had to lean on the running game through a lot of that, he was the one making the plays that made a difference at the end of games. And that's what everybody wants to focus on. But Layla, if you go back and just look at the first half of these games that we watched last season, you'll see a lot of what he's talking about. It's easy to remember specifically the great plays at end of games where it is not in structure. But if you look at what would happen not in structures, like he either ran for something, he avoids the sack but picks up a couple of yards or 5 yards, whatever, on the ground, or he throws it away to live another down. I didn't have a problem with that because he was just almost surviving at that point. But now you need to see the next step, which is what Robert's talking about, what Ben Johnson's talking about, what Caleb himself has talked about.
So if you factor in drops and you factor in throwaways, then you're talking about a remarkably different completion percentage just there. I'm not saying that the quarterback is without responsibility here. But when you start to add all these things up together, avoid the sack was number one. I think that should hopefully mean you're not always flushed out of the pocket. We still don't know who's playing left tackle. This concerns me greatly when it comes to the regularity of not being able to be flushed out of the pocket. In fact, I think he's probably going to end up still running to his right just because of what I said a lot. So you kind of build that in, that anticipation for at least that result. Then there's additionally what Robert Mays had to say about that scramble drill.
I want to put a couple numbers on the out-of-structure struggles. And this is something, by the way, they're very aware of in the building. I've talked to people about this. They've been open about it. I think Ben Johnson talked about his press conferences. Like, scramble drill efficiency for this team was not good enough last year if you're going to have a quarterback who moves around a lot. Last year, as a runner, as a scrambler, 0.6 EPA per play for Caleb Williams. Very good. Top 7 total EPA as a runner. The scrambles, we saw them. They were efficient. They were very good. Scramblers as a passer, and NGS has this. So scramble drill plays, negative 0.14 EPA per dropback on scramble drill plays for the Bears. 20 of 59 with a 30.5% success rate on those plays. And then
that's got to be near the bottom, right?
It's definitely bad. And it's especially bad when you account for volume, when you start to add that stuff over and over and over again. Because we consider him like this, again, schoolyard kind of out of structure player. On in-structure plays last year, 63.4% completion rate, 45.6% success rate, which was above average.
But when that scramble drill does hit,
but
when it hits, it's amazing.
But I think the lesson we learned from those numbers right there is very simple.
You got Cole Kmet swinging the bat at your camera, Stacey Dales.
Layla.
It's hot when it hits.
Get the ball out on time. You stay in structure when you get the ball out on time.
It is wild, though, that your brain will do the thing where you remember the highlights. And in this case, it is actually the highlights, not the metaphorical kind.
Oh, no, it's
like your high points on social media of the week.
It's the plays that everyone talks about for weeks and weeks after they happen.
And then we're like, oh, that scramble drill, though. You know, you're scratching your neck like, got any more of those scramble drill plays? And it's like, no, the numbers show you that it doesn't even work that often. And we're like, but what? Wait, what? But it's so good when it hits your lips.
You know what? It's
wild that 30%, Marshall.
Perfect example.
30.
It's a perfect example. Anecdotal is emotional and it is more memorable because it stands out to you. It is anecdotal. The empirical data shows something else. It's boring. The empirical data is boring, and that's why you don't remember all of, like I said, the first halves of games where, okay, that's not going well. There's a reason why they weren't scoring enough points in the first half of games.
847 texted us with 29 drops and then an Italian phrase for WTF. I love this. I love learning swearing in other languages. That's really how you build the foundation. And then 312 says it's one of the reasons Jogging DJ was traded. Well, get this, 312. It is the Athletic Football Show that points out that DJ Moore caught the most contested balls on the Bears offense. Your brain's playing tricks on you again.
Who's gonna be that guy that catches the most contested balls for the Bears next season? That's an important question.
So sometimes you can be as simple as, you know how I feel about some of my simple theories heard by everyone. Like if you throw over 100 and you're one of the few on the team to do so, then you should be the closer. Also, you can't coach height. If I'm going with contested balls and the likelihood of who's going to catch the most of them, it would be 6'6" Colston Loveland. It can be that simple. I'm going to throw it up where that guy can get it.
There's another guy who fits that type of profile, and I would like to see him be, if not at the top, near the top. That would be Roma Dunze.
Yeah, Roma Dunze had the guwagi, the go up and get it. In college. That was his whole...
That's a practicality.
That was his whole resume. That's why he ended up earning the 9th overall pick, was because he was doing that.
Let's see if he can do that with permanent damage in his foot.
But I mean, even... Yeah, what he said was his new normal. I think that's important to point out. But either way, there's a lot of, I think, what made us feel good about watching the Bears offense versus what we're seeing. And I go back to even what Antron Randall L said. When your receivers are running all over creation while you're waiting to complete the play, they're also still running. So you get tired and you don't know where to go.
Takes a bit of a toll, I would think, over the course of a game if you're doing that all the time.
Correct.
And we saw him do it more times than not.
And while we have some good runners on the team, that doesn't necessarily mean that they should be doing it for that long, that often. Only 30%. 30%. That's crazy.
Run away fast as you can. It's a lyric, but it's also a lifestyle.
It is a lifestyle. I cannot wait for halftime. Sometimes you get denied the license plate. Sometimes the license plate comes to you. Next.
Hey, it's Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons 2 to 6.
We're bringing you the most up-to-date Chicago sports talk on 104.3 FM during your commute home from work.
Do you want to watch us do the show live? Hang out with the Twitch mob or on YouTube. We're talking all of Chicago's teams every day.
And if you're working from home, listen to the show on your smart speaker or the free Odyssey app.
There's no one way to listen or watch Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons from 2 to 6. So listen and watch your way today.
Phoenix catches up with you. Baseball's back tonight with one game on the docket. I think Juan Soto comes out of the second half with a bang. Soto's been one of the only bright spots on a miserable Mets squad. Tonight he'll face Aaron Nola of the Phils, who he has a lifetime OPS of over 1,100 against. Nola's got an ERA near 6 this year. It's even worse at home. I'll take the over on hits, runs, RBI.
How about Russ Dorsey telling Layla and Mark yesterday that a scout called him last year while looking at the White Sox prospects and told him that the shortstop, Sam Antonacci, is his favorite guy.
My favorite scout texted me and was like, yo, I'm scouting the White Sox right now. And the kid that everybody needs to keep their eye on is not one of their big boys. He's like, it's not Colson Montgomery. It's not Caro. It's not any of the pitching prospects that he's like, the guy that's I can guarantee you will play in the big leagues for 12 to 15 years is Sam Antonacci.
Wow. Sam Antonacci, a 12 to 15-year big leaguer. Come on the south side?
Guaranteed. Guaranteed.
That goes back to one of my other pet peeves, and you'll love this, Dustin. Like, when we predict success for prospects, what can we just kind of 5 to 7 is fine with. I'll take 5 good years, man. I'll take 5 good years.
This isn't a prediction, David.
Okay.
It's a guarantee from an unnamed scout.
Think about what he just said. 12 to 15 years. In the year, where are we now? Okay, in the year 2041, Sam Antonacci is going to be waving to a crowd wherever the Sox are playing at that time, in the 78 or in Hammond or wherever, and it's going to be like a standing O for Sam Antonacci. Why? Okay, here's where I want to take a deep breath. Sam Antonacci is exactly who Russ Dorsey described him as. He's one of the best prospects in White Sox camp right now. So he has a chance to contribute this year. I would love to see him. I know you'll hate this. I would love to see him converted to an outfielder so he can play left field and they can find a spot for him. Because if he's got the bat and he's got the speed, I love the fact that he flipped his bat after taking Tyone deep. Wasn't it Tyone he took deep, I think?
No one can take 12 to 15 and turn it into 5 to 7 like Mr. David.
I know. I'm exaggerating too. I know I get carried away, but like 12 to 15 years, dude. How many prospects in the last 20 years have had 12 to 15 careers, 12 to 15 year careers for the Sox or the Cubs?
Guaranteed. Guaranteed.
So Antonacci bats in front of or behind Rock Chalowski?
Now, there's a guy.
Can we write up a little? Can we do a little batting order? How many shortstops can the White Sox have? And does one end up playing shortstop, one plays third, one plays second?
Don't you dare forget Billy the Kid Conrad.
That's right. There you go. He's the best defensive shortstop of all of them.
He's going to be there for 12 to 15 years,
He's going to be there for 18 years.
How many years will he be on the south side?
Yeah. Well, before they trade him? Is that what your point is?
Right. Like, will he play 12 to 15 in the bigs or 12 to 15 with the Sox? And could they be the Hammond Sox?
Yeah. I mean,
Bill
look.
Carlson. I'm sorry. Billy Carlson.
Billy Carlson.
Not Carlson.
Billy the Kid. I know who you were talking.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, he was. They drafted him out of high school, and he's supposedly the best defensive shortstop.
Where's he going to play?
they can play anywhere, all of them. The problem is you're stuck on a certain second baseman that might not be able to continue to line up there if the shortstops keep
it's
coming.
a worthy chase.
Yeah. Look, I love that idea. I thought it was a fun conversation that they had yesterday. Russ Dorsey started talking and saying it, and he got like 15 different guesses, mainly from Grote, about who he could be talking about. So that was kind of amusing. And eventually he did get Sam Antonacci. But I think it just underscores that the kid has done some good things at camp. He's a guy that BRA Matt checks in. I'm worn out from all the Sam Antonacci talk. Touch them all, Matt. It's great stuff. I just love hearing that somebody is going to be okay. Someone's going to be good. That there's more on the way. That there's a possibility of guys being in a top 100 list and making it next week.
Good stuff. We spent our 10 o'clock hour discussing that. Jamal Collier joined us at 11 to talk about his article with more than 20 sources on the Bulls and the mistakes of the previous front office, the hope for the future. And we just talked about the Athletic Football Show, breaking down some Caleb Williams numbers.
It's halftime.
Now, we've all done the story, Marshall. We being newscasters at times, we've all done the story about license plates you can't have. You can't do this. You can't do that. You can't do like 80085. Think about it.
Oh, got it.
Stuff like that.
You really can't do that?
I don't know. I'm just using that as a suggestion because that's what people type on their calculators because we're 12. In the meantime.
12 was a fine age.
Exactly.
No real responsibilities.
Exactly. But what happens when the inappropriate license plate comes to you? Let's listen to a story from CBS Miami.
Really? Really? No, GMB, no. That's what I said. No, GMB. You're going back. That's what I said.
When Nancy Delastrita went to collect her mail, she got quite the surprise, a new license plate with her vehicle registration renewal.
And I looked at it, and I said, I don't think so.
The plate reads SQZ-A55, but from a distance, those 55s can be read as S's. Well, you get the picture. Squeeze blank.
I don't think a woman that lives in a senior community that's going to be 77 years old next month will be driving around with what this plate has to say.
The plates become the talk around her retirement community, especially the men. We were with her when she showed it to one of her 89-year-old neighbors.
And this is what I received from the DMV for my new license plate. That's good for 10 years. Good.
Nancy's plate was mailed from the Broward Property Tax Collector's office. We went there to try to help her get some answers. It's a question about a tag, if you want to replace a tag. And while no one wanted to talk on camera, we were told anyone unhappy with a plate can turn it in for another one for free.
I'm kind of resigning to it, and I figured maybe it was just destined to be on my car.
So for now, Nancy's keeping the tag, although she is planning to let the state know about it. She'll see the reaction when she goes public with her new plate.
I can handle it if I get a few honks here and there. Actually, being over 70, I might like a few honks.
And see, that's my point. The last line, after 70, she might like a few honks. You know what? Who's turning down the attention there? If you single and ready to mingle.
The best is that there's two oranges in the middle between the SQZ and the A55.
Because it's Florida.
Being over 70, I might like a few honks.
Like, what if it was a Georgia peach? Would that make it even better?
It would. I'm here to tell you, it would. It would. Like, riding down the street, if I saw that riding down the street, I'd definitely be looking into the window like, oh, who's in there?
Especially the men. They've been the ones talking the most. You don't say, ma'am, at your retirement community.
So what she's saying is men? Is that what she's saying?
At 70, she likes it. You know what? I like her attitude about it. At first, she was offended. And then she's like, I don't know, maybe I let the game come to me here. And that's kind of what happened.
I like that she was, associating with older men because, she's 77 and she was talking about showing it off to her 89-year-old neighbor.
Being over 70, I might like a few honks.
Nobody wants to get honked at until they don't get honked at.
Alexei Janulius would never. He does the bit where he'll do the video and have fun making the jokes on the video.
Yeah, like why you can't have this license plate.
Exactly. Speaking of Alexei Janulius, grabs microphone.
Yeah, you did grab the microphone.
Did you guys see that the Jesse White tumblers are on America's Got Talent? First of all, why were they not on the pilot? Secondly, J.B. Pritzker was the one tweeting about this, and I sent this to Ray in our group thread, and I was like, wait a second. I thought that the Alexei Janulius got the tumblers when he became Secretary of State. Didn't they become the Jesse White, Alexei Janulius tumblers?
He should have jumped in on that. He really should have.
And the tumblers should have been on the original episode of that show because they represent the state of Illinois and they've got talent.
Well, you have to have talent to be on America's Got Talent, right? That's the
Nuh-uh,
premise.
sometimes they like it when the guys bomb and then they show the derps and whatnot.
I am not an avid AGT watcher.
That's like the audition shows. But yeah, Ray, I thought about this and I'm like, wait a second. Just now they're on America's Got Talent? They've been having talent.
Overdue. Glad they're getting their shine on there.
If my tax dollars go to that, I'm happy about it.
Absolutely. I was thinking about it further. Alexei Janulius shouldn't have just adopted, the Jesse White tumblers and been a part of making the push to celebrating them. But, the guy's in shape. He can probably tumble.
You want him to tumble?
He should. You know what's wild?
Could be a part of it.
Lawrence knows him. Why hasn't he asked Alexei Janulius if he can tumble? We know he can hoop. He talks about playing basketball. Didn't he jump off of the? Didn't he jump into the lake with the Great Lake jumper recently?
Yes. The
guy who jumps
polar
in every
plunge
morning.
Or whatever.
No,
it wasn't the polar plunge.
It's the guy who jumps in every morning. Then he tells you what the temperature of the water is and the temperature of the air. Am I the only one who follows this guy?
I think you are the only one amongst us who follows the guy.
Yeah, he does it every day. I don't do anything every day.
You mean like no matter how hot, how cold?
And that's the bit. Yeah, he'll.
Okay.
June 16th, he tweeted, Alexei Janulius did, I got to jump in Lake Michigan this morning with my guy, the Great Lake Jumper.
There it is. I didn't make it up.
The Great Lake Jumper. That sounds like the Great Lake Caper or something. I don't know. It sounds like a mini-series.
Somebody needs to ask Alexei if SQZ855 with 2 oranges in the middle is okay to have in the state of Illinois. Keep it clean. He's got 4 daughters, okay? They're all elementary school age.
Squeeze oranges is all I'm thinking about right now. Squeezing some oranges. That's how you get some good old-fashioned orange juice.
You know whoever made that license plate was giggling the whole time.
I don't even know how this happens, honestly.
Randomness, because it's funny and amazing.
Random's good.
What did the person get that was expecting their custom plate? They're very disappointed, whoever they are.
Did I ever tell you guys about my sister's custom plate for a while?
I'm
like, what? Why do you have a custom plate? Like, you have $0. On what planet did you decide to pay for a custom plate?
I don't even know how much a custom plate is, but now I'm curious.
So, do you remember Yeezus was a thing for a while? Because Kanye is Kanye, and I'll leave that by itself. Hers was Sheezus.
Like SHEEZUS?
EEZUS. I'm like, wait. Juvenile behavior out of my family.
I think we all need to lean into juvenile behavior more often on things that aren't that important.
I'm not paying for a custom license plate to be silly.
No,
I'm silly for 4.5 hours a day. Really more than that, guys. You don't know my side life as like just, hanging out, talking to friends.
I'm just happy that, we have these stories to have a little fun with. And I'm happy that 77-year-old young lady is out here getting around.
Being over 70, I might like a few honks.
That's a great line.
See? Okay, so 847. Oh, yeah. I was assigned a GTH 074 plate. I embraced it and applied the Cure and Bauhaus bumper stickers. 219 wants us to stop giving away Jesse's tumblers. We're not giving them away. It's just, do they come with the Secretary of State job?
They should have been embraced by Alexei Giannoulias. That's what we're saying. He should be supporting them on America's Got Talent and everywhere they go.
847. He could tumble my damn sticker renewal prices. Aw, snap. 5 on it is next.
Baseball coverage on The Score is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on
playing and all the rest of it. I'm all for it.
But Dustin's onto something. Antonacci leads off. Rock bat second.
Okay. Yeah, that's how we're doing
Montgomery third. Mooney fourth. Let's go.
Wow.
Teal fifth.
Now that's next year?
As soon as we want.
Is that? When is that?
He's batting ninth. Speed.
Yeah.
Speed at the bottom.
No,
switch hitter.
No, power. He hit the dinger yesterday.
Yeah, he hit a dinger.
That's right.
You're at the bottom of the order. You want your switch hitters batting ninth.
All right. Okay, we got to take a break. This is exhausting all of us. This constant talk about sports. I can't hear it anymore.
The White Sox.
But you know what my issue with the story is? That I'm tired of hearing about the environmental study. I'm tired of it, Lawrence. I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? I know we have to talk about it, but what are we doing? And here's some other things as to why this is the worst story ever, okay? It is distracting us from a legitimately interesting and largely optimistic Bears offseason. It is distracting us from that. And 2 compelling baseball teams. How about the Bulls having the 4th pick and a loaded draft? We haven't even mentioned that in like 3 weeks because we got to talk about this worst story of all time.
Every time that there's a headline for this story, everyone thinks that the story is over.
Right.
But the story's not over.
It's never over. I don't think it's ever.
And it's never even close to over. I would say it's 80% close to being over.
I don't think it's ever going to be over. And in the end, what are we headed towards? We're headed towards an outcome that essentially is only going to make billionaires richer. Like, that's what's going to happen. There'll be an elevated, an exciting experience for some fans to go to the new place, but a lot of fans are going to miss Soldier Field and the lakefront. So it's not even like that's a big win. There's no win here. It's just the worst story ever.
Here's the crazy part, and I expect that Caleb Williams will have a long, successful career, will make a huge second contract. That'll probably be $500 million. But it's possible he's not your quarterback when this thing is built.
Caleb's going to be wearing the gold jacket, like breaking ground at the site. He's going to have gray in his hair.
After a couple of Super Bowls and all of the Pro Bowls and all pros that he's won in his 10-year career, he's calling it quits.
After he gets his ownership stake that he wanted, right?
And the ground is breaking in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Yep.
Caleb's going to be the coach at USC, and his son is going to be playing quarterback. You know?
Do we all agree, whether you're on one side of the political spectrum or the other, that if we just allowed Ben Johnson to be in charge of this, it would be done?
100%. It would be over. And to the texters who were saying that the Penn State story is worse than the Bears, I would argue this. At the end of that story, the righteous indignation and power of the media deposed that guy, Paterno, and made sure that dude, Sandusky, went to freaking prison. Like, there was an end game to that story.
We are hopeful that there will be some people who end up in prison after this story's over.
Yeah, I mean, you understand that there's a bit of hyperbole that's going on here. We're not talking about crimes.
No.
Like, we're talking about actual stories that we've had to cover that have to do more with Chicago that have been more laborious than this. There aren't any.
But I've said before, like, when the freight train of hate and indignation, when Bors and Bernstein leaned in on Penn State, it was phenomenal radio. It was tremendous. It was brilliant. It was journalistic. It was angry. It was
healing
vital.
for many people who had gone through abuse themselves. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, it was real. It was meaningful. This is not meaningful. There's nothing that's even close to meaningful or even thoughtful. That's why we have to laugh at slag heaps.
And most of it is not real.
Game here on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station. The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
I got 5. It's time for 5 on it. Rahimi, Harris, and Grote bring you 5 topics on their minds today on 104.3 The Score. I got 5 on it. Number 1.
In the closing weeks of the 2023 season, White Sox owner Jerry Reinsdorf justified his decision to promote Chris Getz to general manager instead of going outside the organization by saying this, quote, "The conclusion I came to is we owe our fans and ourselves not to waste any time. We want to get better as fast as we possibly can. If I went outside the organization, it would have taken anybody at least a year to evaluate the organization," unquote. That is Jerry Reinsdorf justifying the decision to promote Chris Getz to general manager instead of going outside of the organization to hire one. So here's the question. How has this comment from Jerry Reinsdorf aged?
A lot better than it hit originally, I'll say that much. Because after that, and then Chris Getz having phrases like, "I don't like our team," when he was in charge of getting the minor league players to develop to the big league level, it didn't make sense. And I think now what we saw was perhaps a combination of things. It was Jerry Reinsdorf wanting to stay in-house, Chris Getz perhaps being more hamstrung than we realized. I did not think that the ascension of this team was going to be that fast. Maybe it took Chris Getz to convince Jerry Reinsdorf and company to pay more for infrastructure from a technology standpoint and hire more scouts, or at least people who work with scouts. Like, you hire Brian Bannister, you made some very savvy hires as part of the support staff in that front office, and you saw it come together in a way that looked very bleak in the years after this. There's not a doubt about that, but the turnaround in 2026 has been evident. So how has it aged? If you asked me at the end of last season, I would say it's aged as well as we thought it did initially. But now, remarkably better. And everybody deserves credit for that.
So the comment itself, I guess it aged okay. Remember, this is the closing weeks of the 2023 season. What happened in 2024?
They had the worst record ever in the history of baseball.
121 losses. And did you need to lose 100 games 2 more seasons just to be in a position where you are now, which is tied for first place, percentage points technically ahead of the Cleveland Guardians in 5 games over 500? More important than this team, not stinking this year, they've earned the respect of their peers.
Yeah.
They've earned the respect of the fans. And there's a certain level of just baseline, we're not bad, we're good. And I'm not saying they're a great baseball team, but they're certainly one of the better baseball teams in the American League, which is different than saying one of the better baseball teams in the National League. Everything is indeed relative. So I guess this comment from Reinsdorf aged okay, because it still did take 2 full seasons of 100-loss baseball just to get to this point, and nothing is guaranteed that this season they're going to compete. It's still a developmental year in nature.
Yeah,
it's just that
half
the rest
a season doesn't erase it all.
Right. And if they make the playoffs this year, and if they have some playoff success, like if they finish the season as one of the division leaders with one of the best 2 records in baseball and get that bye, like, okay, you're there. You're there now. But if they just sneak in as a wild card and get swept out of the playoffs, I'll say, yes, you got to the playoffs. That's good. But can you sustain it?
I think what we've also seen is, I will never forget reading the articles about how Theo Epstein had to be the one to convince ownership in Boston when he was still a part of that organization recently, when Craig Breslow was the GM, to spend money on Alex Bregman, for example. And maybe sometimes it just comes from a different source. Perhaps Chris Getz convinced Jerry Reinsdorf he must have effectively enough to want to spend money on Munetaka Murakami. I think Jerry would have previously seen that as risk. And maybe it took failing enough to get more. You know, that's the thing is, we say this all the time, like sometimes in corporate America, you have to fail to succeed because you have to show that a plan isn't going to work before you can change it to work. So I know there's a lot of variables that have happened in between then and now.
I wonder when we really peel back the layers and get a deeper sneak peek behind the curtain at what that process was like 2023 into 2024 into 2025 to set up. Really, I look at this all, as you guys know, why I make the predictions that I made about top 10 offense, more home runs than the Cubs. It was all based on the second half of last season, the Colson Montgomery era, if you will.
Yeah.
And so this is better than what I thought they'd be doing this year. But offensively, this is along the lines of what I thought they'd be doing.
Ugh, I'm just looking outside.
Don't do that. You'll just hurt your own
feelings. The smoke is
feelings.
getting worse. Yeah, it's really bad. It just makes you wonder how bad the fires are that they've traveled all the way from Canada. Makes me sad.
Not great.
Number 2.
Who is the most underrated player in Chicago sports?
In Chicago sports, underrated. I mean, naturally, I thought of Sam Antonacci. But is he underrated on our show? I would say no. I would say we rate Sam Antonacci. We hype him up a lot. So is he underrated on our show? No, and our show's part of Chicago sports, so I can't say it's Sam. And then that gave me a lot of trouble. Is it Grant Taylor?
No, he's rated. We talk about him all the time.
I know, that's the problem. I feel like we talk a lot about the people that may be underrated elsewhere.
Hey, Layla, you're in the right neighborhood, though, in terms of what team you're talking about. The most underrated player is on this team.
I don't know. I'm going to say I'm still going to go with Sam Antonacci, even though I think it's not true. Maybe he was the most likely to have been underrated. How's that? Is that good enough? Because it's really hard when our job is to pay attention to everybody. Like, I kept thinking it was Sam Antonacci, so that's clearly my overwhelming thought. But we rate him appropriately. So I mean, John Paul Morosi even talked about him, but still he fits that bill.
Okay, I like it.
He's cast for underrated player. How's that?
I don't think Sam Antonacci is the most underrated hitter on the White Sox, but the guy that I think there's two people who are well more underrated than Sam Antonacci. The guy who's the most underrated in this city, though, is on the White Sox. He's a pitcher, and I've mentioned him already on this program. This player is Sean Burke. He is the most underrated player in Chicago, period. Here's
I like
why.
it.
If you look at Sean Burke this season, he has a 2.8 WAR. Well, we don't ever really talk about him except for the day after he pitches. That 2.8 WAR, only one pitcher in Chicago has a higher WAR than him, and that would be Davis Martin, and it's only by 0.1, 2.9. He's 6-4 this season, a 3.41 ERA. He's got an ERA plus of 125, which is identical to what Davis Martin's is. But think about how much we talk about Davis Martin compared to Sean Burke.
We talk about Davis Martin a lot. He's out there.
All the time.
The secret is out.
All the time. The White Sox would not be in first place without the exploits of Davis Martin. And understand this. This is kind of hits it home. Over his last 5 starts, Davis Martin has given up more than 1 earned run once. And in that start, he gave up 2 earned runs.
My God, Davis Martin. Jeez, get it together. 2 earned runs.
No, Davis Martin's fine.
I'm joking. It's a joke.
All right, we need Davis Martin's in a rocky place right now. We need to get some confidence behind him. But Sean Burke, meanwhile,
he's done a lot this season.
6-4 this season. The Sox certainly would not be in the position they are in without Sean Burke. He is the most underrated player in Chicago.
Now, we've gotten a lot of mentions on the text line.
What you got?
815 said Joe Tooney. Joe Tooney won the inaugural Protector of the Year award.
Yeah.
But it's in the Department of Casting, kind of like me and Sam Antonacci, yes. Carson Kelly, 312. That may be the one. Well, not 1, but 2 votes for Cole Kmet, and then Trey Jones gets a vote. I like it. It's avant-garde.
Carson Kelly, now...
Trey Jones is a survivor.
you can't. I can't understand why Carson Kelly doesn't get more run higher in the order based on what Carson Kelly has always been and what he's done.
You could say he is then therefore underrated.
No, because I've spoken highly of Carson Kelly any chance that I get. He also has a WAR of 1.5 this season, coming off a season in which he had a 3.5 WAR. Look, he is underrated. I just don't think he's as underrated as Sean Burke. But also,
Ruben Hippolyte.
I don't. What?
Sarcasm. Again, sarcasm. Do you think you've known me for 14 years? You really think that I would be that serious?
I was like, I didn't even know why you said the words Ruben Hippolyte. I was like, did somebody get hurt? Did he get married? Like, why were you mentioning the words?
Did he get married?
Like, why else would we be mentioning Ruben Hippolyte at this point in time?
He was an underrated bachelor.
Back to the second most underrated player in the city, and I think he's neck and neck with Carson Kelly, but just beats him out by a hair. Chase Mydroth, who, by the way, has a higher WAR than Sam Antonacci. Chase Mydroth is 100% a baseball player that does not get, like, if you start naming White Sox players, you go down the list before you start talking about Chase Mydroth at length.
574, Max Rustifer. Well played.
Oh.
5 on it. Number 3.
This is 5 on it with Layla Rahimi and Marshall Harris. Coming at number 3, Bleacher Report released a list of ranking the NFL's true franchise players for teams to build around. And just to give context for the listeners, these are players that are 28 years and younger and have played at least one full season with the current team that they have been drafted on. Now, here are the quarterbacks that were and Caleb Williams ranked 15th out of 20. Now, here are the quarterbacks that were ranked ahead of him. Drake May at number 1, Jaden Daniels number 2, Jalen Hurts at 3, Justin Herbert 4, Trevor Lawrence 5, Brock Purdy 6, Jordan Love at 7, and Bo Nix at 14, and Caleb Williams at 15. So do you agree with where the Bears quarterback Caleb Williams is ranked as a franchise player among these quarterbacks?
No, because I think if they're doing it based on age and therefore potential, number 7, Jordan Love, I think you're in the upside of Jordan Love. You might be experiencing close to his ceiling right now, even though they're all still relatively young. The ceiling on Caleb Williams is higher. So that's how I feel. That's why Jordan Love wasn't in my top 10 quarterback list, for example. Now, it's hard to argue against guys like Will Anderson, Tristan Wirfs, and Penei Sewell because, number 1, a running game will help you. And number 2, the line. You know, when you talk about building from the trenches out, which is something that I believe in, those names are key. JSN is compelling, but at the same time, we've seen receivers be fungible. Some of the biggest name receivers traded at the height of their powers. So teams don't always build around them either. And that leaves Bo Nix and Caleb Williams. So that's what makes this difficult for me to kind of conceptually build around on a list.
I find the list to be bewildering. Caleb Williams is 15. He's behind Bo Nix. I'm going to read you what they wrote about him to come up with the 15th.
Now, you guys know that I feel like they did not build around Justin Jefferson. So
the top pick of the 2024 draft improved pretty much across the board under the tutelage of Ben Johnson as a sophomore in 2025. He's still not elite, but a 27-7 touchdown to interception ratio is extremely promising. Williams also performed well on deep passes, third down throws, and in the fourth quarter of one-score games. He's on track for a breakout third season at age 24. What about that description screams 15th and way down on the list as far as quarterbacks go? He should be top 5 on this list. You can make a case for top 3 or number 1.
I don't. Jalen Hurts is number 3 on this list. Jaden Daniels is number 2, and we don't know how the league has adjusted him. His coordinator left, and he got hurt. So there's a lot of variability even in the quarterbacks. Brock Purdy got paid. He brought his team to a Super Bowl, but I don't know that he's necessarily like you're considering him as the cornerstone. Like that's what makes this difficult. These are cornerstone players that they try to refer to.
I will say this.
Justin Herbert can throw for 4,000 yards, but the whole process, even when they built around him, has been inconsistent. They've been inconsistent as a team.
This article put a very heavy value on QBR, which Caleb Williams did not fare well in.
Well, then that's how they got to this decision. But and even with the fungibility of positions, that's why I brought up Jackson Smith and Jigba. I love Jackson Smith and Jigba and Justin Jefferson. And frankly, Jamar Chase. But we see receivers traded all the time, so that also is tricky. All right.
Number 4.
Blackhawks legend Chris Chelios recently spoke to free agent Patrick Kane about his interest in returning to Chicago. Here's what Chelios told Mully and Haugh yesterday.
Well, I am not going to lie to you guys. It is down to Buffalo and Chicago. I know that, obviously, because I spoke to him. But it's a tough decision for him. It really is. Whether to go home, make it easy on his parents and his family and his friends and finish like he did, or kind of like Taser tried to do, or he comes back and, in my opinion, he's a Blackhawk. And, the Blackhawks, you see how tough it is to make the playoffs. It's hit or miss. There's no guarantees. With the absence of Connor, in the beginning of the season, no telling when he's going to be back yet. How great would that be?
It's Chris Chelios with Mully and Haugh. On a scale of 1 to 10 on the newly created "He's Back" meter, trademark, where would you rate the likelihood of Patrick Kane's return to Chicago?
Well, it's high based on the fact that it's either here or Buffalo, and that's where he's from. So that's what makes this hard, according to Chris Chelios. It was my understanding at the time that he left that door was closed, and I don't necessarily think the team thought that they were in a position to bring anybody back for the foreseeable future. But it's been a couple years, so maybe the foreseeable future is past. It was Chris Emma who walked in here guns blazing one day and was like, oh yeah, they got to sign Patrick Kane after this Connor Bedard news. And I was like, wait, what? But we see the idea has been growing. I still think on the likelihood of the "he's back" meter, I still think there's a very high likelihood he wants to finish his career with his hometown franchise. So I would put this at a 7, even though that's still pretty high.
That's higher than I thought you were going to go.
Well, it's down to 2 teams. So that gave me the 7.
I'm going to go 5 because 50-50 at this point. And look, I remember a time when they're like, yeah, we're not going back down that road.
Right. They were pretty definitive about it without being rude.
Yes. But since then, Patrick Kane's done some work. He's got 57 goals, 163 points in 189 games with the Red Wings. So it's like he could still play hockey at a good level. And maybe this is what they need, because with Connor Bedard out for a large amount of time.
November, right? They said 4 months.
Right. So you need something to get people excited about coming in. Nostalgia. It's not undefeated, but it's got a pretty good record, right?
Yeah.
All right, we're moving on to...
It just didn't want to play.
Ooh, it's on repeat now. All right, number 5. This is our final question. Layla Marshall, you had your weekly conversation with Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio yesterday. This is what Florio had to say about the potential for a Max Crosby trade actually happening.
The one thing that I think we're all continuing to lose sight of, if the Raiders start off struggling like they have most of the years since the last time they went to the Super Bowl in 2002, I still think Max Crosby can get traded. Once he's cleared to practice and play, and that concern that kept the Ravens from moving forward goes away, and once the Raiders stink if they do, I think this Max Crosby thing is going to come back to the front burner, and he's going to be a hot name as the trade deadline approaches. And I just feel like that's been completely forgotten. As everybody gets caught up in their lists, it's list season, top 10 quarterbacks, top 100 players, top 10 this, top 10 that. Hey, let's pay attention to some of the things that are kind of hiding in plain sight. I think Max Crosby still has a very good chance of being traded, even though he's now of a mindset that he'd like to stick around.
That's Mike Florio with you guys yesterday. So, on a scale of 1 to 10 on the newly created...
So you're telling me there's a chance?
...meter, where would you rate the level of hope you think Bears fans should have about the idea of Chicago acquiring Raiders pass rusher Max Crosby?
Oh, did I get into a trance when he said that? Immediately started saying Max? Yes.
Max.
That's what happened. That was a live look at me yesterday.
Are the Maxinistas still out there?
Oh, yeah. They never go away.
644 67 67.
Check in, Maxinistas.
No.
Check in, Maxinistas.
And here's why.
Text line's about to get flooded.
The Bears are 27th in open cap space. They've only got $8.1 million of open cap space to work with, according to overthecap.com. So I don't think that's enough, guys. Max Crosby was making, what was it, $25 million a year? No,
You and your
no, more
math.
than that. More
So
than that.
your number on the. So you're telling me there's a
Was
chance
he,
meter
was he
is low.
at 35? Max Crosby AAV.
So what?
I think. Oh yeah, 36. Yeah, I just don't. I'm not a cap guru, but the Bears don't seem to like doing the whole deferred money extended into the future thing. So unless they want to do that, I'm not sure how they get $8.1 million of cap space to turn into 35.5.
So what's your number on the scale? Is it
Now,
low?
granted,
Obviously,
maybe if you trade for him later in the season, you owe less.
1 to 10. You can go
I know.
low. It's gonna be low.
5.
Oh, 5?
Okay.
That's high. That's a reasonable chance.
It's mid.
Again, mid is much higher than I thought you were going to say there. I'm going to give it
So you're telling me there's a chance?
That's pretty much it. Yeah. Samsonite. I was way off.
2. I'm going to give it a 2. Layla's over here having fun or not fun with numbers. So,
No. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not able to paint by numbers. So, yeah, I'm going to paint a pretty grim picture. Probably not going to happen. I would love to see the Max Anisas rewarded, but it ain't happening.
No, we'll just have to go to TJ Maxx to get rewarded. Next on Rahimi Harrison Grote. She is always great on social media. I'm really excited to have this conversation with her coming up. Amy Trask, former CEO of the Raiders Board of the Directors for the Big Three. We'll talk to her next.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
I kind of like the secondary. I kind of like the fact that you got 3 really solid players. I think the rookie's going to be good. I think they brought in a great player from Seattle, and if Jalen's back, then you really got something. The big question is what's going on with Kyler Gordon, and how are you going to be able to manage that position? But you look at what they did last year. It was like unbelievable what they managed to get done.
Mully and Haugh
is not real.
It's not real.
I will give a lot of credit because I think that Thomas McDermott is a very compelling listen and a good advocate for his city. And the fact that he was able to laugh at the concept of having the Indiana Bears T-shirt on underneath his Chicago Bears jersey.
Oh God,
that was funny to me.
Yes.
Like that was like that to me. That was someone who gets the bit. But the other thing is they haven't figured out a site. And even him, like he was on with Mully and them boys earlier today, and he's like, yeah, well, there's another site actually. Like there's another place that we might be thinking about presenting to the Bears as a place where they might want to build their place.
That's currently occupied. They got to cover their butt in case the slag heap is indeed toxic.
Yes.
Like if it's a problem. In the spirit of we have to find things to laugh at, okay? And Slag Heap Day, one of the great days of our recent radio lives. I mean, that was...
And yet here you are saying the story's the worst, and it gifted us Slag Heap.
It really did. Well, that's why we have to lean into those moments when something happens.
Let's go to Bob. Hey, Bob, you're on the score.
Hi, how you doing?
We're good, Bob.
I got a good story to tell you about what kind of guy he was. Back in the early 90s, my daughter entered a contest to be a ball girl for the Bulls at old Carson Perry Scott store, and she won. And so we got up to the stadium, and the guy from the Bulls come and he says, now she's got to stay under the basket. It can't go on the court. He says, last year Bill Cartwright reached up for a ball, and the kid was below him, and he hit him on the head with his elbow. So they had to stay under the basket. But then they said, one of the Bulls is going to come out at halftime, and we're going to take your daughter out to center court, and he's going to come out and take a picture with her. He says, I don't know who it's going to be. I'm going to go in and find out. Well, my daughter's name is Stacy. And so he come out to me, and he says, I went into the locker room. I says, well, we got a little girl named Stacy. And he said, Stacy King jumped up and says, oh, no, that's me. I'm going out there. I've got to take this picture with Stacy. And he ran out there, this mountain of a man, picked her up, gave her a hug, and shook her hand. And to this day, that was really I probably remember it more than my daughter does. But that's the kind of guy he was. He didn't have to do that, but he says, "Oh man, she's a Stacy. I got to do it."
Oh, that's tremendous, Bob.
Beautiful.
That's beautiful.
That's
That's the goods right there. And like that moment of niceness and kindness.
My 8-month-old daughter, she was in a body cast.
Of course, I thought of that. One of the greatest
non sequiturs.
Oh, one of the greatest things ever. Now you got to play the whole thing. This is when
Mike in his truck.
Yeah,
Says
there we
here
go.
you got a Hamp story you want to tell us.
Mr. Hampton, it's an honor to talk to you, sir. I met you with my 8-month-old daughter about, gotta be 26 years ago at the Old Navy Pier, and she was in a body cast. The only thing free from her were her hands and her legs. And you were talking to me, and she put her arms up deep for you, and you picked her up, and she put her arms around your neck and gave you a kiss on the cheek, and I saw a smile come across that big old tree face of yours, and it looked like you almost dropped a tear. And I just wanted to thank you for that. And to this day, she's 24 years old, and she still has that picture on her wall. And my question to you is, why do the Bears want to keep Jay Cutler in a pocket when, to me, it seems like he's much better when he's on the move?
Oh, my God.
That is the perfect encapsulation
of scoreness.
Of scoreness and bearsness.
Oh, God.
That is so perfect.
Yeah, the alien time capsule, just put that in there. Try to explain sports radio and the score.
If you'd like to understand why this station has been what it is for 34 years, here you go.
This is it. That's an all-timer, man.
It's our guy. He has left us, but amazingly, we still have access to him.
To Heavenly Doug.
We are the only show in town, the only media entity anywhere that has access to Heavenly Doug. And what a thrill it is to welcome him to the Zoom. He's on Zoom, too, which is incredible.
Yeah, we never thought that.
Heavenly Doug knows how to use Zoom.
We're gone? Are we good to go?
We're good.
Are we back?
We're back.
We're live from 6-7 at 6 Heavenly, the score. I know we're not supposed to call it that. What are you guys, 104.96 or... I don't know. Go to the calls all the same. It still works. If I'm pushing, I dropped it. I dropped your Zoom. Stop yourself, Matt. I see you, little pal, laughing at me. You think I know how to do technology? No. I know how to talk to men like they're boys and make boys act like men.
Well, go ahead.
And I'm happy to do it.
Do that. Go ahead and do that. Do whatever you want.
Well, I'll tell you. Okay. All right. I got in a hell of a fight 2 nights ago with Brett Favre's dad and Paul Horning up here because they want to tell me that they still got something over on the Bears. I'm going to tell you right now, you got none, zero, nada, nothing.
Into two on 104.3 The Score.
You know, doing something that's great when it comes to basketball. He's one of the first pioneers, maverick type players, you know, with the ABA and what he did there, coming to the NBA with his style. And I'm not surprised that he took a chance with the big three. This is just in his DNA.
That is Ice Cube, who was on yesterday with Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. He was on Spiegel and Holmes on 104.3 The Score. And we are happy to be joined by a famous guest also involved with the Big Three. Ice Cube yesterday, Amy Trask today. Board of Directors for the Big Three, the premier global 3-on-3 basketball league, former CEO of the Raiders. She's also often on CBS Sports. We are happy to have her on. Amy joining us on Twitch, twitch.tv/The Score Chicago. Amy, thank you for joining us. Hi.
Oh, thank you for saying hi. I'm thrilled to join you. And let me just ask a quick question here. Since you had Cube on yesterday and I'm on today, does that mean he was my opening act?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to own that.
That's fantastic. Yeah, we're happy to have you on. How did you get to be a part of this, the league that I feel like is growing in popularity?
Well, you're absolutely right. It is growing in popularity. I'll say one note about that before I tell you how I became involved. We're going up against the World Cup this year, and people thought, oh, that's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. Well, you know what? There are challenges associated with it, but our attendance is up and our ratings are up, and the league is thriving, not just surviving, but thriving. I became involved with the league in the very first year that it was started. Year one, Cube and Jeff approached me. It didn't matter to me what vision they had. I trust those men. I admire those men. I respect those men. And if they had a vision and invited me to be part of that, I was thrilled to join them. And they have pursued their vision with relentless passion, relentless determination. And we're in year 9.
What do you think's been the biggest key to the year-over-year growth? That I know it's been tough because you've been through a pandemic, you've survived, as you said, you're now thriving. What do you think has been the biggest factor in the continued growth of the big three?
Well, I believe in the adage that hard work matters. Hard work really, really matters. Work as hard as you can, and when you don't think you can work any harder, find a way to work harder. And that's what Cube does, and that's what Jeff does, and that's what Clyde does. Now, look, there are other reasons as well. We have spectacular coaches. You guys know this in Chicago. Your coach for the Chicago Triplets is Dr. J. We have Nancy Lieberman. We have Steven Jackson. We have phenomenal coaches. I won't name them all, and tremendous players. This weekend, the Triplets, led by Dr. J, is going to face the LA Riot. Dwight Howard is on that team. The game is good. The players are great. And one thing I learned, or I should say I heard over and over and over again throughout the almost 30 years I worked with Al Davis, the players are the game. We have phenomenal players, we have phenomenal coaches, and it's a great game. It's fast, it's fierce, we have a 4-point shot. I'm going to still practice that because it's not going so well for me. But Nancy Lieberman is trying to coach me up.
Nancy's a great coach, and I think what we're seeing, Amy, in this is it's also a celebration of basketball. There's a whole lot of people who just outright love the game, and I feel like that's the group of players and even people who watch in the crowd get when you're consuming Big Three.
Well, you're absolutely right. It's a love for the game, and what Cube and Jeff and Clyde and the Big Three have done to the game is make it even more exciting for fans. It's half court. It's 3-on-3. As I said, there's a 4-point shot. We have a Bring the Fire challenge. And by the way, my colleagues aren't as, I don't know what word to use, snarky, bratty as I am, but every time the NBA adopts one of our rules and applies it to the NBA or G League or the Summer League, I send out a social media post saying, "You're welcome."
No, I think that's fair. You've earned that right. I know, because you have seen some of the things, and we see this with a lot of sports and different variations of the sport itself, where the mainstream league takes cues from offshoots and then says, oh, that actually looks beneficial to all basketball or all football. And I love that. And speaking of football, I know former CEO of the Raiders, I have to ask you, I know you're all in on basketball right this moment. Do you miss football at all?
I don't miss it. I still have the opportunity to comment on football, to participate in the football world on CBS Sports HQ. Yeah. So I am still involved in that regard. And, I have my eyes on your Chicago Bears this season to see if they can build off what they did last season. Something your coach said this offseason, something your quarterback said this offseason suggests to me things may be exciting for Bears fans.
What is it?
We've talked about how hard it is to change an organization. Al Davis was a disruptor when you guys came onto the scene with the Raiders, and I feel like it consistently became a disruptor when it came to the way business was done, like what you said, making sure the players were centered, when a lot of times that wasn't always the case in the league, isn't always the case. And so change we know is hard. When you see an organization make change like this, the Bears, where they've seemingly done things that their franchise didn't previously do, hire, an upstart offensive-minded head coach. How much credit do you want to give just for having what seems like a cultural change in their decision-making as well?
Well, it looked to be headed in the right direction last season. We'll see where it goes after, or this season and thereafter is a better way to state that. Every single team is one horrific injury away from a different season than they envisioned. And we, of course, hope that's not the case for any athlete. I will tell you, in all my years in the league, no one I knew ever rooted for an injury to an athlete, even if that athlete was a competitor. So I'm not suggesting that those are things that people look forward to when they're competing. To the contrary, keep your team healthy, protect your quarterback. I heard you talking on the show earlier about the possibility of snatching Max Crosby. And, I will say this, I worked for a team owner who said to me throughout my years with the team, the quarterback must go down, and he must go down hard. So look, most games are won or lost at the line of scrimmage. Protect your quarterback and go get the other team's quarterback, and you've got a likelihood of success.
Do you think Max Crosby will end the season as a Raider?
I don't know the answer to that, obviously. I'm not a betting girl. The only thing I've ever bet in my life is ice cream, because then even if you lose, you win because you get to eat the ice cream, because you get extra even if you're the one paying it. I don't know the answer to that, but I do know this. There are rumors floating about, chitter chatter floating about, that notwithstanding his comments when he was back with the Raiders after the failed trade to the Ravens, that, he expressed at the time that he was glad to be back. I'm not sure, based on what I'm hearing, that it's as calm and relaxed and happy and healthy as may have been suggested. So we'll see if that changes.
Amy, what's been your favorite aspect of watching Big Three ball? You talked about some of the elements of the game and the rules changes that have been implemented, not just by your league being inventive, but then adopted by places like the NBA. What have you enjoyed the most about just watching it? To me, it's some of the names that still have something in the tank. It's just maybe not the NBA level. I've loved watching veterans play this game. You mentioned Dwight Howard earlier, who we can expect to see Sunday against Chicago. What have you liked about just observing the game?
It's a I'll go great game. Look, people can tune in, people can attend. And by the way, if you're in Chicago, you should go this weekend. We're almost out of tickets. Go grab the last ones and go, because it's going to be fun and there's going to be exciting entertainment. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on air. I'll just tell you it'll be exciting. I don't know if I'm allowed to name who it will be, but it's a fun event. And the point is, the game is good. People may go for the fun. They may go for the entertainment. They may go for all of that. But at the end of the day, the game has to be compelling, and it is. Those players, I said it earlier, they are fast, they are fierce, they are furious, and they want to win. And I love that. And here's a little anecdote for you that I think is very special about the league. Year one, Clyde Drexler was a coach. Well, year two, we made him the commissioner and needed to replace him as head coach. I'm sitting in a room with Clyde and Cube and Jeff Quantnitz. Jeff and Cube, of course, formed the league. And I said, very casually, what about Nancy Lieberman? Not one of them batted an eye. They said, great idea. We hired Nancy Lieberman. Year one, the only woman involved in on-court activity. The players are all men. The other coaches are all men. She won the championship. And at the end of the game, at the press conference after that championship game, the players were being asked by the media, what is it like to have a woman head coach, a woman head coach, a woman this, a woman that? And one of the players grabbed the microphone and said, stop starting every sentence and every question with the word woman. She's our head coach. Period. So I love that about the league too.
Amen. And you also wrote the book, You Negotiate Like a Girl, Reflections on a Career in the NFL. If people hadn't read the book and they want to check it out, what do you want to say about it?
It's honest. I shared my reflections of my years in the NFL. Some sad, some happy, some fun stories that some may not know. It's my experience in the NFL and working for Al for almost 30 years.
I did want to ask you, because I remember famously Ice Cube offering Caitlin Clark, $5 million to play in the Big Three a couple of years ago. Do you think there's a time when there will be a woman playing in the Big Three?
There may be, and I will tell you this, that offer was sincere, it was honest, it was forthright, it wasn't performative, it wasn't for clicks or hits or bites, it wasn't for media attention. It was a sincere, honest, forthright invitation. She obviously chose not to go. I will suggest to you she would be treated with tremendous respect by all the players in our Big Three league. They would play fiercely and furiously, as I earlier noted, but they'd also play with tremendous respect for her. Who knows what she'll do next? And maybe someday there will be a woman in the Big Three. There's certainly one coaching and winning championships now.
Well, this has been a great conversation, Amy. And just to remind everybody, Big Three in Chicago this Sunday, July 19th at Wintrust Arena at 1 p.m. Limited tickets are still available, and they're just $25 for any seat. No ticketing fees. So $25 is the price. Opportunity to see Dr. J and the undefeated Chicago Triplets against Dwight Howard and the 2-2 LA Riot. Visit big3.com to purchase. Amy, thank you so much for taking the time. You are an inspiration.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. And to those who are going to the game, bring your kids. We welcome your children at the games.
Welcome them kids. Amy, thanks again. Thanks for taking the time. And yeah, check out her book if you get the chance. So that is the great Amy Trask. Thanks again for joining us.
Thank you.
And hi.
Hi. That's always her greeting on
I
social
love it.
media.
I love it.
She's accessible, and that's made her even, I don't know, even cooler than I thought she already was.
I've tweeted at her plenty of times, and she's like, tells me what responds, and then of course she says, "And hi."
And hi. I love it. It's so fun to have Amy Trask on.
Positive vibes.
Absolutely. Coming up next on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, there has been another comparison made for Caleb Wilson. Marshall's excited. I can tell. We've almost got the Shaq shimmy going. So we will examine it and discuss next.
Cubs fans, Saturday at 10 a.m. Be a part of history when the Cubs unveil the all-new Champions Gate at Gallagher Way outside Wrigley Field, honoring the 2016 World Series team during their 10th anniversary celebration.
And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series!
Featuring live appearances from Tom Ricketts, Joe Madden, and members from that historic championship team.
I wish all of you could be right here at this moment.
Plus, join inside the clubhouse as David Haugh and Bruce Levine broadcast live from Gallagher Way from 9 a.m. to 12:45.
And the celebration begins.
Don't miss the unveiling of Champions Gate at Gallagher Way, Saturday at 10 a.m. Heard live on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, official radio home of the Cubs.
This segment is sponsored by Grand Appliance, the red, white, and cool.
Are there post-game shows in heaven? Doug, you deserve
I'm running them right up here. Majestic third star to the left and straight on till morning. Brought to you by Black Poles Gentlemen's Club, or Black Cats, or Pole Jacks.
Something like that. I figured, hey, if you want to take some calls, go ahead. You go right for it. It's your show.
Let's go to Eric in Wakanda. Eric, are you on? No,
sorry. Sorry about that.
Hey, that's fine. We'll go to Steven in Milwaukee. Let's see if somebody with half a brain cell moved north of the border. I'm going to tell you something else, too, about these Chicago Bears. I'm going to tell you the same thing I told Jerry Angelo, okay? You can call yourself anything you want, but you can't call yourself likable. That's what other people call you. You got to earn that.
Why did Jerry... I'm confused. Oh,
Did he
no.
hang up?
I guess Steven in Milwaukee hung up. Yeah,
Let's go to Donna on the 355 extension. Donna, I'm going to answer your question before you answer it. Okay. I'm going to tell you this. I still don't know why we signed Mano Money Luna, Manamaniolo, whatever his name was. That guy was a waste of money and cash. Give me that and a half a sack of garbage, and I'll buy some soup that we can all drink out of a can.
Doug, you spent a lot of years in Rensselaer, Indiana, doing camp. How would you feel if the Bears went to Indiana?
Oh, it's a good question.
Don't care where the Bears go. First of all, half the people living in Portage say they live in this city anyway, and they can't afford to even do the coat check at Gibson's, but they're more than welcome want to claim the city. And if any other Packers fan wants to come at me who lives in Illinois and say, how dare your team crosses state lines, all of a sudden you care about a state line and whether or not you can be a fan of that team? Because I see you on the way to Rockford driving between two lanes, and I got to go in the shoulder to get around you with your Packers decal. That doesn't stop you from having an Illinois plate. So I don't care where the Bears go. I'm going to follow them. Now, if you want to make them the New Orleans Bears, maybe I'm not as much of a fan, but when I go to New Orleans, I'll be wearing a big C when I'm walking around the Big Easy. Okay, that's my team, no matter where I am or they are.
Luke Getsy interviewed for a head coaching job this past cycle. He's doing a great job, clearly, with Justin Fields. I am worried, Boomer, about Getsy taking a head coaching job, so much so that yesterday I suggested I would fire Eberflus to keep Getsy for continuity for Fields. People hated that.
Yeah,
they hated that take.
That didn't go well for him.
I hate that too, Danny.
Yeah.
I hate that too. That's a Narpian take, just so you know.
Narpian?
Yes, yeah, non-athletic regular person.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly who I am. That's exactly
so
what I am.
good. I've been calling him. He's also an anti-defensive coachite. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't.
Narpian rolls better off the tongue. Though.
Sure, maybe, but you can be both. But like he doesn't. He didn't give Pete Carroll any credit before or now. Really, it's all about Geno Smith.
Bill Belichick's a defensive coach.
Yeah, look what he's doing without Brady.
See?
Gee, I don't know. He just passed Papa Bear Hallis for second all time. I don't know what to tell you. I think it's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, he's fine.
Narpian is outstanding. That's just.
Look at
I call
Tom
my
without
guys that I work
Roethlisberger.
with in the morning. Well, I call my guys in the morning that I work with a bunch of narcs. And sometimes their take on things like Danny's is Narpian. So, and I think that's a very Narpian take on your behalf there, Danny.
Roy, I got to ask you, and I know that you have talked about this on stage. I've seen you talk about it in interviews, but for the Score audience, can you please share the story of your dad and Don Cornelius?
Oh, you did some homework. So my dad moved to Chicago when he was 5 and eventually worked his way up and ended up back in the city working at WVON in the 60s. And he gets pulled over one day for running through a stop sign, and the cop gives him a ticket, and my pops goes, "Yo, you have a really nice voice."
I've been listening to the Score for many, many, many years.
Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
I'm here with Caleb, and he already told me he's got a message, so I'm going to let you go ahead here.
I'm going to let y'all know right now, Jalen Sellers and Donovan Atwell saved my life. That's what they did today. They saved my life. You know, we won. That's all we wanted to do. I'm excited, bro. Go Bulls.
That is Caleb Wilson at Summer League, where is that the quote that inspired our boss, Marshall Ryan Porth, to say, he's a dog?
No, that was the quote directly after the game where after going 0-2 in Summer League, he realized that those two guys combining by 43 points saved his life because he begged to play in the third game. Well, not begged. He said, I want to play in the third game.
He made his case.
Yeah, even though it was the second of a back-to-back, they win the game. So he's just like, thank goodness these dudes did what they did. So now you've saved my life. The quote you're talking about is when he referred to the fact that like people come out from all the world to see me play it. I'm like, what?
Oh, yeah, that is the quote.
Yeah.
I don't know. That one also sounded dog-ish to me.
He's a dog.
The guy speaks with urgency.
Fair.
I don't know that I've said that about somebody in a while. Speaks with urgency.
On the Bulls, you mean?
And he's 19. I'm like, hey, get off me, okay? I'm doing my job today.
Once he called Zach LaVine Flight 8
Motivated
in a reference
Caleb Wilson?
to him.
Yes.
He knows game. He knows ball. He knows city. He knows fan base. He knows the buttons to punch. And he's ready. He's ready. He wants to get in the gym.
And I also appreciate the dunk recognizes dunk game as well.
Fair.
I'm looking forward to that selfishly. Tim Legler was on the All City NBA podcast and had a comparison of his own for Caleb Wilson.
The ultimate would be, can he turn into a combination of KD and KG? All right, so
it would be unreal.
And here's what I mean by that. For the Kevin Durant part, it's what you just said. His ability to run your offense through him on the perimeter from 30 feet, give him the basketball, let him handle, create, get into his own, put pressure on defenses, draw multiple defenders as a face-up offensive player. The KG part is, because for me, Kevin Garnett is the greatest 4 defender I've ever seen. His ability and his intensity, his communication skills, his want to defensively at that position at 7 feet tall was as good as anything I saw in person. So that if he can have that level of commitment, intensity, and desire to be that great defensively, combined with the versatile offensive skill set of Kevin Durant, now you're talking about one of the all-time greats. And look, if you're picked 4 in any draft, that should be your goal. You're picked. You're picked. Now, we understand some drafts are deeper than others, but if you're picked that high, right, you should be thinking that. And when you have the physical tools and athletic ability that Caleb Wilson does, that should be his determination. I want to be one of the greatest players to ever do it. That should be his mindset.
Well, Tim, I think we're there. I think that's his mindset. I think everything that he said and even the way he has played in Summer League has demonstrated that that's what he is about. He is about that life that Tim Legler described.
You're talking about, he's right. If you combine those two skill sets, yes, that would be one of the greats of the game. No, nobody goes downhill like Kevin Durant, in my opinion. You know, he's the guy who can pull up from three, but he's the guy who he carves his way through the court in such an effortless way. To combine the two and be above the rim like KG, I don't know that I can picture that.
So Kevin Durant is an offensive genius in that he can score from any spot on the floor in any way imaginable, right?
He sees things quicker than almost anybody.
And we talk about the dogometer.
Dogometer.
Yeah.
I don't know about the DMX, guys. I think we got to work on it.
How could you ever say that in a sentence?
Yeah, I don't know about the DMX. Like, he's DMX. R.I.P. DMX.
I know, that's why. Like,
Do you prefer the George Clinton?
I'm still torn about it.
You want the atomic dog? I mean, I like both. My vote is both. All dogs.
Same. But
like all dogs go to
Because
heaven.
every time that I'm saying RIP, that it like takes down the idea of celebration of dog.
Look, Old Yeller, Oliver and Company.
Hey.
Whatever y'all want to do. As long as there's dog involved. Look.
Can't deal with this.
The Beast from Sandlot, if he's got that level, the perceived, because we know the Beast was a big softie at the end of the movie. Spoiler
Snoop
alert.
Dogg.
Don't need him on that stuff like Snoop Dogg. That's not what I want for him. But look,
pretty chill dog.
What I will say is, Tim Legler in that statement is projecting what he could become, and he's obviously not there yet. But at 19 years old, think about when he's 23, 24 years old, what this man will be.
How much tape have you watched over the years of Kevin Durant?
A lot of tape going back to before Texas when he was in high school, the 1 year at Texas with Rick Barnes, and then people. Who was it that called him a shot chucker or something like that? It was something stupid. Like they basically said he's just a volume guy. He's not that good. And I was like,
was that Draymond? No.
No. This was like an analyst leading up to the draft.
Sorry, Draymond.
It was
Don't come
along the
after
lines
me.
of like Lamar Jackson should play receiver. It was dumb like that.
I remember Rick saying that he knew that it was time to level up with KD when they ended up watching film of the all-time greats and he was emulating them. And that's the thing. It's really asking the question, how much can you see Caleb Wilson project to that? Like if you're watching KD, how much of KD's traits can you see in Caleb Wilson? Potentially. I'm not saying right now.
He's closer to style of play of Kevin Garnett minus the ability to shoot the three, right? Because Kevin Durant shoots obviously from wherever. Kevin Garnett, that's not what he did. Kevin Garnett was still in the area of, hey, we like 20-footers.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, but different era too.
Yes. And so now that you know that he is out here working on his step back three, that's a different dynamic. Tim Legler talked about the face-up game. I think face-up, he can play both like Garnett and Durant did. Pick your Kevin. You know what I'm saying?
Kevin Durant is just unfazed by your typical efforts to try to contest his shot, too. That's what it makes him also so lethal. Your odds increase dramatically when you're putting a hand up. Not on Kevin Durant. He's going to score 40 at will if he wants to.
If we had to talk about his game more resembles right now, it's definitely Kevin Garnett. But if he is developed in the way Tiago Splitter has developed players in the past as an assistant coach, then yeah, that should be kind of what your goal is. And Tim Legler's certainly right. Number 4 pick in a draft that's already been like, this might be the best draft since 2003 as far as top of the heap. What you have at the top of your draft class.
Top-loaded talent.
Yeah, and there's still talent even beyond the top 4. But I'm saying 1 through 4, you expect all these guys to have all-star potential at minimum.
And then I think about the comp could be Kawhi. I'm still angry about it. I'm still angry about Jamal Collier's article.
What it do, baby? Yeah.
The funny part is Patrick Williams will still be on this team and in the rotation.
You know what? Frankly, raw talent hadn't shown his true potential. Let it rip, Bryson Graham. Right? Tiago Splitter?
Yeah. I'm more interested in their development of the second guy they took in the draft than the first guy.
Yeah, Dalen Swain remains. I think he is going to need him, Noah Essingay. There's a lot of opportunities to develop talent on the team.
Yay, rebuild.
That's the important part to keep in mind. I think if we do that, then that'll make it all make a lot more sense.
But also in transition, Josh Giddey, Modest Buzelis, and now Caleb Wilson, I want to see that.
Downhill.
Rebounds.
That's going downhill.
Going the other way.
You better be down the court in 5 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah.
Whistle.
6 seconds or less.
Exactly. Coming up next on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, we're disappointed in our next guest because he rode his bike here in the bad air. Clay Harbor's doing that for you. Next.
As the Cubs mark 10 years since the historic 2016 World Championship season, the Score's championship summer is celebrating by replaying the top 16 games. Tonight, we relive October 15th, 2016, Game 1 of the NLDS versus the Dodgers, including Miguel Montero's pinch hit grand slam in the 8th inning to put the Cubs in the lead.
It's got a chance! Grand slam! Wrigley Field is shaking after the blast of Montero.
Be listening tonight at 6 p.m. as we relive this historic Cubs moment from 2016 on Sports Radio 1.
Should come work for me, which is not how you get out of a ticket. The cop's name was Don Cornelius. And so Don Cornelius eventually, after about a year, quit Chicago PD, looked up my pops, called him and got a job as a news reporter at WVON. And that started Don Cornelius' immersion into the world of media, and eventually into television.
Speaks, it gets better.
Well, Don Cornelius, for anybody who doesn't know, founded the Soul Train.
Yes.
Okay.
That's where we're going.
Okay, I just want to make sure we filled in that context. Go ahead.
So there's American Bandstand with Dick Clark, and it's a pretty successful show. And Don Cornelius gets it in his head that, there's no black version of this. They don't put black artists on Dick Clark enough. We have good musicians. We should have a show where black people dance and celebrate things. And this is an important backstory. My father was a civil rights journalist. He only covered conflict. He never covered a regular local news story. He covered civil wars in South Africa, in Zimbabwe, in Vietnam. He covered every riot, every civil right, anything with a dog and a fire hose and a Klan. That's what my pops covered. That's important context. So Don Cornelius comes to my pops and he goes, "Hey man, I'm getting money from people to shoot a pilot for a show. I think it'll be moving and grooving like a train of soul where it just never stops. Would you like to be a part of it?" And my pops was one of the people who loaned Don Cornelius some of the money to shoot the pilot for Soul Train.
Oh my God.
But it gets better. Long. Yes.
Takes Don Cornelius too long to sell the pilot. So my pops, one of the investors, "I need my money back. I give you like $1,000. To which Don Cornelius says, "Hey, Roy, dig this. Instead of me giving you your money back, how about you just stay on as a producer and you can be a part of the train of soul when it leaves the station?" To which my father looked Don Cornelius in the eyes and said, "Hey, man, nobody wants to watch black people dance for an hour. Give me back my money. It is a terrible idea." And with that, my father signed away any piece that he was entitled to of the Soul Train empire. But you have to understand, there was no show this black and this happy on TV at the time. It didn't exist. So this man who has done nothing but cover war and death and struggle and injustice, and then some Afro nerd comes walking in, "Hey, dig it, baby, cat daddy, shake it down. We're going to be dancing, and we're going to have a scramble board and figure out sentences. Get your ass out my office.
And give me my money.
Give me my $1,000.
And give me back my money." Like, that's a serious amount of money at that time. It's like $1,000, I think, like 2,000. Like, it's a lot. That's a lot of money. And yeah, man, I was never allowed to watch Soul Train growing up. I don't know if I ever told you that. I could watch Solid Gold.
Wait, your dad actively was like, "You can't watch this show that I didn't
Turn that
invest
off.
in."
Turn that monkey-ish off. Like, openly hate it. You know how Sundays it's cartoons and then it's like Glow or roller derby. You get gorgeous ladies or wrestling or worldwide of sports or you get Twib.
This
with
week in
Mel Allen.
baseball, baby. That's right.
Yeah. And then Soul Train will come on before college football. And my pops would be like, turn that monkey-ish off. Just a hater. And I love it. That's how you should be. I want you to fail.
That was my technique was being dissected by Olin Kreutz, and I'm not going to say how I did.
It was something. Hopefully, never see it again.
I mean, look, Lawrence, let's do some of that. It's a Spiegel and Holmes show.
Some things you can't unsee. You know what I mean? Like,
it wasn't that bad.
You can't show it to me again.
All right, you tell us. You tell us. Hold on.
Let's see it. Anybody got this on film?
Yeah, now this is on video. This is gonna live forever.
Break it down, though. Break it down. Here's my set.
Oh, don't see. That's terrible, man. You gotta have the Z in the knees, right? I bring your feet in a little bit. You gotta have a little better posture. I mean, you look like camel. You have a hump in your back. We gotta get the hump out of your back. We gotta work on your spine extension, of your lungs.
This hour is brought to you by Goldilocks. Protect your home or business with Goldilocks doors, locks, and security. GoldieLocksInc.com.
Clay Harbor, former NFL player.
Clay Harbor, slot to the left. Here's Vick's pass, and it's caught. Touchdown by Harbor. And that's a touchdown. Clay Harbor makes that catch.
And they've got Harbor for the touchdown. Football analyst for Chicago Sports Network.
When it comes to Colson Loveland, if we're talking about the 2026 season, no tight end was better than him in the second half of the season. The first 9 weeks, he had 116 yards. The next 9 weeks, he had 570-something yards, and he had 6 touchdowns. This guy got better as the year went on, as a blocker, as a catcher, and he did this in big-time games.
Clay Harbor with Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on 104.3 The Score.
We welcome back to the studio Clay Harbor. He is at ClayHarbs82 on X, the 9-year NFL veteran. It's been a big pro football show day here on The Score because we had Ruthie Polinsky filling in, his co-host on the Big Pro Football Show on CHSN this morning, and of course alongside David Haugh. Clay, good to see you. Why did you ride your bike in this? Are you okay?
I thought that maybe this was being overblown a little bit. The smoke. Oh, you didn't look out the window?
It felt like I was like smoking 2 cigarettes at once as the way I was. It smelled like Marshall Harris was trying to barbecue some chicken in his kitchen on the way here. Just to give you guys maybe a little insight to what the smell like, but I regret the bike ride here. And on the way back, I don't know, do I leave my bike in just like Uber or?
Yeah, Uber.
I mean, something. This is bad.
It was bad.
It smells like mezcal neat outside.
It does.
Mezcal is good.
Yes.
This is not.
Smoky, burnt mezcal.
Yeah, but it's very smoky. Yeah. All the smoke. Chicago, by the way, guys, very unhealthy. It's one of 3 of the 4, I guess, bad air quality places on the planet right now. Detroit's number 1, Minneapolis number 2, Toronto number 3, Chicago number 4, and somewhere in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is number 5, and Delhi, India is number 6.
Do we know how long this is going to last? For all the weekenders out there that are looking forward to a nice Chicago weekend, how long do we have this, Marshall? You a weather guy?
I don't know.
You do a lot of TV.
I don't do like an Al Roker impersonation.
Now let's see what's going on in your neck of the woods.
I can get my guy Albert Ramon or Cheryl Scott. There's people I can call about this, but I don't know.
On break, text one of your people.
I will text. We will have an update for you on the smoke.
We have WBBM next door. They also do weather.
That's true.
Yeah, so we're set. But the bottom line is, don't be going outside, Clay.
Yeah.
According to Tyler's AccuWeather app, the conditions out there, it's like smoking 7 cigarettes right now if you go out there and breathe that in.
Oh, I wonder how many I just had on my bike ride, man. Never smoked a cigarette in my life. This is my first one today.
You had like 3 packs on your right here.
Yeah, that seems like initiation by fire.
I see what you did there.
I didn't even mean to. Yeah, unfortunately. No, it's not. It's bad. Clay, there's some audio that we want to get to with you because, well, it's about tight end play. And Colson Loveland was on with Bussin' with the Boys, very famous podcast. Colson talked about building chemistry with Caleb Williams once he got to Chicago.
Yeah, I think it starts with trust for sure. Being where I'm supposed to be at, and then making plays when he does throw it to me when I'm not maybe necessarily open, and he just kind of needs somewhere to go with it. But then I also think like off the field has a lot to do with it too. Really getting to know someone off the field, doing things like golfing or just. I think that goes a long ways too. But during the season, like after practice, we'd always get anything in the game plan we didn't get throughout the week or we missed or whatever. Every time after practice, we probably get 10, 20 routes. And after doing that, it was kind of like, okay, this is definitely paying off. And he's gaining more trust with me, and just kind of having those conversations like, yo, if you need somewhere to go with it, just throw it this way.
That is the move. It has to feel cool too. Like I want to say it might have been after the Packers game when he's on the podium and people question why did we get Colson Loveland? He's like, it's Colson Loveland. Like that had to feel good knowing it's coming from Caleb Williams.
Yeah, for sure. And he's always been a guy that's believed in me and has definitely boosted my confidence throughout the year for sure.
Is it more like when the chemistry is building, like he's coming to you, or you feel like you've had enough consistent, not like you're thinking I've been very consistent, I've been where I needed to be, now's my time to go up to him, tell him he needs to throw me the ball. But is it a conversation to where he's coming over to you and asking what you're seeing, or you're going over to him and be like, hey, or is it a collaboration?
Yeah, I'd say
like to where you feel confidence, because obviously you're a rookie, so I'm sure there's like a learning curve there to feel comfortable enough to walk over to him.
For sure.
But is that like building through the season to where you see something and you're walking over to him like, hey, what are you seeing on this play? Or, you need to toss me the rock over here, or maybe the play's drawn up for you and he doesn't go to you?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And I feel like just early on, I always felt like I could go up to him, because maybe it's because he's a younger guy too, or whatever it may be. I don't know. But he's just like, he's the type of personality where it's like, you shouldn't be worried or scared to go up to him. And I feel like I'm out there playing. We're both on the field, so he'll definitely take what I have to say and vice versa. But I'd say it's collaborative for sure. Like anytime he sees something, he'll come to me, maybe do this different, or I'll do the same.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was Colson Loveland on with Bussin' with the Boys podcast. And Clay, you've been in the locker room. You know what developing rapport is like with a quarterback. Can you take us into kind of like what he's talking about behind the process a little bit?
Absolutely. And that is exactly what you saw last year. Everything you said. I remember being there in OTAs and mini camps. Guess what? Colson Loveland wasn't playing. So that's why it maybe took him a little bit longer. Bears fans starting to get a little nervous because until week 9, I have the numbers right here. After week 9, he had 47 catches, 597 yards, 6 touchdowns. So that was second among all tight ends in the National Football League from week 9, the second half of the season on. Second in receptions, second in yards. So that's how good he was. The first half of the season, he only had 100-something yards. So Colson Loveland didn't have OTAs. He was limited in training camp. I was there watching it. Wasn't getting many reps. And then they kind of took their time to get him moved in because you have Cole Kmet right there. You can take your time doing that. Gives him a chance to learn the offense. You see how intelligent he is. He starts picking up the offense. You're moving him around a lot. You're starting to see what he can do because he didn't have that full offseason, still recovering from that shoulder. And then you saw him explode. And another number I thought was absolutely crazy over his last 4 games, including the playoffs. Last 4, 28 catches, 378 yards, 2 touchdowns. In the playoffs, 12 passes caught, 93 yards in 2 postseason games. So when the ESPN came out with these tight end rankings, and I know we're going to get there later, but they had him at 7, I have Loveland at 2 because he's 21. He's coming into his second season. People say you're a homer. I'm saying, look how this guy finished. And not only is he the second best receiver on the top 10, he's the second best blocker behind George Kittle because he can do that too.
How convinced are you, though, that is going to be a direct correlation of a carryover in terms of when you look at all the other options as far as receivers go, pass catchers, we'll say, that he's going to continue to get that much action from Caleb Williams?
Well, first off, DJ Moore's gone. So there's some more targets right there.
So I think you're going to see him take that step up. And here's one of the things that worries me about tight ends, just being a tight end, knowing how you can guard a tight end. Usually the tight ends back in the old days are attached. Maybe you have a move guy that you can send his emotions. Colson Loveland is so intelligent, and Ben Johnson knows exactly how to use this guy. Colson Loveland's lining up outside right, shifting back to the slot left. He's in the backfield at halfback, then he's moving to the right slot. He's going from right side attached to left side attached. You're not going to get a beat on where this guy lines up, so you're not going to be able to move the coverage the way you want to. Okay, this guy's the number one weapon, we're going to stop him. A little harder for a tight end because sometimes they're attached. You can bang them a little bit. You can get them off their spot. The way I saw them working in OTAs and minicamp, last year, the Bears were 10th in motions and shifts. This year, I think they're going to be top 5 because the way Ben is moving these guys around to get them in the right position to be successful. Luther, too. Luther's moving all over the field, and that's not easy for young players to get these motions and shifts. First of all, got to give them kudos on that. But the way Colson's moving around, they're not going to be able to get a beat on him. DJ's gone. Obviously, Luther and Rome are going to get their targets. I think Colson gets the most.
Well, and let's look at that list. It's on your mind. Let's go ahead and talk about it now. Yeah. Number 1, according to ESPN on this list, is Brock Bowers. 2 is Trey McBride. 3, George Kittle. 4 is Sam Laporta. 5 is Tyler Warren. 6, Tucker Kraft. Then that's where you see Colston Loveland. Then it's Kyle Pitts at number 8 from the Atlanta Falcons. Mark Andrews, Baltimore Ravens at number 9. And Travis Kelce at number 10. So your usual suspects combined with some young up-and-comers, why do you think he got the 7th ranking and not higher?
I think the people that don't watch the Bears every day, and just to specify, this was going into next season. So this is trajectory and everything.
Yeah.
So when you look at it, maybe he is the 7th highest receiving tight end, but he's also a really good blocker. Mm-hmm. I'm saying he's a top 10 run-blocking tight end in the National Football League. So when you look at it like that holistically, you don't see what he was able to do the second half of the season. Like I said, the second best receiving tight end in the NFL the second half of the season. Yards back it up. The playoffs, he's doing this in the biggest games. He did this against Green Bay. He comes back against the Rams. He has another big game. So my list was this. I had Kittle, number 1, and I did all around tight ends. Loveland, Tucker Kraft. I know we don't like Green Bay, but hey, Tucker Kraft can play. If he's
Very
healthy,
good, yeah.
he's good. Then we got Brock Bowers. I think he's a guy that he's not the best blocker, but he's such a good receiver that he makes a list. Trey McBride, Laporta, Travis Swift, Kelce, Kyle Pitts, Dalton Kincaid, and number 10, I put Cole Kmet.
Is it as simple as you and your rankings value blocking more than the voters did maybe in this with the executives and everybody?
Yeah, I definitely put more of an emphasis on blocking and versatility, and that's why I said my ranking on the Big Pro Football Show. I did my own versus ESPN's, but I think they were leaning more towards historically what these guys have done, not where they were trending trajectory-wise. Like Sam Laporta was hurt. Colson Loveland finished as, like I said, the second best tight end in the league.
Kittle was hurt, and he's number 3.
Kittle was hurt. Exactly. And he's older than Marshall. I mean, this guy's been playing forever.
He's 32.
He's not older than me.
Come on.
It's like saying he's older than Clay
Your friends
Harbor.
are older than you. Can you not?
I need you to respect the next generation while also respecting your elders. Can you do both things at the same time?
I can do both things. And so ESPN actually I was surprised by this. They had Cole Kmet at 13th. They had him honorable mention number 3.
He had a really good year when it came to playing to his skill sets. There were some plays where you saw him block at the line of scrimmage, chip, and then go run in a route and catch a pass of consequence. He had a very nice year for what he does.
I have a question for you guys. Do we believe the Bears have the best tight end room in football?
The Rams are good, but I'm going the Bears. I know that's going to sound homer, but I think with Colson Loveland, the versatility gives you, he can play slot, he can play outside, he can play inside. Cole Kmet is one of the best blockers. I don't care what the Pro Football Focus grades say. You're putting him on the front side of the plays. The weight of that grade is much higher. The degree of difficulty when he's blocking defensive ends and outside linebackers consistently doing a great job. There's not a lot of tight ends in the league doing what Cole Kmet can do in that aspect. Plus, he's a big guy that can run down the seam. Both of them had a lot of plays made in OTAs and mini camps. Was out there for everyone that was open to the press.
And then Sam Roush. I was really impressed. I think he's got some work to do on learning this offense. He looks like he's running a little fast, trying to get lined up. His motion shift, you can kind of tell the way the guy's reacting. It's not as smooth. It's not as comfortable. But I think his ability, the way he can run, his size, his change of direction, his strength, everything that you can see, he catches the ball really well. I think once he gets comfortable in the offense, he starts to trust a little more. I think he's a guy that's going to come on too. So I think the Bears are definitely top 3, but right now I think they have an argument for number 1. I know the Rams are obviously a good tight end room there, but the Bears are right up there. I think they're near the top of the entire league.
Are you projecting Colston Loveland to be the best skill player on the Bears? That's running backs, tight ends, wide receivers.
Yeah, I think tight ends should be called skilled players anyways. Marshall, I know we're big
no,
boys.
No. I was just pass catching people who are eligible to catch passes. Is Colston Loveland the best option they have on offense?
I mean, the only person that you could say has a chance to maybe be better than, Rome's possible. Here's my problem with Rome, not to get off on a tangent, but
no, go ahead.
He gets a ton of targets. Like for me, when I look at this, if you're getting a ton of targets, you should be making a lot more catches. Why did Luther Burden get 30 less targets than you and make more catches? Okay? Why did you get 90 targets and have 44 catches? You caught less balls that were thrown to you than were incomplete. And I know, Marshall, every target isn't the same. Well, some of them are thrown away, some of them are that. But that is targets to me. That's something I look at.
I think the reason why that happened the way you're describing it is because when Caleb Williams was very much still figuring out things, Rome Odunze was available. By the time Caleb Williams started to go upwards last year, Rome Odunze got hurt. He wasn't around for the best of Caleb Williams.
I think there's a couple things that factor in. Like Rome and Caleb were programmed to be in sync in their rookie year. Matt Eberflus said it on the phone, right? Like just like we drew it up. Like there were no secrets told here, right? Everybody knew exactly what the plan was. So
I got a couple things up my sleeve.
Right, exactly.
Oh, no.
Exactly. So and listen, for the record, if your football team is good, they're good at execution. You don't have to tell any secrets. Everybody's going to know what you do. And then it doesn't matter because they still do it better than you.
Do they need to be deprogrammed then? Is that what you're saying?
I do think there needs to be a bit of deprogramming. I mean, you know that's what happened. They had 1 year of experience, the both of them. So that's what occurred here. He was purposefully targeting him more. And you know how I felt. I thought that Olamide Zaccheaus got too many targets. There are certain people in his natural line of sight, especially once he breaks pocket. And that always seemed to be Rome. Luther's hands are better. Luther's anticipated rhythm is better. It is right now. We know we got to see more out of Rome, but I do think that Caleb has to understand what his receiver skill sets are too a bit.
Absolutely, and I think Rome and Luther do have different skill sets. I've been impressed in this, obviously, just being at OTAs and minicamp. I don't know how many times I'm going to say that. Being at OTAs and minicamp, I've been seeing a different route tree.
Until training camp.
Training camp's coming up, Marshall.
Are we going? That's what I was about to ask.
I'm out there. You came a few times last year.
The last time you guys went, you proceeded to have very appropriate commentary that stayed with us for the rest of the year.
Well, we saw what we saw.
Yeah, but Luther's route tree is improving. You know, he came out, he was a slot guy, he's a slot machine. I've seen him run a lot of outside routes, inside routes. I mean, he's doing everything. Rome is that big body guy that's got to make contested catches. He's not a guy that's like super explosive. I know if you check his combine numbers, you might think he's that, a Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase type guy. He's not. He's a big body guy that's got to make the contested catches. I think he can do that. I think it's something we saw him do in college. We've seen him do it sometimes, but he's just got to get more consistent at making these contested catches and not have a catch rate under 50%. When you're getting 90 targets, you should catch 60 plus balls. Like, I don't care where the targets are. If I ever got, that's something as a player, when you look and you see the targets, you get jealous. You're like, man, this guy that got that many targets. And sometimes there's a throwaway, and they'll give you a target since you're the closest guy, you know. So it's not an exact science, but he's got to be more productive for being the highest target getter on the Bears.
That is Clay Harbor, friend of the show, 9-year NFL veteran, defying gravity and physics today, riding his bike to work. Don't do what Clay did. Coming up next here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, we've got more with Clay. We'll listen to a little bit more, I think, of the Bussin' with the Boys podcast discussion, and also bring up some more quarterback talk, too, because we had our lists as well, so we want to get what Clay's thoughts are, too. That's all next.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
You know, I don't know how many people have been to Philly, been to a baseball game in Philly, walked around Philly. Chicago is going to shine, and you're going to have people coming here that are going to realize what a great town we have and how great things we have going here. I think Wrigley Field was made to host an all-star game. It really is the perfect venue.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
This segment is sponsored by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois.
Mid-back.
Are you about to show us your bucket step too? Yeah. Is that happening?
Just watch this stuff behind you.
Yeah, really.
I don't know the insurance. Oh, wow. Okay, your hands can't be out there. You got to be armless from the back. So turn so the crowd can see you. Turn back that way. So don't do that. Please, no one teach your kids to block like that. Turn this way. Turn this way. Okay, now get your elbows so tight they can't even see your arms. There. Yeah, no. Yeah, just turn your palms up, knuckles up. There you go. Perfect, man. Yeah, and we'll just hope no one comes.
Wait a minute. So who would get by me? Everybody?
Nobody. If no one came, nobody.
Our best moment, though, Lawrence, was talking about the play calling on the Mighty Sequoias back in the day. I was telling him about the inside reverse that we used to run, where we'd fake a halfback sweep. And instead, quarterback would hand the ball to the slot receiver coming back the other direction with a guard pulling in front of him. And what'd you say? What is that?
That's Pop Warner's old single wing inside counter, man. That play's undefeated.
It used to destroy in our flag football league.
Yeah. Called that 43 counter when Little League at St. Mary's with my kids. No one could stop it.
You can't stop it.
You low power one side the whole time, and then you run counter. And the whole time, I wait for them. The coaches on the other side are yelling, watch the reverse. And as soon as they stop, then I run it.
So
as long as they yell, watch the reverse, then I run power.
So I think we've established that I might not be the best center on the air staff. I think Olin has that. But am I the best offensive coordinator on the air staff? I got one play. That was it.
Oh, yeah, for sure, man. Okay. Yeah, and I mean, you're better than Danny Parkins, so there it is.
Please make this personal.
Okay. Freddie Gibbs is joining us here on The Score. Freddie, thank you so much for blessing the show by coming through, man. We appreciate it.
Bear down, bro. Bear down. That's all I can say. That's all I got to say.
How about it? So how much fun are you having with this team and this season? It's like it's emotional and psychological, healthy to live this thing, isn't it?
I mean, it's just an emotional thing being a Bears fan, and we've been going through so many dog years, man. I was so frustrated with the team the past 3 years with Eberflus. I just felt like we wasn't making any strides to get where we needed to be. And I'm so thankful for Ben Johnson, man, because he has a mentality, not only the game planning, but just the mentality that we need. Like, he hate the Packers like we hate them. We love Ben Johnson.
It's funny that you say that, because we were actually talking about that in the last segment, that the other coaches that have come through since Ditka, they all were saying, like, hey, we want to beat the Packers. But there's a difference between I want to beat the Packers and F the Packers. And that's...
No, you can't. You have to hate the Packers to be with us. You can't. Like, I've seen a picture of Eberflus at a basketball game with Matt LaFleur. You can't do that. That's why I said we had to get him out. I'm so glad he's gone. And now Dallas let him go. Just let you know, man. We just needed a change of, scenery around here. And I love Coach Johnson, man. Love him to death, man.
Yeah, they were sitting next to each other at a Marquette basketball game. Looked like both of them had like a vodka tonic or something with a lime and a straw in it.
A lot of kikiing going on there on the sideline.
Right. Get him out of here, man.
Yeah, there's no way in hell Ben would spit in that drink and walk away. And it's football.
Yes.
We need that in our lives. So who were you with? Who were you with on Saturday? Paint us a picture. You went with our friend Spice Adams. Is that correct?
I went with one of my good friend, Anthony Adams. That is my dog. Shout out to Spice. I love you, Spice. That's one of my close friends. He always comes support me. So, we share this mutual love for the Bears. So we definitely gonna go to the game. I'll be there Sunday too.
Oh, that's outstanding. And then there was a picture with you and Spike Lee together on the sidelines. Did we see that?
You know what? I said, you know what? This is how I know that the Bears, we are America's team now because we have Spike Lee at our game. I said, Spike, I looked at Spike. I said, why are you here? And I love Spike Lee. I made some jokes about him a long time ago. It was just funny, but we love Spike Lee, one of the probably the greatest black director of all time. But why he was at a Bears game still boggles me. But that lets me know that we are America's team now. We're taking it over. Roger Goodell was there. I was like, all right, we in there. We in there. When Spike come to the games, then it's America's team.
Well, Spike was there because the Giants and the Jets suck. That's why.
For sure. Definitely. What they get, like 6 wins combined this year? Or?
Not even.
He was definitely trying to catch the vibe. Like, there's no doubt about it.
I tell people we got room on this bandwagon. We not tripping. If y'all want to jump on the bandwagon and push the Bears, it's all good. You know what I mean? We America's team now.
I love hearing you say that. You were rocking the Peyton jersey on the sideline. Is that a McKinnon that you're rocking now?
Nah, this is a Gibbs jersey I made.
Benedict, the extra offensive lineman, moved. Free play for Williams as the flag is down. So Caleb looking to launch. Does towards the end zone. Touchdown! Colston Loveland! So it was a free play. Williams taking advantage of it. And if the flag is on the Niners, we're an extra point from a tie game.
Why do I get the feeling that game, courtesy NBC, you heard Mike Tirico on the call, that 49ers-Bears game is going to be a preview of this year? Every game's like old school Big 12, 45-48 or something, 48-45.
I'm sure fans hope it's more 49ers-Bengals is going to be every game of the year. Excuse me, not 49ers, Bears-Bengals.
Yeah,
Sorry.
but you know what I mean.
Yeah,
just
40s.
those high-scoring affairs.
First
where
one
we're
to 50
stressed
wins.
out. Yeah, that's how I feel. Also, nicely done, Tyler. Nice pull to get Colson Loveland's rookie karaoke song.
Thank you.
Let Me Love You in the background.
Oh, that's what you were laughing about.
Yeah, Colston Loveland.
That was great.
He's got layers, man. I like that about him. That's the voice of Clay Harbor. He's back with us for another segment here on Rahimi.
I wonder if he
Harrison
sang that to
Brody.
his girl.
I'm impressed by Colston Loveland's game.
Clay does karaoke too.
Okay. I don't think you were here for that day.
Have you? Oh, I was.
Oh, you
Have
were
you
here for
done
that
any
day.
other karaoke since you sang on bended knee on a first date?
Hey, no, and no longer conversing with her, so maybe it was a bad idea.
Okay, so
Was that the last time you saw her?
Lesson from your elders, Marshall and Layla. Just maybe not the first date song.
It was a song that I knew. It wasn't like I was trying to tell you, like, I'm on bended knees, boys to men. Like, I'm trying to
There's no way to
propose here.
separate those facts. There's no physical way.
You got
at
to
that
think about it
point.
from a woman's point of view.
He's like, oh, man, he's ready to get on
This
bended knees.
tall, dashing fella wants to sing to me. I know you're saying it's to the whole bar, but no. In her mind, it was to her. You went boys to men.
Can't you go with like Careless Whisper or something?
Okay, there's a few songs that I realize you have the words up there, but there's only a few songs that I know by heart for some reason. Boys to Men on Bended Knees was one of them. And I'm like, Boys to Men, Bended Knees. And
You heard it first here, Chicago. He's a lover boy. He knows that word lyric by lyric.
Yeah, you can't be unloading all of the This is a game plan. You can't be out here unloading the entire playbook in week one. What are you going to show for the playoffs?
It wasn't a strategy. I'm telling you, it
That's
was just
the
a
problem.
song.
You need a strategy.
Right.
Dating in 2026 requires a strategy.
In hindsight, I should have went with something maybe a little more fun, a little more upbeat, and something that we could joke about, not the hardcore love song.
We're joking.
I'm on bended knees, but
It's been a few weeks since we've seen Clay, so we have to.
You know
mess
what?
with him.
Let's
this
ease him
is
back
the
in.
rule.
We love you, Clay.
Thanks, guys.
We do. We just also want you to succeed.
Thank
in
you.
Dating and life. Yeah.
In all things.
Yeah. Let our failures be your success. That's how I feel. That's what I tell my younger siblings. Let my failures be your successes. I've saved a couple. I have indeed. In the meantime, we wanted to get back to, you mentioned your tight end ranking list as opposed to ESPN's. I also want you to hear a little bit more from the Bussin' with the Boys podcast. Colson Loveland was on and talked about having Ben Johnson as a head coach.
What's Coach Johnson like when you guys kind of butcher the operation during practice on offense?
Oh,
Whether
my
somebody motions wrong, the call doesn't get in.
He's gonna let you know, man. He'll look at you, go back to the huddle, reset. He'll look at you like Ben Herbert looks at you the whole time, just looking at you. He's like, man, it makes you feel like.
Was he a guy that would get in team meetings and call guys out, circle them up real quick?
Oh yeah,
all day.
Yeah, and he runs every meeting too, so it's like, which is impressive. I mean, he installs like that. It's like, yeah, this guy, it's his way or no way, which is good. You know, everyone's aligned.
Right. When you go into those meetings, are you just like absolutely terrified as a rookie every single time? Like, dude, I hope to God he does not circle me in this situation. It's just awful.
Yeah, this some.
That's the end of the comments. That's great. Is anybody surprised by that?
Not at all. Clay, what's the worst you've ever been called out by a coach when you did something wrong?
Man, there's a lot of things running through my head right now. I remember Jim Caldwell got me once when I was with the Lions on punt team, and I'd been on punt teams for like 8 years, never given up even anything close to a punt block. In the middle of the punt meeting, I didn't even know Caldwell was in there. He's like, Clay Harbor, do you see that? Make sure you get that. I'm like, what? I'm like, I've been locking these guys down, and that one hurt a little bit, but I remember, I can't repeat what he said, but my tight end coach with the Eagles, and I thought this guy was a bad tight end coach, which is funny because he is now the tight end coach with the Chiefs. He went over there with Andy Reid, and he is coaching the best tight end in history. But hey, for each coach, the player, there's a different vibe that they come together with. So maybe he changed some things around with Travis, but me and Selleck didn't necessarily love this guy. I'm not going to mention his name, but
I mean, we could look it up because he's the tight end coach for the Chiefs.
His name's Tom Melvin. We made our amends later on in our time in the NFL. We saw him playing against each other, go up, say what's up, how you doing, whatever. But he told me after a play that he would rip my effing heart out. And after that, you have another man. He's like short man syndrome. He never played football. He's 5'4", 5'5", like small guy. And here I am, 6'4", 255 pounds. And when a man says that to you, Layla's so shook that she just spilled
I was
on her
shocked
keyboard.
that you said he was 5'4".
Go straight upside down, though,
Yeah.
because
I think
gets
so.
out.
Yeah, she knows what she's doing.
Dang
And
it. Now
that
it's
was
my
probably
fault.
the biggest one when he said he was
keyboard
going
just
to rip
dried out.
my heart out.
Not
If you
for
ever seen Dumb and Dumber, when the guy rips his heart out and puts it in a doggy bag, that's what he wanted to do to me. But that was probably one of them right there.
I'm looking at a picture of Tom Melvin, and
Yeah.
he fits the description.
I
Exactly.
was so shocked that a 5'4" guy is
No.
yelling at you in practice
Style.
and said he was going to rip your heart out. I legit spilled my coffee.
Okay, so let's shift over to the quarterback position because Layla and I and Mark Grote have all revealed our top 10 quarterbacks heading into 2026.
I did research on this today or yesterday.
As you
so-
should,
Okay.
as you should when we have you on. Do a
Yeah.
little research. You
do a
love
lot of
research so much.
Yeah, I do.
Give it to us, Clay. You can count us up or down. Just tell us what you're going to do.
Okay, before I came on today, I got the text from Ray Diaz, obviously the producer extraordinaire. Ray kills it, telling me that we're going to talk about the top 10 quarterbacks. So I have my top 10 ready to go. Marshall, you ready? Here's my first two out. Trevor Lawrence and Jordan Love are not in the top 10. And that was tough for me because I think both of those had an excellent year. Trevor Lawrence was 13-4. They won the AFC South. They should have beat the Bills. He was 6th in passing yards, 5th in touchdowns. He was 2nd in rushing touchdowns, 3rd in total touchdowns among quarterbacks. Trevor Lawrence has a chance to be a top 8 quarterback this year. I'm putting him at 12 right now. Jordan Love, he's good in the regular season. He's 1-3 in the playoffs. I think you can look at his QBR and say he's the 3rd best QBR. You can look at his passing grade from PFF, say the 3rd best passing grade. You can say he's 2nd in total quarterback EPA last year. There's a lot of numbers that tell you Jordan Love's a top 10 quarterback, but just from the eye test, what you do is important, but when you do it is important too. So he's outside the top 10 at 11. Number 10, Caleb Williams.
Okay.
I got Caleb in our top 10. Obviously, 27 touchdowns, only 7 interceptions, almost 400 rushing yards. I think the comebacks, the 7 fourth quarter comebacks under 2 minutes is something that's impressive. And what I love from Caleb is he gets better when the game is at its highest point. So for me, like I said, what you do matters. When you do matters most. I think he's going to improve on the completion percentage. Obviously, everybody's talking about that. The timing, the footwork, all the little things there. Getting Ben Johnson's offense a lot better. That second half of the season, he was much better. The second half of games, he was much better. When he gets comfortable, I think he's going to figure out how to get in that mode year-round. And I'll go a little quicker now, just because we got through Caleb. Number 9 might surprise you, Jared Goff. I think he's been a guy that's been highly overrated. I think Goff's been good for a number of years. Passing yards, he was second. Passing touchdowns, he was second. Passer rating, he was third in the NFL. Completion percentage, 6th. Yards per attempt, 6th. I mean, this guy, obviously they didn't have the best year last year. Dan Campbell calling plays isn't great, but I think he has a bounce back year. Number 8, people are not going to like this one, Drake May. Okay, but when you look at it, completion percentage, he was number 1. Yards per attempt, he was number 1. Quarterback pass rating, he was number 1. QBR, he was number 1. They made it to the Super Bowl. It's tough to say anything bad about him. Obviously, he didn't finish the season the way you wanted to. Drake May. Then I'm going Justin Herbert. I think he had a little bit of a down year last year. He's never won the big game. His offensive line was banged up. I think Herbert just has a chance to get better. Dak Prescott, number 6. People hate on Dak. He's a joke. Nice shot. Layla almost made that long shot when she was cleaning off. A little off. Like LeBron there.
Ball didn't have enough air in it to get you there.
Yeah.
It's hard when you're throwing a paper towel ball.
Yeah, the air, it just was the resistance there. But number 6, Dak. I think Dak is going to have a big year. He got CD. They got Pickens back. He was 3rd in passing yards, 4th in touchdowns, had a 67 completion percentage, was 5th in QBR. He's going to be good. Now the top 5. Okay? Now we got Joe Burrow. I think, yeah, he could be higher, but I don't know. This guy, can he stay healthy?
Yeah.
You've got these great receivers. He needs to be able to stay healthy. Offensive line needs to be better. I think he could move up. Patrick Mahomes, obviously, I got him at 4. Yes, if you look at the whole holistic view of his career, he's higher, but coming off the ACL, I think this year he had a down year even before he got hurt. I'm going to put him at 4th coming into the season. Number 3, Lamar Jackson. How's he going to work with Declan Doyle? I think Lamar has a bounce back year. He's still got Derrick Henry at the running game, still got Zay Flowers. I think he has a bounce back year. Who's number 1, Marshall? Is it Stafford or is it Allen?
I bet you have Allen at number 1.
Okay, yeah. Stafford's number 2. My former quarterback, nobody works hard on this guy. Number 1 in yards, number 1 in touchdowns, only had 8 interceptions, number 2 in passer rating last year, the most passing first downs. Led the Rams all the way to the NFC Championship game. I mean, this guy was the MVP for a reason. Number 1, I mean, it's hard to go with anybody but Josh Allen. I mean, the guy can run, he can throw, he's a leader, he does everything he needs. You don't have that many weapons around him, but he makes everybody better. I think him and Joe Brady being together for another year. Joe Brady was my former assistant tight end coach. He's a guy that's just extremely intelligent, hard worker, knows his stuff. You could just tell from the beginning the guy knows so much about football. I think Josh Allen has a big year this year.
Can I ask you about an omission? No mention, not honorable mention, no mention. Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts, if you look at his career holistically, I think absolutely you put him at top 10. But when I look at what happened last year, A.J. Brown's gone. Could Mekhi Lemon be good? Could he take over? Yes. Devontae Smith could be a number 1. Dallas Goedert's getting a little older. I think they got weapons. Saquon comes back. Sean Mannion. It comes down to that. How is he going to respond to the new offensive coordinator, Sean Mannion, more under center type ball? I think that Jalen Hurts could get better, and I think he's right there on the outskirts of that. Jaden Daniels, I didn't have him in the top 12.
Yeah, that was my next question.
I didn't have him
and Sam Darnold not getting a mention.
Sam Darnold, yeah, exactly. There's some Brock Purdy. There's some good quarterbacks that you're leaving out here because you see this list. This is a tough list. There's some good quarterbacks out there.
And we talked about that too because, for example, I left Justin Herbert off because I know he can throw for volume.
He's pretty overrated.
There's just something I haven't seen enough of the closer mentality in him.
He's got to do more.
And
it's the when he does it, right?
But at the same time, I also put Trevor Lawrence in because I'm saying, well, if I'm putting Caleb Williams in based on his last season, you can't ignore what Trevor Lawrence did. And he was also described as a generational talent. But we were talking about how Marshall and I were, Clay, that it's easy to name your 5 that you think can will the game into their hands. They can take over a game and win a game. They can take over and win a playoff game. I'm not saying the championship game necessarily, like AFC or NFC, but they can at least take over a divisional or a wild card. Now, then you've got 5 through 20. And that's what makes it so hard. It's not like you can name a top 10 or you can name a top 5 easier than you can name a top 10.
Yes. And to your point, Layla, I think we talked about this a little bit too. Clay, tell me if you agree with this. It's a curse, but it's also a blessing because I believe we've never been blessed with more starting quarterback talent in the NFL than we have right now. Like, remember there was a lot of bad quarterbacks? Yeah. Now it's like to be a starter in this league, you got to be a certain level of good that more times than not, the starting quarterback of one of the 32 NFL teams is. And so you've got better, just quality standard quarterback play.
Yeah, and even the guys in the bottom of the list, if you get guys like Tyler Shuck, like you think he's a guy that could make a jump this year. Bryce Young, he's a guy that you could see making a jump. We haven't even talked about Baker Mayfield. He's a guy that has Jaden Daniels. I mean, there's a number of guys there. We don't know what Kyler Murray's going to be. There's a number of guys there that could turn into top 15 quarterbacks. I mean, that's the realm of possibilities. So it makes it really interesting because it's not the feast or famine that we're used to in the NFL. There's a lot of solid quarterbacks out there. And then I loved your Trevor Lawrence. There's 2 quarterbacks that had a worse drop rate than Caleb Williams last year. He had the 3rd most drops percentage in the NFL, and Trevor Lawrence is one of them. So that's something that's interesting as well. And one of the things that I count these guys on, fourth quarter, games in the line, how do you perform? And that's always, to me, something matters more than people think, because more often than not, the game's going to be close, coming down to the fourth quarter, and whoever plays better, whoever has that clutch gene, that mentality, that mindset to go and win the game is usually going to do it.
Well, we're going to have more with Clay Harbor in just another segment. I actually am looking forward to the question we're asking the crowd, because it's an answer that we needed from professional athletes. So we'll get your answer too. And caller 6 to the Score contest line, 312-540-0670, wins a pair of tickets to see the Spiegel and Holmes show live in the Blue Cross Blue Shield Performance Stage on August 11th. That's a Tuesday. The show features former Bears player Raymond Harris, including an exclusive book signing for attendees of his new book, Control the Controllables: Mindset, Pressure, and the Power of Control. That is Tuesday, August 11th, with Spiegel and Holmes right here on The Score. So more with Clay Harbor and a challenge next.
Congratulations to Mark Grote and Dan Wiederer on the 500th episode of the Take the North podcast.
For the people that are watching and listening, we know that you appreciate credible Bears information and opinions, which we try to give you on a weekly basis.
500 episodes into the Take the North, milestones everywhere.
500 episodes and still going strong. Mark Grote and Dan Wiederer bring the insight, analysis, and conversations that Bears fans count on every episode. Listen to the Take the North podcast on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your pod.
Nick, Mark Grote is a treasured member of our air staff and is terrific at impressions. He does a great Les Grobstein. Of course, a phenomenal Harry Carey, but his Harrison Ford in The Fugitive is just remarkable. Today, during transition, we told him you were coming on, and he added to his roster.
Nick Friedel is going to be on because if you have a Tibbs story, you are obligated.
Let me tell you about Tibbs, Lawrence.
Very good, Friedel.
We're going in. Limited.
Limited is what we go for.
Tibbs.
We just needed to be a little deeper, guys. That's all. I didn't realize I was that slow, though. Hey, Lawrence. Hey, Steve. What's happening? Yeah. It's crazy down here in Florida. I miss Chicago. Tibbs is a madman, but the Knicks made a big mistake. I mean, come on. Let's rev it up just a little bit.
I got to say, I think Grote's Friedel might be better than your Nick Friedel.
Tell you about Tibbs, Lawrence.
Very good, Friedel.
We're going in. Limited.
Limited is what we go for.
Tibbs.
Oh, boy.
Flattery, baby. Flattery. That's what it is.
That's all it is.
Yep.
That's all it is. Look, I think that when you're that good at the Les impersonation, everything else can kind of be on the side. But when you go back to number one in that case, and you can keep going to the well, more power to Grote for trying at least to to broaden his horizons a little bit.
I like it. I like the response.
I miss you guys. I'll see you later.
See, look at him. He's doing Friedel on the way out. See, now you're doing an impression of an impression.
I know it gets bad.
And it almost felt like Danny, like you were doing like a little bit of, but
really,
two Syracuse guys though, right?
I slipped into Joe Benigno there.
This is a disgrace.
And I imagine at some point those two
Crossed over
paths.
I think Nick's a little older.
Yeah, but
Danny.
But at the places that they worked, I think they probably crossed paths. Like maybe when Danny was interning, Nick was working. We'll figure the math out on all of it.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah.
Have you ever heard Grote's Baby T impersonation? This is very inside, and I don't care, but it makes us laugh on this side. You guys
Wait.
Yes.
Wait, is Tyler Farringall impression?
No.
Yes.
Really? What?
Yeah.
All right,
I'm
All right.
shocked he hasn't heard this.
Let's do this.
Hey, Grote, what's up?
It's pretty good,
That is
Baby
pretty
T.
good. Yeah, it's very inside. I don't think even Tyler Farringall gets it.
It's very inside. It's very limited also to this point. He's workshopping it, but I think we have a basis of a good impersonation.
that's good.
The day that happened, the next day, I was working with Baby T on the morning show, and there was only one cut left on our monitor from the night before, and he looks at it, he's like, wait, Grote did an impression of me? And I saw him listen. I saw him look at it, click on it, listen to his, and he's like, no. That is accurate, though.
It's pretty.
Hey, Grote, what's up?
Get on the plane. We're heading to DC, and I'm not looking where we're going. We're sitting first class. I'm like, I got my headphones on. They didn't tell me to turn it off when we took off because I'm with my pops, and I'm just sitting there. We end up getting to DC, and we get our bags, and there's a black car waiting outside for us. And like 20 minutes after that, we show up at the White House and sitting there. And then about 10 minutes after that, it's just my dad and I sitting in the Oval Office, and we're just sitting there. And next thing you know, the door opens up, and H.W. Bush comes out, and he's like, Wally. And I'm just like, what? And he gives my dad this huge hug. He gives him a huge hug. He's like, you must be Jared. Let me take you around my house. So we start walking around the White House. He's showing me all the rooms. And then he looks at me. He's like, it's lunchtime. He goes, what do you want to eat for lunch? And I said, man, hot dogs and pancakes. And my dad looked at me with this side eye, like, what are you doing? So they made me hot dogs and pancakes. Then we go outside. He's showing us the renovations that's going on in the White House. And then a little bit after that, we jump on Marine One and we go to a golf course, and we're golfing. And it's somewhere in Baltimore. I don't know where it was, somewhere in Maryland. And next thing you know, it starts raining. So I'm driving around this golf
Benny, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on, guys. I tell you, I feel like I made it to the big leagues when I get on the Score and get on your show. I appreciate you guys having me.
Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
We are back on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote for another segment with Clay Harbor, co-host of the Big Pro Football Show with Ruthie Polinsky and David Haugh on CHSN. What is that?
What
How do you
was
put
that? Just thought I would give him a little pizzazz.
It's kind of creepy.
A little razzle dazzle.
Yeah.
Okay, so have you heard of the 999 challenge, Clay?
The hot dogs, beer.
Yes,
Yeah.
I could do
nine beers, 9 hot dogs in 5 innings.
Holy moly.
You know what? I think the 9 beers, 9 hot dogs in 5 innings is easier to do than 999 because you don't give your body enough time to adjust to the fact that there's food and beverage. I think once you get to the 8th, 9th inning, everything's settled.
I do think more football players could pull off the challenge than baseball players.
I'm not even to me, this isn't even something I'm excited to try because I'm positive that I could do the 999 challenge. 9 beers, 9 hot dogs.
Yeah, he could do it.
In 9 innings.
I've seen you drink 9 beers.
I can drink.
I've seen you eat the equivalent of 9 hot dogs.
People are like, dude, you're so fit, man. You must eat perfectly. Here's me doing the 999 travel.
He burns a lot of calories naturally, so that doesn't really affect his,
All right. So the challenge has been issued by Clay Harbor.
I'll go with Marshall Harris and I'll do it.
999 challenge in 5 innings. So the All-Stars of Major League Baseball were asked this question. We're going to hear from Paul Skeens, C.J. Abrams, Ozzie Albies, Braxton Ashcraft, Adley Rutschman, Cody Bellinger, Foster Griffin of the Nationals, Jack Caglione, James Wood, and Riley Green. So let's hear them.
9 hot dogs, 9 beers in 9 innings? No.
Games are going quick now. It's like 2.5 hours. I'd get tired of it.
No. No chance.
I could easily do the beers. I would probably get through about 5 of the hot dogs.
100%. 3 hours? Yeah. Easy. Probably not.
Absolutely not. No.
With like 2 or 3 weeks of preparation, yeah.
Oh, no. Yes. I think I would be very, very good at it. I've thought about this before. I think I can do it. Yeah.
Riley Green has thought about it before. So the yeses were Adley Rutschman, Jack Caglione with preparation, and Riley Green, who's given it a lot of thought.
What are 2 to 3 weeks of preparation? What does that consist of?
You're drinking beer.
Just don't eat too much the day before, and you're golden.
Yes.
I believe also I could do this. I can't do it technically because I don't want the after effects of 9 beers with the gout. That's not going to go well.
I would die.
But I'd do 9 like mezcals.
I get buzzed after 2 drinks. I would be like, what's his name on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia after the Wade Boggs challenge. What do now? Charlie? Was it Charlie?
The benefit of growing up in central Illinois, Dwight, Illinois, small town, there's not much to do out there. We started having a couple of Busch lattes at a younger age than most. At the bonfire.
I've never heard that before. Busch
lights.
Ray has been sent.
That is a thing I will take with me.
It's a country
from this
down
program.
there, man. You have nothing to do, and you and your buddies, you go out to a bonfire or somebody's house, and you have a couple beers. 9 beers? That's a nice warm-up.
Who knew that Clay lived in the South, but in Illinois? Who knew?
Yeah, it took me a while to understand that south of I-80 is considered the South.
It really is. And guys, they have accents down there. Hey man, hey Clay, how you doing today, man? All right, here's what we're doing today on the football field. We're gonna run the veer down, and the buck trap. That's how we're talking out there. And I'm like, guys, we're only 2 hours from Chicago. Why is this a thing?
It is fascinating. When I first heard it, I was like, is this still in Illinois? I thought everything north of Oklahoma City for a long time was Canada. I'm like, what happens up there? I don't even know.
So all my in-laws do live in central Illinois, and I've told my wife, I'm like, your family has southern accents. She's like, no, they don't. And she told the entire family, they're probably listening, at least my father-in-law is probably listening right now. Yeah. And I'm like, no, they 100% have southern accents. And Clay, I'm with you. They literally do have southern accents.
I think okay. Let me step in as the only southerner on this program.
Hey, my state borders Mexico.
Your state tried to be a country. Texas is not the South.
I would also try to be my own country, obviously.
So let me be very clear.
We're in Austin
They don't
City,
have
right now.
southern accents. They have rural accents. That's like if you're from Pennsylvania, that's anywhere between Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, you have a rural accent. A southern accent is very different. Well, it's not very different to a city dweller, but to people in the South, it's very different.
City dweller.
Yeah.
There is more, like the Carolina accent to me. You can sometimes pick it up in Ben Johnson's speech, but the drawl is very distinct.
Yeah.
Like that's the one I can't understand is like the strong South Carolina accent. I used to have to interview some players who were from there, and I'm like, what did you just say?
Oh,
and
it's
I
tough.
had no idea. It was over the head.
They're speaking different language. You got those boys from Mississippi, where Marshall's from, Alabama. Those guys, you're talking to them, you're like squinting a little bit. You're like, what?
Isn't that part of the fun, though, of whether it's in college or joining your first NFL team? People from
everywhere,
so many different places. Some of your teammates you can't even understand.
Well, I was lucky because my grandma's from Mississippi, like deep South Mississippi. My other grandma's from Arkansas, so I had 2 Southern grandmas, and they would talk. Clayton Lee Harbor, what are you doing over there? You got to get back here, bust off a switch, and bring it back.
Oh, what did you do to get that kind of punishment?
And do some rhyming
talking
bullshit
crazy
stuff.
to them like you were your tight ends coach.
Don't make me spill my coffee again.
I'm here with my family.
That was the worst ever.
Oh, is that the fake?
The fake Brian Kelly?
Yeah.
Like,
when
just
he
say,
went to LSU.
go Tigers, beat Bama. Xavier Thomas, though, has a very distinct Louisiana accent.
Oh, yeah.
You can hear a Louisiana accent very quickly when you hear
Louisiana's
Xavier
probably
Thomas.
the thickest accent you know that person's from Louisiana ASAP.
Arkansas too. I feel like
Louisiana, because of the
Oh,
way they say the words specifically, like there's a car dealer in East Texas, which also carries a Louisiana accent.
It's like Cajun. That
yeah.
like,
And they would say like, so it looked like Peltier, Peltier, but they called it Pelche. Like it is very like French / Louisiana's the strongest to me. But everything else is, no, it was surprising to hear the downstate accent. I was like, wait,
It's
Wait.
strange. Yeah.
You're in the Midwest, though. Illinois is the Midwest. I don't want to hear it. It is.
Who said it wasn't the Midwest?
People say it's not the Midwest, and then they'll say Chicago is not the Midwest.
Chicago's
and I'm like,
the Mecca
I got
of the
news for
Midwest.
you, friends.
Yeah.
No, a lot of people don't believe this.
There's a reason people from all over Big Ten country, well, old school Big Ten country, end up in Chicago. Like, that's a thing.
Absolutely.
Same thing, Atlanta, the South. Same principles apply.
We have some breaking news. Big breaking news.
Oh.
Breaking news on the score is sponsored by IDOT. Running late, speeding won't save you time. No need to speed. It's not a game. The score has learned that the 2027 Major League Baseball All-Star Game is set for July 13th of 2027. So we have a date. Mitch Rosen is here to confirm the news. He's standing in our studio.
That's
So
less
that
than a
is
year
the
from
news
now.
that we have gotten, is that the score has learned July 13th. We see our boss making sure we got it right.
Are you going to be in Wrigleyville for that, like, for the actual just swarm of humans?
Oh, yeah, I love swarms of humans. You know
That's
that.
so
I'm
cool.
an extrovert. No, it's going to be fantastic.
I know Clay's going to be there.
So mark your calendars, friends. Save the date. 7/13/27. All-Star Game. Wrigley. Be there.
Unless,
Be square.
well, unless.
If you want to be square, I really can't stop you.
Well, I was going
guess.
to say unless baseball isn't happening, and then
Good
that's what I
point.
worry about. That's my number one fear right now.
In the meantime, just don't be square. I mean,
I'm
unless
with
you're
that.
Huey Lewis in the news.
I'm with that. Square is not good.
He did get a perfect 800 on his SAT math. Huey
Did he?
Lewis. Yeah.
Did not know that.
When it was a 1600 score, Huey Lewis.
Wow.
Yeah, I have no idea why I know that, but it just felt right at the time. They're cutting me off. Clay, thank you for hanging out with us. I'm sorry I spilled my coffee, but it was a good story.
Yeah, that was a good story. You have to work on your jump shot. She was shooting the dirty paper towels into
The paper towel, the air let out of the
basket.
paper towel.
While seated, guys.
And-
I am taller when I stand, just barely.
She couldn't hit one in the garbage can basketball hoop, so
she's 0 for 1.
Work on that.
Cut her some slack.
Layla.
She's
No,
not
it's
putting
0
up
for
Dalen
2.
Swain numbers. Like,
Jeez.
Oh, come on.
Marshall, 2/3 of our guests today are talking about your basketball game.
oh, no, not mine. I'm cool. I talked about my basketball game.
Oh, you.
Yeah, I
You
self-deprecate.
confessed. Yeah, you confessed to losing to Jamal.
Jamal got me. He and his young 30-somethings got me. Bring another 40-year-old out there like Clay. Maybe he can back me up.
I think you need to and get Bill to come back from Philly.
Yeah.
Just cause.
Get Bill Burr back from Philly. Hey, the guy's a legend. Bill, if you're listening, you're a legend, man.
Oh yeah, I forgot you know Bill too.
Yeah.
Amazing.
That's the only reason I was out that night when I saw Clay.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys were sticking out like sore thumbs, all of you just peering over the crowd. You and your height.
At least me and Bill.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, I'm a short guy. I'm only 5'8". That's me, 5'8".
5'8".
Just roll with it, Layla.
You guys. Okay, so here's who's next. It is Matt Spiegel and Ryan Dempster in our next show. So Demp is coming in from Northwest Indiana. We don't know if we'll see him for the transition segment or not, but he will be on the show. So all that's coming up.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on the Score.
So I think the Cubs can catch the Brewers. Milwaukee has all sorts of pitching trouble. I think the Brewers are catchable. PCA has to remain a superstar.
Can he continue to have the run that he had? I think this has been a better first half this year than the first half last year.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio. 104.3 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
11, 12 years old. I'm driving around this golf cart and it's raining out, Secret Service everywhere. And the president hits this ball on the side of this elevated green. And he jumps into my cart and he says, "Young man, take me to my ball." So I'm driving him and I get on the on the side of the elevated green, and the cart starts to slip. And the Secret Service jumps out and they grab the golf cart. My dad is trying not to yell at me, but he's giving me that look. And I get over by him. He goes, "You are not driving anymore. No more." And the president looks at him and says, "Wally, let him drive." So I didn't know who to think. I'm talking about the leader of the free world or my pops, right? And my life was a movie. Crazy, crazy stories.
Where were you when you heard the big news, Wally?
Oh, it's amazing. That's an all-timer.
Don't call me Wally.
Your dad did not let Mike Murphy call him Wally on the score.
Dude, but HW has more pull
gets to do
than
it.
Murph.
Sometimes our old friend Doug is roused to share his anger and his thoughts on a horrific Bears law. Doug, is that you?
We are live from 6 Heavenly and 6heavenlythescore.com. I'm your host, Doug Buffone, up here running around with a Ron Santo who's been clicking his heels all week because he's as mad as I am.
Wait a minute. Santo has heels up there. Oh my
You get your legs back when you get up here. That's not the point, boys.
What is the point?
I've had it. I could kick a tomato can down a grocery aisle and pick it up before the Bears finds a win at the end of that game.
Hit the bull in the ass with a banjo.
I don't even understand.
Oh, you couldn't hit it. If it was stapled to your hand, you couldn't hit it. And I'm mad at the coaching, okay? Like a nice woman at Blackjack's Gentlemen's Club, it starts at the top. All right? You start with the top.
When you saw Tyreek Stevenson with his back towards the line of scrimmage,
Yeah.
how did that make you feel?
Okay, his Stephenville kid, whatever, his Convention Center guy, I don't care. He's out here waving around like a T-ball player picking dandelions. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to come down there this week. I'm going to dig up Chris Conte from whatever Circuit City he's managing, and I'm going to get him back out on this field.
All right, Doug, it's really good to talk to you. It's really good to hear you. We're glad you're doing okay. You know,
Doug Buffone's thoughts on the games are brought to you by Zares. Come into Zares this holiday weekend. We'll take care of you. And don't forget to stop by Marshall Fields. We're going to Marshall Fields. Look in the window. You know what? If you're a Bears player, look in the window and see your own reflection. Who do you want to be?
I actually go by Haugh nowadays. I don't know if you guys had heard that, but Haugh is what I like to be referred to as. Or Hall. Hall is good too.
Not Mark Grote.
Where's the K in there?
I've had enough Mark Grote in my life, I got to tell you.
Did you ever think about putting a little accent on it, make it Mark Grote?
Oh my God! See now you don't even know what you just did, Marshall. You don't even know what you just did.
Did I unlock something?
You just walked me right into one of my favorite stories, personal stories ever.
Okay, well tell it.
And you're gonna love it. You're both gonna love this. So back in the day when Shaquille O'Neal was a member of the Miami Heat, I was covering that Bulls playoff series in which Shaq was part of the Heat. So I was assigned to, and I'm sure you guys have done this too, I was assigned to the shoot-around at the United Center to cover the Heat, their shoot-around. And one of the good things about these things is you get great access when you're there because it's just the beat reporters and maybe a few stragglers as well. So I see Shaquille O'Neal, and it's just like he's there and just a couple reporters. He looks at my credential, and he's like, who's that? Mark Grote? Is that your name?
Go Cubs. Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score! Since you had Cube on yesterday and I'm on today, does that mean he was my opening act?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to own that.
And she should. Did you know that Amy Trask's nickname is the Princess of Darkness? I look up to certain people in life.
It's appropriate.
She is one of them.
She's a boss.
Who doesn't want to be known as the Princess of Darkness? I love that. I admire her. Thanks to Amy Trask. Thanks, of course, to Clay Harbor, who provided us with much entertainment. Thanks to everybody who was a part of this one. We had a great time. Ray Diaz, Tyler Buterbaugh, Brandon Fryer, Peter Jurich, our intern, helping us out as well. Love talking to Peter. Thanks to Jamal Collier, who wrote a tremendous article on the Bulls' 20 sources. If you haven't checked it out, please do. Recommended reading. Thanks to Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, Max Curtis, and Cody Westerlin. Hello, Matt Spiegel.
Hello to Layla and Marshall. Jamal Collier is responsible for a lot of rage getting released by people who might have needed to release said rage. Layla, you're raising your hand.
It's like if you weren't quite sure how much rage there should be, he's like, let me give you reasons to say your rage is justified.
But it's also like anger right now, currently, in fact, is my drug of choice. I think
Really?
I think it's
Your
my number
hate
one.
fuels you.
Well, sometimes.
Okay.
Like the thing that gets out of control. And
I
I'm
see you,
like,
Anakin.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Anakin had the chance, you know. They had the chance to be really effective.
He was the chosen one. I guess technically it paid off being the chosen one.
We can't do spoilers on Star Wars.
Spoiler alert. My bad.
Nope.
Well, my favorite thing about your Star Wars knowledge is that you love Chewbacca.
From Star Wars.
Right.
As opposed to the other Chewbaccas.
Chewbacca from A Princess Bride or something.
Or, Chewbacca from Get Smart.
Yeah, right. Chewbacca from Hunt for Red October.
Chewbacca from Analyze That.
These are all very good Chewbaccas that you bring up.
Speaking of Hunt for Red October, did anybody catch wind of the Alec Baldwin thing from the other day? Tanny sent it to me. Alec Baldwin goes on social media ostensibly to honor Sam Neill, the late actor Sam Neill.
Jurassic Park Sam Neill.
Right, and he was in Hunt for Red October. So it begins with Alec Baldwin saying, I'm gutted, R.I.P. to Sam Neill. And then it's a 3-minute monologue on Alec Baldwin's career and filmography and all the actors that were in Hunt for Red October. And at the end, he cycles back to Sam Neill for like a split second.
So you use Sam Neill's death as a vehicle to...
I would say that tracks. Everybody's always like, oh, you got to watch 30 Rock. You got to watch 30 Rock. And I watched like 3 episodes and I'm like, no.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
This is why...
They just paint women as so neurotic and so self-centered on that show that I was like, this is not for me.
Woman writer, though. So she's talking about herself.
I mean, Tina Fey's brilliant. I loved her book, Bossy Pants.
So did I.
I've consumed many Tina Fey media projects, but for whatever reason, that one just wasn't... I don't know if it hit me at the wrong time and I got to go back to it or what.
Look at me, I'm a fetch guy, so I'm all Tina Fey.
Right?
I know, she's brilliant. Like, I love most of her work, but for whatever reason, 30 Rock just set me off improperly to start.
I think I stole something from Bossy Pants that I still think about, where she was like, "Dear Internet."
Yes.
And just goes to write something in response to all the haters or whatever. Dear Internet. I do that.
There, you bring it full circle with the haters that you're addressing because hate fuels you.
And see? It's everywhere. How are you people? What was Amy Trask talking about? The legal problems in the universe?
No. We were talking about the big 3 because she's on the board of directors there.
Amy Trask.
Legal. Oh, you thought it was
the other Amy.
Yes. No.
What's her last name? There's an Amy who works for Odyssey.
It's a T, I think.
Yeah. Come on, Ray. You've got it. He's looking. Whatever. But yeah, Amy Trask.
Amy Trask is awesome.
Forgive me.
You've thrown me off with that one, Speed.
Throwing everybody off. Throw
Amy
myself.
Dash.
Amy Dash. Come on, that's pretty close.
That's
for
very good.
my adult brain.
The legal problems of the universe.
Powerful
What's
Amy's.
going on? I was literally like, wait, legal? What?
Who's on your Mount Rushmore of powerful Amy's? We've got 2.
Schumer.
Yeah. So that's 3.
I got to leave her off.
Really?
The way you both looked at me.
If there's something I don't know, I want to know.
No, she's not my cup of tea.
Trainwreck is a fun movie
Trainwreck
for
is
me.
good. I like Trainwreck. LeBron is great at Trainwreck.
Bill Hader had
legit great.
Between the Mindy Project and Trainwreck, I think Bill Hader had a span where he was just playing like the innocent boyfriend of chaotic women for a good stretch. And I was very here for the humor.
I can't come up with a 4th powerful Amy. Have the textures stepped in with something to help?
Let's see.
It's funny because Amy's a very common name too, so you'd think people would
Chewbacca
pop
from
up.
Step Brother.
Oh, that's valid. Chewbacca from Step Brothers.
Amy Poehler.
Amy Poehler.
Thank you, Carolina Bear fan.
Yes. Her podcast is good, but everybody's got a podcast. That's how the world works.
Do we technically have a podcast
This
because
one
it
is.
podcasts?
Yeah, this podcast form you can catch
Essentially,
Okay.
Hit and Run is a podcast.
You still do the play-by-play?
I don't do the PBP anymore.
Okay,
I
but you had a
abdicated.
podcast.
I did have one.
Okay.
How about you, Marshall? You got one?
No, I'm podcasted out.
You're all done.
People are. I prefer podcast guests because you just very low stakes. You're like, I'm just going to show up, be myself, and then see my way out.
How are you guys spending your All-Star break evenings? Your available evenings?
We are watching Summer League. And we're recruiting people to watch Summer League. Do you know somebody tweeted at us and was like, "Hey, you got me on the Summer League." And I'm like, "Yeah, welcome to the side of junkies."
It's like the
Hoops junkies.
The Cookie Monster and what is that? Family Guy with the he's got the cookie dough and the spoon. It's like a little addict action. Actually, yesterday I went to happy hour, guys.
Really?
It deserves that because me out the house. It wasn't like this outside yesterday. I went to Sunda.
Sunda.
Oh, Sunda's outstanding.
Sunda's great. West Loop or River North. Yeah, the River North OG location is
We
great.
were outside. It was hot, but we were in the shade, and I was like, "This is a good life."
Did you eat food?
Yeah, I had some lumpia. I had some
Brussels sprouts.
A hand roll. No Brussels sprouts.
The lumpia from Sunda is fantastic because Billy Deck is also Filipino.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
The Brussels sprout appetizer thing, like somebody takes every leaf off every Brussels sprout and then fries them up, and they're perfect and crispy with an Asian
crispy
dressing.
all the way through.
It's not a Brussels sprout. It's just all the leaves of the sprout.
It's like all the sprouts got Brussels.
Deconstructed.
Yeah, it's a deconstructed Brussels
I
sprout.
like that.
Big pile of them. Just tremendous.
I'm a big fan of deconstructed whatever in food.
Yeah.
I can really appreciate
Like the
that.
maple
Whatever
and
the
ash
dish.
Caesar salad.
Is it deconstructed?
I think so.
Okay. I don't think I've ever had the Caesar at Maple and Ash.
So a little day drinking at the happy hour? Little stumble home? How'd it go for you?
Nah, I'm not really.
Not a stumble home
I did
guy?
have a beverage, and so it was like the people I was with they were very surprised I was having a beverage, and I was like, "This is shameful the way y'all are treating me because I'm drinking alcohol."
You're talking about it in the way that is appropriate, though, which is we're all kind of surprised.
You'd be surprised if I had. Wow. Okay.
I'm surprised you went to happy hour.
I had a night on, like you said,
You got
All-Star break.
Available evenings.
Available evening. And it was
also
like
available talk show space, if you guys have noticed.
So, yes, that is true. They were like, do you want to do
I love
something
it.
from 4 to 6 or from 7 to 9? You already know what my answer was.
4 to 6.
4 to 6. I was home at like 7. This is great.
Do you know what I did at 4 o'clock, actually?
What's
I
that?
went up to Edgewater to Sound Off, which is a really cool brand. They are customizing sky gear for the WNBA All-Star Game. They do like really awesome custom sweaters, and they have really cool custom shirts. Like I got a shirt that said "Proud" with like special patches just for the WNBA All-Star Game.
When you said that, when you
Very
said that
cool.
at first, I thought you were saying they were customizing like all-star stuff for the Chicago Sky All-Stars, and then I was like, wait,
For the players?
Yeah, and then I was like that.
Sky don't have any.
Yeah, I realized
No,
that.
Sound Off is a really, and a lot of their logo stuff is based off of headphones. So obviously we love it because these are attached to our body for most of our day.
Mm-hmm.
So Sound Off is a really cool concept.
Wow, very cool.
Yeah.
Edgewater and Andersonville, very excellent. It's kind of artsy neighborhoods these days, pumping out stuff.
I've been to Andersonville in forever.
Yeah, the Swedes over there.
Isn't there is the Swedish bakery still there?
Yeah,
The
I
one
think
that
so.
like Jalmerson and them would go to?
Oh, I didn't realize that.
I thought they did.
Of course, I'm sure they did. That was the place to do it. Yeah, it's weird. How many years now since they eliminated Thursday baseball as well from the whole thing?
It's got to be at least 5.
Because this is the one that gets you. This is the one where you wake up and you're like, all right, now I'm going to look at my fantasy team. I'm going to set my lineup for the second half.
Now you got another day for that.
I got another day for that. Because the fantasy baseball morning of checking in with your lineup, seeing if you need a probable starter to add, and then maybe checking the matchups. It's like a really enjoyable 10 to 15 minutes for me every day of the baseball season. You guys play at all?
I have played. I haven't been in a league for like 5 years just because I didn't have anyone to be in a league
No,
with. If you get an
'cause
opening, let me know.
I love the
just kinda
daily
like,
nature of it.
I like the unencumbered nature of just watching games.
I get it. That used to be me. Especially in football. I used to rail against people that played fantasy football. And then I started playing it. And it's really fun.
My friends were all in a league except for me, and they had a rule that you couldn't ask me for tips. They were like, none of us get to ask Layla questions. And I was like, guys, I go to the same place you do for information.
Yeah, but
I'm either getting it on TV or the internet.
But you retain it. You practice retaining it.
The girls are hilarious. Yeah, and they're really good. Like, I don't know where they're getting some of them are just innately good at fantasy football, but some of them I'm like, where are you getting Where are you getting this from?
2017, by the way, last time we had baseball on Thursday after the All-Star game. Yeah,
So
so it's been longer
9
than I even
years.
thought. Yeah.
That's crazy. And still my muscle memory is like, all right, games tonight. Here we go.
That's just your muscle memory from being in baseball season because it's every single day.
Yeah, maybe. But still this week, it's like, it feels like one extra cruel day for all of us to have to endure. What do we got tonight? We got a AAA All-Star game or something tonight? That's usually around the break
Well, we
as
had
well.
well, it used to be like because the ESPYs like found that pocket where they could go ESPYs and then back to baseball.
There is a game. There's Mets and Phillies.
There is today?
Yeah.
Oh, that's new.
I should.
It's Aaron Nola on the mound.
I should cover baseball for a living. Yeah, there's one game. Why is there one game?
It might be a makeup or something.
It's on ESPN, so I don't think it's a makeup. I think it's just a straight
not.
up featured game. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. I should know these things.
I was locked into Summer League.
Well, I guess I'll pick up every Met and every Philly today. Try to get some points.
If your opponents have not already done so. Something tells me at 2:15 on a Thursday, everyone's already been picked
They might
clean.
have beat me to the punch. Here's what I'm doing with the All-Star break, by the way, on the radio, is that Lawrence Holmes is in Toronto, going to Toronto.
That's Toronto to them.
I hope they're going to play games and Lawrence is going to have his normal trip.
Well, they play inside, so.
Yeah, well, I guess that's better off than
You would
even
think
here.
that would be okay, right?
Yeah, that's true. But so tomorrow I've got Ryan McGuffey in to do a whole lot of White Sox stuff and more. Today, Ryan Dempster is going to be in co-hosting with me. And there he is.
That's Ryan Dempster's music, ladies and gentlemen.
He
Hi,
walks.
good to see you.
He walks in the building and goes directly to a microphone. We're very efficient with our Dempster time.
He's coming around. He's making his
He's making the rounds.
pleasantries.
Saying hello.
We are giving him a headset.
Being given headsets.
The headphones.
We're not going to use any of your social battery off the microphone. We're just going to immediately put you to work.
All right, that sounds good.
Hi, buddy.
Hi, how you doing?
Here, let's raise the microphones so you're not
Can you hear
having
me?
to, like,
You
yeah.
guys
Oh,
can
yeah,
hear
we
me,
got
right?
you.
Yeah.
You cleaned up. You cleaned up nicely.
I did. I went and took it. I had to. There was a lot of sweat.
So what was this today that you were at? It was a clinic, right?
Yeah, so Still Got Game Foundation, which is Kenny Lofton and LaTroy Hawkins are a part of, and Melissa Persotti worked with the union for a long time, and it was great. It was about 120 kids at the ballpark and in Gary at the Railcat Stadium, and we were given. I was in the pitching side. They kept me away from the hitting department. Stayed clear of that. Keep Demp away from all the hitters.
Probably wise.
No, we just had fun with the kids and just give them that experience, like kids who never played baseball. And just like, how do we throw and how do we play catch? And I told them, my dad worked all the time. Me and my dad didn't play a lot of catch as a kid because he was trying to help support the family or, had to go away for work. My mom was busy raising 2 other kids. So it was like, I threw against a brick wall. And they were like looking at me like, what? And I'm like, yeah, I just made a fake strike zone and she would drop me off and then I would throw there for an hour or so and she'd pick me back up and
wow.
And it was cool. It was a lot of fun, a lot of happy faces and a great thing that the foundation's doing. So it was fun to be a part of.
How old are the kids that are throwing a baseball for the first time?
Oh, some of them 5, some of them 12.
Wow.
So it was, and then there was kids who, played in some baseball and little league and stuff. It was a really awesome day out at the ballpark and a hot one.
Yeah.
Everybody, a lot of water breaks. It was good. A lot of water breaks.
Hydration breaks.
Yeah.
they're called. So we can run commercials.
Less smoky down there, I'm assuming?
It was, yeah.
Okay.
It was a little less
Could you
smoky
come back
down
here and you're like, oh.
Yeah, but it still was a little smoke out there, but a little less than that, yeah.
Well, you
This is
guys
something else.
talk to Ryan Dempster. I get him all afternoon. You get me every
good to see
day.
you.
Yeah, you too.
How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah.
That's an awesome thing you're doing, and nice of you to bum it with us for the show.
Yeah, well, I'm not bumming it. Yeah, I was in the building, and I wanted to get you before you left. So
Yeah,
Oh, well,
I'll
that's
reframe
nice.
that. He's fortunate to get to hang out with us.
yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
When he's not, also working on his craft, how's the comedy going?
It's okay. Yeah, I do a lot. I haven't got up on stage a lot, just writing probably more than anything.
That's
I keep
awesome.
a little notepad next to my bed, and there was a comedian one time. He handed me a really great book called the War of Art. There's a book called The Art of War, which is the 33 leaders of the world.
That's
but this is called The
Lao
War
Tzu,
of
right?
Art, and it's a super easy read. It's like 130 pages, and it's just about the importance of writing it down.
Awesome.
And so I do a lot of that. My kids do something funny or, I start thinking about how funny farts are. I just start why they're funny, all the different kinds.
All the different
how they
kinds.
are just even funny when you're still 80 years old.
Why are they funny?
I don't know. Like we were talking about this, they're just constantly. I don't know if they're as funny for females as they are.
Oh no, I joke.
see?
I mean, entire radio stations have been built on fart jokes. Yes,
Yeah,
I say
see?
bathroom humor is for all.
There's a surprise factor, right?
Yeah.
There's a surprise, and there's a you don't know what you're gonna get. There's a
No.
lot of different varieties. You don't know how it's gonna sound and
Right.
what kind of effect it's gonna have every
Kind of
time.
tones.
It's a little drama.
Yeah.
A little
You
drama.
say that, but I've had friends who've been able to regulate theirs so where they know what they're about to give you.
Everybody's got a special talent, you know.
I guess
I would
so.
say, yeah.
I guess so, because
I remember being at the Paris Hotel in Las Vegas. Me and a friend of mine, Evan Myers, and we went in to use the bathroom. It was kind of late at night, and I was playing poker and he was playing slots, and then we went and used the bathroom. And there was an older gentleman who was in the poker room, probably in his 80s, and he kind of just sat there and by the urinal. We were like the only 3 people in there, and he let a fart out, and then he just kind of looked over at both of us. He says, "Well, I gambled and I lost."
Oh, that's the one.
You know?
That's
No one to
trouble.
hold him and no one to
and
fold
so-
him.
I'd like to cash out, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it up to the room.
No one
You know
to
what I mean?
walk away, no
Gotta
one
have
to
to
run.
cash out.
Yeah.
There's a legendary
Good pun,
moment.
though. Good pun.
There's a legendary moment in my family. It was before I was born, but my 4 older siblings all tell the story about how like they were making too much noise, and my dad came down angry and screaming at them, and he was only wearing underwear because he was trying to sleep, and it was like half down his butt, and he screams at him, and they're terrified, and then he turns around and lets one rip as he walks away, and everybody just dies laughing, and my dad turns around and gives a little smile like he knows he's like the jig is up.
The jig
You
is
can't get
up.
taken seriously anymore.
Oh, it wasn't
after
in
that.
retaliation. I thought it was the exclamation point to the deal.
Right.
Yeah, the breaking of wind that's an art form in and of itself. I'm telling you, man.
Is there a book
And
about that?
like, there's only like a few places where it's taboo, like elevators,
Airplanes.
airplanes.
The
Very
CTA.
taboo.
Anywhere where you're sealed in with other people.
Yeah, except for ironically, with your friends in a car and you're the driver, kind of funny.
Encouraged.
You know, because you got control of the windows and
Right.
you can kind of do what you want to do.
Baseball team bus.
Oh my God, yeah, so highly encouraged on there.
I got a
Yeah.
question for you. Urinal. You're next to a couple, like a dude at a multiple urinal
I
situation.
hate it when that
Got you.
happens.
Layla, I'm in the bathroom. Like that's where things are supposed to take
Yeah,
place.
you should be able to do bathroom things in the bathroom.
I
yes.
do. I do.
So-
I give myself the freedom to do that. And
Yeah.
then I sometimes apologize or I bring it up, try to make a joke, but that's where I'm supposed to do that.
Also, people apologize for sweating, and I'm like, bodies are supposed to work.
Yeah.
Like, it's worse if you don't.
Yes.
Like, I'm scared for what happens if you don't.
Yeah.
I guess
Sweat?
Yeah. But
Yeah.
then again, that's
you're a
a way
sweater.
of life in Texas. So, you just get used
Yeah,
to
the
it.
humidity,
Yeah.
whole different
You
ballgame.
played there, you know.
Yeah, instantly. I
Yeah.
remember that getting traded over there in 2012. Coming from Chicago, where I get it gets hot, and then you go to Arlington, and my first start was at home against the Angels, and I went out early just to kind of get ready, feel the heat a little bit, and then went back inside because I was like, man, that's hot. And I had kind of a pregame routine where I was a little different. I talked to some older players who played for a while, and I actually lifted weights a little bit before I went out for starts. So I already had a full lather, and I walked out into a sauna.
Yeah.
I'm like 4 warm-up pitches in. I looked at Mike Maddox. I think I'm ready. I was so loose. So yeah, different ball game in Texas altogether.
4
Like
and
that.
4 2/3.
9, I think.
4 2/3, 9 hits.
Yeah.
8 runs.
Yeah.
All earned. Tough day.
No, it wasn't. We won the game. Just giving my team a
My
chance
bad.
to win the ball game.
Look,
Once again.
Game time temperature
He got 14
95, I
outs that
assume,
day.
at the
He's
ballpark.
right.
Yeah, what was game time temp?
Game time tip is 95 typically.
15-9, by the way, is the final. So you're right. You gave your team.
We thumped, yeah.
Yeah, you thumped. 40,000 in attendance.
Yeah.
Because that's
It was a good
2012.
trade.
That was a year
You know?
after they had
game time
gone to
temp?
the World
Yeah.
Series.
Yeah.
It's broken my soul.
Start time weather, 102 degrees.
Are you
Fahrenheit.
serious?
Yep.
That's registered, so that's not on the
That's
playing field, or it
crazy.
feels like. Yeah.
Oh my God!
I can't imagine what the actual heat index was.
By the
If
way,
it's 102
this-
straight up.
This is joy. One of
110.
us tells a story, and the rest of us are like, "Well, I guess that's true." Ryan Dempster tells a story. I'm like, "Let me go to the box score."
And the fact that you tried to call him out on the rough start, he's like, "We won the game."
Yeah.
well,
that's right.
just trying to be fair and analytical.
So
around
you
these
are
parts.
somebody who can remember every pitch you threw? Are you like that?
Not maybe necessarily every pitch, but different at bats, games for sure. You know what it is like when I baseball reference, then it starts to happen really fast. Like I don't necessarily, if you say, oh, this start against this team or whatever it is, I'm like,
You remember individual matchups though, like the batters?
Yeah, certain at-bats against certain guys.
We're going to do a thing today where we quiz Ryan Dempster
I can see
about
that coming.
his own baseball reference page. Where Tanny has prepared that. We're also going to play.
I got a game that we're going to go down on baseball reference. It's going to, as a music lover too, you're going to enjoy that whole thing. Remember to bring that up.
Straight to all fields with Dad.
Well, we have Demp and I have shared a stage multiple times as singers and sung harmonies together backstage at the Metro. I want to say 2014. What was it? Was it "Take It to the Limit" or it was an Eagles tune that you and I ended up just singing harmonies for fun? I was like, oh, Demp can actually sing.
Was this a Foundation to be named later event?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
that's exactly right.
Triple threat. It's usually singing, dancing, and acting, but in this case, it's singing, comedy, and pitching.
And actually quadruple because it's starter and closer.
Hey.
I mean, if John Smoltz... Actually,
Beat that, EGOT.
Smoltz plays accordion, right? Because his dad was a legendary accordionist.
Absolutely.
John Smoltz's
He
father.
plays accordion?
He does.
He does.
He does
Hidden
indeed.
talents of John Smoltz.
He could also be in
Just
a
remember that
Tejano
when you're
band.
watching like the World Series, he's calling the games. Just be like, that's the accordion guy.
Right. Just think about
Tell
Weird
your friends
Al.
that.
Amazing.
Hey, I'm Joe Davis and Weird Al Yankovic. We're gonna have a lot of fun with Demp. I just found out Jake Arrieta is going to join us today at 4:00. Lovable Reunion is tonight. Boog Shambi is going to join us at 3:00. We're going to play categories. We're packed, and Demp came in here to hang out and do some radio, so that's going to be a lot of fun today. We're looking forward to it. Layla, Marshall, have a wonderful day. Tanny's Open is must-listen
Good being
radio,
with you guys.
and that is next. Yes, say goodbye.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
See, it's nice. I get them all afternoon.
This segment is sponsored by Chicago Stars Football Club.
Catch Chicago Stars FC in Evanston at Martin Stadium on July 18th at 5:30 p.m. versus Angel City FC for Kids Night. Tickets start at just $19 with kids zones, games, crafts, and more. See Olympic medalists Mallory Swanson and Alyssa Neer up close, right on the shores of Lake Michigan. Don't miss it.
Let me ask you something. Is your money doing everything it can for you?
I don't know. How would I know?
Is it automatically saving for special events and keeping you posted on its progress? Like at Huntington Bank?
Oh, no.
Is it tracking your spending so you can make the best choices at the mall?
Nope.
Or setting limits on your teenager's debit card?
Definitely not.
Then it could certainly be doing more.
Yeah, sure sounds like it.
Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Plumbing emergencies happen. Burst pipes, backed up drains, sump pump failures, and water heater issues can wreak havoc. When they do, depend on Plumbers 911 for fast, reliable help. Available 24/7. Plumbers 911.
I said, actually, it's Grote. He goes, no, I like Grote. Grote's better.
Not him strong-arming you into changing your name.
Yeah, well, here's part of the reason why is because I did ask him. I said to him, this was that he was starting to age, and Shaq and I are the same age. So I felt comfortable in saying, you're getting a little bit older now. Teams are defending you differently. And he looked at me, he goes, you're getting older too, Mark Grote.
Oh, my God.
I do love that. I'm not gonna lie. I like that story was worth telling. Yes,
I was like, yes, sir. There's more, but that is the Grote-ness of it all. Shaquille O'Neal making sure that I was Mark Grote.
I would almost do what Joe Theismann did, just go with that pronunciation for marketing.
Oh yeah. Especially if a man that is 7'2", 350 pounds says your name is Mark Grote, go with it.
Mark Grote.
Grote.
Can't you hear him say that?
Yes, he's got a very deep and unique voice, Mark Grote.
Monotone.
Yeah, I do like calling you Mars Hall.
Mars Hall is one of my many I have a lot of nicknames, and Mars Hall is up there as one that a lot of people call me, or just straight Mars.
Didn't it come from grade school?
Came from grade school, kindergarten, first day of class. We all have name tags on. This girl, super, thinks she's smart, walks up to me, points at my name tags like, Mars Hall. I was like, it's actually Marshall.
I just got it. So that's what you were doing earlier. I just got it. It took me 3 or 4 times. That's the way it works. I'm a slow learner.
Sometimes it's shortened to just Mars.
Yeah, okay.
I call him Mars a lot.
I like it.
So, Studs, did you end up finding the V. Stiviano stuff?
Can you tell me what your relationship with Donald Sterling is?
I'm Mr. Sterling's right-hand arm man. I'm Mr. Sterling everything. I'm his confidant, his best friend, his silly rabbit.
His what?
His silly rabbit.
His silly rabbit?
Yes.
Is that what he calls you?
No,
That's
I
what
call
you-
myself that.
I see, okay.
I joke around and I make him laugh. I do things that some people find very silly, or I do things that sometimes people can understand our relationship. I'm his everything.
She gets it.
Barbara
She
Walters'
took-
reaction. Sorry, go ahead, Layla.
No, that woman took down $1 billion business.
Barbara Walters' reaction to
You're what?
I'm his silly little rabbit. You're what?
You're what?
What did you just say?
Right hand arm.
Mr. Sterling's right hand arm.
Man. How is that not an obvious shirt?
I'm Donald Sterling's right hand arm, and then like a bunch of space, man.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is the pause is really what sells it.
You got to
I'm
go
Mr. Sterling's
ellipses.
right hand arm. Man.
Since we're talking about V. Stiviano, let us also make sure to mention that woman, although she did have paparazzi following her around, she was walking around with that big visor thing.
Yes.
That was quite the scene.
COVID.
Way before COVID.
When she was a trendsetter.
Sterling's right hand arm. Man.
But coming out of the football season, I was kind of just talking about a few different things. We were here in commercial break at one point, and we started talking some baseball, and a discussion that really fascinated me with the two of you and the entire crew when I was on the afternoon show broke out, and I felt like it was worth revisiting.
I do have a quick question for Lawrence. I know we are getting short on time, but if Nico goes to San Francisco, do you think he'll still come on the show once a week?
Grote?
Not once a week, but I suspect he would still come on the show occasionally.
I bet he would.
Just who can you count on week in and week out to deliver?
Now,
It's
PCA
Nico.
could turn into that. I think that he's capable of turning into that when you look at how good he was defensively, but he goes into these slumps where he doesn't hit the ball for a while.
I doubt he'll ever be. I doubt PCA will ever be as consistent as Nico. Bregman is obviously incredible. I don't know that he's the level of multiplier that you say adding him means get rid of maybe your best player as well. I don't think he multiplies you by, that exponential degree where losing Nico is worthy of the fact that you added Bregman just to avoid the tax.
Nope.
I don't think they're getting rid of Nico. I think this organization has shown themselves
Dollar
in
bet.
recent seasons to try and operate. You think it's happening? Dollar bet.
Would you like to make a dollar bet?
I'd love to. Yeah. You think this is happening? I don't think so. I think the Cubs have shown themselves to at least try to operate with a level of logic in their baseball decisions here. And it's sometimes flawed logic, sometimes less aggressive logic than we want. But I don't think they're getting rid of
Spiegel and Holmes on 104.3 The Score.
Just waking up in the morning, gotta thank God. I don't know, but today seems kind of odd.
So the other day, Ice Cube, the White Sox had a day where this happened. They had a third player named an All-Star. Then they won their game 1-0. Then they had the number 1 overall draft pick, and they picked this kid, Rock Chalowski, out of UCLA. And then in the second round, they picked the son of Jim Thome. Just like an unbelievable day, like one of the great days in the history of the organization. And one of the guys in that front office texted this. Yesterday was the White Sox version of January 20th, 1992.
No barking from the dog, no small. And mama cooked the breakfast with no hug.
Is that awesome?
Here I come. Oh, here I come.
So that's...
it was definitely a good day. It was definitely a good day for sure.
Is that the right day? That legend's true, right? Is that the day in a good day?
I have no idea. The good day was comprised of a lot of different cool scenarios.
Called up the homies and I'm asking y'all, which part are y'all playing basketball? Get me on the court and I'm troubled. Last week messed around and got a triple-double.
Somebody broke it down to that was the day. So how could I deny it? How could I deny it? It was the day all of that happened.
Perception becomes reality at that point. If that was it, okay, fine.
No, that's science. He did the work. Like, he actually, checked the forecast.
Number 1 in Southern California. Channel 7 KABC TV, Los Angeles.
Well, we're going to check on that 5-day forecast and show you the temperatures. Pretty much staying in the low 80s for the next couple of days.
Wynn found a box score for the Lakers and the Supersonics.
I had the boo, she had the chronic. The Lakers beat the Supersonics.
Yeah, he did the homework.
Welcome back to Los Angeles, California, and the Great Western Forum. The Lakers 105 and the Sonics 96.
I can't deny it.
Today I didn't even have to use my 8K. I gotta say
it was definitely a good day.
The official adventures of
Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons 2 to 6 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Welcome, and also welcome to the Spiegel and Holmes Show on the Thursday of All-Star Break Week. And that was fun to talk to Ice Cube yesterday.
Where's Lawrence?
Wani, he's away, okay? He's in Toronto. Assuming that the air quality allowed him to get there. He had this trip planned for a long time. Ironically, Lawrence Holmes is in Canada while we have Ryan Dempster right here. So we took one from Canada and we had to give one back. So that's the trade-off for today. What's up, man?
And I saw 6 Canadian geese just down out front hanging out. I don't know if it was a welcoming party. Whoever put that together, nice touch.
How'd you know they were Canadian? Were they watching hockey? What were they doing?
No, they, because I was like, huh, and they were like, huh. And so I was like, oh.
Secret code.
Out. Yeah.
You're kind of like twins, you know? You got your own little secret language, you Canadians.
They're getting out of the wildfires back home.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's different.
This morning.
Looks like a fireworks show went off.
Yeah, like this morning I was walking the dog and I'm like, this isn't that bad. It smells kind of nice.
Yeah.
All right, and then I went back out a little later and I'm like, all right, this is troubling. This is really, it's awkward. It's troubling. I am blaming Canada for that. And Demp is just going to have to live with it.
It's a different philosophy up there on fighting fires.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I should read the news.
Yeah. I won't get into all that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe later on. Should we 3:45? We got 4 hours, man.
Yeah, maybe 3. Yeah. But yeah, we'll get through it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ryan, how often have you done a 4-hour radio show in your life?
Not very. Maybe high school when we used to go to parties and I would just sit in the kitchen and tell jokes for a few hours.
There it is, man. Like you can always tell who the talk show host is going to be. You look around the party or you look around your English class. You're like, that dude just will not shut up.
Yeah.
Was that you?
Yeah, completely. I was always very I think I was mostly respectful, but I did. What happened is anytime anything would happen in school or in class that was borderline like uncomfortable, my brain always went to that. Find the funny in that. So like if the teacher did something, like we were doing science class and Mr. Smethers, who is our science class, you could do the research,
That's science.
Elphinstone Secondary with Cougars. Shout out to Cougars.
Mr. Smethers.
And so we're in science class and we're talking planets and the
That's good stuff.
Yeah. And of course, when we start moving down the line, you go from Mercury to Venus to all the way down, and just as you get past,
you skipped Earth. Yeah, we're third.
Earth, Mars, Saturn, Jupiter.
Look at you,
showing
off now.
Yeah, and then you get to Uranus.
Yes, you do.
And so we would have. I was the guy asking Mr. Smethers a lot of questions about that planet because I really wanted to know, how big is Uranus?
Right.
How long can you has anybody ever been on Uranus?
Anybody visited?
We had all the. And of course, my buddies are laughing.
Colonized?
And he would, and God bless Mr. Smethers' heart, he would always say this, Ryan, it's Uranus. It's not Uranus, it's Uranus. And he would always correct me. And and then as the older guy in me, I'm like, what a disruptive little kid I was.
Yeah, but you got laughs, I mean, that was me. I was getting laughs, and turning that discomfort into laughs is a life skill. Like at some point you got to relax and sit in the discomfort and figure out actually what's going on. But for a while, just making it funny is a really good way to get through.
Well, and I guarantee you this, all those kids in my science class know a lot about the planets. and definitely know a lot about
Mr. Smothers' anus.
Uranus.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Mr. Smothers' Uranus. Chris Tannehill is here. Tyler Farringle is here. So this is how it happened. Tyler, you went down and you knew who you were looking for. You were looking for Ryan Dempster in the lobby, right?
I was.
You're familiar
yes.
with him. Ryan, you were looking for somebody named Tyler. So how'd you do?
I just
on that?
looked for somebody who looked like a Tyler.
Do I look like a Tyler?
You did, instantly. At first, this gentleman was walking at me, and he didn't, but he locked eyes with me like he was looking for me. And I'm like, you don't look like a Tyler. And then you walked around the corner. It's like, hey, what's up, Tyler? Yeah.
Was that gentleman older?
Yeah.
Ooh, did he get smittied? Did Dem get smittied down there?
Hey, Ryan, what's going on? Did he get smittied? Is he
I
down
think
there?
so.
Hey! Yeah.
He didn't say anything, but he was about to, and then I looked away.
He thought about it. Good
Yeah,
job.
yeah.
Good job. Excellent job looking away. Yeah, it's tricky, but you probably get that. Like, people lock eyes with you, and they're like, I know you, and either they really know you or they don't quite know you. They know they should know you. You get that kind of thing, right?
Yeah, they're wondering in their head, is that Demp or is that the Capital One guy? Like, like I don't know. They just
you do look like the Capital One
Jeremy
guy.
Brandt. Yeah, we're pals.
Are you pals?
Yeah. We were joking
How did that
about
happen? 'Cause you saw?
Celebrity All-Star game in Texas, and he was on the field, and then we started
Amazing.
joking around, and I got more gray in my beard, and he can still dye his. So
There you go. All right, so it's All-Star week. And that means that it's kind of wide open for sports radio, which I love. And I always used to be forced to do this week of shows when my partner, whoever's name was first in the show, would be like, I'm going to Canada.
Yeah.
I'm going away. I'm going fishing.
Yep.
Good luck, kid.
I can get a full week right now.
Exactly.
Yeah, yep.
Exactly. If I leave on Friday, I can get 10 days. And then he'd be gone. And I'm here doing the job. And now I'm like, oh, hell yeah, let's go. Because we got room. So I get to hang out with you today. And I'm super psyched about that. Jake Arrieta going to join us later because the Level Reunion thing live is tonight at Chicago Theater. Also, by the way, Boog Shambi is going to join us at the top of the hour. Also, keep listening for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Black Crowes and Whiskey Myers on July 24th at Credit Union One Amphitheater in Tinley Park. Tickets are available at livenation.com. Be caller number 6 to the Scores contest line at 312-540-0670. When you hear one of us drop some Black Crowes lyrics into regular conversation.
Okay.
This is what I do to give away concert tickets.
I like it.
So if you want to play along, you being a music guy, we can talk about this. Don't do it just yet. We want them to listen for a while.
Yeah, of course.
Also, baseball coverage on the Score is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. We got to take a break. We'll come back, and I want to talk about how baseball players spend their All-Star week, because I saw a bunch of them last night, as did you, doing something on All-Star Week. So we will discuss next here on The Score.
Chicago, it's official. Save the date. The 2027 MLB All-Star Game is coming to Wrigley Field on Tuesday, July 13th. The eyes of the baseball world will be on Chicago as one of the game's most iconic ballparks takes center stage.
From the Chicago Cubs, outfielder Pete Crow Armstrong. Oh, God. Wow, that ball was absolutely destroyed by Miguel Vargas.
The greatest stars in the world come together on the north side for one unforgettable night. On Tuesday, July 13th, Wrigleyville will shine as the 2027 MLB All-Star Game comes to the friendly confines.
Speeding catches up.
Logic to be greater than the value of $1.
I
and
think
that's not happening with the Cubs.
I'm the smartest man alive.
Did we make a bet? Did we make the bet?
You just heard it. What do you mean, did we make a bet?
I didn't hear us agree on a bet.
Yes.
We did
the
make
answer
the bet?
is yes.
Okay, then I owe you
there was Tyler Buterbaum put a little bit of a longer version together of that, but for timing purposes, we had to condense it a little bit.
Hey, Ray.
Can't break up with you if we
Ray.
were never in a relationship.
Hold on, Layla.
Did
Ray,
we make a bet?
tell Ant the bad news, though, about him getting his money.
I don't even know the bad news. What do you mean?
I'm sorry. How many times have I come in that room today for something?
Oh, that's right. This man, Marshall Harris, doesn't have his wallet.
You walking the streets
today.
without a wallet?
Luckily for you.
You grown adult walking the streets without a wallet? You better run that dollar, Marshall Harris. Run it.
I think this is hilarious because, Ray, how torn up was I when I walked in today?
Marshall was devastated today when he came to work because he couldn't find his wallet anywhere.
I couldn't find my wallet at home, so I left. I have because I need the ID just to get where I need.
Right.
passport.
Okay.
I don't have my wallet. I don't have my ID. I don't have a dollar. I don't have a dollar.
You had a feeling this was coming. Like the
I
hairs on the
didn't.
back of your neck were standing up.
Is that what we're talking about?
Your ears were burning.
Meanwhile,
something was going on.
She's digging through folders looking for $1.
No, because I got one from the ground again, and I was like, "This is
Yo,
guy
you and your
paying me
street
off
Is there a
these
slice of
bets
pizza
I
in there
made."
too?
There was no ground pizza. I told you I'm close to the ground, so I find things there.
I'm glad that the Cubs did not trade Nico Horner. Let me. What date was that? I'm trying to figure out how far.
Like
that was
3
right
weeks
after
ago.
Well, actually, it was right after the Bregman trade. That's what kind of spurred the conversation because the Bears had just lost in the playoffs, and the Bregman trade happened, and then we just kind of in transition. We're talking Nico. I was like, "There's no way that anybody's trading Nico," and you were like, "Yeah, they're gonna trade Nico." And I was like, "No, they're not gonna trade Nico." And that is actually the first time I wanted to yell at you on the air. So
Yeah,
that's
that's
probably
fine. That's
what
fine.
It wasn't when
the
he
time
said
I
the Bulls were gonna
officially
win
yelled.
I knew it was a long
games.
time ago, though. I knew it was a long time ago because once they told us about how much money they made and that they were putting their money back into the product, I was like, "Oh, then they're definitely not trading Nico now."
Yeah.
But until then, I was very much they might trade Nico.
What
Because
show was it with the "Give me my $2"? Was that that was
I
like
want
a,
my $2.
Yeah, was that
Better
a
off
Cusack
dead.
movie, right? Better Off Dead. There we go.
I'll have
Wait
your
a sec-
dollar the next time I see you. If I find my wallet. If I don't find
Run
my
that-
wallet,
you better run that dollar.
I might be in trouble because
Run that dollar, Marshall.
Austin Rivers said what he said about being bewildered, and then Draymond did, well, Draymond things.
I don't like to get in these back and forths because, quite honestly, guys that you usually get into the back and forths with, they become back and forths because it's like one of them like severely tips something this way and the other is just like kind of so far down that it kind of pulls you back a little bit. And so, speaking of Austin Rivers, I saw he said he's bewildered and it's ridiculous of what I said. And I just find it interesting that a guy who was the 10th pick in my draft, I was 35, who's on his second act, still on act 1. He goes, Draymond, never been a scorer. Austin, you and I averaged the same amount of points in high school. And I say high school because that's when you were at your best. And then in college, he was still good. He was very featured at Duke because NBA careers, should he really talk about my NBA career? I'm still with my first team. He was gone from his first team in 2 years.
You know what he did? He played defense.
yes, he played better defense than Austin Rivers. I think Austin Rivers would tell you that. In fact, Austin Rivers had a lot to say in response to Draymond, correct?
Come on, Draymond. This is ridiculous. Seriously. Ridiculous. But you know what? I'm going to address it because you crossed the line and you were mad disrespectful for whatever reason. You've been around too long. We both were drafted in the same class. The fact that you don't have the wherewithal to do your due diligence and actually understand I was being highly complimentary of you on the Dan Patrick Show. But it's you, and I shouldn't be surprised. You always act irrationally, emotionally immature, and your anger always puts you in hot water. So here I am having to address a video of you belittling my career. First off, Draymond,
Following Dykstra will be this gentleman, Ryan Sandberg, who received the biggest ovation of the evening. Boy, they love him here in Chicago.
Second day in a row. He also received the biggest ovation in the home run hitting contest yesterday.
And then helped his National League team win that home run hitting contest. One of the most beautiful cities in the country is Chicago. You fly over tonight and you'll see an awesome sight. That's downtown Chicago, the tallest building, the Hancock building you see there. Making our way north along Lake Michigan out to Wrigley Field, where unfortunately they can get in less than 40,000. They could have put 100,000 here tonight had they been able to accommodate them.
Wow, that from the 1990 All-Star Game, Tanny. It was Jack Buck and who was the other voice? I couldn't catch it.
Tim McCarver.
Yeah. Yes, McCarver. Buck, so Ryan Dempster knows. He's like, come on, Spiegel. That's the All-Star Game at Wrigley Field, which is where it's going to be next year. The last home run derby at Wrigley, by the way, that year, Mark McGwire, Ken Griffey Jr., Cecil Fielder, Darryl Strawberry. Do you know how many total home runs were hit that night? The wind was blowing in, Demp.
At Wrigley, total number of home runs was 19.
5.
Whoa.
3 homers off the bat of Ryan Sandberg, who won home run derby in front of the home crowd.
How about that?
Is that crazy? The wind was blowing in. So you know what it's like there. If the wind's really blowing in, can you imagine if the wind's blowing in next year for the home run derby?
The league will be thankful for that big jumbotron that'll block half that wind. You'll just see left center homers. It was funny that home. I talked to Wilson the day after Contreras after his home run derby, and I thought, that home run derby in Philly was incredible.
So you were there. You're on the field with Intentional Talk.
Yeah, we're doing the show before the game, so we had a ton of great guests and different guests coming on the show.
Boys to Men came up and basically sang "End of the Road" on your show.
Yeah, it was just phenomenal.
Crazy.
We had a comedian Adam Ray on who was two-wayed with Pete. Pete was in center field, mic'd up, so PCA's out there, and then you had like that going on while we're interviewing Pete, while we're interviewing Adam, and it was just an absolute blast. Freddie Freeman was on, and Cam Schlittler was on, and a long list of guests, and Nick Kurtz, and all these fun guys, this young talent at the game, and it's a blast. But that home run derby and Wilson's first round, like watching that was one of the most impressive because where his were like 470, 472, 477, like
490, one of them.
Yeah, like they weren't like, not to discount it, but in that first round they were all going. And I see him at the cage on the day of the game, and I'm like, bro, wow. And he was like, I was trying to hit it off the scoreboard. Like that was my goal. He's like, I thought I could do that. He goes, I didn't know if I could win the Derby, but I've come so close in batting practice. I thought maybe I could hit it off the top.
Wow. He's having an unbelievable season.
Yeah.
And it's funny, like they Red Sox fans think he's like the emotional core of that team. Like he is like the heart and the heartbeat of that team, which is fascinating, having lived with the Wilson that we saw. He's still volatile and he's still erratic.
I know. I said
Wilson.
to him, I said, dude, would you stop trying to fight everybody? Stop yelling at everybody. He goes, I know, I need to be better. He really, when he said that, he had a great comment. I didn't like injustice. Like I always gravitated towards standing up for anything that was going on. And if you think about where he's come from in his country and everything that they've had to deal with, that was one thing. If you look around, like Zambrano, volatile, came from Venezuela in a really tough upbringing and a really tough environment. And there was a little bit fight or flight in there. Z and I talked about it, I asked him one time, I was like, why do you always get so mad? Why are you always like, it's scary, like for us, like you're a big guy, like we can't take you down. Like, I mean, maybe three of us could, but that's even up for debate.
This is Carlos Zambrano you're talking about.
Yeah, not Wilson. Yeah. And so I was just curious because I'd see this other side of him that was gentle and kind and loving and, funny and, loved playing baseball. And he said when he was a young kid, he was, walking home from school and a kid picked on him and got in a fight with him and beat him up. And then he went home and his dad's like, you're going to walk by there every time and fight him until you get him. And I think, that's what sometimes when we see things like going on, it's so easy to go like, why are you acting like that? Well, hey man, you don't know what it was like for me, and what I had to go through to get to where I got to. And, I think for Wilson, and there's a lot already and still going on right now. And then the earthquakes, and he's a very emotional kid. I saw him when he was in AA. I threw him batting practice. When he was hitting all those homers, I threw him batting practice in Biloxi, Mississippi. Him and Dan Vogelbach.
Wow.
And that was the group. And they were just like showing me exactly why I needed to stay retired. And they were just hitting bombs everywhere. And I was
just 14 or what?
2015.
15.
Yeah. And I just remember being like, wow, this kid's got a lot of pop, man. So when I was hitting that, I was like, yeah, that's Biloxi. Another one. That's what it was like.
Having flashbacks to you pitching BP.
To him. Yeah, it was really fun. But yeah, so I think he takes a lot of that on. But he is a passionate guy, and, he's getting more mature. He's trying to figure it out. I would say that. That's what I loved. When I said that to him, this genuineness of like, I want to be better about that, and I hope that he continues to do that because he is have a huge heart, man.
He has said so a few times this year that he's trying to be better. Aren't we all trying to be better at stuff?
Yeah.
So it's easy to root for somebody who's like, oh yeah, I kind of have an issue with this.
Yeah.
I'm working on that. See,
but you also can't stare everybody down, and nobody can't stare you down back.
He got brushed back during the home run derby.
Yeah, I know.
There was an inside pitch during the derby. All right, so look, we could go down a million baseball rabbit holes, human nature rabbit holes, musical ones as well. But I teased what you do at the break. I didn't realize you were there last night. I accompanied my wife to Noah Khan at Wrigley, and I wasn't a huge fan going in, but I left a huge fan. I thought it was an incredible concert. And I mentioned that in our text thread today, and you sent pictures of you there with your daughters last night, right? Which is amazing. And I realized Jake Arrieta was there last night. John Lackey and David Ross were there last night. And there were current players there last night. I ran into Nico Horner and his fiancée, Julia.
Yep.
and I invited myself to the wedding.
Nice.
And then, but yeah, who else? PCA was there.
Yeah, Pete was there. Jameson Tyon was there. Craig Counsell, Mark Kotze was in town, manager of the A's.
Counsell and Kotze together.
Teammates with the Marlins, former teammates of mine with the Marlins as well.
And still very good friends.
Yeah, Mark and Jamie and his son were in town, and then Counts had his boy and his daughter and his wife there. Yeah, it was great. It was a big get down. I love that show. Like, you know, I've had a chance to see Noah a couple times and earlier on, and then I'll see him now, and like, just the production, the band, the kindness that you feel through their band members coming out, the the evolution of the stage as we've seen
at Wrigley.
Yeah, just from what started as a backdrop to the different things that have gone on. Post Malone playing across the street on the rooftop, and just last night bringing that intimacy into a little bit closer to you. And
it was brilliant. They had 3 stages. There's the main stage, and then had another one a little further out, and then another little one a little further out. So like a whole bunch of people had a chance to feel like they were in the front row or the second row.
Yeah, they really did, and moved it around well, and played to different parts of the crowd. And you know what I thought was awesome? The car, the scene with the police officer getting arrested for what appears to be a DUI.
He had a Vermont police car on the stage,
and but once he was in there, how he was singing through the different cameras,
side view mirror, and looking in the back seat at one time.
Yeah, it was really cool, really forward thinking and creative in a space that, right? Like we've had so much music over our lifetime, and to constantly come up with new ideas to be creative on stage like that. Yeah, it was a ton of fun. We had a great time dancing with my daughters and just enjoying that moment. And their friend Ella was there, so yeah, it was a blast.
That's awesome. Yeah, we had a great time too. But it's like, I love music at the ballpark. I adore, obviously it's like my 2 biggest passions, but any concert that I ever get a chance to see at Wrigley or at any ballpark, if I get to be on the field, and you sit anywhere on the field, you can always go back to the diamond itself. We took a lap. You can walk around on the warning track behind home plate over to third and go back around and like make a little loop around there. And I'll never forget, like I saw Fish there at Wrigley one time, and I was feeling it, man. I was in my cups at Fish and like feeling it. And I'm standing at deep short.
Feeling it like a substance that you would, okay.
It's a good point. Yeah. Good read by you. Thanks for pointing that out. So yeah, I'm at deep short, and I'm listening to Chalk Dust Torture, which is all about going to school. And when I was going to school, I was ignoring the teachers, and I was working on baseball. I was like, flip over the piece of paper and write down, make a diamond, and like, well, my all-league team would be these guys, right? Yeah. That was me. And I'm standing there like, how many shortstops have made a play deep in the hole right here as I'm listening to Fish? Like, it was like those kind of moments where those worlds are coming together. It's unbelievable. I think Wrigley has become the best big concert venue in the city.
Yeah.
I think it is the best place to see a show. It's a natural amphitheater. It sounds great, and the vibe's unbelievable.
Yeah, the vibe is incredible, and the sound is incredible. Like you said, the natural amphitheater, I think just the way it projects sounds, even for a baseball game, you feel that. You go to other places, and they're pretty, like Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh has one of... most people, if you baseball players, they definitely top 5, if not top 3 backdrops. Clemente Bridge, you got the Steel Building, you got all this stuff, and it's beautiful and it looks great, but it's also really open, so the sound really doesn't, it doesn't get loud in there like other places. And Wrigley really has that beauty, but it also has that feeling of intimacy, almost like you're like in the Hollywood Bowl, but it wraps all the way around or something. It's like really, really special place. And so when you throw in music in there, and then you have people going there that are tying those moments together, right? Like, you could go to Wrigley and you see the Rolling Stones, and you're like, oh my God, me and my wife, that was our wedding song, and I met her at the Cubs game, and the connection of the two is so big. Music and baseball together. We talk about it all the time. So I think when you're seeing it live and having those moments, it's just a special place.
Let's talk to somebody else who was at that show last night. He's usually up in the booth, but he was on the field last night. And he's going to be at Chicago Theater later on tonight as, I believe, the MC of this thing. Lovable Reunion Live. John Boog Shambi going to join me and his old friend Ryan Dempster next on The Score.
104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, your laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 104.3 The Score. We're live and local. 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
This segment
weren't the same players in high school. I don't care about our numbers being similar. I did it at the national level, at the top level. Hence why I got the Naismith Award, and I got pretty much every award you could think of in high school. I was ranked #1. You were ranked, I don't know. So cut it out. Next. College, you actually were you were actually a really good college basketball player, but it's hard to compare because I was only there for 6 months. Something you could never do. Talk about I was, one of the featured guys. No, I was the guy. I led my team in scoring. I was first team All-ACC, freshman player of the year, lottery pick. Stop. Next. The NBA, hey, man, you got it, Dre. I mean, listen, I played in the NBA for more than 10 years, more than a decade, but 11 years, but I'm not a Hall of Famer like you. So I'll give you that credit. All right? You got it. But let's peel back that onion and understand why. Easy, Tiger. Okay? You have the delusion, the non-wherethal. The irony of you saying I'm part of the biggest bailout in NBA history. Draymond, you were the luckiest basketball player I think I've ever seen, especially in modern day history. Let's talk about that. You were drafted to a franchise with the Hall of Fame front office, Bob Myers, Hall of Fame coach, Steve Kerr, the greatest shooter of all time, and perhaps the top 5 player of all time, Steph Curry, Hall of Famer. One of the greatest shooters, top 5 shooter of all time, another Hall of Famer, Klay Thompson. The Swiss Army knife himself, the guy who could do a little bit of everything on the floor, Andre Iguodala, another Hall of Famer. I know, keep up, it's a lot of talent. Not to mention one of the most lethal scorers of all time and arguably a top 10 player of all time, Kevin Durant, the same guy you chased off because of this, your mouth. You talk too much. And that's not even counting the plethora of talent around those guys. The Sean Livingstons, the Barbosas, the Andrew Wiggins, the Jordan Pooles, who you also chased off. Cut it out. Draymond, you're the backpack jump shooter. You're the guy that everyone leaves open. No one guards you. There are hours and hours and hours of film of just you being left wide open. In fact, anybody can just YouTube or Google or watch any Draymond game ever, and he's open all game. There are clips of you getting a rebound and just driving in a straight line and just getting a wide open layup because everyone's fanning out to guard the actual talent on the team. Talking about Steve Kerr ended your career. Bro, Steve Kerr made your career. How dare you? Coming at me? Are you kidding me? I wish I could give my son $200 million if I was a coach. Yo, the NBA doesn't give coaching jobs to guys who may or may not sucker punch one of the players and staff. You need to fall back, Dre. Let's just be frenemies.
Let's just be frenemies. Backpack jumper is what really just woof.
Because imitate yourself trying to shoot a jumper with a backpack on.
Austin Rivers told no lies. He left no room for notes.
I was ranked #1. You were ranked, I don't know.
The pointing to the Naismith Trophy.
Yeah, it's in the background. So when he's talking about his high school career being different, he literally has the Naismith Trophy for top high school player in the country directly behind him and references it.
I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like God is in control of everything. When God has a plan for you, He gonna put you in the plan, and He gonna make you go through the ups and downs and the trials and tribulations. But when it's your time and He put you in position, you just gotta go execute it and make the best of it. So that's what I plan on doing.
Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
Nah, not really. Because,
hell yeah!
I mean, honestly, I've been in this situation a lot in my life. This is not my first rodeo. This is not my first go-round. I've been thrown in the fire plenty of times, and I've excelled. So, I mean, I'm taking the same approach, and I don't expect anything different.
Mike Wallace Grote. Were you shaking your head at God?
Just surrounded by heathens everywhere.
Oh, my God. I heard that one, Grote. I heard that one.
I was serious when I said you need to listen to this.
I heard that one.
I was walking out of Palace Hall today. I'm walking out of Palace. I knew the question was weird, trust me. But I was kind of like, I had to do my work.
Not weird.
I had to get out of there, so I wasn't really like, I know other reporters were talking about it. I figured I walk out. There's Herb Howard. There's Herb Howard.
You kind of shaking your head at God?
You asked 4 questions in a row. There were other reporters around there?
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Were you shaking your head at
Yeah.
God?
Were there
Kind of
any-
shaking your head at God.
Were there any Snickers?
Yeah.
Were there any?
There were smiles when I said that because it's a very weird
What
thing to
happened
ask.
with Deontay's face when you posed that question?
No, he was straight face,
Very
man.
straight
Number one most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station. The Score! Boog Shambi.
You know that arrow?
That's my guy. I love Boog.
Cubs play-by-play man for the Marquee Network.
2 down. Fly ball left field. Ian Happ. Ball game. Cubs win. Good finish to the first half as they take 2 of 3 in Cincinnati. Alex Bregman, a big homer in the later stages, and Webb closes it out.
All the latest news and notes on the Chicago Cubs.
Wow.
That's a good boy right there.
He's been around the block.
He's had a barrel under his neck. You know what I mean? He's like a cartoon, that dog.
Probably a little warm for that dog tonight. Get him a cold frosty beverage and
I feel like I might be related to
burger.
that dog. We're kind of similar. Oh my gosh.
Boog Shambi.
Pulteney Wildfire Shambi.
On 104.3 The Score.
John Boog Shambi joins us on the Spiegel and Holmes show on the Score Hotline, brought to you by Potawatomi Casino and Hotel, the Midwest best casino at Spiegs. And Ryan Dempster here this afternoon. Lawrence is on vacation for a couple of days here at the break. Boog, I'm so glad that Chris Tannehill went back and grabbed that clip of you and Jim Deshaies enjoying that dog from a few weeks ago. Just like, boy, that's a good boy right there. I mean, you had a bunch of good lines, every one a Maserati there delivered. But my favorite one is you genuinely wondering if you were related to that dog. because why? He had red hair and it was the shape of the hair? What was it that made you think maybe you were related?
I felt like there was a body type similarity and then a similarity to hair. And I mean, look, the Huskies, I know he's not as a body type, the Huskies know one another. I know he was not a Husky, but it was, I don't know. It just, he spoke to me and the color of the hair certainly played into it as well.
The barrel that was around his neck that he at one point you figured he had carried, what do you think was in that barrel?
That's a good question.
Yeah. Probably Jameson.
It's a good call. Yeah, it's because it was going to be brandy or scotch of some kind.
Right.
Yeah,
there was an old Canadian commercial. It was for like Theraflu, but it wasn't that. It was like, and the dog went up. Somebody was really sick and way up north.
And
like
they had Theraflu in the
they were
in the
outside,
barrel?
not in Vancouver. They were in Fort St. John, like so far north. And the dog just showed up, and like then he drank it, and then the next day he could go back to work. You know,
That's a better way.
Yeah.
That's a better way to go.
The whiskey works too.
Hey, John Boog Shambi, how far back do you go with Ryan Dempster? Because we're talking Florida, right? Demp, you debuted as a Marlin in '98. Boog, when did you debut?
And before he answers this, please know there still are certain statute of limitations that haven't passed, Boog. So just be careful.
Yeah.
Good luck.
No, that's good, fair. 1998. I think Brian Dempster were you 21?
Yeah, 21 years old.
Yeah, that's how far back we go from those Marlin teams, and it's pretty amazing just the group, the '98 team with Demp and Millar and Mike Redmond and Derek Lee and Mike Lowell and Craig Counsell and Mark Kotze and Cliff Floyd, and a team that lost 110-ish games, 108 games, and yet so many guys went on to significant major league careers, and most of them are still involved in the game.
Yeah, Dave Dombrowski is the GM, and Jim Leland is the manager.
Brad Penny.
Yeah. Did you know you had smart... Well, Demp, you and I have talked about, I think it was the '99 team that you broke camp with all those pitchers, with Alex Fernandez and A.J. Burnett And Brad Penny, as you mentioned, like there's a lot of really good arms there for a while.
Yeah, and I think I'm curious, like Boog might have thoughts about it too. But just one thing about Jim was like we were so young. We were lucky. We had Harvey Dorfman. I think he helped a lot of those guys with the mental side and the mental edge of baseball, and realized, like, I remember sitting with Harvey on the bench and kind of being down on myself. I didn't have a big league win yet. It was July. I'd been up since, end of May. And I'm like sitting there kind of stressing and saying to Harvey, like, I can't win. I'm not winning any games. I'm like struggling. And he just said, so effing what? He goes, you're supposed to lose every game. Look at your next start. Pick up a paper. You're going to be the underdog, and so learn. And I think that's what all of us had in common was we really tried to learn, and we had a great first tutor in Jim Leland, and we had good baseball players around us. I think don't be lost in that. That's the significance. When you trade away all your really good players, you get a lot of really good players back. They're just not mature yet, and we were able to do that together. And we're all bonded. Like he's talking about those guys. Boog's friends with Mark Kotze, friends with Craig Counsell, who was on that team, friends with myself, Mike Lowell. Like we're talking like, oh, we're in the same city. Let's have dinner. Like we all do that amongst each other. Here we are almost 30 years later. It's pretty remarkable, actually. I think maybe we're onto a documentary, Boog.
Yeah, it was, I mean, look, a special group, and I'm with you on Harvey. I think there were so many things that I learned from him, and he's obviously impacted through his, teaching and writing so many guys that he never met. But, you were lucky enough to work with him. I was lucky enough to meet him and get to know him. I think about Kevin Brown throwing a bullpen and Larry Rothschild telling me this story of Kevin getting frustrated with himself and Harvey asking him, what are you so frustrated about? And and Kevin just barks at him, I'm a perfectionist. And Harvey said, have you ever met a perfect person? And Kevin said, no. And Harvey said, well, what makes you think you're going to be the first?
Oh, what a line.
God, that's good. Harvey Dorfman wrote many books, The Mental Game of Baseball, The Mental ABCs of Pitching. I bought that one after Kyle Hendricks told me about it. So, I mean, and that's a couple of decades after he wrote it, as the influence lasted. Is Kyle Hendricks going to be there tonight as you MC this thing, Boog? To your knowledge, the Lovable Reunion Live at Chicago Theater?
I don't think he's going to be there tonight, but I believe he's throwing out the first pitch this weekend.
Wow.
Peter down and away.
This is a crazy week. It's crazy that it's 10 years. What have you been thinking about as you get ready to work this thing tonight?
I think just the joy that the event and the accomplishment brought to so many people. And I think, I think there is an interesting tie-in to the guys that were involved are all competing, but there was a weight to it. And I mean like WEIGHT. Did I get that right? And I think that there's a weight to it. There was just so much, look, Theo Epstein's probably the one guy that had been through it before because there was a now I can die happy weight to it. I'm excited tonight just to see the energy from the fans reflected off of these guys who accomplished this incredible thing.
Trying to figure out, how do we describe what your role was that year, Ryan Dempster? You were a special assistant to the GM, right? But does that mean you could party with the players and then also hang out with the front office? So you could have been a narc. Theoretically, you had opportunities to be a narc. Is that fair to say?
That's very fair to say. And I could have done that. But I think there was a general agreement that I wouldn't. And for me, it felt like a little bit was like I was on the 60-day IL with zero chance at a rehab assignment. I think if I could describe it perfectly. So I just got to be there. I probably went to, during the regular season, 40 of the 80 home games, some road games, every game in the playoffs.
Wow.
And that's what Theo wanted me around for, just be you and at the time too, doing TV, I know it was a hard balance. I was lucky the network I'm working at, MLB Network, they would not really in my segments cover the Cubs, which kind of kept me from that, which, was nice. But at the same time, I was trying to do my best job. I was always trying to remember both sides. I respected the reporters. Sometimes I just had earlier access into the clubhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing you over there doing your thing as you get to work during the All-Star break. Look at that. What a lucky boy you are.
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, but during the break is a fascinating time. Last night, a bunch of those guys who will be there tonight and a bunch of the current players and Ryan Dempster and me and you, Boog Shambi, at Wrigley to see music, man. Like, I know how much you love Noah Khan as a songwriter and a performer. What's it like to see a live concert in the ballpark that you usually sit above and talk about a game for as many times as you do? That's got to be kind of a psychologically fascinating thing to sit there.
I think what I kept doing was, first of all, the concert was amazing. I thought Noah Khan was amazing. I was lucky enough to see him last year at Fenway. But what I kept doing was that I was like dead on center stage. So I kept turning around to sort of look back at the entire stands, just in kind of a view of what Noah Khan's looking at, what the players look at. And, everybody had the lights. So that part of it was just, I don't know, man. It brought a smile to my face, and it kind of made my jaw drop a little bit.
There was nobody in the broadcast booths. Like, why are they not selling tickets or inviting people from Marquee and from the Score? Like, just go hang out in the booth. Do you not want your booth scuttled with party detritus from a concert, Boog?
I do not want my booth scuttled with party stuff and cigarette butts and beer cans. No, I do not.
Okay.
I want it. Yeah.
Cigarette. Who's he watching? Who's watching the concert? Mark Grace?
Jim Leland.
Yeah, Jim Leland.
and Mark Grace.
That's the only person he would ever let scuttle the floor. Is probably Jim Leland.
Did Leland, was Leland smoking in the clubhouse, smoking in his office? Would he walk through with a heater when you guys were working with him?
Yeah. Can I just say real quick that the only time in my entire life that I really have ever heard anyone use the phrase scuttle is in the Hunt for Red October, when Sean Connery says, "The crew and I will go beneath and shuffle the ship." That's the only time I've ever heard anybody use the word scuttle.
That's an amazing Sean Connery impersonation.
This is why I'm here. This is why the Lord invented the All-Star break, to get you guys to do Sean Connery back and forth to each other.
Give me a ping, Vasily. One ping only, please.
Well, Boo, good luck tonight in the show. I'm sure it will be spectacular.
Yep. I don't know where to go from there. You guys got any ideas?
Hey, Boo, real question for you. Like, for you, obviously now you're doing the Cubs and you're the play-by-play guy, but before in 2016, you're watching it from a different perspective, right? Like, you're more involved. And ironically enough, if you're the home broadcaster all season, you don't get to do the game on TV. That's Smoltz. But you got to
unless
see it.
Unless you are Dan Schulman in Canada. He's the
How about that?
one of one.
That's right.
Yeah.
One of one last
He's a superfractor.
Yep.
Yeah, he is.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out Dan Schulman, unbelievable guy. But I'm just curious, like, we know all the moments, right? And we go through those moments, and those big ones are on our forefront. The Dexter home run in Game 7, and the John Lester's performance in Game 5, and you have all these different things Cleveland did. What's something for you in there that you remember maybe watching and going, that might be one of the coolest things I saw on a baseball field? Something like that. Just some moment that we might not know about from that series.
So I just watched it at home with a couple of friends, the Game 7, and calling it, I was on the other side that year. So I did the American League. But I was around that team so much, and I think there was such a vibe to that team in 15 and 16. They were fun and funny, and there was a playfulness, and they were so good. I mean, I can remember you started looking at that team and thinking, wow, this team is just going to win forever. I remember having the one interaction I remember having, I believe in you know what? It might have been 15. I think it might have been 15. I could be making this up, and there's no way to verify it. But it was on the field for Sunday night.
We have Google.
Dodgers on a Sunday night. And I believe it was the night that in 15 when Arrieta threw the no-hitter. And so they're still, they won 97 games, but the year before, they win in the 70s, 73 games. Mm-hmm. So it was a getaway day Sunday night game, which at that point everybody doesn't love. And so I'm on the field and I know everybody. I know, Kyle and Rossi and Riz and everybody, and they're burying me for, hey, Boog, thanks for the Sunday night game, because I'm calling it on the radio. And I still remember that, they're burying me. And I remember there was a pause, and I said, hey, you guys don't want the Sunday night getaway game? And they all looked, and I said, then don't be good.
Yes.
And they stopped, and everybody kind of nodded their head like, yeah, okay, dig it. Yeah. The response was very much like, yeah, this is a badge. I mean, that, it was still a bit of a thing then. So they got it, and they were just becoming good. So the response in that moment was kind of like, okay, fair enough. We're good. Mm-hmm. And I'm pretty sure that was the night that Arrieta threw the no-hitter. I mean, he definitely threw it on a Sunday night in L.A.
Yep.
So anyway, I loved being around that team those years. I loved that team. They were a fun team to be around.
Yeah, you could tell that there was a very special mix there. And it'll be kind of celebrated and thought about all weekend. But we've got Arrieta coming up at the top of the hour, and that Sunday night, August 30th, when he throws the no-hitter, is in the midst of his Bob Gibson streak, essentially, when he was as good as anybody has ever been. I mean, it's just stunning when you look at it and think about it, and then, but boy, Lester and Ross just kind of took over that team. They kind of took over that clubhouse when they got there, and it's a really, I don't know whether Joe kind of allowed it to happen. Theo maybe knew it would happen, but they really set a vibe, those two guys, when they got there, didn't they, Damp?
Yeah, I think I remember one moment in spring training that really kind of set that vibe too. Is and David had this philosophy, and if you know him well enough, he said, don't confuse my kindness for weakness, because he said he has the ability to quickly switch and go, that's not right, and have that uncomfortable. And so Starlin Castro in 2015.
By the way, that's the thing I like to call about David Ross, the sneaky jerk. He's sneaky jerk. It's
sneaky jerk,
David Ross, he's sneaky jerk. That's not the word I use, but sorry, Tim, go ahead.
No, and I was saying, and Starlin Castro was in in 2015 in spring training, and they're doing pickoffs and rundowns, and I believe it was Starlin, and he was kind of lackadaisical, and Rossi flipped and yelled on the field, and you wonder why you're going to finish in last place? That's why. If we can't do this right, we should be out of here in 3, not 30. Let's go. And snapped on the whole situation. And then it was Chris rundown, done, over with. And he's like, attaboy, that's what I'm talking about, fellas. And he just totally, that's him. It's we can mess around, but we got to be good first. And then let's mess around. Let's make sure we're tightened up fundamentally. And so when you talked about that team, and those guys in particular, they brought that, but they just were so much like that togetherness. I think that when Boog's saying that, I'm hearing that about them. They ragged each other as much as anybody. But there was love and respect for the give back. So when Boog gives it back to him like that, it's yeah, that's right.
So how was that translated to you and Rossi working together, as you often do on TV, Boog?
Also, can I just say this is a really funny one, and it's great that I'm going to get a chance to say this on the air. So I'm on a text thread for the show tonight, I'm on a text thread with Rizzo, Arrieta, Joe, Miggy, Ross, Lester. There's a couple of more, and they are just having at it the entire day. And I have not participated, and I don't know that they even know that I'm on there. So I'm literally on a text thread today, 2:51, and they are. I mean, they're talking about meeting for the bus. Somebody's saying, make sure you bring my money. Somebody else says, bring something else. And it's like, so it is amazing the way they would go at each other, have settled right back in to go at each other. And I am just sitting over here like, nope, I'm not saying anything. I am not going to participate. Nothing to see here. So That's right, me not saying anything, but I know my place.
That is impressive. That's impressive. And it probably is a pretty good representation of what your role might be on the stage at the Chicago Theater tonight.
100%. Get out of the way. The only thing that I'm contemplating is that I'm not sure, and I'll ask them. There is a part of me that feels like I want, when the show starts and everything settles and I introduce everyone and there's a quick pause, there's a part of me that wants to do, remember that time you guys won the 2016 World Series?
You should do that. You know what? That would
awesome.
play with really well is John Lester. If you did that to Lester today, he'd die. He'd die laughing. Hey, John, you remember that? You remember that time?
So good.
Man.
I can't wait for this tonight. This is going to be an absolute blast, dude.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Have fun, Boog. Thanks for the time. Now get
Love
over.
you guys.
Love you,
All
brother.
right. Much love. That's John Shambi joining us right here on 104.3 The Score. Goodness, this is a good time. Hanging out with Ryan Dempster today up until 6 o'clock. And then I too will be headed over there to check that thing out. When we come back, I want to dial in a little bit more realistically on your role in 2016 and also the Aroldis Chapman trade. Because guess what? He's a prized target again, 10 years later, which is astonishing. So we'll talk a little bit of big picture, trade deadline stuff, but also touch on 2016 as well as we mix it all in on The Score this afternoon on Spiegel and Holmes.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
The proverbial second half of the season. Aside from the trades, what do you need to either have happen or continue? I need Alex Bregman to continue to do what he's doing. Show the pop that we know you to have. We know that's not the main part of his game, but we know slug is a part of it. What he's doing right now so far in the first couple of weeks of July, that to me is going to help the Cubs offense immensely.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Blue Cross.
Absolutely, but I'm rushing out of Hallis Hall. I come up the stairs. I see Herb Howard and a bunch of his coworkers from the Bigs, and they're looking at me. They're shaking their head. I'm like, what? What? They're like, yeah, we're looking at you. They go, you better be careful driving home, man. Hands on the wheel. You are cursed. You talk about God like that.
Oh, my God. I'm looking out this window.
I'm like, oh, okay, I guess that one did hit. Do we have Mooney?
Yeah. You're kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though.
What's that?
Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
Meaning what?
Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that.
Oh, it's so great.
You going to ask Flus a God question next time?
Please do. I think I get one God question a year.
No.
Or I'd get it talking to.
No,
you know?
work it in. Work it in.
Yeah, I'll
that
see
could
what
be
I
your
can do.
beat.
They have a chapel at Hallis Hall, so maybe I need to spend some time there tomorrow.
All us God guys are accustomed to you types. We're used to it.
I understand. Hey, look, well, I'm not going to give you my church resume. Forget it. I stand by what I asked.
Can you see us? Because we have some stuff in the studio here, Nico.
Yeah, I can see you.
All right, good. this picture of Pie-O-My right here from season 4 of The Sopranos.
I can't believe that we have this.
Yeah, we thought maybe you'd enjoy.
No,
yeah,
not Pie-O-My. That's a sad death.
Yeah, what happened was
spoiler alert.
Yeah, seriously.
Spoiler alert. The horse dies, everybody.
The truth is that Danny Parkins got this picture of Pie-O-My as a gift for Chris Tannehill, and Tanny didn't want to put it in his house, so it lives here in the studio. And then Lawrence is holding a canvas that a listener made of me looking at the picture of Pie-O-My. So now all we need, now all we need is a canvas of you looking at the picture of me looking at Pie-O-My, and then we're really getting somewhere.
I think we got the clip art to be able to pull that part of it off right now, off of the 3-shot.
Yeah, that's just one quick AI ChatGPT request away. Yeah, and Pie-O-My is the sad one. I mean, Tony and his animals, he's always had a strong bond, and nothing sets that man up like a departure or death of a four-legged creature or a duck or whatever it is. So yeah, interesting psychology going on there. R.I.P. Pie-O-My.
Our pal Boog Shambi reported this morning that he met a kid in St. Louis whose favorite player is Nico Horner.
That's huge.
And it's huge. You got one. And
got one.
And he went out and he got himself a dog, and he named the dog Nico.
Wow. I will say that's not the first. I'll brag on that. I've gotten a weird amount of DMs saying we named our dog Nico. And I don't know I guess it's a good thing, but it feels a little like, I don't know if it's a dog name.
I think that you should take it as a compliment because I mean, like, if they went with usually the child name is connected to a family member. So, you know, if someone did want to name their child Nicholas or Nico, I mean,
that's a good point. A kid name would be weirder.
I think a kid name would be a lot weirder.
Yeah, I feel kind of yeah. I mean, it goes back to the animal thing, right? I'm kind of more excited about the dog.
At what point do we have to bring in Malort so Dustin can chug it? Or
I brought it up, and I was accused of never making a wager. Dustin is showing.
No, you changed the bets. You said I have to drink a half a bottle of Malort.
No,
it's 2 shots.
I think he said he was guzzling half a bottle.
I think the 2 shots is fine, but it isn't something you're necessarily going to make that a memorable. I think I have a better. If Moises Ballesteros catches one more game, I think that Dustin's going to have to come in the next day and do the show tarps off.
Oh, God.
I love that one.
Like Anthony Rizzo.
I'll look better than his friend with my shirt off, I'll tell you that.
Boys on
Carbs off, Riz.
How about that?
I got to tell you, it was kind of wild to see him in the crowd just having a drink. Mm-hmm. But there was one point where they were showing him and he was taking a photo with some lady. She seemed delighted to be there. And some dude may have hit him or something. And he turned around and looked, and it was just a fan, like, hey, you know. And he didn't look thrilled that the guy had, you know what I mean? Like, you got to be a little bit careful.
I think about boundaries with guys like that.
I think that you're out there and everyone just thinks, hey. Okay.
Well, I think Anthony Rizzo puts himself in the middle of a lot of these situations because he wants to be a man of the people.
And
I give him a lot of credit for that.
Incredible.
But you're right. People will give him an inch, he'll take a mile. Well, hey, buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Anthony, remember that time I watched you and you hit that home run and we had that moment? Except for you weren't part of that moment. So all these people think that they know him intimately like that.
I know.
So there's no boundary. Maybe he needs some security.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's super cool that he's doing that. It was great when he was out there and caught the ball earlier in the year. I mean, it's just wild to see.
Pure Matt has a better idea. No shirt, but wearing a vest. Dustin should come to work.
Aroldis Chapman to make his Cubs debut. Acquired from the Yankees a couple of days ago. Had 20 saves for New York and an ERA of just over 2. In 31 innings, he struck out 44 men. His first pitch in a Cub uniform, in for a strike to Jose Abreu. The fans gave him up. That was 103 on the radar gun. These fans have never seen a Cub pitcher throw with this kind of velocity.
Pat, nobody has ever seen anybody throw that hard before.
That's
right. That is Ron Coomer and Pat Hughes from 2016 talking about Aroldis Chapman, and the song is Wake Up by Rage Against the Machine. I'm handing my phone to Ryan Dempster. It's a picture I took at Wrigley in 16, or maybe it was a year or two later. I forget. But anyway, I think it must have been 16. Who's that sitting in the front there?
Tom Morello.
Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine, wearing a Morello Cubs jersey, and that's Aroldis Chapman on the mound. And I was thinking at that moment, how cool it must have been to be Tom Morello and hear your song being played as the closer for your childhood team is marching out to the mound.
Yeah, that's badass, isn't it?
Oh, come on.
Yeah, especially, and I know what a big Cubs fan he is.
Yes.
You know, him and his mom, Mary, would always be here, and it's just like...
She just passed away, by the way.
Yeah,
married
rest in peace,
at 102, an incredible rock and roll mom and political activist.
Still gave the best intro I've ever seen for a band in my life. I believe it was the Riv, maybe.
The best band in the effing world.
Yeah, and it was just the way they spotlighted her up, and she's just on the stage all by herself, you know, and she introduced them, and I was just like, that is so badass.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's pretty cool right there.
So, Aroldis Chapman, a trade target again a decade later, which is an amazing thing.
The Cuban Missile, dude. He's just like, he's incredibly physically fit. He's just continued to evolve. He's still, I wouldn't be shocked if he throws for another 5 seasons.
Wow.
Wouldn't surprise me at all. You know, I've seen it. I've seen him transform. Like, he used to always be a big guy and a strong guy. Now I think he's just found exactly how his body works. He's diligent and he gets out everybody in the league. I mean, yeah, the dude's a stud. He'd look really good back in a Cubs uniform again.
A million ways we could go with Ryan Dempster, the host of Intentional Talk and a national analyst for MLB, who was also obviously there in 16 as a special assistant to the front office. But, I mean, stay with me as the pitcher and the pitching analyst you are. What is Chapman doing? Is he thinner? Has he, like, dialed in the mechanics? Like, he's not throwing quite as hard, but it seems to be just as effective. What's he doing?
Yeah, I think a tremendous amount of care for his body and how it moves. You know, he lifts weights. He's jacked. He's massive upper body, massive lower body. But more like not bulk, more just like ripped. And, you know, I talked to him about, he does a lot of core training, stability training with bands. He just it's his craft. You know, behind the scenes, he dedicates his life to it. And it's really cool to see how far he's come from where he was just before that 2016. You know, there's a lot of stuff that went on in his life that he'd like to have back and try another shot at. And I think that he's making most of that opportunity. And he's a kind dude, but when he gets on the mound, the Cuban Missile's coming, man. You look out. It's dangerous.
So in your role in 16, how does the Chapman trade go down from your perspective? When do you start to hear that the Cubs are interested? How does it come together?
Yeah, well, at the time, obviously, he was a name that was out there. People were trying to get him, and we were in a spot that we needed that, you know, and could use that. And it's twofold, right? Like, not only are you trading for Aroldis Chapman, now you are no longer having to face Aroldis Chapman. And I think that was kind of the message that was convened. So Theo had called me and said, hey, you know, let's talk about this. You know, what are your thoughts? And that's one thing that I admire about Theo so much is when he has that position, he likes a lot of input from a lot of people. And you know, what are different views and how do they all line up? Do they line up with mine? Do they line up with what we have planned? And so anyways, he asked, and you know, I just thought it was a great opportunity for us to have both of those things. And then also, you know, there's the elephant in the room at the time was there was, you know, some domestic charges that went on, and what all those are, I honestly can't remember right now. I know there was some
was a gun that was fired in a garage, if memory serves, and the bullet went astray, but the fear was that he had shot the gun at at a partner at the time. That was kind of the primary thing. There were a couple other things rolling around too. But Theo, when the trade went down, I remember that he showed up like the day the trade went down because he knew he was going to have to answer for it. And that's something that he always did. He would show up and answer for it.
Yeah, and I think that's really important when you're in that position of power and leadership and ultimate decision making, that you do that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's what we want out of our players, to be accountable, and then accountable to the media, accountable to answer certain questions, and especially when it comes to something a lot like that, right? And something serious like that.
So leading up to it, he's asking you.
So he asked, and you know, we kind of just talked about it for a while, and he said, "Can you do me a favor? Can you ask the guys?" You know, like, and I think when you were talking earlier about, you know, get to be you're a narc. No, it was more. But you were joking.
I'm joking because you had the ability, and by design, the ability to kind of live in both worlds, which has got to be a tremendous value.
Yeah, I think I learned a lot in that time period from both sides and how both sides work, and you know what you're trying to get done, and from coming at it from a player side. So I called Rossi and I asked him. They were actually up in Milwaukee, I believe, and they were all sitting around in a hotel room. And I said, "Hey, do we want Aroldis Chapman?" And yeah was the overwhelming response. Like, I think a hell yeah came from somebody, man, that's Lackey in the background. Like, you could just hear guys yelling, like, absolutely, go get it done. And so I think that's what maybe Theo was looking for, was that last little bit of confirmation that these guys in the locker room could handle that, right? And it ended up being an amazing thing. I mean, he came over and was incredible. 1 ERA during the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
Struck out, I think, like it was like something like 17 per 9. It was a joke. It was like 2 per 9 innings. Or it's not 17. It was nuts. It was a lot. And I just think, you know, having that understanding and giving him another chance, you know. And I think, you know, when you talk to Chappie, like in the wintertime when the guys were here, you could see it on his face. He was thankful for that opportunity and another chance when maybe other teams might not have done that.
Yeah, it's quite something. The affection that they all felt for him. And you've heard it in those Lovable Reunion pods, and we've played it a bunch of times. Tanny, as you've listened through, every single person, when they talk about the rain delay speech, or they talk about the comeback, and they talk about Joe's usage of Chapman and everything.
To a man, everyone's defending Chapman because, like, you know, they all refer to him as the horse. Like, you know, he carried us across the finish line that year, and then how bad they felt for him during that Game 7 moment, and they were, like, rallying around doing it for him because they didn't want to see him like that. And they're talking about, like, you know, the possibility, we talked about on the show yesterday, the possibility of Fox carrying the suspended game over to the next day.
Yeah.
And they were talking about Chapman having to live in that moment, the Rajai Davis home run overnight. Mm-hmm. So, like, yeah, it was every man talked about Chapman.
Every single one, and they all talked about him with this love and this empathy, which originally, when I first heard it, was like a little bit surprising because he hadn't been there that long, but they knew exactly what his value was. I'm looking at the numbers from that year, Demp, from his 28 games as a Cub in the regular season, 26.2 innings with 46 strikeouts.
Yeah.
12 hits allowed in 26.2 innings.
You know, when you look at teams too, and then you take it further, like, and you go to the postseason and you look at teams and then when they win, right?
Yeah.
And it's usually a closer most of the time. You go down the list. It's like, you know, Wade Davis with Kansas City, but they had 3 of them. Kelvin Herrera, they also had in their bullpen, and Greg Holland.
Yep.
You can go to Bobby Jenks when the White Sox win the World Series. You always have, but there's always somebody who does that. And Chappie was that guy. He was the guy that the guys could literally jump on his back. You can put 4 or 5 guys on his back now.
4 games pitched against the Giants in that series, 4 games in the Dodgers series, and 5 games in the World Series.
13 total games in the playoffs. You know, and that's what dudes remember. Like, they're like, this guy, man, like every night, like, because like the door opens, you're like, him again, holy cow. Like coming in multiple situations where he's coming in and getting, you know, 6 outs or getting 5 outs or getting 4 outs, like,
yeah,
over and over and over again. And I think, you know, guys just really appreciated him, and he feels that, and I'm glad that he feels that, because he should. You know, it's hard when you get traded over to a team midseason and try and be accepted and feel a part of it, and the guys threw their arms around him, and once again, just like Boog was talking about, it was a special group of guys.
Jake Arrieta at the top of the hour with me and Ryan Dempster on The Score. We come back, we're playing categories. Damn it. It's Thursday. Let's have some fun. It's Spiegel and Holmes on the Score.
The Cubs are now on 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
It's got a chance. Cubs win the ball game.
Northwestern Medicine, leading the way to better medicine. Learn more at nm.org.
This segment is sponsored by Grand Appliance. The red, white, and cool sale is on at Grand Appliance right now.
I do wear a vest every day.
Except for a vest. That's a really good one. That's a good one.
Maybe just to upset the apple cart, I'll wear that Cubs vest that I'm not supposed to have.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Right, because I had to retire that. I wore it the one day, took grief, so that one isn't. I don't wear that one to work anymore.
What were the circumstances of the Cub vest?
How did you take grief? We'd
have to rewind.
That's right. We got that.
He got a vest at the game.
You gave me grief that I was gifted. I went to the game. Went like 2.5 hours early
to get the vest.
The vests were gone. Then I got a text from Mitch who said the Cubs were listening to the show, heard that you are a vest wearer, and there is a vest for you up in Pat and Ron's booth.
Oh, we love the fact that they listened and they responded that way.
And you got grief about that?
I did.
So
Who
right
gave
now,
you grief?
You.
Oh, no. That's not fair.
Yes.
No, you are the guy.
There's another free item.
Here is a guy.
That's not how it works.
This is the guy that will not wear any logo on any shirt.
Okay,
because
boys.
he doesn't support anything. And I was giving you grief because you were wearing logos. That's what happened.
So the next time Moises Ballesteros starts a game will be his 4th start at catcher. And then the next morning, Dustin will come in shirtless with the vest, and we'll have some Malort, and we'll do shots in the last segment.
Malort and Mick Ultras.
All right.
I don't know why Malort would be something we have. I thought Malort was like an incredibly.
Well, he could do it. We'll do something else.
Bitter. I thought you said you were going to bring in.
I'll bring some Screwball.
No, you said peanut butter whiskey.
Yeah, peanut butter whiskey. I'll bring in that.
The Spring Inn has already sponsored the bottle of Malort. We already
Excellent. That's right. We're set. We're set for our next baller catching.
Another
stint.
freebie for Rhodes.
I will buy my Mick Ultra at the Jewels.
Excellent.
Did you pay for the Malort?
I did not.
Okay. Point taken.
That's okay. Doesn't matter. The bottom line is if he can.
Didn't ask them to sponsor it.
Is the name Malort on it?
Is it on the bottle?
Yeah.
There's a label.
You gonna wear it?
No.
Didn't know you had the air horn in you. You're like the Michael Winslow of baseball play-by-play guys.
Wow.
You know?
Yeah.
You did the Vuvuzela, too, which we thought was pretty good.
The air horn was okay.
Oh, I thought the air horn was really good. Actually, my favorite thing about the air horn is JD's response. It's so
dismissive.
No.
Yeah.
There was affectionate approval of the air horn. He admitted. He said, "That's a pretty good air horn." That's good partnering, isn't it? From Jim DeShays, right there.
There's always good partnering from Jim DeShays, 100%.
What other sound effects do you have in the arsenal?
That's a good question.
I feel like I could give a really good vuvuzela if just given just some time to warm up, and I also I do a decent one-line Sean Connery impersonation. That's kind of it.
Well,
hold on. Okay,
no, it's a good point.
Please.
Give me a finger, Shelley. One thing only, please.
He does these impersonations.
Really
I swear, you would think it was the real people.
Yes.
It's not bad.
It's really good. May I suggest some Untouchables? Is that actually a decent adjustment? You know what I mean? Like, is that a good sign long term that that's the adjustment, is to challenge him right down the middle of the plate?
Are you really asking me if the adjustment is to throw it right down the middle?
I am. I'm asking if the adjustment is to challenge him more, because that seems to be what they're doing.
Right. God.
Boog, I'm going to ask you a different question.
You guys just stink today. I mean, you just stink.
Wow.
I think it's time to play the game. We're playing the game? Yes, we're playing the game.
Do we have to play the game?
What's the game?
The game is called Categories. Very simply, the host has 3 different lists, 3 different categories, and they announce the categories, and then the other 3 of us go around in a circle, naming something that is on the list, something or someone that is on the list. When you miss, you are out. The host is Chris Tannehill this week. 2 are sports. 1 is usually pop culture based on the goings-on around the world. Tanny, what do you got as Ryan Dempster's playing categories along with Tyre Ferringul? Let's go.
Yeah, Baby T in the house as well today. I just told him he was playing. He didn't think he was.
Okay.
I just want to preface this from the top. I would not tip the scales for our new guest and friend Ryan Dempster here playing categories. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to tip the scales in his favor. Maybe some friendly categories just wouldn't happen. So with that said, I've got a list of the top 25 Canadian-born baseball players sorted by war. So the top 25 Canadian baseball players of all time. We'll start with Ryan Dempster.
Ryan, you get to pick a Canadian baseball player in the top 25 all time.
Fergie Jenkins.
Number 1. Yeah, absolutely.
That's pretty strong. Where are we going, Tanny? Who's next?
Well, Spieg's next. That's per your contract.
I'll say, isn't Justin Morneau Canadian? Justin Morneau.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. I'm obligated to boo him as a White Sox fan. Baby T, you're next.
Where's Morneau on the list, by the way?
Morneau is number 9.
Okay.
I think I might crash out here. I'm going to take a wild guess. Is Wade Boggs Canadian?
Wow. Wow.
I'm out.
He's not.
That's amazing.
I don't know if he defected later in life, but he is not Canadian.
Does anybody defect to Canada? I guess so.
No, but he does drink Canadian beer.
Right.
That's true.
That's good. A lot of it.
And plenty of it.
Demp, who do you got?
I'm going to go down that list and say Larry Walker.
Absolutely, Larry Walker, number 2 all time on the war list.
Wow, the Demp is just rolling through the top. It's like, did they teach a class in this in school in Canada?
Speaks.
Welcome to Canadian
Right
baseball.
after Mr. Smothers' science class.
Speaks. Stop filibustering.
Yeah, I am totally filibustering. I'm going to go with Ryan Dempster.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah!
That's what my hope was. And the first time in the history of categories, one of the contestants could say, me. So, yeah, absolutely. Ryan Dempster, number 17 overall.
17 on the war list. Us pitchers, we really get the shaft.
Yeah, you really do.
But it's pretty good to be in there, even as a pitcher. So,
yeah.
Demp.
Oh, because
he's out. Joey Votto.
Absolutely, Votto, number 3.
Look at Demp just rolling down.
It's like watching Dart Night. 180.
He's just nailing it all.
Triple 20, one after another.
Boy, Canadian ball players. I think I'm in trouble. Votto was one I was going to go with. Yeah, I'm out. One more for the win, Demp.
I'm going to go with Sir Russell Martin.
Absolutely, Russell Martin on this list. Number 4 all time. Other notable names.
Wait a minute, did he just go 1, 2, 3, 4?
Bullseye.
Yeah, he did. Absolutely.
That's unbelievable.
Other names on here notable. They're all notable.
Here, hold on. Oh, you ready?
You go ahead. Go.
Eric Gagne.
Not in the top 25.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm out.
Yeah.
All right.
Damn pitchers.
Well, you already won.
Kirk
so
McCaskill probably made it.
Yeah, he did. You know what? And that's a great Gene Honda name. One of the best Gene Honda names ever.
Kirk McCaskill.
All right. Just other names. We got Vlad Jr., technically Canadian born. So he's on the list as well.
Of course.
White Sox legend Brett Laurie on the list. Paul Quantrill. Yeah, I think those are all the notable names on here. Yeah.
Wow.
Eric Bedard, Jason Bay as well. All right. So again, Demp gets category number 1, so he could possibly win this one. Let's see how well he knows this category.
Oh, boy.
And again, I'm not going to tip the scales, okay?
Lithuanian-born gymnast.
We gave Speaks a hard time a couple weeks ago for going to the White Sox game in his Red Sox gear because he grew up a Red Sox fan. Demp won a World Series back in 2013 with the Red Sox, so let's keep it right there. Again, not tipping the scales. 48 men appeared for the 2013 Red Sox and can call themselves a champion forever. Can you name these men? 48 guys were in the 2013 Red Sox.
Wow, 2013 Red Sox. Who goes first here?
Well, let's go Baby T first. Who do you got, Baby T?
Dustin Pedroia.
Absolutely, of course.
Bingo.
Dustin Pedroia. All right, now we'll go Speaks.
Let's see, because it's going to be a tough one to see if Demp can name his teammates.
But you're a big fan, though, Speaks.
I am a big
you're
fan.
Crush this one.
I'm going to go Ryan Dempster.
Robbed me of the Demp being able to say me for the second category in a row. But yeah, Demp, absolutely.
Amazing.
Demp, what do you got?
I'm going to say Alfredo Aceves.
Number 1 by name alphabetically. That's a little suspicious.
I'm going to try and go all the way down the list.
He's got to start with the A's.
Baby T, who you got?
David Ortiz.
Absolutely. Big Poppy on there. Speaks.
I got to say, this is the most precision ever used by a categories player. It's incredible. I'll say Johnny Gomes.
Johnny Gomes. Absolutely.
Ding, 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 ding. David Ross.
There we go. David Ross. Rossi on the list, of course. Baby T.
Thinking. How much more time do I got?
2 seconds.
All
1
right,
second.
I'm out.
He's out.
Oh, wow. Just quitting, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll go Jake Peavy.
Jake Peavy, another White Sox legend on the list.
There's a
Felix Dubron.
Absolutely.
Oh, this is the best. I hope I can keep naming them so you can keep going with the deepest possible dudes. 13, huh? How about Manny Ramirez?
Manny Ramirez.
Is he not on that team?
He was not. Now all Ryan Dempster has to do is name one more teammate from his 2013 World Series.
All right, I'm going to throw random teammates out for 100, Alex. Shinichi Tozawa.
There he is. Absolutely. Other notable. So congrats, Ryan Dempster. He's already clinched categories for today. There's some 2016 Cubs guys on here. Lackey on here.
Of course.
Yeah. Lester as well.
I'm an idiot.
And current Cubs coach Quentin Berry also on this list.
Cute.
So, so congrats, Demp, on that one.
Wow.
All right. So
shocker.
the final category here.
Rigged.
Once again, not tipping the scales whatsoever.
This is about people with red hair, isn't it?
Rolling Stone in 2013 made up a list. The top 50 best Canadian musical acts of all time.
Ooh.
Got 50 bands, solo artists, so musical acts. This is going to be.
I'm a little nervous. Tyler might take this one down.
Well, we're gonna start.
He does look like a Tyler.
Yeah, we'll start with Speaks here on this one. Speaks.
I'll go with Neil Young.
Neil Young was number 2 on the
list. Look at my life.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go with the Bare Naked Ladies.
They are on the list. Yeah, number 45. Just barely getting on there. Baby T?
I'm going to go with Rush.
Oh, very nice.
Rush, number 3 on the list. Speaks.
I'll go Joni Mitchell.
Joni Mitchell, I believe, is number 1 on their list. Yep,
Right.
absolutely.
Who's guessing with precision now?
Well, since you're guessing, I'll say the Guess Who.
The Guess Who, of course, number 26.
No sugar tonight in my coffee. No sugar tonight in my tea.
Yeah, was it Baby T time here?
Baby tea time.
I think I'm up, and this is a poor showing for me. My mind is running blank right now.
You're an honorable man. You're close enough to peek over my shoulder here, but you're not doing it.
I'm not peeking over your shoulder, I promise you. Speegs and Demp, I think you guys can battle up between the two of you.
All right, I'm gonna go with Anne Murray.
Of course, Anne Murray, number 34 on the list.
Damn right.
Demp.
The Tragically Hip.
Oh, very nice.
Yes, the Hip, number 18. Speaks.
How about oh boy,
It's gonna be an epic battle here to close out categories. Demp looking for the sweep.
I think isn't Bryan Adams Canadian?
Of course he is. Number 30 on the list.
Okay.
I'm going to go with I Feel Like a Woman's Shania Twain.
Yes, Shania Twain, number 7.
Wow.
Speaks.
I'm gonna need some more Canadians. Not the former Brewers ball player, but the singer Corey Hart. Isn't he Canadian?
Maybe, maybe not, but not on the Rolling
Not in
Stone
the top
list. So
50.
Deb's got a chance to sweep
Oh,
categories
it's
here today.
embarrassing.
Didn't tip the scales at all again.
How about Gordon Lightfoot?
Well,
See on there?
You're already out, sir.
Damn it!
And he was on the list, number 11.
Oh, see, I blew it. The wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald could have gotten sung.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Take a look at this photograph. Eggs Benny a side of ham. I'm going Nickelback.
Oof, not on the list.
Not on the
Make
list.
the top 50?
Not top 50, no.
Wow. That sucks. I got to return that T-shirt.
All right, back to me. Gordon Lightfoot.
Yeah,
I left out Avril Lavigne and thought I had it wrapped with Nickelback.
Yeah, you were showing off.
You shouldn't have left out
Alanis
Avril.
Morissette.
Yeah, both of them on the list, 9 and 22 respectively.
Yeah,
so
man.
So Speaks ekes his way back into a victory.
Ah,
Backdoor
nice
victory
job.
for
Nice
categories.
job.
Thank you very much.
Oh, hey, don't leave him hanging.
Oh, yeah, thank you,
Jesus,
Deb.
Speaks.
Sorry,
All right.
I'm sorry.
So
It's
Deb
terrible.
still is the winner. Didn't get the sweep.
Wait, Tanny, as always, you know the winner is.
I'm saying.
Okay.
Deb won technically, but the real winner, as always, is
the listener.
Thank you very much.
That's right. Ryan
That's a fun
Dempster.
categories game. I like that.
Right, like that
That's a
game?
good game, yeah.
That's a good game. It is, Spiegel and Holmes. But there's no Lawrence. He's on vacation. That's Ryan Dempster hanging out doing talk radio with us.
I think he's in Tahiti.
Yeah, I think so. Need a picture to prove it. Jake Arrieta joins us in a moment right here on 104.3 The Score.
Chicago wakes up with Mully and Haugh, the most trusted morning show in Chicago sports. Get the latest Bears news with Brad Biggs. Ron Coomer breaks down the Cubs every Friday.
There's a chance that we're going to see Pete win an MVP, and I don't disagree with that.
Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy joins the show twice a month. White Sox legend Ozzie Guillen checks in Wednesday mornings at 8 to talk Sox.
The starters, they're not going to pitch 6-7 innings every night. No way. We've seen it before. They need those guys to step it up.
From Hallis Hall to Wrigley Field.
Great. I was going to ask how you grade Spiegel.
We've been kind of stinky too, Danny. I'll be honest with you.
Really? Well, our audience thinks you're being very difficult.
You're being difficult. We've had a great show. For your information, it's been a really good show.
Okay.
Maybe we're bad now.
Our
It's
audience
possible.
is biased,
Okay.
but yeah, they're on team
All right.
Parkins and Speaks on this one.
Well, because they're live tweeting the interaction.
They text.
Yeah, we have a text line dude.
Constantly.
Yeah.
The text line.
Boog is either a tough interview or there's something else going on. Love you guys always, though. Boog is being
I've been
difficult.
on the show before. But
Yeah.
I don't know what I did a Sean Connery impersonation. How am I being difficult?
Well, so how are we bad if we got you to do a Sean Connery impersonation?
Well, you didn't get me to do a Sean Connery impersonation. I volunteered a Sean Connery impersonation.
I had the audacity to ask
Tomato.
about what I perceived. I'm sorry that my sports thought was bad, Boog. I'm sorry, it's beneath me.
Should they keep throwing it right down the middle, Speed? Yes, I think that's a bad sign.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You know what? You listen poorly. You listen poorly, sir. You're
wow. Here we
busy.
go, Jim.
You're
Here we
busy
go, Tony.
talking. You have thoughts for America, and you want to share them. I look at Tom Dore and I hear Tom Dore, and all I think about, Danny, I've told you the story before when I was bartending, and my shift would end at 2 a.m., and I would drive home as fast as I could, safely and soberly, to get to my couch at 2:30 in the morning.
To watch a replay?
To
or
watch a
to take you-
replay. Watch a replay on Sports Channel of you and Johnny Redker and those Bulls teams. And I didn't know. I had no cell phone. I didn't know what happened.
Exactly, yeah.
Nobody told us. It was new to me. And I can't tell you how many regular season Bulls games against Patrick Ewing and the Knicks, or young Shaq and the Orlando Magic, or like how many games I watched in that way and stayed up with you till 4:30
All
or
right,
5 in the morning.
I got a good Shaq story for you.
Good.
I'm sitting on the Bulls bench with Bill Cartwright. BC and I played in the All-American games with or against each other, so I've known BC Billy forever. And he looks at me, Shaq runs by, and he's like, said things you don't say on the radio, but it's like, oh my God, you've read about this guy, but you've never really seen him. So BC's eyes got to be as big as they could be, and
watching young Shaq, and there's nothing like him.
Run all the way across Chicago Stadium to go to the other basket and start warming up. And I looked at BC and I said, Billy, you know what that is? He pauses for a second. Yeah, retirement.
That's awesome.
That's about right. That is about right. But did you have a lot of people watching Bulls games overnight, like me, and you would hear from people like that, right?
We had people. We'd get people from Australia.
I bet.
We'd get people from Italy. We'd get people from England.
Michael was a global icon.
He really was. Our ratings were off the charts. And Michael would get on the plane and he'd be like, you owe me a lot of money.
Yeah, he wasn't wrong.
And then I'd say, he'd do the dust off.
I was just going to ask you. I've always wanted to ask you, how did the dust? How did it start?
He did it one time, right? He did it one time before I got there with JD, and they did cloth, and Michael liked it, because it was a big reaction. And so we'd bring the umbrellas. We'd bring one time Red brings a fan, right? He brings these fans, and these little handheld fans. And so Michael does the dust off. We hold the fan, and the dust blows in his eyes.
Oh God.
There's a timeout. Johnny hits the talkback so nobody could hear us on his and mine. And he says, can you see the headline in the Tribune tomorrow morning? Former Bulls announcers Tom Dorr and Johnny Kerr. He said that's going to be the headline because we're done. We got this stuff in Michael Jordan's eyes. We're over. It's done. It was a great gig, wasn't it, Tommy?
I told Grote, I just like it when you two mess with each other. So sorry in advance if I just listen and giggle for some of the time where you two talk to each other. It just makes me happy.
I miss Grote a lot. He's good, but he has to say something ridiculous. So once he starts talking, I'll
I swear to God, I was just about to say, because I feel like I don't know, Layla wants us to fight or something. I don't know what's going on.
No, I
here.
didn't say anything about a fight.
Oh, just entertain. Yeah, no, but I was just about to say before you made the comment you made. I'm looking at you right now, and you look good.
From the Chicago Cubs, Jake Arrieta. When you talk about Jake Arrieta, his run has been almost unheard of in baseball history.
And he's done it. He strikes out the side in the ninth inning. And Jake Arrieta has thrown his first career no-hitter.
Jake Arrieta has not given up a first-inning run in his last 23 starts.
Since the All-Star break, 12-1 with an ERA of 0.75. Little check swing, and for the first time in 12 years, the Chicago Cubs have a postseason victory. They win the wild card game, blanking the Pirates 4-0.
Arrieta was almost, I believe, unhittable.
A little bouncer to second base. Fielded by Baez, throws to first. Cubs win. Jake Arrieta is a 20-game winner.
Here comes the 2-2. In the air, this should do it. Jason Hayward makes a catch. It's a no-hitter. Jake Arrieta has done it again. That was fun. His second no-hitter in his last 11 regular season starts. I'd say the sky's the limit. Maybe the universe is the limit for this guy. Remember, this is a guy who a few years back was lost at sea.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it and throw to Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series.
Boy, there's a lot in there. Great memories. And a great pitcher we get a chance to talk to right now on the Spiegel and Holmes show. Jake Arrieta joins us on the Score Hotline, brought to you by Potawatomi Casino and Hotel, the Midwest best casino. It's a Spiegel and Holmes show. Lawrence is out. Jake, you're on with me, Matt Spiegel, and with Ryan Dempster. How are you, sir?
Quite the intro, guys. I didn't know if it was going to end. I'm doing well, though. I'm glad to be doing this with y'all for many reasons, but also it got me out of the room. There's 6 wives in there doing their hair, talking about double moisturizers, and you know the drill. So good to be out walking around with you guys.
So you're over at the Chicago Theater, or at least walking around right now and getting ready for this thing. What's the vibe like? Are people hanging out and enjoying each other, starting to drive each other crazy a little bit, perhaps as well?
Yeah, so we got on yesterday morning because my daughter was adamant we go to the Noah Khan concert at Wrigley last night. We did that, saw Demp, had a great time, was hanging out with Rossi, and Lackey was there. Guys are starting to roll in more than today, but we've been kind of conversations in passing. Everybody's a little busy, kind of getting ready for tonight. Rizzo and Ross left early to go to the theater because they're, 2 of the main guys putting this together. I'm going to head over in probably 30 minutes. So we're energy's high, vibes are great. We're getting excited for tonight and the rest of the weekend.
Dude, when you look back now, 10 years ago, and just that run, and then sometimes when we get away from it, like you're such an awesome dad and husband, family guy, and being there, and we get away from baseball, and now you get to be around these guys. What was that feeling like, just being in the stadium last night? That energy almost had that energy. It had the energy of a World Series. That's what that concert was like, and here you guys are together again. Had to be pretty special.
Yeah, you're right, man. And you were on a lot of great teams, as I'm sure you're on some teams that weren't so great. And, the unique thing, and I'm going to talk a lot about this tonight, while we're on stage and around a lot of the fans and my teammates and their families and seeing their kids, 10 years older, or some, like Rizzo has, a young baby now who obviously will never get to see him remember him play. And, we were in the clubhouse last night after the concert, hanging out with Nico and PCA. And Tyone was down there, and watching my son, who's 14, Cooper's 14, interact with him and just get to experience that. And, a lot of the times Cooper's like, Dad, why can't you think you can go back and play for a couple more years? I'm like, dude, I wish I could. And if that were the case, I'd still be doing it.
Maybe I think you could probably, but I will say this: that run you were on, and we're in the honesty trust tree right now. For a couple of years there, what was it like to be alpha male of Major League Baseball?
Well, it was just it was what you prepare for. That. Like the entire week, the 4 days before your start is to fine-tune everything you can to the best of your ability and take the mindset out on the mound. One that I expect to throw a shutout this game. That was honestly, my mindset. Every time I told the slab, that was my mindset, and I was obviously naive to do this or a little overconfident. That was my mindset at the plate. And I talk to my young players about this all the time, like, you've got to have that confidence. You have to, because you're gonna fail a lot, but that mindset's powerful, and things just kind of clicked, and bullpens were as good as I've ever thrown them. The body was responding incredibly well, and this as good as anybody. Recovery is a huge part of it. So finding a routine where I could get to that day one or that fifth day, my star day, feeling as fresh and as healthy as possible, especially, down the stretch. And the second half, was the best part of my season. And sometimes it can be difficult to get your body to a point where you feel that good every time you go out there. And that, I think there was some luck involved because, regardless of how quality your pitches are, the guy at the plate's pretty good too. And sometimes you're going to get beat. But I just went through that stretch and, found some good fortune, but also, did a pretty good job to execute it.
I love when you said real quick. He said at the plate too, and then I just looked. So when my mind went to, whoa, wait, hold on, let me look, because I know he raked a little because he could hit homers. Jake, dude, 2016, you hit 262 with a 719 OPS, which is essentially league average these days. 2 home runs, like locked in at the plate, no doubt, and no bigger home run coming off of Madison Bumgarner in that division series. Johnny Lester yelling the Russian is cut from the dugout.
You know what, man? And I was kind of thinking along with Bumgarner there, and he had beat me in once or twice. I believe it was a 1-2 or 2-2 count. It's pretty certain he was going to try and come up and in. I just guessed right, and got the barrel to it, caught it out front, and I won that battle. If he would have thrown a changeup there, I'm walking back to the dugout. Yeah, it was just good guess, and I don't even want to say poor execution because I'd have to go back and look at the exact pitch, but I think it was in a pretty good spot.
It's funny. We're talking to Jake Arrieta here, and I always think of this conversation I had with Steve Stone years ago where he was talking about when he faced Henry Aaron and he faced, old, like guys who were definitely going to be Hall of Famers. And he remembered thinking to himself, all right, you might be a Hall of Famer, but not today. Like he just had that confidence that you're describing or arrogance. Like it's one thing in life to be arrogant, but as a pitcher, you need to be arrogant, don't you?
Well, you have to be, and if you understand the game as every big leaguer does, or as they should, on the pitching side, hitting, we're obviously a little biased. It's what we did for our careers, but we all also play other sports. Hitting's the hardest thing to do in sports, and as a pitcher, if you can put the ball in certain locations on a consistent basis, and hey, are you going to get beat from time to time? Sure, but if you look at the success rate on a ball that's kind of on the corner, down and away, I mean, what is the slugging percentage, overall in the league? I mean, you guys might know better than I, but I bet it's not very good.
Sub 400.
Especially, what is it?
Sub 400, down and away. If it's a located fastball down and away, it's under 400. I mean, count leverage changes a little bit, but it's right around 400, we'll call it, on a slugging percentage.
Sure. So, yeah. So, and it's even lower at select baseball. And like I said, at Cooper's level, it's 14. If you can hit that spot, I mean, how many guys are going to be able to elevate that pitch to the opposite gap, for power? And, that was the mindset. And even sometimes you get lucky, you throw a ball down the middle with conviction and a little bit of movement. They pop it up, they swing through it, they take it. So, again, you never want to give the hit. You got to give the hitters a little bit of credit, but if you give them too much, that's when things, tend to not go your way.
Unsung heroes, we love them. Like, I love the guys on the team that aren't playing every day. Got those kind of guys. For you, who were maybe a guy or two off that 2016 team that maybe people didn't realize how important they were to the club?
Oh goodness, man. Neil Ramirez at times. I mean, obviously Justin Grimm had some really big outs for us. Matt Caesar. Several guys in there. It's hard to say that there was really anybody on that team that didn't contribute, at least in a small part to us. I mean, and as a staff, I don't know how many spots we had. Maybe one or two spot starts. One was made by Brian Mattis. But if you look at our rotation, I think each one of the five of us made at least 29 starts.
Yes.
And that's pretty rare in baseball today. And it's lucky, too. Guys get injured, spend a little bit of time in the DL. You got to bring guys up. You got to have guys spot start. So maybe the unsung heroes that just the overall health of our starting rotation, along with the other guys that played roles, guys up the bench, Chris Coughlin, contributing as well, with his back on the left side. So there's a few of them. Take your pick.
I like the Justin Grimm name because Grimmer would always be the guy who, could be nasty out of the bullpen, but he's one of those guys in the locker room who's going to make you laugh, dude. He always has a smile on his face. He was always just positive and happy, and you need those on those grinding long seasons, especially going through what they went through.
I remember Madden.
He's goofy.
Yeah.
He's good looking.
Yeah, he's got a great body.
Nasty curveball, great body.
Yeah, he looks good in the shower.
He could probably still do it to this day if he could command it a little bit. Man, he's got three hilarious young boys. Live scene is great, but he is that guy. Him and I were traded over around the same time, and we ended up getting to Chicago almost at the same time. I think it was a little bit after me, but we hung out a lot, and we go to dinners, we go to lunch, and just we developed a bond pretty early on, and that was back in 2013. So definitely a great guy to have in the clubhouse.
Justin Grimm came over from the Rangers along with Carl Edwards Jr. and Mike Olt in the Matt Garza trade. Jake Arrieta, our guest here, came over with Pedro Strop from Baltimore for Scott Feldman, and let's never forget Steve Clevenger. I never would. I mean, it is one of the legendary trades in the history of Chicago sports.
Absolutely.
I've done that as a category, like going across all sports, and that one comes up because Stropey had a great career.
Yeah, not one that won a Cy Young and threw 2 no-hitters and all that, but then you get Stropey in that too.
It's unbelievable.
Who was just unreal for the Cubs in his career.
What did the Cubs help you with? And I'm not saying we got to credit them and the pitching infrastructure for your career resurgence, because you did it. But looking back, what was something that they helped you with when you came over here that kind of helped turn your career around?
Yeah, it's a good question. And I think first and foremost, the conversation I had with Theo and with Boz when I was traded was that, I'm going to come over here and be myself. I was put in a position in Baltimore where I was, more or less told what to do mechanically. And it really took me out of my comfort zone. And Dimp, you know this too. Like we all, like biomechanically as athletes, we all move in different ways. Some are very loose and mobile movers. Some are a little bit more stiff and rigid. And I was one of those guys. So, I was uncomfortable in Baltimore. I told Boz and Theo, said, look, I'm going to go back to the way I was in 2009, 2010 when I was having success and let it all fly. And they loved it. They allowed me to be myself. Boz he was a voice when I needed him. And he had an eye for certain things, mechanically that really helped. But I think more important than anything was them just kind of let me do my thing. And if I got a little bit off track, they were there to kind of point it out and help me get back on track as quick as possible.
I remember I did an interview with Theo around a couple years later. I guess it was 15. And I said, hey, how about this other guy in Baltimore? Do you guys want him? And he said, everybody in the league wants him. Can you guess your former teammate that everybody in the league wanted? Guy's still in the league right now.
Former teammate.
Kevin Gossman.
With the Cubs.
It was Kevin Gossman. Like Theo was like, everybody.
Gossman.
Everybody, because both of you guys were struggling in Baltimore. And I think it was Atlanta that helped unlock Gossman. Like, was he another guy? They were telling him what to do?
We were all in that boat. You guys remember this. It was Chris Tillman, Brian Mattis, Zach Britton, myself, and Tommy Hunter was a part of that group. Gossman was drafted a little bit behind us. There was Dylan Bundy. I mean, guys with just unbelievable talent, unbelievable stuff, and, kind of misguided. And not to say that those guys weren't trying to help us excel. It didn't work out really in any of our favors at that time. Britton was ultimately turned into a closer and a really, really effective closer. But I remember back in 2010, 2011, he threw a shutout against the Oakland A's, just throwing 98-mile-an-hour sinkers. And I'm like, this could be, one of the next best pitchers in baseball. So, but things work out for a reason. But unfortunately, it didn't work out. Well, I guess fortunately it didn't work out there because if it would have, I would have never ended up in Chicago.
Yeah, it's really amazing the ability, to understand that where you play sometimes is just as impactful as who's teaching you or whatever. Like you look at Andrew Vaughn, struggled here, goes to Milwaukee, to a different culture at that time. Yep. At that time for his career. At that time for Jake, like coming to Chicago and getting the ability to be in a space of like just figure yourself out is so important. For me, going to the Marlins, I was with the Texas Rangers. I'm in the minor leagues. If I'm still with the Texas Rangers, I'm 25 coming to the big leagues, not 21. So getting that opportunity, just that mental side of it, Jake, like what did you learn along the way? You were so cerebral and understanding. You are still. What unlocked for you on the mental side, not the mechanical side or anything like that, but when it came to the philosophy of pitching that really, really kind of took you to the next level?
It's hard to pinpoint one thing, but I talked with, several sports psychologists and just trying to kind of get out of my own head. When I was going up and down in Baltimore in, call it 2012, into 2011, 2012, and the start of 2013, I was so afraid of getting sent down. And, I don't know how many times, or if at all, you got optioned early in your career, but that's a really difficult place for a young player to be while he's out there trying to have success against, the best hitters in the world. So, and the guy's name was Don Carmen. He was one of the first guys I talked with. He was a former big leaguer and a really good pitcher for a while. But him and I just clicked. And there's one phrase that he said to me. We're sitting at a hotel in some AAA city somewhere, and he said, "Only thing I need you to do is go out there and promise a fight on every pitch. Don't think about anything else. It doesn't matter if you get sent down tomorrow. Promise a fight on every pitch, and I promise you things will start to work out in your favor." Sure enough, I used to write things like that on my hat, have little notes in my locker, and it was just on repeat in my head. From that moment forward. as well as other things. But, and it's funny what something so small can be to help you kind of take that next step. It can be a little phrase, an acronym, and that was one of them, man. That really helped.
No doubt.
Jake Arrieta, tonight, part of the festivities over at the Chicago Theater for a sold-out Lovable Reunion Live. Who is most likely to embarrass the hell out of themselves tonight on the stage?
Oh, man. Maybe Rizzo?
Yeah. I mean, he does that just when he wakes up.
He's kind of goofy.
Honestly, after he dropped that ball in the bleachers, that would hit him right in the hand, I don't think he could get any worse for him. So he could pretty much do anything. That's as bad as it got.
Yeah, he's happy-go-lucky. He'll make fun of himself. I don't know if anybody overly gets embarrassed, but we're going to laugh our asses off. I know that. It's going to be a fun night.
I don't know who's going to embarrass themselves, but I know there's going to be a lot of dudes embarrassing some other dudes up there.
Oh, that's a better way. That's the ball player's way, is to just hang everybody else out to dry a little bit.
The importance of the hang, right? Like we were talking about that earlier before you came on. The importance of culture and good people and being around good people. Like the hang, that ball club, I think that's the general consensus when you talk to everybody is how good you guys were to each other and treated each other, and the hang that you and your families, I remember it vividly. Like it was just so special. Everybody treating each other so well. How important that is in the grand scheme of a season, right?
Man, we wanted to spend time with each other, and we spend more time with those guys than we do our families for the better parts of 7 months of the year. It really kind of putting emphasis and putting the time and effort into not only getting to know them as a player, but on a personal level, knowing their significant other, their girlfriend, wife, fiance, and knowing the kids' names. You pull for guys harder when you have a personal relationship with them. And that's the tightest team I've ever been a part of. And you know how big of a difference that makes, right? And guys that had different backgrounds, came from different countries, didn't matter, language barrier or not. We wanted to establish those relationships, especially with, the Latin American guys, the Strobes, the Rondones.
Speaking of that, by the way, dude, how about Chappie still doing that 10 years later, still throwing 100 almost?
Gosh. Well, I mean, if you could build a pitcher in a lab, that's what the body would look like.
Yeah,
and there's
no
some other
kidding.
guys out there like it. So it's not completely, unbelievable, but yeah, and at that velocity and that success, I mean, he's a future Hall of Famer, and we had a couple, future Hall of Famers on that team. At least in my mind, we do. I mean, Lester's probably got a good shot. Schwarber's going to have a good shot. There might be one I'm missing, but man, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think you're right about both those guys. Jake, congrats on the career. Congrats on being a part of the fabric of this town's sports history, man. It's like just an incredibly important time, important team, and forever, you'll be remembered for the excellence that you showed as a part of it. Thanks for the time. Enjoy yourself tonight, all right?
Yeah, guys, thanks a lot. It's humbling and just an honor to be a part of. And as you know, you get to the playoffs and you just never know if you're going to get back. So that's what makes it even more special. There's guys that play their entire career, 10, 12 plus years, maybe never even get to play in the postseason. So it's an honor. I know everyone gets kind of enamored with what the Dodgers and some of these teams have been able to do, one in 3 and 4 years, and the Giants, but there's no guarantee. So to get there and cement ourselves in Cubs history in 2016 was pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, and no doubt, dude. Enjoy the weekend. I'm looking forward to hanging with you tonight and all weekend long. And just like the words of Little John, turned down for what? Just keep it going, pal. The whole weekend long.
That's right. All right, man. Well, thanks for having me, and Deb, we'll see you tonight.
It's Jake Arrieta right there on the score. That dude. I mean, you talked about the stretch. And the stretch was 20 straight starts from the second half of 15 into the first half of 16 with an ERA of 0.74.
Yeah.
I mean, it's outrageous. And the only person ever to have a better stretch of 20 starts was Bob Gibson between 67 and 68. And 68, the year of the pitcher, you know?
Yeah.
When, I mean, they lowered the mound because of what Bob Gibson and the pitchers did at the time.
And you think about it, too, for him, he threw 2 no-hitters within 7 regular season starts. Because he threw that at the end of September and then turned around in April, 4 starts in and threw one against the Reds. And then on top of that, mixed in a 9-inning shutout in the 1-game playoff against the Pirates, and Kyle Schwarber hit a ball in the Allegheny River off Garrett Cole for a grand slam. Like, yeah, he was, like I said when I said that in the interview, if you really take, for a 2-year stretch, Zach Greinke had a really good year in 2015.
Mm-hmm.
But back-to-back, if it wasn't for Kershaw, he probably would have won back-to-back. I believe Kershaw won 2016 Cy Young. So it was like, and Kershaw was doing that. Like, Jake Arrieta interrupted what could have possibly been like 4 or 5 Cy Youngs for Kershaw. It was like, who, because he was just the dominant force. He was the Randy Johnson of that era, the Roger Clemens going on. And all of a sudden, here comes Jake, and it was like, hey, hold on, buddy. There's another alpha around here, and I get some bigger muscles, So it was so much fun to watch it, to be obviously a friend of Jake's and, a colleague and somebody just respected. And I just loved what he talked about early on, preparation. And the process, we get so caught up in that saying nowadays in baseball, trust in the process, cool, you're hitting $180, dude. Or you're like, you got a 6 ERA. Like, you can only trust the process so much before you make an adjustment.
Mm-hmm.
Jake made one in his career, with obviously a new team and a new opportunity, and he saw that. He did things that were forward-thinking with the Pilates and taking a chance because he knew it would help his body because he was tough and rigid like that. He needed to do that. And I just, he really found himself. And I watched this evolution of a guy just grow into a beast, the baddest of dudes out on the mound. And he did it through hard work and the routine and the discipline. I'm not missing. I'm not going away. I'm going to be out all night with you.
Yeah.
I'm going to soar with the Owls, but I'm going to get up with the Eagles in the morning,
Man, that's awesome. I have always wanted to ask him about that Orioles thing and what happened when he got here, because you look around for the sucker at the table. And, at the time, it was the Orioles who were trying to get everybody to do the exact same thing. And you can't do it that way.
No, you need an opportunity sometimes that maybe changes the way somebody thinks about somebody. And I literally said, we're not all the same. Can't all be the same. We don't throw the same. And if we try to make it, then everybody's blah. We just make mediocrity. Mm-hmm. Allow people an opportunity, and you might find something that is very special and at times transformational, both to your organization, to your franchise, whatever it ends up happening. And that's what happened with Jake Arrieta. He was given an opportunity and allowed a little bit of time to unlock just absolute magic.
There's one game from Ryan Dempster's career that he would like to discuss. What he doesn't know is that we have poured through his baseball reference page, and we have a trivia trove that we want to ask him about. So good luck. You won categories. Congrats, big shooter. Although the real winner of categories is always
listeners.
The listener. Thank you for knowing that.
He's a quick learner. You can see how this guy became a big leaguer.
Right? Yeah, he's got it already.
All-star, yeah.
Yeah, he's got it already. We'll see how well he knows himself next on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
I kind of like the secondary. I kind of like the fact that you got 3 really solid players. I think the rookie's going to be good. I think they brought in a great player from Seattle, and if Jalen's back, then you really got something. The big question is what's going on with Kyler Gordon and how
like you just got back from vacation. The hair looks good. The tie is tight, as if like you're just got off the air, but you're getting ready to go on the air. So you're looking good, my friend.
Thank you, sir. You're looking good also.
Don't say that. Yeah, you don't have to say that.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean it. No, it's good. This tie knot is great because I don't tie it myself.
What?
Yeah, they tie my ties.
No, they don't. Are you serious?
Man.
Dude, of course I'm serious. I've told this story before.
And I've not heard the story.
Grote, not only do they tie the ties, not only do they buy the clothes, not only do they set out the outfits, when I step into the dressing room, the belt is already through the loops. True story. And I asked our lovely wardrobe designer Christine, like, this was like a week into the job. So this is, almost a year and a half ago. At this point, I was like, why is the belt already through the loop? And she said two things that blew my mind. One, she was like, well, it's because our job is to make sure that all you guys have to think about is performing on the air, as if me having to put the belt through the loops was somehow going to take away from the takes. And then two, she said, no one had ever asked her about that before.
Of course.
I was like, wait, what? So all of these TV people are just so coddled and so spoiled that they think that is normal. And she's like, yeah, you're the first person that's ever asked. She's like, I've worked everywhere. I've worked at SNL. I've worked at Fox. I've worked at NBC. And she's like, you're the first person who's ever asked me that before. I'm like, oh, wow. Okay. Well, this is clearly different. So yeah, I mean, people are like, oh, you look good since going into TV. I'm like, yeah, none of it's me.
Well, okay, here's the question then. Do they also derobe you like a boxing trainer? Like you get off and then they pull the mouthpiece out? Like, do they derobe?
Good question.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, good question. No, I have to do that myself.
Oh.
Maybe, but on my next contract.
say.
Yeah, on my next contract, that's something that I'm going to be looking for.
Then what the hell does Triano do over there? If he's not derobing you, what exactly does send him back? If that's all you can get out of him, then send him back.
Why do you think I put in the recommendation? I mean, the guy is excellent at tying my shoes. He's really good at it.
See, this is what I needed. This is what I came here for.
The Bears have an offensive lineman by the name of Ozzie Trapillo.
Yeah, you got scared, didn't you?
I did.
It's Ozzie Trampaio.
So anyway, Anthony, honestly, like when I don't know a name, obviously there's a pronunciation guy, but I always go to a broadcaster, right? And I heard it two different ways. One of them, I shouldn't have trusted the podcaster.
Well, yeah, why would you?
I don't know.
Because you podcast love.
Right, I guess so.
It's played out in real time, by the way, as well. They make the pick. We're live on the air.
In real time, exactly. So basically, Anthony and I are going back and forth mispronouncing this guy's name. And then we had Chris Emma on, who was going to try to set us straight. And here's how it went down. We now, Big Ant, get to go out to Haugh Hall, Bears headquarters. That's where the war room is, and that's where we find the scores. Chris Emma. Here, we literally had two different pronunciations given to us for Ozzie. Is it Trapillo or Trapillo?
I didn't want to correct you, buddy, but it's a pillow.
Okay.
What?
All right. Wait. Huh? What?
You
said Zapillo. Jesus. Now we correct you.
Radio magic right there. Church, let's go Trapillo.
Chris, look at me. You and I know each other well enough. If I mess up a name, you know that pisses me off when I do that. You are allowed to correct me. So, again, it's Ozzie Trapillo, yes?
Yes, you're in the meeting room tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow, my friend, and I will correct you the first thing when you walk in the door.
Okay.
That's amazing, actually.
One more.
He loaded up the gun.
Shout out to Dan Zampillo, who used to work here at the school.
Where was that going?
You keep using this name.
Hey,
do not
guys,
think it means what
Grody, I don't want to correct you, but it's Zapillo.
I didn't want to correct you, buddy, but it's a pillow.
What do we call that? Loud wrong? Wrong.
I mean,
wrong.
I still love Max Rustopher. Like that's still my
that was
favorite.
a Perkins special. Max Rustopher.
And then Max Rustopher became a thing, as it should have. They call me Layler, and I love it.
Layler.
I think it's really cool.
I like Layler.
I was like, oh yes,
Layler. I don't even know her.
Oh! Are we still on the air after that?
Hey,
is this thing on?
I'll tell you, man. It's the big ant factor.
That's what I bring out of
It's a foursome now.
Earlier, Ant, we were talking about our relationship.
Ant has taken his headphones off.
Yeah.
He's taken the jack out of the headphone
Can't
jack.
take the heat on this show.
Ant is already packing up.
This is what we're bringing.
He
We're
drove
just left with
all
the
the way from the suburbs for this, and that has ended Ant Heron's time on the show.
I'm going back to my safe life in the burbs.
Well, we're excited for you because that's got to be a thrill knowing that your jersey is going to be you're up in the rafters and that everyone's going to be able to look up and see your name on the back of it. What does it mean to you to get your jersey retired?
You know, it's surreal. Still learning. It's surreal, but at the same time,
Alfonso Soriano, Aramis Ramirez, Kerry Wood, Carlos Zambrano, Ryan Dempster, Kosuke Fukudome, Giovanni Soto, and Carlos Marmol. And now Ryan Dempster, who's a second-time All-Star, but the last time he was in the Midsummer Classic was in the year 2000 with Florida. Moved back into the rotation this year with the Cubs, and he has been outstanding. Just suffered his first home loss this past weekend. Started 10-0 at home. Good start for Dempster as he strikes out Kinsler to begin the ninth inning.
Good tight breaking ball from Dempster.
And now Deanna Navarro. Navarro strikes out. 96 mile an hour high heat. 2 up, 2 down, and here comes J.D. Drew. And Drew takes strike 3, and we are going into the 10th. How about Ryan Dempster coming out of the bullpen and striking out the side in the ninth? 10th inning, bottom part of the order coming up for the NL. Tied at 3.
Oh, man. Cock of the walk right there. Turning down for what?
Can you say walk on the radio?
Yeah, I can. I'll say it again. Demp was enjoying those highlights. What were you pointing at? Were you seeing the tunnel of those pitches coming out of your hand?
Yeah, nasty slider to Kinsler, and then up and away heater to Navarro, and then painted. And J.D. Drew won the MVP of the game too, which was kind of cool. And at the time when that happened, because at the time the World Series mattered for home field advantage.
Oh yeah.
And so at the time that happened,
which was a great idea, by the way.
Yeah, really. Let's take an exhibition game.
Yeah.
But
JD
he ended up getting the MVP of the game, and it was the first time since 1955 that a pitcher had struck out the side in the ninth inning or later of an All-Star game.
Wow.
I'm sure it's been done now because it seems like there's like 20 every game in the last few years.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, but
that's still
it was an unbelievable whole experience. That All-Star game was a blast.
Dude,
going down memory lane like that was fun.
2008 All-Star game goes 15 innings. Demp strikes out the side in the bottom of the ninth. That was really damn cool.
After Mariano Rivera, by the way, had just gotten out of the bases loaded, 1 out. Dan Uggla hit into a double play, I believe. It was Dan Uggla, and the whole 55,000 people, Old Yankee Stadium. The doors open up, and they're still on cloud 12, going nuts, right? And I'm like, oh my god, I just lost the All-Star game.
Wow.
It was a little overwhelming. Especially after Mo going in there. It was fun. That was a fun time. Eight All-Stars there we had.
I was going to say, that list just kept on going.
Fukudome,
I was
Marmol.
waiting for, and Mel Allen and Dr. Joyce Brothers. I was just waiting for the names to just keep on going.
Yeah.
8. Well, that's because you guys had been a playoff team the year before, and then you obviously were again. You established a thing there. All right, so we were looking at your Baseball Reference page. But I wondered, first of all, I was thinking, have you ever been hit by
like a comebacker or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Like I've been hit. Todd Pratt hit one off my shin that went in the dugout.
Wow.
I got hit left-hander. I think it was not Tomas Perez, but somebody from the Phillies, little lefty, hit one off my inside, not wearing a cup, and it was just over left of the berries, slightly
what's wrong with
near
you
the twig,
people?
and that was the last time that happened. I put a cup on after
You
that.
did?
Freddie Freeman was like one of the most painful ones, Like I got hit, I threw a backdoor slider, he had a comebacker right off my right elbow, and I caught the ball.
Oh boy!
So I kind of folded into it, and I caught it with my glove, And you go into shock, you're looking for it because sometimes it hits, but it's all right because there's a smile when the pain comes, because the pain lets you know that everything's going to be all right.
Interesting. Call. You should call now. It's usually what Lawrence does. She never mentions the word addiction to anybody.
Because if you're not, otherwise, if you don't feel anything, you better get to a doctor real quick.
Yeah. Oh, I got it. They should call now, Tyler. All right, just give me the heads up.
He knows. He's by the phone, patiently waiting.
How about Ryan Dempster? How did he play that? I mean, that was glorious.
Smooth, yeah.
Really smooth. What was bad was the setup by me. I was like, oh, so you ever been hit? Idiots. Tanny, you were going through the Dempster baseball reference page.
Well, it's just like it's not often we have a chance. Like usually when Demp comes on, it's like 15 minutes at a time here or there, and we're talking about a specific thing. It's like it's not often we have a big leaguer in the house to like go over their career, especially someone who played as long as Demp. So
right,
it's like,
and you've never asked me about my baseball reference.
The phone's
page.
ringing.
Well, it's not good actually. Yeah, your reference page is not particularly good.
It really isn't.
So we were looking at. I was wondering, like Demp, do you know who you faced the most in your long career?
I think it's Albert, but it could be it could be like an Astro, like Lance Berkman.
I think you know your baseball reference page because Berkman is number 1,
okay,
with 87 plate appearances, and Pujols right behind him at 79, number 2. Other notable names, and this is just a way to remember some guys. It's not a quiz per se, but Jason Kendall up there. Ironically, Jason Kendall, you hit him 4 times.
Yeah, we were just talking about that at the All-Star game. Yeah,
you like to Jason Kendall.
We were sitting in the corner, and I was like, he goes, dude, remember how many times you used to hit me? Because he works in the CAP program, so he goes for the commissioner into these different events, and he's always there. And
so why'd you hit him?
Because and I go, you never get out of the way, and you stand right on top of the dish with your elbow hanging over with that elbow guard. It's Johnny Tough Guy, and he's like, I know, I was a pain in the ass, wasn't I? I'm like, I hated it.
Other guys, like, you've hit a future manager, Rocco Baldelli, a future GM, Chris Getz, you hit.
Accident.
That was
both accidents.
So you remember each of those?
Yeah, they're both accidents.
So I thought maybe Getz was Cub socks, in the.
No, I'd much rather hit Brzezinski than him.
And then A-Rod, that was a very famous one, guy that you hit.
Not an accident.
You're correct. Yeah.
Oh man, just freaking glorious.
And other things I was looking at here.
Ironically, by the way, real quickly, the one guy I did hit that was not an accident and was scared me to death way more than anybody I've ever thrown at, Moises Alou. I retaliated for them hitting Jason LaRue. Mark Pryor kept throwing up and into Jason LaRue. This is 03 with the maybe 02 with the Reds. And so I got 2 out, nobody on, and I drilled Mo 95 in the thigh, and I got the ball dented. He didn't even flinch. He just like a mosquito bite. He just took his shin guard off and jogged down to first base.
Wow.
And I asked him the next year, I came over, because it was 03, because 04 I was here. And he said he respected the fact that he knew it was coming and that I didn't throw at his head or at his hands or anything. I just threw
you
it
put it in the thigh where you're supposed to.
And we still are boys to this day. If you think about that, that's the way we used to police it, right? The correct way. So,
yeah. Well, it's
back when our game was really something.
Back in my day. I
like that.
It came up this week when Ricky Bottalico had to set the record straight about hitting Bonds.
Yeah.
And because El Duncan over at Netflix had said, and Bottalico to this day says that he didn't do it on purpose. And Bottalico went on his radio show in Philly and said, no, I did do that on purpose. For one day, I said I didn't, so I wouldn't get suspended.
Yeah.
But then, I mean, that's how you had to do it.
Yeah, we want truth and transparency. Unless it's going to get you suspended, then we're all going to just sit there and say, it slipped.
Oh, yeah, I didn't mean that.
Yeah.
A couple more real quick before we get to a break. Do you know who had the most amount of hits against you?
Skip Schumacher?
You do know your baseball reference page.
Wow.
22 hits.
He named his dog. He got a dog and he named his dog Dempster. I swear to God, that's a factual statement. It's unbelievable.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
It's so weird because you look at the list. It's like Skip Shoemaker, Lance Berkman, Albert Pujols. That's
one
the top
of these
3 right
things
there.
is not like the other
Yachty's
one.
there, Prince Fielder in the top 10.
Yeah.
So let's go with guys that Dempster owned. All right, so you have 2 Hall of Famers on this list. I'm gonna go minimum 10 plate appearances. Right?
Oh, if you give me a little bit more less plate, like 7, I got a couple more Hall of Famers on there.
I know. I do have one with 7. Well, I think it's who you're talking about. But there's a lot of pitchers on here, obviously, and I won't name them except Glendon Rush had 16 at bats and hit 063 against you. And Glendon Rush, friend of the station,
yes.
so just got to shout him out.
Friend of Ryan Dempster.
Yes, great friend. Son Cade Rush just drafted by the Detroit Tigers.
Oh, love that.
Yeah, didn't take up pitching until 3 years ago, FYI. So for all the travel ball parents out there who thinks you need to take your kid to every tournament from here to Indonesia, you don't need to do that. You can go a different route too. Back to you.
All right, so who are the two Hall of Famers? One of them hit nothing against you, and the other one hit just 143.
But they're both pitchers?
No. They're position player Hall of Famers.
And this is minimum 10 at-bats?
Well, one of them 7 at-bats. The other
Joe
one's 13.
Mauer with the 7 at-bats?
No.
He got a hit.
No, Mauer's got 13 at-bats. He's the 143, so he hit only 143
A double
against
down
you.
the line, I believe. And then a single. I also, at one point, by the way, Joe Mauer in 2 games, he was 0 for 7 with 6 strikeouts, and I'm one of only 3, I believe it is, starting pitchers to ever strike him out 3 times in one game. Small caveat. I had a nice strike zone from Corey Blazer behind home plate.
Way to go,
it's about
Corey.
this far off the plate.
I wish you were a White Sox. I wish
Shout
you were a
out.
White Sox from the years 2003 to 2010 for that reason. So
Mauer
the other Hall of Famer with 7 at-bats hit nothing against you. 0-0-0.
Wow. Nothing against me, Hall of Famer.
Just 7 ABs.
Just 7 ABs. It's a West Coast guy then, right? It's my guess.
Well,
maybe an East
he
Coast.
bounced around a little bit. Prime years, American League catcher, but also won a World Series as a catcher.
Ivan Rodriguez.
Yeah, Pudge Rodriguez hit nothing against our guy Dempster.
Tony Gwynn 1 for 7. Another one sneaky in there.
That's awesome. All right. Other notables here. Sammy Sosa hit just 222 against Ryan Dempster.
2 homers, though. Totaled 7.8 miles.
Yeah. That's incredible. And Kevin Youkilis hit just 167. On-base machine.
Yeah.
It's only 167 against them. So.
It's funny I mentioned Tony Gwynn, and I was talking to you about this, going down like rabbit holes. Sometimes I can remember games, and when we start to play this game, it really starts to come.
All right, we got to take a break.
Yeah.
I want to come back and hear about this game that is rolling around your head. I love this. Good stuff, Tanny. That's Ryan Dempster with us here on Spiegel and Holmes on The Score.
Chicago, it's official. Save the date. The 2027 MLB All-Star Game is coming to Wrigley Field on Tuesday, July 13th. The eyes of the baseball world will be on Chicago as one of the game's most iconic ballparks takes center stage.
From the Chicago Cubs, outfielder Pete Crow Armstrong. Oh, God. Wow, that ball was absolutely destroyed by Miguel Vargas.
The greatest stars in the world come together on the north side for one unforgettable night. On Tuesday, July 13th, Wrigleyville will shine as the 2027 MLB All-Star Game comes to the friendly confines.
Put in the work and listen to the OGs, all the teammates, my old coaches, everybody that gave me knowledge. I made a way to implement that into my game, and I took advantage of it. So thank you. It's for all of us.
So you found out a year ago, and we remember the surprise at the time, and you were moved emotionally. So you've had about a year to process all of those emotions and, frankly, to put your own career in perspective. We have seen you grow up in Chicago, and everyone has appreciated the journey. But as you put that into perspective, how would you articulate what you have accomplished and what this represents?
I think whenever I look at all the players that did retire or got their jerseys in the Raptors or even won championships, they feel like they gave their all, and people respected that. And I feel like it's very similar to this, where we didn't win a championship, but, man, I have no regrets. I feel like I give my all. I feel like I squeezed or maxed out on my body when I was on the court. And I did all I could do.
I'm just curious, Derek. In retrospect now, as you look back on your career, famously, there was all these guys gathering together. We know what happened in Miami. And people were like, Derek needs to recruit someone to come to Chicago. We need another star. And it was almost like you were blamed for not recruiting. Did you consider that part of your job, or did you laugh at that idea?
I kind of laughed at it, but in a way, maybe it was towards the end of my career with the Bulls, but I feel like I adapted or I made an attempt. I forgot what the attempt was, but I did recruit in that way, not like how everybody else was at the time, but I felt like I was cool with my guys and showing loyalty to my teammates. If they would have heard me each year say that we needed somebody different, who was going to mess with me on the team? Or, it was a fake relationship, and that's something I never wanted with my teammates, and that's why we're like family to this day outside of basketball.
Youngest MVP ever. We saw what you accomplished on the court and with those Bulls teams you're referencing, and then you came back, and your second act was impressive because you had the longevity, and I think a lot of people might have been surprised, Derek. Now that you have got your jersey retired, and you just look ahead, is the Basketball Hall of Fame a goal of yours? Can you look at it that way, and do you think that your career was Hall of Fame worthy?
I think it was, but once again, it's not up to me to decide that. It's up to the committee, and it's up to them to decide. But I would love to be in the Hall of Fame. Who wouldn't want to be in the Hall of Fame? And like I said, I'm not doing it for me, or I didn't play this way solely for me. It's the Chicago way of playing. Like, that's the way that I played. That's the way that every time I step on the floor, I always try to show a Chicago toughness or a Chicago aggressiveness in some fashion. And for that not to be in the Hall of Fame, it will hurt in a way. But at the same time, this moment right here is kind of like my Hall of Fame if I don't get in.
Not to be mean, but I hate that shirt. Yeah, something like that. Not to be mean, but your nose is too big. Something like that.
I don't think I've ever gone that.
Okay.
Not to be mean.
Mully. But whenever you say that, I'm always expecting, like, here comes the hammer.
Here comes but that guy doesn't belong in the major leagues.
Yeah, right.
That's the kind of thing. You know who does belong is Mark Grote. Grote time! Can't believe it!
I love Zuzu's pedals. Big fan of Zuzu's pedals. Always have loved them.
What's up?
That's a recording of me imitating Baby T. And Baby T playing it. No, Fryer played it.
Morning, Mark.
And,
morning, Layla. Morning, Moon. Morning, Sunshine. Morning, Prudential Building. Morning, Car.
Layla Rahimi in the building. In
Morning,
the house, in the studio.
Wait, should I do the imitation of you imitating me?
Do that.
Whatever, the Bears suck.
Whatever.
Nobody has conquered the Layla impersonation yet.
No, I can't believe how well you know your baseball reference page. Ryan Dempster is here with us, and Skip Schumacher had a dog named Dempster. I mean, if you leave here knowing one thing in your life, know that one. Demp, you said that you ended up going on a rabbit hole or down a rabbit hole about a game in San Diego, and Tony Gwynn was reminding you of that. Tony Gwynn, lifetime 1 for 7 against Ryan Dempster. That's awesome.
I haven't. I'm going to try and pull the video up so you can watch as I talk through it. But so we're Tony Gwynn goes to Montreal and gets his 3,000th hit. This is 1999, and he got his 3,000th hit in the Stade Olympique. You know,
Very nice.
Where they had the riot after the Guns N' Roses concert. And he gets his 3,000th hit off Dan Smith. Then they go to New York to play the Mets, and then they come home and they're playing against the Marlins, and I'm on that team. And the Friday night game, you know, happens, and then Saturday is Tony Gwynn night at Jack Murphy Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
So we go down that game, and I'll tell you the exact date. It's August 14th, 1999. Attendance is 61,355 people.
Oh, my God.
At Qualcomm, which used to be Jack Murphy, at Qualcomm Stadium. It's me against Matt Clement, former Chicago Cub.
Yes.
And I go out there, okay? And now they do this whole on-field ceremony beforehand with Tony Gwynn and his family and all these people and the speech and the crowd. And it is packed from jump start. Like, everybody is there. And I go out in the first inning, and I believe I get the first guy out, and I get Eric Owens out on a ground ball. I'm looking at the baseball. Tony Gwynn comes up, and then before the game, Rich Doobie, longtime big league pitching coach from Boston, Massachusetts. Right?
I loved him and his brothers in that band. They were
they were really good. And they. So, anyways, he. You got me there for a sec. He goes,
I didn't mean to derail you. That's
we're in the meeting, and he says this to me. He goes, "Hey, listen, Tony Gwynn, don't try and strike him out. Just stay, make a pitch. If you get ahead, 0-2, throw it down the middle. Let him line out to center fielder." Well, I get 1-2 on Tony Gwynn, and I'm going to strike out Tony Gwynn. This is happening, you know. And he foul ball, foul ball, walk. boo, like massive 61,000 people. His first at bat after they want to hit, booing like crazy. Now, I proceed to go out there. I walk him. I walk Vanderwall. Phil Nevin hits a ground ball back to me. Carlos Barriga drives a single. 2 runs come in. Wiki Gonzalez single. Like, I'm navigating massive amount of traffic in the first inning, right? So I face 7 guys in the first inning. Now here we go to the second inning. Chris Gomez, he gets a base hit. Matt Clement, Eric Owens, 2 out, 1 on. Here comes Tony Gwynn, ball 1. Boo. Ball 2. Boo. Ball 3. You suck. Like Phil Nevin, Ryan Klesko, all these guys in the Padres dugout.
It's not the fans.
Are yelling at me, throw the ball over the plate, they're just giving it to me. And now 3-0, I throw a 3-0 fastball chest high, and Tony Gwynn fouls it off down the left field line. Like he's trying. This isn't a foul street. He's not. He is trying to go deep. This thing is launched like 300 feet foul down left field line. I'm like, oh. So now I go 3-1. And I throw a higher 3-1 fastball. And he hits a home run 440 feet, okay? And I just want so you can picture exactly me on the mound. This is me on the mound as I'm watching him go around. Because the stadium is shaking as I'm watching him go around. It is bouncing like crazy. It is the most unbelievable thing. And he just smokes a 440-foot home run. I end up pitching into the 8th inning. So I faced 7 guys, then I faced 6 more. The next inning I faced, I believe, 5 or 6 guys. I navigated traffic for 3 innings. I was at like pitch 60, and then I settled in, and I get through this game. Now they take me out in the 8th inning. It's 4-4. We've come back and tied the game. It's 4-4. They bring in Jesus Sanchez. He gives up a base hit, and Tony Gwynn hits another 440-foot home run.
Wow.
And this place has still got 60,000 in it. And it's just like the roof is blowing off of this place. You do the thing where the pitcher at the end of the inning, if you were the starting pitcher, you stay out there, and then they all go up inside, So the inning ends, they're now up 6-4, and I'm like, oh, okay, and I go to grab my towel to wrap around my elbow, and all of a sudden I stand up, and I'm going to go walk down the tunnel and go up the tunnel, and boom. It was like
Hell's Bells.
It was like the scene in Major League, dude. It was nuts. Like, boom, and everybody's just going nuts. And it was funny, our team is like, come on, guys, bloop and a blast. Let's get a base hit. 2-run homer. Here comes Trevor Hoffman. And when those bells started to hit, you just watched our team just go, see you guys. Yeah. Like, imagine, the California boy, dude, quads, like Quadzilla, we would call him, hat pulled down with that little bend, big red man in his corner of his mouth, big chew. Digging. Now he's just sitting there and he's digging on the mound, like kicking the dirt, and it's just like, oh my god. And then the leg comes up, it's just like pouring thunder, pouring rain, and we're just like defeated. I've never witnessed that's my most memorable game, and I struck out like the side in the All-Star game that we talked about earlier. Like, I saw greatness. For me, it built me as a pitcher, and then I saw the power of what music can do when you have a lights out closer and you can take Hell's Bells and you will just annihilate a team on music alone. It was like my first experience of that, because back then only good players got walk-up songs,
Yeah.
Now we just give them to everybody. Guys on the flight, we're texting them, hey, what's your walk-up song? We want to make sure you feel comfortable in the big leagues, Yeah.
But there was only a few guys who were that dominant that had a moment like that.
Yeah, it was like him, Mo had Enter Sandman, so American League, National League. Then you had Crazy Train, which was Chipper. Larry Walker had that too in Colorado. And then you had I don't know many other ones.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Walk-up songs went to the Hall of Fame. I mean, guys got walk-up songs, but it was
But a closer walk-in song was a pretty damn rare
The rest
thing.
of the guys played on a really low level. It was just like, hey, play that song for him. But when those guys came in.
Thank you for that. Taking us through that ball game from your mindset.
Oh, man.
That was freaking gold from
Don't
Ryan
ever try to
Dempster.
strike out Tony Gwynn.
I got him for one more segment. We're going to tie the room together with the 2016 reunion and the Cubs of 2026 next on The Score.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station.
The Score! For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis.
No,
we just do a higher pitch.
When I heard that you were working on one, I
Yeah.
was like, I bet it's going to sound a little like Mickey or Minnie Mouse, and then it did.
Well, I didn't want that. So
Technically
that's why
both. No,
I feel
why
like-
not?
I mean, it's just an okay impersonation. So that's I stand by
Man,
it, but it's
don't,
just okay.
if you don't get a Grote impersonation, like,
Yeah.
are you even here?
No.
And I do that too, by the way. I did the not to be a jerk thing yesterday when I was looking up baseball savant stats, but I was kind of a jerk about it. But like, if pointing out unfortunate information is a jerk, then guess what? We're all jerks.
It's the same thing as when people say it goes without saying that.
Yes.
Well, if it goes without saying,
why must you say it?
Don't say it.
Zip
Yes.
it.
Zip it.
Yeah.
I think there are times where people
Zip
say
it.
things to soften, and
Yes.
in journalism, we are taught to not do that because those are words that we need for other
Brevity.
other
Layla.
space.
Brevity.
Yeah,
It's totally underrated.
Dave Feldman.
I don't have it.
Dave
I'm
Feldman
sorry.
was the great horse racing writer at the Sun Times.
I love when you talk about
And
Dave
whenever,
Feldman.
and whenever two or more ex-Sun Times guys get together, they talk about Dave Feldman because the stories were unbelievable.
I know.
But his line was always, he would say, "Don't get me wrong, I like the guy," and then whoom,
Boom.
here it comes,
And boom.
I mean, wham! I love that.
Oh my God, you are wearing a Detroit Lions t-shirt
Yes,
today.
thank you. Are people moronic?
Thank you.
I thought it was a
anyone-
Chicago Lions shirt.
Has anyone been to Chicago?
Mully's civic pride and Chicago card was compromised for a moment. And Mully's like, "No, it's the Art Institute, you fool."
I take pride in my lion.
I know you should.
That's a lion joke.
Also, like, does
White Lion
Detroit
Pride.
does
Yes.
Detroit get all the
That's
Lions?
a band, by the way.
Pride of Lions.
Do you remember the band?
I don't know.
They don't
I'm
get all
sorry.
the Lions.
Not to be rude, but you're crazy.
No offense. No offense is another one. No offense.
No
But I
offense.
hate your family.
Yes,
Got it.
My
Got
night
this on
is
fire.
made.
Dalen
Thank you,
Swain
God.
on fire.
From
What
the
a-
University of Texas.
Oh my God.
Chuck Swirsky. Yes. Can we go to the
He's
gas
batting
station?
nearly 1,000.
I told you guys, this
Hey,
is crazy.
I'm telling you Nearly right now, 1,000.
this is a great first round.
Tell me
for the
why.
Bulls.
Tell me why, Chuck.
Because he's every slap. That's exactly what Bryson Graham has preached from day one. Unbelievable. Dalen Swain from the University of Texas.
I love
it. I love it. I flat out love it. The only major. Bryson Graham for mayor. This is it. Onions, baby. Onions. Dalen Swain in the building. Last year, second team All SEC.
Oh, he's got
Bill
Duffy representing him. He's great.
Okay.
Like you said, listed as a guard there, but he's got size, right? 6'7".
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Should be around 225 pounds when he reports for training
That
camp
kid's a
for the Bulls.
stud.
So this is like you said, staying in line. Already going to it, Chuck. Absolutely love it. Played at Texas last year,
Yes,
obviously,
he
but
did.
he played at Xavier prior to that. There were some inconsistencies at time at Texas with his defense, but he was better at Xavier, and I think Longhorns had a little bit tougher year maybe than they expected last year and such. So really, really good rebounder for his position as well in that. So that gives the Bulls optionality there just as they fill out their roster. Don't know his exact role yet, but certainly a guy who should play on the wing for years to come.
100%. They said best player available. That's what Bryson Graham said. So certainly that's what he feels about 6'6",
And he can
211
compete.
pounds.
A key point for Dalen Swain is that he's about a 30% three-point shooter for his college career. He needs to improve on that, but he did get up to 34, a little over 34% last year at Texas. So there was the improvement right there last year, which
and
you
he
love
will
to see.
improve. And he's shooting 54% from the field. And if you're shooting 33% from the three-point line, you know you can get to the cup and finish around
Yes,
the
he
rim.
can. And
to
that's his
improve that.
that's his calling card,
Yeah,
right?
he's a slasher.
The Bulls got two guys here, question marks on their three-point shot, but who are renowned at the college level for attacking the rim. Well, right? So that's an interesting dynamic that they're adding there and what they prioritize.
It also lets you know, obviously, that both Bryson Graham and Tiago Splitter have complete faith.
Locks.
in
Protect your home or business with Goldie Locks. Doors, locks, and security. GoldieLocksInc.com.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it and throw to Rizzo. It's in time, and the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. The Cubs come pouring out of the dugout, jumping up and down like a bunch of delirious 10-year-olds. The Cubs have done it. The longest drought in the history of American sports is over, and the celebration begins. Cub fans are here tonight. This has to be almost, when you say about a third of the audience?
Oh, absolutely. There are thousands of people, and now they're singing Go Cubs Go. Thousands and thousands of people here at Progressive Field wearing Cubby Blue. Unbelievable.
But our thanks to Dave Miska, our engineer, for a job well done. And thanks to Mark Grote for his fine work tonight and all season long. Thanks to Len Casper for his professional efforts as well. Thanks to our executive producer, Mitch Rosen. And Ron, I thank you for being the best partner a guy could ever have. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. It's been what better ride could we have had this year than it culminating to win the World Series? And for both of us, it's our first World Series and our first one, and we finally finished this up.
Wow, that's great stuff. The call you've heard before, the final moments of their broadcast for the final game of the season after winning the World Series. I've not heard that in a long, long time. Chris Tannehill doing a great job producing along with Tyler Farringall. It is the Spiegel and Holmes show. Lawrence is on vacation for a couple of days. I've got Ryan McGuffey tomorrow. I've got Ryan Dempster today. I only go with red-haired Ryans for days off for Lawrence. That's how I like to roll. How about that there at the end and just that vibe? Demp, I'm going to tell some stories probably on Sunday morning on Hit and Run when I'm solo about my experience, there in 16. And, that right there where the last out happens, I was standing right behind Pat Hughes in the broadcast booth. Where were you?
Section 144. Me and my wife and some friends, and then Kerry Wood, Ryan Sandberg. Yeah. I mean, just all the hugs. You're turning around and hugging each other, and it was like tears in eyes, right? Like Rhino's tearing up. Kerry and I, like glassy-eyed. Just pure joy and elation, and because I think what those guys maybe didn't realize that they did probably as good a job as I've ever heard about or felt, and maybe it's just because of the longevity of not winning for 108 years. They made you feel like it was for you. I know fans probably felt that, but the players before, because a lot of the guys said stuff like the guys before us, the players who were here before us that tried to do this is for you guys. And it really felt that way. And so when we were doing it, it was almost like in a weird way, like we were just been taken out of the game or something. And we were on the bench with them, even though we were just up behind the dugout, 20 rows up, it was like we were right there. And we instinctively just went to hugging each other as dudes who've been in that seat and wanted nothing more in our career than just to play the game the right way, but to bring a championship and to watch them do that almost like in your, kind of like in your, not your shadow or your honor, but just in respect of you. They really treated it that way. The guys would say it to guys that I watched, not just myself. I was a little closer to the team than some of the other guys, but I would hear it like, this is for you guys. And somebody else would be over there. And Bernie, or Billy Williams is sitting there, and somebody's like, for you, for what you did, and that's why I think we all feel so attached to that team as well, like the ex-players do, because they really came through in a big way.
What a lovely thing to include you all in such an open way, because everybody you talk about there, I mean, for Kerry, you think about 2003 and everything that went wrong and how much we've gone over that in our lives. And for Billy, you think about
a black cat and Santos seeing it in New York and that 69 collapse and everything that we know about that. And there's so many of those those fall aparts or those swoons in those moments, and for everybody to be included, because that wasn't. Those were just things that happened that felt like they combined for this horrible black cloud. But those guys rose above it. Why do you think those guys in that team were able to rise above the weight of everything? Were they just finally good enough?
Yeah, I think they were finally good enough. I think that Joe created a culture there that allowed them to truly embrace the target on the back. And understand what it was like. I think it was the right group of guys. And we all want to believe that our club is the right group of guys, but you had guys on there that had been a part of winning a World Series before. You had guys who'd been to the playoffs. You had veteran guys. You had young guys. You had a combination of everything. And you just had the right group. That really, for a long time, it was taboo to talk about things that were going on. Like, don't talk about the curse, or is the curse real? And there was all these things. And those guys were like, yeah, cool. It's already happened, guys. We just push play. That was an often motto. John Lester would talk about that. It's already written. We're supposed to be the team. So let's not fret on whether or not we are. Let's just believe we are, and let's just push play and go out and let our talent and our hard work pay off. It was really fun to be around. They really embraced that. I think it was just the right group of guys.
So we talked a little bit earlier in the show about Lester and Ross kind of taking over. And like Madden feeling like, oh, okay, yeah, those guys got it. That's good. Because it's best when it's run by players.
Yeah.
Right? And you told that great story about Ross seeing a bad rundown in 15 and being like, what the hell are you doing at spring training? What's Lester's role in that? Because Lester, I mean, he obviously had that edge and that intensity, but he had some party to him too, right? Like post game was his house. How often was post game his house?
A lot. Yeah, he you know what? He was really good about the understanding of the hierarchy of a team and what that entails. Like, meaning, like, if you're a player that has been there for a while, there's responsibilities that come with that. You know, you can't even the greatest of superstars, you know, I know it's our job to show up and work every day. Like Dustin Pedroia, he's going to show up at 11:30 for a 7 o'clock game. He's going to have ground balls before you even got out of bed. Mm-hmm. He's going to lead by example of how you should prepare for a baseball game. Then you have superstars like David Ortiz, and I think that's what John took from David, was that we celebrate family and togetherness. And David had that from the Red Sox in 04. You know, they did it again in 07, but he already had established that. And I think what John did...
That's fascinating. I never realized where John might have seen that, but that makes sense.
Every time when we won in 13, I was joking around. I'm like, are we bungee jumping after we won the World Series? Because David's party got bigger and bigger. First time we went there, a little get-together. Everybody's having a good time with the fam. Second time, we beat Tampa Bay to clinch to go on to the LCS. We got bouncy houses for the kids and sack races.
Did you really?
And an awesome barbecue. Third time we beat the Tigers. We had a paella dish, a cauldron the size of this table. Some dude with flames going. I'm like, are we riding camels? Like, what's going on here? And like, that's what David, cultivated.
Wow.
And so like, as we kind of did that, and John really brought that here to Chicago about the importance of hanging together. Listen, sometimes we want to break from each other, and I get that, but we are closer to our guys on our team than our family just during the season. It's almost like we're Navy SEALs. In a weird way. Like, we go off to our family in the off season. We don't really talk to each other a whole lot. And then you come together in spring training. It's like, all right, you guys ready for this mission? Time to train. Season starts. And there's a togetherness. And the more you can create this, I know you. Tyler and I just met.
Yeah.
If tomorrow we're walking down the street and I see you guys both walking at me and a car is going to hit you guys, I'm sorry, Tyler, but I'm going to go to him first.
Oh, man, that's good. Who's driving? Tanny?
And I don't mean that I'm not going to try to get to you.
It sounds a little like you do mean that.
But I instantly I'll go, where's Tyler?
It's really
almost like he's played it out in his head a few times.
But you know what I mean? Like, if we have a little bit of more love and a little bit more respect and relationship and friendship, we're going to do that for each other. We're going to run a little harder. We're going to dive for a ball that we might, for whatever reason, not get to. If it means that I can somehow, and John Lester, guys would do anything to make sure he didn't get a loss. If he left the game losing, how can we get John to spit the hook? Because he cultivated that. And guys that we had there could do that. Lackey and Lester. And the parties were epic. I mean, after we won to go to the World Series.
So this is the Dodgers night?
Yeah.
That night... that night was incredibly meaningful. It was obvious because Cubs hadn't been to the World Series in decades and decades. Getting there was, in a lot of ways, the idea. And then winning, obviously, you want to, but just freaking getting there. So that night and the celebrations were off the chain.
It really was. I mean, you're not leaving the clubhouse until, it was like 2 or 3 in the morning, whenever that was. And then we go to Lester's backyard, and we're just fire pit going, and everybody's there, and we're just emptying every bottle of Pappy Van Winkle we could find. And I went down.
Where was Lester's? Not that far from the park.
No,
right?
he used to have a place just over on Berteau and like Clark. He just made a left there. If you drive down that street, you'll know which house was Lester's. And so we're all just hanging out, and like I go down the wine cellar, and I believe it was Justin's wife, Graham's wife,
the wine cellar, of course.
A couple other wives, and they're like, John said we could come get a bottle out of here, and I was like, oh yeah, this way. Right to the back where the heavy hitter stuff is, and it's like, what can we get some Harlan out? Can we get out the expensive stuff? Because if not now, when? Like if this isn't the time to be celebrating this. And I just remember saying to John, like, John, I hope you don't mind. I got a couple of bottles of Screaming Eagle out. And he's like, oh, did you get the old stuff from the very far back? Like, he was in on it,
Yeah.
Like, and I think he led that way. It wasn't like I invite everybody over and I can't wait for you to leave. It's like I invite everybody over and there's extra beds here in case you need a place to crash. And it was inevitable. And like when I said it was the right group, I think that's why, because they had such a sense of family. They felt unstoppable.
Man.
And they should have felt that way, rightfully so, but they lived it out, man. It was pretty special.
Yeah, I love learning that and hearing that about Lester, because it's one thing to have the parties. It's another to encourage the togetherness. And his generosity was well known and well seen because he had felt it from others. Like, I think he felt it from Lackey in Boston, right?
Yeah.
Because Lackey was a big money guy before Lester was. And so then you get Lackey, who knows how that all is supposed to work. And Lester, I remember Lester like giving people boots, giving people like oh, you need some boots here, whatever. Like he was very generous in that way. There was the right mix of those people.
And generous to people that didn't even ever see those things. Like, part of his contract was so many hours on a private plane, right? These are negotiated in.
Yeah.
You know how many of those hours John gave to other people? Like David Ross, at the time his daughter Harper was being born and there was some complications. Within an hour, Rossi found out, within an hour there was a plane waiting on John's dime. Here you go. It's like those kind of things, whether that's taking care of the traveling secretaries and the clubhouse guys and all these kind of things. Like, that's kind of a lost art nowadays. Kids don't tip like these. So, the teams pay now. Cool. But that doesn't mean you can just treat them like that and not acknowledge the fact, like, hey, thanks for going to the store and taking care of that. Thanks for going to picking my wife up from the airport. Here's a couple $100.
Yeah. You know what story that we did hear that ties into that is Hayward taking care of Ross with the suite on the road at every road trip, like have a suite for his family, because Ross had been Hayward's veteran in Atlanta, and so he got a chance to pay that forward. But I don't think
countless. Remember when a couple of years ago, I think it was 2017, Don Cherry did the 7th inning stretch. They were playing the Blue Jays.
Don Cherry from Hockey Night
in Canada.
Finally did it, didn't you?
Yeah.
It took you this long. 5:17, Tanny.
Well, finally, I get to the question that I want to answer today. What do you think, Deb? Kaner coming back?
I sure hope so, man. Let's go. I get the appeal to go in Buffalo, and they got a great team and a chance to go back home and win. But this is your home, man.
Your buddy Chelio said it's between Hawks and Buffalo. So.
Listen, I know Patrick Kane's listening right now, and I'm not trying to tell you who to pick, but pick the Blackhawks. Let's go. Yeah. But that trip happened because of John Lester. Don Cherry's his flight was canceled. Couldn't get him on one till later. He was supposed to fly that morning. I'm in the clubhouse, and I'm like, that sucks, man. Don Cherry's supposed to come here. John's like, here, it's only an hour flight. Take an hour of the plane. Next thing you know, plane set up. Don Cherry he goes, Ryan, I have my own private plane. And then he sat there at the hotel. We go over to the hotel to thank him for coming down and doing this. And he answers the door in his black long underwear with black socks on. And he's got in the bathroom, just like an old hockey player. What did he have? A trash can full of beer on ice. And he sat down and told Bobby Orr stories for an hour.
Oh, hell
Well, yeah.
So like,
because you get better stories. You get better stories when you get taken care of like that.
Yeah, and
right?
it's just like that's John Lester. He took care of everybody all the time. Things people don't ever see, man. What he's done for his charity. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame, and if he, one of these days soon, and if people they saw the competitor, they saw the angry John out on the mound, the guy who was. But that's what fueled them. But what they didn't see was the gentle giant behind it all, who's one of the most gracious people I've ever met in my entire life, man. He's unbelievable. He's a 101 as well.
So can you create that kind of chemistry? Can you create that kind of group? This year's Cubs team has been fascinating to watch. They got a lot of dudes who are very chill and very analytical and very level. Sometimes I feel like they don't have enough weirdos. Like I could really, and I'm guessing, but I've asked a lot of baseball people, like, do they need to go out and get a weirdo or get somebody who can help things be loose and odd on occasion if need be, while also intense and focused, if that makes sense?
Yeah, no, it makes total sense. And I believe that we've gone away from allowing weirdos to be weirdos for a hot minute and find out if it works. It's like, or just maybe somebody does things a little bit differently, or maybe a guy goes out. Like, like C.J. Abrams, right? The kid for the Nationals.
Right. He went out, when he was here, he went to Rosemont and played poker and stuff all night long. Got lambasted.
And got lambasted
got
sent down to the minor leagues. And this dude's one of the best shortstops in the game. Now, was this something that went on all the time and it was something that needed to be addressed, whatever it was, but like, we can't want people to be themselves, but then micromanage everything they do off the field. It's like we glorify Mickey Mantle, like, hung over at the end of the bench and he goes up and hits a 3-run homer, pinch hit. And they're like, Mick, how'd you hit it? Well, I just swung for the one in the middle. We're like, isn't that great? And it's so special. Doc Ellis threw a no-hitter on LSD.
Yeah.
Oh, David Wells threw a perfect game, hung over. And we're like, yeah. But like now a dude goes out and we want to post it to somebody's Snap or their story on TikTok. And it's like we're judging that guy who had the immense amount of pressure on a daily basis. I didn't have what these guys had. Like the amount that goes on these guys, not just what they could get in trouble for, but like the requests, the brand building, the team, what the team needs out of them now. The amount of stuff you watch before a game, a dude's throwing a warm-up pitch, there's 4 cameras 5 feet from him, and there's like all of these demands, and then they don't even get a chance to get let loose. And I'm not saying they're going out getting drunk or they're going out and, doing drugs. I don't know what it is, but just to let loose and not be judged by that. They get judged enough for their sport and their job that now we just judge them as humans too. And it's like, when do they ever get a break?
Yeah.
No wonder sometimes they feel a little bit maybe more closed off than they used to in the past because they're constantly under a microscope and
a little tighter. And tighter doesn't work in your game, does it?
No, you need to be loose and realize that at the end of the day, win or lose a game, the boys in that locker room, they got my back. And the more you can create that atmosphere and that chemistry, it can be created. People say, does winning breed culture or does culture breed winning? I think that both can happen simultaneously, but I believe that you can truly create culture through bringing the right people in and allowing them to just be themselves.
Man, I think about teams like I think about bands, and I've been told that I shouldn't sometimes, and bands are smaller, but I know from my experience that if the bandmates are comfortable and happy and feel supported and also can be themselves and screw up and be all right, that they're going to play better. They're eventually going to play better. And it also is best when it comes with sort of a shared accountability of like, all right, we got rehearsal coming up. I'm going to know my stuff for rehearsal. I'm going to make sure I know it because I'm not letting you down. I'm not letting you down. I'm not letting you down. But that comfort level, you got to be comfortable with each other, don't you?
Yeah, and on top of that, not everybody's Mick Jagger, man. Yeah. Like Chris Stapleton is my favorite, like of this generation, no matter what. Pick a genre, I don't care. I love the guy's voice and his ability to play the guitar, and his songwriting is incredible. Not everybody in his band is getting the attention he gets, and sometimes I think we're all craving that as athletes without putting up those kind of things that the superstar is doing, and that they're putting up year after year after year. And that's what I meant when I talked about the hierarchy. It's like I can get there through support of my teammates, and I can be a cog to the machine that's in place trying to win a World Series, and a part of that. We're not all that guy, and if we can recognize that within our own band, hey, man, things are going to work really, really good. Because guess what? Big Papi, even though he is Mick Jagger or he's those iconic rock stars, he treats everybody really well within that band. And I think that could go the same for all of those guys if you talk to them. The best. Treats me great.
You could do anything you want in this game. Like you're a fascinating guy, and we're going to let you go and hang out with your pals and get ready for the Lovable reunion. Do you want to keep doing what you're doing, intentional talk, and off the mound and stuff at Innings Fest and doing occasional games and stuff, or do you have visions of doing something else in the game? What do you think about?
Yeah, I do think about it a lot because I don't ever want to be somebody who is the older guy going, like we were joking around earlier, when I played, I do think that, there are certain things that were pretty good when I played, but I also understand the game's always changing. The guys before me thought the same way. And I think the easiest way to do that is to teach. Mm-hmm. There's going to come a point really soon, right? My youngest is almost 4 years old, so I'm going to go down that road and I'm going to have to explore that area. And I love the idea of teaching high school kids, maybe the college kid level, but I really believe that I could create and cultivate a winning atmosphere.
Sure you could.
And so I would love the chance to do that. And I don't know what the future holds, but I'll never stop being around the game, and I love it too much. It doesn't define me, but it sure is a huge part of my core and my being, and forever will be. I love it.
Dude, thanks for sharing so much realness with us today. It's beautiful.
It's been awesome being with you.
I love hanging out with you. You know that.
Yeah.
Microphones are a nice bonus, but they don't have to be.
Can't wait to sing with you again.
When's that happening? You guys might do karaoke after the thing tonight.
There's
right?
rumors going around. We might find a spot. I don't know when. I'm going to do some Red Clay Strays tonight. I've been banging on them for a little while.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Ah, there you go.
That's always a little bit of fun.
All right, we'll sing together soon.
Yeah.
Ryan Dempster, everybody. He's going to roll.
Maybe some Deborah by Beck.
Oh, yeah.
I want to get with you and your sister.
We saw that together. We were rolling.
Yeah, we did.
Out there in Arizona.
Great to be with you guys. Thanks for having me in.
Hey, man. Thanks for being there.
Really
Great stuff. Dempster's gone. I'm still here up until 6 o'clock. I think we might have not one, but two absolute alpha